Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1876 to Chapter 1967. Due to the giant tree breaking out of the ground, the area within thousands of kilometers around it was now filled with cracks. About 100 kilometers away from the mother tree, Angor and the others showed up near a valley formed by a rift. "Did you speak on behalf of the tree?" Sunders asked, but his tone was firm. Angor nodded. He was the one who spoke the last few sentences. "You're trying to guide them. If they think about it carefully, they'll realize that you're doing it on purpose," Sunders commented. "The dream planter sprites are newly born. Even if they're gifted with intelligence, they still need time and experience to develop their knowledge." In other words, the sprites' minds were still blank pieces of paper. It would take them some time to figure out what Sunders meant. It doesn't matter even if they see traces of guidance. They may pretend to be obedient, but they definitely won't doubt their own mother. You can control the tree civilization to guide them when you're here. But what if you're not? Sunders was trying to say that Angor could guide them once, but he couldn't do it forever. What if Sunders' carelessness allowed the tree to take back its authority? Freud was also worried about Sunders' words. Freud sighed in relief. Now that Sunders had used his authority to determine the strength of the fairies, he didn't have to worry about wizard-level dream plant fairies. However, there were still too many of them, and they were still a huge threat. Now that Angor was no longer in the dream wasteland, what would happen if the tree regained its authority and Freud lost control of the dream wasteland? "It won't," Angor said confidently, "because it won't do that." Angor explained, "The mother tree is the vessel of a tree civilization. It's an amalgamation of sentient beings. It's not a civilization. Therefore, the mother tree will not interfere with anything the dream plant fairies do, no matter where their civilization goes in the future. Even if their civilization is destroyed, the mother tree can always give birth to another one. The dream planter sprite's civilization is only one of the choices the mother tree will make." Freud didn't quite understand what Angor was trying to say, but he didn't. Still, Sunders understood. The tree civilization was probably similar to an amalgamation of subconsciousnesses. It was somewhat similar to the world consciousness, but it was far from reaching the height of the world consciousness. It could only be said to be a kind of civilization will. Just like the Yuantan continent, there was an amalgamation of subconsciousnesses, which was called the continent's consciousness. Usually, it was almost impossible for the will of the continent to be activated. Even if the continent itself was barren, the will of the Yuantan continent was still as calm as ever. It was only when the continent was about to collapse that it responded to the outside world. If the mother tree of the Fey race was similar to the will of the continent, then there was no need to worry about it having the right to speak. This was because the mother tree would most likely not respond to any of the dream plant fairies' requests. That was not true at all. You'll fall asleep for a while if you use too much of your essence. As long as he didn't use the tree to contact the dream plant fairy, the tree would remain dormant forever. If that's the case, we don't have to worry about them finding our traces. Perhaps the mother tree's lack of response would cause the dream plant fairies to take Angor's words as the direction and creed of their civilization. In this case, the dream plant fairies would greatly reduce the damage done to the dream wasteland. On the other hand, due to the diversity of the dream plant fairies, the wasteland would quickly become lively again. With that in mind, Freud no longer worried about the dream plant sprite. "So you named it Dream Plant Sprite?" he joked with Angor. "To be precise, Dream Sprite is the name I translated," said Angor. "If the mother tree chose the dream plant fairies as the first cornerstone of its tree civilization, there must be some information about them." He also learned what the mother tree told him about the civilization, which was a sprite born in the dream of reality. Based on this, Angor decided to name them dream plant fairies. "What about the mother tree? Did you translate its name too?" Sunders was curious. Angor shook his head. "The mother tree's real name is Mother Tree of Civilization. It's a talent given to it by the tree civilization. All dream plant fairies knew the name of the mother tree from the moment they were born. However, they would never call it by its real name. Instead, they would affectionately refer to it as the mother tree." While Angor and Sunders were discussing the name of the mother tree, Freud was having mixed feelings. Freud still didn't understand Angor's explanation, but he didn't need to worry about the mother tree trying to take back the right to speak. With Angor's guidance and Sunder's restrictions, the dream plant fairies could be controlled to a certain extent. However, Freud still couldn't get over his inner turmoil. If he had not insisted on bringing the dream wasteland closer to reality and chose the authority related to plants, this would not have happened. Freud didn't even dare to look at Angor's face. He kept his head lowered and remained silent. Angor noticed Freud's mood. He sighed in his mind. It wasn't Freud's fault. Besides, it was also his wish to bring the dream wasteland closer to reality. Even if it wasn't today, Angor would still try to make the dream wasteland as green as possible in the future. It was just a coincidence that Freud was here. From the beginning to the end, he was not wrong. Angor knew that comforting Freud right now would not help him. Freud would never be able to get over it. What do you think of the tree civilization's authority, Professor? Angor considered for a moment and decided not to talk to Freud. As you said, the tree civilization isn't that important to the dream wasteland. However, it will greatly affect the people who live here. A civilization didn't mean much to an individual. However, when it came to groups of people, civilizations rarely lived in peace. Most of them were at odds with each other. There was even a chance of civilization invading the wasteland. This was what worried Freud the most. Even though the people of Foundation City were now residents of the dream realm, they still represented the end of human civilization. How would they deal with the invasion of the dream plant fairies? While Freud was still worrying about various things, Sunder spoke again. Yes, it will affect the residents of Foundation City greatly. But I still believe that the effects will fade away with time. Why do you think so, sir? Sunders glanced at Freud's confused expression and chuckled. Because they're not on the same level. Freud looked up at Sunders in confusion. So Mr. Phantom is saying that the humans of Foundation City can't even withstand a single blow from the dream planter spirits. Freud had the same thought, but if Sunders also said so, it meant that the situation had reached a point of no return. Humans are much stronger than dream planters. Freud didn't expect this answer at all. Sunders didn't keep Freud in suspense. Individually, the humans of Foundation City are weaker than the dream planter spirits, but individual strength doesn't mean everything. Besides, individual strength isn't a big problem. There are many ways to make them grow stronger. For example, we can rely on the sinful fiends or let more people join the dream wasteland in the future. Freud couldn't help but agree with Sunders' explanation. Sunders was right. The humans were weaker now, but there was still hope in the future. However, there was a way to solve the problem of individual strength. What if the dream plant fairy wanted to launch a civilization invasion? Freud's question was soon answered. As for the problem of civilization, they're not on the same level. The people of Foundation City aren't supernaturals but ordinary people. Even if they're ordinary people, they're backed by an adept civilization that shines through the ages. Their influence reaches far and wide, and they suppress countless planes. This was because in this part of the universe, only the sorcerer civilization was developed by humans, and only the sorcerer world had real humans. In a sense, the wizarding civilization represented the human civilization. It was a civilization that had existed for countless years. Through the long river of history, the impurities were removed and the essences were extracted. How could they be worried about a civilization invasion when they were only a newborn civilization whose foundation hadn't fully stabilized yet? This was a laughable question that didn't need to be pondered. If the human civilization did not even have this bit of confidence, how could they be called humans? Perhaps the dream plant fairies would affect the lives and progress of the humans in the dream wasteland to a certain extent, but they would definitely not gain anything from the clash of civilizations. It was even possible that the entire civilization would be assimilated. Therefore, time is in the hands of humans and not in the hands of dream plant fairies. Sunders looked at Freud and saw the latter slowly calming down. It was clear that Freud had listened to Sunders' advice. From the looks of it, the dream plant fairies will definitely affect the current structure of the dream wasteland, but I think that the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. He glanced at the entrance of the valley. Patches of green mist floated over. Under the influence of the mother tree, the green mist landed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, sprouts broke out of the ground. However, due to the weakening of the mother tree's energy, these sprouts did not immediately grow into plants like before. Suddenly, several butterfly-sized dream plant fairies arrived at the spot where the sprouts were growing while humming a song without lyrics. Some colorful light spots fell from their bodies, and these sprouts seemed to have received nutrients. They instantly grew taller and became mature implants. As they flew over, the seeds that soaked into the ground began to grow rapidly. Apart from the green mist, the dream plant fairies were also spreading their own seeds. Occasionally, they would stop at a certain spot for a few seconds, and bright flowers would grow in that spot. In just a few minutes, a large number of flowers and trees appeared in the desolate valley. Freud saw this as well. Just as Sunder said, the dream plant fairies could quickly make the barren land flourish, which would do more good than harm to the dream wasteland. When he thought about Sunder's long-term vision and confidence in his civilization, Freud felt much better. However, he still blamed himself for failing to accept the new authority. Freud failed this time, but I've obtained some useful data that will help me calculate the success rate of the new authority. Sunders narrowed his eyes. Also, I have a theory. What is it? I'll tell you once I'm sure of it. However, I can reveal in advance that this speculation is related to the success rate of me assuming the new authority. If I can successfully assume the authority the next time, then this speculation might be true. Sunders looked at Freud. If my theory is correct, I think we can let Freud try to accept the new authority. The success rate should be 90%. Angor's eyes brightened up. Then when will you accept the new authority? Freud failed twice in a row. Even if Freud did not show it on his face, Angor knew that this was a huge blow to his confidence. Freud might not even have the courage to accept the new authority again. If Sunders' theory was correct and allowed Freud to accept the new authority successfully, it would help Freud quickly recover from his depression. I need to digest the new data and adjust the formula again. I'll need about 3 days. Freud didn't suffer any serious injuries from the failure, but he still needed some time to recover. 3 days should be enough for that. After talking about the new authority, Sunders suddenly changed the topic back to the tree civilization. Compared to the dream plant fairies, I'm more interested in the tree civilization itself. Sunders' expression turned serious. I used to think that this particular nightmare domain had great research value until I saw the birth of the tree civilization. This is beyond the scope of a nightmare domain. It's the beginning of a new civilization. It's like the beginning of a real world. Sunders believed that the dream wasteland had more potential than he thought. He couldn't wait to see what the dream wasteland would look like with the help of an energy system. Sunders bade farewell to Angor and left the dream wasteland to calculate the new authority. Angor controlled the hurricane to fly for several hundred kilometers before they finally stopped. They couldn't see the mother tree anymore, but they could still see the green mist spreading in the distance. Angor brought Freud here because he wanted to see how fast the mist was spreading. The green mist was the result of the first explosion of plants in the dream wasteland. Wherever the mist covered, plants would begin to grow. This was definitely good for the environment of the dream wasteland, but from another perspective, the area covered by vegetation was also where the dream plant fairies' tentacles spread out. Therefore, Freud needed to know the direction of the green mist, the time it would reach inception, and the extent of the green mist's influence. Freud stood at the edge of the green mist for about half an hour. There's still a long way to go, but the mist is spreading too fast. At this rate, it'll reach the city by tomorrow night, Freud said in a low voice. Considering that the mist will consume more seeds as it spreads, there won't be many seeds left by the time it reaches Foundation City. But I'm sure some dream plant sprites will show up when the mist arrives. Freud nodded. What he needed to consider now was not only the plants around Foundation City, but also the existence of dreamy plant fairies. Should he inform the citizens of Foundation City about this? The dream plant sprites' movements were unknown, and their minds were hard to control. Would it cause more panic if he told the residents of Foundation City? Freud sighed in his mind. It was all his fault for insisting on this authority. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Angor had been paying attention to Freud's expression. Freud's gloomy eyes told him that he was going to blame himself again. Let's return to Origin City first. I'll tell you more about the dream plant fairies. Regardless of whether or not he was going to announce the existence of the dream plant fairies, the most important thing was to understand their system. Freud nodded in agreement. He already learned from Angor that the entire dream wasteland was trembling because of the earthquake, even though the city was far away from the mother tree. He wondered what the current situation in First Heart City was like. Freud stepped out of the dream field. When he entered the dream wasteland again, he was already at the top of Firmament Tower. As soon as he entered, Freud saw the current state of the city from above. Overall, the buildings in First Heart City did not show any signs of collapse, but there were obvious cracks on the walls of some buildings. Also, Freud saw a lot of people gathering on the street near the square. He didn't know what was going on. Just as Freud was about to call someone over, someone knocked on the door of the outer room. When he opened the door to his room, he saw the city lord standing outside. A trace of surprise flashed in Monroe's eyes when she saw Freud, but she quickly hid it. She had been knocking on Freud's door several times since the earthquake happened, but she never saw him. Now that Freud and Angor were in the room, she realized something was wrong. Monroe walked into the room and bowed to the two men politely. "You're here to talk about the earthquake?" Freud returned to his desk while Angor sat on the sofa beside him without saying anything. "Yes." Monroe nodded and placed a stack of documents on Freud's desk. "Mr. T-Sun, these are the records of the damage caused by the earthquake. None of the buildings collapsed, but about 100 of them are damaged. I've already sent a construction team to repair them. But we don't have enough wood in the warehouse." That was why Monroe came to talk to Freud about the lumber. Because First Heart City had a city restriction, no one could go to the outer city, so there was no way to obtain wood. Everything related to wood in the past was brought back to the city by Freud, and no one knew where he got it from. Freud checked the damage report given by Monroe and nodded. "Got it. I'll take care of the lack of wood later. We'll put the damaged areas aside for now. As for the damaged roofs, don't worry. There won't be any rain anytime soon." Freud glanced at Angor and saw Angor nodding. He cleared his throat and said, "Yes, there won't be any rain. We can fix the roofs when we get more wood." Monroe noticed something strange in Freud's words, but she didn't point it out. "I understand. I'll send the message right away." After saying that, Monroe prepared to leave. "Wait." At this time, Flo called out to her and asked under Monroe's puzzled gaze, "Did something happen near the plaza? Why are there so many people?" Monroe thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about Fraffle's fainting?" "Fraffle?" Angor raised an eyebrow at the name. There were many people in Foundation City, and Angor couldn't remember every single one of them. However, he had heard of Fraffle before. Freud had set up an anomaly division to investigate all the anomalies that happened in the city before it was confirmed that the evil mist was the authority of Evernight. Among all the anomalies, one of them was called the Ballad of Ghosts in the Dark Alleyway. After some investigation, they found out that the Ballad of Ghosts was actually a song that a woman sang out of boredom. That woman was Fraffle. She fainted? What happened? Freud asked curiously. He seemed to have remembered who Fraffle was. Monroe shook her head. "I don't know what happened. Ferfili was supposed to be rehearsing in the square, but she was found unconscious on the ground. According to the people who practiced with her, Ferfili suddenly fainted when the earthquake happened." Monroe thought for a moment and said in a guessing tone, "Maybe she fainted because of the earthquake? Scared? How is that possible?" Freud frowned and nodded to Monroe. "All right, I see." After that, Freud no longer paid any attention to Monroe and fell into deep thought. Monroe should have left by now, but there was a rare look of hesitation on her face. She hesitated for a long time before speaking in a hesitant tone, "Young Master T-Sun, the earthquake this time." Monroe wanted to ask about the earthquake, but she didn't know where to start. Thus, she stopped halfway through her sentence. Freud understood what Monroe was trying to say. "About the earthquake. I'll tell you more about it later. You go take care of something else." After Dreamy left, Angor looked at Freud in a relaxed manner. "From what you've said, you've decided to tell them about the Dream Plant Fairy?" Freud nodded. He could not keep this a secret from the residents of First Heart City forever, because the Dream Plant Fairies would definitely search for the so-called human territory in order to explore the meaning of balance. Rather than suddenly meeting them at that time, it would be better to give them a heads up. "How do you want them to treat the Dream Plant sprites after you tell them?" Do they want to maintain the balance? Or, do they want to be more aggressive? Freud smiled wryly. Right now, Foundation City doesn't have the capital to fight the dream plant sprites. What I'm thinking now is that while keeping a distance, we have to be more vigilant against them. Freud paused. That's what I want to do. As for the details, I'll discuss it with Lady Dreamy. Freud wasn't an arrogant person. He believed that the mayor of Monroe was more suited to deal with this kind of unknown situation. He would listen to the opinions of Dreamy and the other advisors before making a decision. Angor nodded. This was a bit of a problem, but it wasn't unsolvable yet. Freud should be able to handle it. If he could handle it well, he might be able to relieve some of Freud's guilt. With that in mind, he decided not to linger on the topic. Instead, he went straight to the point, the details of the dream plant sprites. He told her everything about the dream planter fairies, including their way of reproduction, the structure of their race, the basic standards of their civilization, their personalities, and so on. Freud's frown grew deeper as he listened. The dream plant fairies' situation was more complicated than he had imagined. In terms of appearance, the dream plant fairies were different from humans, and their bodies were completely different. The dream plant sprites Freud saw on the mother tree didn't have a fixed body shape. Some were as big as mountains, some were as small as bees, some looked like humans, and some looked like animals. The only difference was that they more or less looked like plants. The dream plant sprites also had a different way of reproducing. When the dream plant sprites wanted to reproduce, they didn't need a partner. They simply split a strand of their essence and prayed to the mother tree to create a new cocoon. Since the new cocoon was created by splitting the essence, the new dream plant sprite could inherit a lot of information and knowledge through the essence of its mother. In other words, the newly born dream plant sprites already had high intelligence. The dream plant sprites also had a tightly knit social structure. Apart from a few solitary ones, most of them preferred to work in groups. They didn't have families or clans, but they worked together as a team. Freud could not tell which was better, but he was sure that the dream plant fairies had a better population than the humans because of their wisdom and teamwork. Therefore, the dream plant fairies were definitely better than the humans in terms of the median number of offspring. What Freud feared the most was the ability of the dream plant sprites. Every dream plant fairy had the ability to hasten the growth of plants. This ability was a universal skill, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. However, there was a portion of dream plant fairies that had their own unique abilities other than the ability to grow plants. Some of them even had more than one type of ability. For example, Freud saw some dream plant sprites with water elemental energy around them. That was the ability to control water. Since they could control water, the dream plant sprites could also control other elements. Not only could they control elemental energy, but they could also strengthen themselves and use the mother tree as the core to conduct telepathy. There were many kinds of abilities, and some of them were very powerful. Humans would be crushed by them. Of course, there were also those who could fight against them, such as the demon hunters who had fused with evil demons. Due to the limitation of their power level, some of the demon hunters were even stronger than the dream plant sprites. However, the number of demon hunters was too small. Even if they were stronger, they weren't strong enough to suppress an entire group. Therefore, humans were definitely at a disadvantage. Freud frowned. The more he understood, the more he could see the difference. Wisdom, inheritance, teamwork, and special abilities. Every one of them was better than normal humans. Plus, there were many dream plant sprites. If they fought against them now, the residents of Foundation City would be at a disadvantage. However, Freud was relieved that Angor could now control the mother tree, which was the core of the dream planter fairies, as well as their sense of belonging. As long as he could control the mother tree, he could control the dream plant sprite's behavior to a certain extent. Since Angor had the dream plant sprites maintain their balance, Freud believed that even if the dream plant sprites discovered Foundation City, as long as the residents of Foundation City didn't provoke them, they would be fine. Time was in their hands. Once Sunders built an energy system in the dream wasteland, he would be able to bring his strength from the real world into the dream wasteland. By then, he would be able to hold his ground against the dream plant sprites. With that in mind, Freud relaxed a little. After listening to the dream plant sprites' information, Freud began to think about how he should discuss with Miss Dreamy about what he should and shouldn't say. Speaking of which, what do you think about what Miss Monroe said about Ferfili's fainting? Angor suddenly spoke up. Ferfili. Freud didn't expect Angor to suddenly bring it up. Because of the special constitution of the Dream Realm residents, it's rare for them to faint. I don't think it's believable that she fainted because of the earthquake alone. What do you think will happen then? What do you mean? Freud mumbled. Is it a reaction to the earthquake? No, it can't be. Then what could it be? Maybe the mother tree broke out of the ground and revealed the tree civilization. Freud murmured to himself. Suddenly, he realized something. Is it authority compatibility? Angor nodded. I think so too. Since he didn't have the authority to control the tree civilization, he couldn't tell who had the highest compatibility. However, Ferfili did not faint earlier or later, but when the tree civilization authority was activated, it was highly likely that it had something to do with the compatibility. The fastest mobile version of the website, did Ferfili have a high compatibility with the tree civilization's authority? Freud's eyes lit up. Should I ask someone to bring Ferfili here? Angor considered for a moment and shook his head. Nah, no need. Angor quickly explained, I don't care if Ferfili has a high compatibility with the tree civilization. Do you really think she should be given the authority of the tree civilization? Freud quickly realized what Angor was trying to say. Freud was afraid of the dream plant sprites because their minds could not be controlled. However, it was the human mind that was the most uncontrollable existence in the world. If there were many people restricting her, it wouldn't be a problem for Frafel to have the authority. However, if they let Frafel have the authority alone, and they didn't know much about Frafel's personality, who knew if it would lead to another story about how fickle people's hearts were? For example, one day, Ferfili's guidance of the dream plant fairy had gone wrong. The consequences of this weren't something that could be easily eliminated. Even if Ferfili had a high compatibility with the tree civilization, she should not be allowed to inherit the tree civilization's authority. Freud felt a little regretful that he didn't have a way to restrain the dream plant fairy. However, if he had to create another trap just to restrain the dream plant fairy, it wouldn't be worth it. I see. Freud sighed. There's no need to test Ferfili's compatibility. But if there's someone you trust who has a high compatibility with the tree civilization, you can let them inherit part of the tree civilization's authority. Angor glanced at Freud. His meaning was obvious. Ferfili could not inherit the authority, but if Freud had a high compatibility with the tree civilization, Angor would be willing to give him the authority. After all, Freud was the person he trusted the most in the dream wasteland. Next, Angor began to test Freud's compatibility with the tree civilization. A few minutes later, Angor came out of the tree's perception and shook his head when he saw Freud's hopeful look. Your compatibility with the tree civilization is less than 30%. Angor sighed again. This was not enough to force Freud to inherit the tree civilization's authority. Freud's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he quickly adjusted his mood. The reason why they thought Frafel had a high compatibility with the tree was because of her behavior at the beginning of the civilization. Freud, on the other hand, had never felt any intimacy with the mother tree, so it was not surprising that he had a low compatibility with the tree. The power of the dream wasteland is like the power of laws in the real world. It's hard to reach a high level of compatibility, Angor said. Not to mention the tree civilization's power. Other authorities were fine, but for authorities like the tree civilization, it was even more difficult to have a high compatibility. He was already surprised that Ferfili only had a high degree of compatibility. It would be a miracle if another person with a high compatibility rate appeared. As he thought about this, he suddenly recalled a young man who liked to lie on a deck chair and sunbathe without clothes on his upper body. If it was him, would he have a high compatibility with the tree civilization authority? He didn't think too much about it since it was just a fleeting thought. After chatting with Freud for a while, Angor went to see John at the Ocean Theater. He briefly explained the situation to John about the dream plant sprites. John was the mayor's advisor, so Angor didn't mind telling him the truth in advance. Besides, John had the knowledge of Earth's civilization. Once Freud told him about the dream plant sprites, John might be able to provide some useful suggestions for the future of Foundation City. When everything was done, Angor bid farewell to John. After leaving the Ocean Theater, Angor didn't leave the dream wasteland right away. Instead, he used God's eye to check the situation around the mother tree. It was already dusk. Under the illumination of the red clouds, the mother tree, other than being shocked, also had a sense of tranquility after the slumber of the gods. Most of the dream plant sprites weren't around the mother tree right now. They left their comfortable harbor and headed to the wasteland to fulfill the oracle given by the mother tree. However, there were still tens of thousands of dream plant sprites around the mother tree, including the current leader of the dream plant sprites, the vine sprite. They weren't going to carry out the oracle's orders, but they had other tasks. For example, some of the dream plant sprites were guarding the unhatched cocoons to protect new life and hope. Another group, led by the vine sprite, was building a city of sprites near the mother tree. The speed of their construction was extremely fast. Since they were capable of growing plants, other dream plant sprites would help them even if they ran out of energy. There were also a large number of dream plant sprites who could control the power of the soil. In just half a day, the mother tree had already built a large number of tree houses, flower houses, beehives, and so on. There were even some floating houses in the air. Perhaps it was because the seeds of civilization of the dream plant fairies had cells related to art and aesthetics. The embryonic form of the city they had built was already showing signs of refinement. If Sunders were here, he would probably compare the layout of First Heart City with this one. It wasn't hard to imagine that this city would be far superior to Foundation City in terms of appearance. Perhaps only after the new city was built would it be able to compete with Foundation City in terms of appearance. Unfortunately, the construction of the new city hadn't started yet, and it couldn't be done quickly. Maybe he should borrow some dream plant sprites to help him with the construction. After writing down the dream plant sprite's newborn diary for a while, Angor moved his gaze away from the mother tree and looked at a lake about 800 kilometers away from Foundation City. This lake was one of the many lakes and rivers that Angor created when he manipulated the weather patterns. The reason why he was paying attention to this place was because the spreading of the green fog had already reached this place. There were also several dream plant sprites scattered around the lake. They seemed to be happy to see a source of water. They were loudly singing songs without lyrics by the lake. They even used their own aesthetic standards to plant all kinds of plants around the lake. If Angor wasn't mistaken, these dream plant sprites would be the first to come into contact with Foundation City. Angor observed for a while and found that these dream plant sprites were just ordinary dream plant sprites who could grow plants. After making sure that they wouldn't cause too much damage to Foundation City, Angor left the dream wasteland. Angor returned to the real world from the dream wasteland and sat in his study room. The dim light from the lamp illuminated his face. The room was mostly covered by gloom, and the only sound he could hear was the sound of his fingertips touching the desk. He didn't enter the meditative state right away. Instead, he thought about what happened today. Freud's failure was already surprising enough. But what surprised him even more was that the authority he chose this time was tree civilization. Other than the tree of authority, the authority of tree civilization was the most unique of all the authorities that had appeared so far. The other authorities basically revolved around the expansion and extension of the core precepts. They were tangible changes that could be seen, and were the basic authorities that formed the world itself. Tree civilization, on the other hand, was meant to supplement and improve the functions of a complete world. As far as Angor could tell, it was similar to the difference between hardware and software. If he had to categorize them, the other authorities were hard rules, while tree civilization was soft culture. Both seemed to be necessary to complete the dream wasteland, but there were still differences between them. Before leaving, Sunders commented that the dream wasteland had already transcended the nightmare domain. It was the beginning of civilization and the discovery of new lands. It was like the beginning of a real world. And that was indeed the truth. While the authority of hard rules such as the change of weather, the dream door, and the selection of energy levels were extremely important and one of the basic elements of a world, it was the soft culture similar to the tree civilization that truly made a world shine brightly. The emergence of tree civilization also meant that the dream wasteland was slowly turning into a complete world. This was the biggest surprise Angor gained today. Right now, the dream wasteland is just an interlayer of the wizarding world. In other words, it's just a fragment of a world, and it's already showing signs of becoming a real world. But what if it connects to other worlds? Angor knew that the dream wasteland could be built not only using the wizarding world as a base. Back in the Abyss Plane, he almost created a new dream wasteland. In other words, other worlds could also be used as a foundation to connect the nightmare realm and the dream realm, thus creating a new dream wasteland. Will the dream wastelands become a real world when all of them are combined? Angor's eyes lit up when he thought of this possibility. If he could really do it, what kind of scene would it be? The Book of the World was the most widely circulated ancient book in the wizarding world. It recorded some truths that were generally recognized. There was a passage that said, "When the world begins to align with you, you will get closer and closer to the truth." In the eyes of most magi, the truth here could be understood as truth. However, not many people could understand this sentence. But the legendary wizards who were once active in the southern region had a secretive expression on their faces. Perhaps, this sentence was not wrong. When the world is compatible with you, the truth has already opened the path for you to move forward. However, how would the world fit in with you? He didn't know this before, but now, he had an idea. Perhaps, constructing a perfect world was a way to approach the truth. Angor spent the whole night thinking. He only came back to his senses when the little bird in the clock chimed in the morning. He spent the night thinking about many things, but when he thought about it, he found nothing useful. His ideas were big, but his dreams were far away. No matter how beautiful the future was, it was only an illusion that could never be destroyed. Thinking too much was not a good thing. He did not have any foundation in reality that could support him to go further. Besides, there was a thick fog ahead of him. He could not see his way forward. The only thing he could do now was to perfect himself bit by bit like he did in the dream wasteland, and wait for the moment when he truly transformed. Angor put aside his thoughts about the tree civilization for now and began to meditate again. From morning to night, he spent his time analyzing the green patterns. After several days of meditation, Angor finally finished studying the green patterns on his right forearm. The patterns on his right forearm and right hand were similar. There were some differences, but most of them were the same as the ones on his right hand, which was beyond Angor's current understanding. Perhaps he could only continue studying them after he became stronger. Angor did not find any new patterns, but he noticed that there was a special connection between the green patterns on his right forearm and right hand. Angor did not pay much attention to it before, but after several days of careful study, he realized that the connection was like a bridge, which could strengthen multiple green patterns. In short, activating the same green pattern on multiple parts of his body would result in a greater effect. For example, both his right hand and right forearm had a green pattern with the structure of release, passage, door, which was used to release nightmare aura. With the help of the bridge, activating the green pattern at the same time would double the amount of nightmare aura released. It did not sound very useful, but in practice, whether it was casting nightmare illusions or replenishing energy for his nightmare domain, they were all much more effective than before. Angor did not notice the existence of the bridge before. Now, he realized how much time he had wasted on it. Because of this, he had to be more serious about this challenge. After studying his right forearm, Angor decided to move on to his right eye. His right eye was the most important part of his green rune research. There were many special green patterns on his right eye that were completely different from the ones on his right hand. Angor tried to study them back at Yuan-Tan continent, but he did not find anything useful in the end, probably because he was not good enough. He only knew a few vague abilities of his right eye. He had no idea what those abilities meant, or whether there were other undiscovered abilities in his right eye. Back at Yuan-Tan continent, Angor had a feeling that the green patterns on his right eye might be dangerous. He did not dare to touch them again before he reached a certain level of strength. Now, he still had that feeling, but it was much weaker than before. Angor felt that it was within his acceptable range, which was why he chose to study the green patterns on his right eye at this time. Even so, Angor still had to be extra careful when studying his right eye. Angor decided to start from the edge of his right eye, which was also the least important part of his eye. It took him half a day to figure out what was going on. When night came, Angor finally looked up from his desk when he heard some noises coming from the button. "Who's contacting me at this hour?" Angor muttered as he took out a mini signal tower from his pocket and quickly installed it. A moment later, a freckled little girl wearing a yellow dress appeared on the other side of the screen and blew a kiss to Angor. "Hey, Flowey." Angor's expression softened. "Why are you looking for me? You want to see Tower?" Flowey Sparrow shook her head. "No. I just want to see Mr. Pat." Angor was a little surprised. "Tower should be here in a few days. You're not going to see him one last time?" Flowey Sparrow shook her head again. "To be exact, my brother's soul will return to the abyss tomorrow morning. But I already told you what I should tell you last time. Also, Mr. Dodoro told me not to see him again." "Oh? Last time you met Dodoro, he told you not to see Tower again?" Angor didn't know what happened between Flowey Sparrow and Flowey Sparrow because he gave them some private space. Flowey Sparrow nodded. "He told me that my brother's soul will return to the abyss and be controlled by a demon. And an empty soul without any consciousness will definitely attract the attention of the demon god. Maybe the demon will use some special methods to find out why my brother's soul is blank." Flowey Sparrow glanced at Angor. She didn't know why her brother's soul became blank either. But since Dodoro told her about it, she believed Angor was trying to find a way to save her brother. "Even if my brother's soul is blank, some of his obsessions will still remain in his soul after he dies. As for me, I was once my brother's greatest obsession, so I can't meet him again to avoid triggering his obsession. If that happens, the demon god will sense it." Angor's expression remained the same, but his mind was in turmoil. But he didn't know that Dodoro was the one who told her this. In other words, Dodoro already predicted that Angor would remove Tower's consciousness and send his empty soul into the abyss when he learned that Angor would save Tower. As far as he could remember, he never told anyone how to save Tower. How did Dodoro figure it out? A prophecy? Did Dodoro already know about the dream wasteland? He really wanted to ask Dodoro if the man saw the dream wasteland through the prophecy. Unfortunately, Dodoro had left for the Starliege Church a few days ago. He would have to wait for Dodoro's return. Even if Dodoro found out about the dream wasteland, it wouldn't be a big deal. The two people he trusted the most right now were Freud and Dodoro. Freud earned Angor's trust because of Lohan, while Dodoro earned Angor's trust because of his emotional connection with Dodoro. Angor was planning to give Dodoro a login device to enter the dream wasteland, but he decided not to do so after learning that Dodoro was going to participate in the stargazing day. Since the dream wasteland had not been completely exposed to the public yet, the day of stargazing was full of prophets. If these old farts noticed something, they might be able to find the dream wasteland by following the clues. "Does Tower have any other lingering spirits apart from you?" Angor asked. Flower Sparrow shook her head. "I think so. But Dodoro said that he'll talk to my brother and ask him to calm down so that he won't be discovered by the demons." After a pause, Huakeke asked softly, "Did they talk?" "Yes." Angor nodded. Last time, Dodoro asked Angor to meet with Tower after meeting Flower Sparrow. Now that Angor thought about it, Dodoro probably went to see Tower to help him. Dodoro was worried that the demon would notice Angor because Tower's soul was empty. Angor had to admit that Dodoro's action saved them from a potential disaster. But Angor never mentioned anything about it, as if it didn't exist. If Flower Sparrow didn't tell him about it, he wouldn't know about it. Angor decided to give Dodoro a reward when he came back from Starliege Temple. "I contacted Mr. Pad to thank you," Flower Sparrow said as Angor regained his composure. Angor looked at Floret Finch. Huake's eyes were like crescent moons as she smiled. "I saw another scene this morning. I don't know how Brother Pad saved my stupid brother, but he's in the picture I saw." Flower Sparrow's smile was so bright that her dimples could almost fit a water chestnut. "And I'm also in it." That was why Flower Sparrow was so excited that she asked Isabel to contact Angor for her. Flower Sparrow knew that Angor would save Tower, but she didn't know if they would be able to see each other again after that. The image she saw today told her that she could see Tower again. How could she not be excited? Angor wasn't too surprised by Flower Sparrow's words. He planned to take Tower to the Dream Wasteland. The Dream Wasteland would open in the future, and Flower Sparrow would have a chance to see Tower once she entered it. "So, what did you see?" Angor wasn't surprised, but he still wanted to know what Flower Sparrow saw. Flower Sparrow didn't doubt Angor's words and described the image in detail. Angor frowned a little when he heard the description. What Angor cared about the most was the background. Just like last time, Flower Sparrow's image was either dark or blurry. This time, she saw both. Under the dark sky, Flower Sparrow held Tower's hand and stood on a high ground where they couldn't see their surroundings clearly. The only source of light was the sparse stars in the sky. With the help of the starlight, they could vaguely see that behind the high ground they were standing on, there seemed to be a mountain-like shadow. That's it? Yes. Tianjin, after ending the conversation with Flower Sparrow, he put away the mini-signal tower and began to think. Earlier, Angor used an illusion to simulate the scene described by Flower Sparrow. Now, he was sure that they were indeed in the dream wasteland. Although the image was dim, Angor could still see the young man's handsome face. Baboda had recovered his true appearance from the alien's shell. There was something else that made Angor worried. Flower Sparrow only saw her holding hands with Baboda. Angor, on the other hand, saw nothing but darkness in the background. To Flower Sparrow, it might be the shadow of a mountain, but Angor noticed something strange about it. He saw something floating in the air. It looked like fluff. Just one day ago, he saw the dream plant sprites building a city near the mother tree. There were many fluff houses in the city. Maybe the shadow of a mountain wasn't a mountain at all, but the mother tree. Did that mean Flower Sparrow and Baboda went to the mother tree in the future? Like Dodoro said, the future the Baiyuan clan saw was only the most likely choice among all the possible choices, Angor muttered. In other words, what Floral saw might not be the real future, but there was still a good chance of it happening. Why would the dream plant sprites allow humans to go to the mother tree, or did something happen in the future that made me decide to send them to the mother tree? Angor was getting more and more confused, so he decided to stop thinking about it. It wasn't a big deal anyway. He would just wait until the right moment came. However, there was something else he needed to pay attention to. Baboda's soul returned to the abyss. Angor sent his spirit feelers into his bracelet. Among all the miscellaneous items, there was a space isolated by a mist. That was where Baboda was staying. Through the mist, Angor saw Baboda sitting in front of a table. On the table was a soft larva's nest. In front of the nest was a glass container containing a wriggling soft larva. Baboda was observing the soft larva's behavior while writing down specific data on a piece of paper. When he was done, he put the soft larva into a special compartment in the nest. Next, he took out several unhatched larva eggs and recorded their condition. While doing so, Baboda suddenly stopped. He wasn't thinking. Instead, he covered his mouth and coughed. Every time he coughed, dark red blood and green liquid mixed with yellow liquid could be seen flowing through the gaps between his fingers. Not only that, but he also coughed up some fragments of his internal organs. Looking at the dirt on his palm, Baboda seemed to have understood something. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. However, his sadness did not last long. He still had things to do. He had to record the eggs that were about to hatch and write down his experience in cultivating the soft morphing worms. He didn't have time for that. It's almost time. There's no need to conserve mana, Baboda said in a low voice. A blue stream of water appeared in his palm. With a sweep of cleanse, the dirt on his palm was gone. Then, Baboda started working again. His final task. Angor wanted to say something to Baboda, but when he saw Baboda concentrating so hard on writing down his notes, he decided against it and left the room. When Angor withdrew his spirit power, Baboda seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at the mist around him and continued his work. Floral Sparrow said his soul will return to the abyss tomorrow morning. Angor pinched his forehead. I'll bring him to the dream wasteland then. As for what he wanted to tell Baboda, he could wait until he reached the dream wasteland. Instead of focusing on studying the green runes, he entered the dream wasteland. According to the time, the green mist that the mother tree spewed out would soon reach the vicinity of Beginning City. By then, the dream plant sprites would show up. Although Angor already told the dream plant sprites to maintain a peaceful relationship with the humans, the dream plant sprites wouldn't be so aggressive. Still, just in case, he decided to enter Foundation City and check it out first. Once again, he chose Heaven's Tower as his destination. When he reached the top of the tower, he didn't see anyone there. Freud wasn't there either. Angor didn't mind. He walked to the highest point of the city and looked into the distance. He didn't see anything unusual with his naked eyes. However, when he used his god's eye view, he saw a wave of green mist approaching the city from several kilometers away. Compared to yesterday, the mist was much thinner. It was almost the same as the morning mist of winter. But that was to be expected. If one looked behind the mist, they would see a lush forest. Most of the seeds were used up on the way here. It was understandable that some of the seeds were used up during the battle. Inside the mist, Angor saw the dream plant sprites he saw yesterday. It seemed like his guess from yesterday was right. These dream plant spirits should be the first batch of foreign races to officially come into contact with humans in this world. Angor didn't try to stop the green mist or lure the dream plant sprites away. He only observed for a while before looking away. He did some calculations. If there were no accidents, the green mist would reach Foundation City in about 20 minutes. Before the green mist arrived, Angor planned to talk to John. But before he could do that, he heard a loud noise coming from not far away. A shadow flashed across the street and attracted everyone's attention. It was a flying ship that had appeared in the sky above Origin City. The residents of Foundation City more or less knew about this airship since it was the only means of transportation to get out of the city. The airship traveled back and forth every day. People were still curious about it, but they weren't as surprised as when they first saw it. But this time, something was different. Although there would be some noise when an airship flew in, it would at most be the whistling of the wind as it tore through the air. But this time, it was the first time an airship made such a loud noise that shook the entire city. Because of this, the residents of First Heart City, even those who liked to stay indoors, came out of their houses and curiously looked in the direction of the airship, wondering what was going on. The gigantic object in the sky attracted everyone's attention with its loud roar. It flew to the center of First Heart City and stopped in midair. Just as everyone was guessing what the airship was going to do next, the bottom cabin of the airship opened, revealing a dark door. Immediately after, a black shadow flashed out of the door and jumped down. Seeing this scene, most people were shocked. Some even covered their mouths and cried out in surprise. Even if their bodies were special, jumping down from a few hundred meters in the sky would still turn them into a pile of meat paste. Who was so bold? Did they want to die? Just as everyone was worried, the black shadow that was falling from the sky suddenly emitted a faint glow, as if it was dragging a glowing tail. When the tail of light appeared, the black shadow no longer looked like it was falling. Instead, it seemed to have been boosted and shot through the sky at an extraordinary speed. With a whoosh, the black shadow landed on a lookout on the outer ring of the city wall like a meteor. The outer ring of the city wall surrounded Origin City and was a line of defense that separated the city from the suburbs. There were no ladders to go up the city wall, so almost no one went up the city wall, let alone the lookout. After the black shadow landed on the lookout, someone finally saw its appearance. "That's Night Saber?" A man standing at the top of the tree bar suddenly shouted. "Night Saber?" Those who heard the call all had puzzled looks on their faces. Night Saber was indeed very strong, but it wasn't to the point where he could fly, right? That black shadow with a tail of light was like a meteor dancing in the sky. Was it really Night Saber? Everyone was doubtful at first, until more people climbed to the top of the buildings and looked in the direction of the lookout. When they saw the face of the person standing on the lookout, they were sure that it really was Night Saber. It really is Night Saber. But the strange thing is that Night Saber's body seems a little strange. There are strange tentacles growing out of his body. Yeah, and those tentacles are glowing. Could it be that the belt of light from before was actually these tentacles? Amidst the discussion, someone revealed the truth. "I heard that the evil demon laboratory is researching how to merge with the evil demons to fight against them. Night Saber should be one of them." Monroe did not deliberately conceal the existence of the Sin Devil, so there were people who knew about it. Only a few people knew about the Sin Demon Laboratory, but there were still people who found out about it as they watched the airships fly in and out of the city every day. Therefore, the information about the demon hunters was not considered top secret. It was normal for someone to know about it. Knowing was one thing, but this was the first time they saw the appearance of the demon hunters after they displayed their powers. Although it still maintained its human form, the tentacles that looked like they were full of suction cups were too terrifying. Because of this, it was inevitable that there would be some repulsive and disgusting comments on the streets. However, it was not the mainstream. After all, everyone knew that the existence of the demon hunters was to sacrifice themselves to protect everyone. If they were to reject him because of his appearance at this time, in terms of reason and morality, they would have failed as human beings. No matter what Night Saber has become, he is still the best captain of the city defense. He is much more reliable than the other one. The other was naturally referring to Taurus. Hearing this, the people who heard this silently nodded in their hearts. Only with a comparison could one know the difference. Although Night Saber had not been in Origin City during this period of time, because of the comparison, everyone quickly remembered how good Night Saber was, and the fear from before began to fade. Night Saber is our protector, so there is no doubt about it. However, what I want to know is why Night Saber appeared like this, and why he is standing on the observation platform. What is he looking at? While everyone was deep in thought, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Figures wrapped in light flew out of the airship's lower cabin door, then spread out and flew towards the observation platforms in all directions. The people with good eyesight had already discovered that these people were from the Sin Hunters. However, because they had activated the power of the Sin Devil, their bodies had more or less mutated. Some grew bloody wings covered in mucus, some grew disgusting heads on their shoulders, and some dragged long bone whips. It looked like a group of demons dancing wildly, and it was extremely frightening. However, because of Night Saber's warning, the people were much calmer when they saw the strange appearance of the demon hunters. The only thing that surprised them was the question from before. The Sin Hunters were all out. What were they doing? Could it be that the Sin Devils had appeared around Origin City? While everyone was worried, Night Saber, who was standing on the observation platform above the city gate, was looking into the distance. All he could see was a desolate wilderness. It was actually the first time Night Saber had seen the outside of the city so clearly. Even though he often went to the Sin Devil's laboratory outside the city, he always sat in the airship until the last airport, so he did not see what was outside the city at all. Now that he saw the outside of the city, Saber was still a little surprised. So, First Heart City was located in the wilderness. The other members of the Sin Hunters felt the same, but they were just as surprised as Saber. No one showed it because they had a more important mission. Protect Origin City. Just a day ago, they were summoned by young Master Dyson and Mayor Monroe. In that meeting, they learned a shocking fact. They were about to come into contact with a group of intelligent alien races. The members of the Sin Hunters were all ordinary humans in the real world. They had not even come into contact with a humanoid race, let alone a group of alien races. Moreover, they did not know whether these alien races were good or bad, or what their personalities were like. This made them even more nervous. However, they were willing to become members of the Sin Hunters to protect the people of Origin City. Now that even young Master Dyson was uncertain about the alien race, they had to stand at the forefront and become the strongest shield for the people of the city. Therefore, they were sent to the observation platform. If the alien race was friendly, they would be the welcoming party. If the alien race had evil intentions, they would become the sharpest spear, the brave warriors who protected Origin City. Because of this mission, all the demon hunters stood on the observation platform like pillars supporting the sky. They bore the pressure, remained silent, and silently looked into the distance. After sending away the Sin Hunters, the airship finally moved again and arrived at the top of Heaven's Tower. The door was opened, and a ladder was lowered. Freud and Monroe came down. They were surprised to see Angor, but they quickly followed him without hesitation. Freud stood beside Angor, while Monroe took a step back. "You sent the Sin Hunters here?" Freud nodded and hesitated. "Sir, do you think it's inappropriate for me to do that? It's just a bunch of kids who came with the green mist. They don't know anything about deterrence. It's not a big deal, but I don't mind sending Sin Hunters here. It's good to learn something. Maybe we'll need Sin Hunters to infiltrate the core of the alien race someday." Post-air, share, Freud didn't pay much attention to Angor's words. However, Miss Monroe's eyes suddenly lit up. So Mr. Angor is going to explore the outside of the city. As the Castellan, Monroe knew very little about the outside of the city. But she knew one thing. Although the evil hunters often went to evil demons' lab outside the city, they didn't know what the outside of the city was like. But now, the master of the new world, Mr. Tisson's superior, said that he wanted the Sin Hunters to explore the core area of the alien world. Did that mean the Sin Hunters were going to explore the outside world? At the thought of this, Monroe's heart was in turmoil. Even the ordinary residents were curious about the outside of First Heart City, let alone her. However, Monroe's expression remained calm. She stood 1 meter behind Freud without saying a word. "Only the little ones?" Freud repeated Angor's words. "Sir, the Vine Banshee didn't come with us?" "Vine Banshee?" Monroe kept her calm, but her ears perked up. She wanted to know what the outside world looked like, and she was interested in the aliens as well. "The Vine Banshee is guarding the mother tree. She's directing the construction of the city." Angor considered for a moment. "But I'm afraid the Vine Banshee will make her move when the kids tell us what happened in Foundation City." Freud nodded. He knew what Angor meant. But Monroe, who was standing behind Freud, had a lot of questions in her head. Since Freud and Angor didn't seem to want to discuss further, Monroe decided to ask, "Mr. Tiss' son, is the Vine Banshee the king of an alien race?" Freud glanced at Monroe and nodded. "Sort of." A look of realization flashed across Monroe's eyes. Judging from their conversation earlier, the foreign races that came to Origin City today would definitely return and report to the Vine Demoness about Origin City. What would happen then, if this outcome would bring about a disaster? Should they try to keep these foreign races alive? Keep them from reporting? Freud shook his head. There's no point in keeping them alive. One day, they'll meet us again. That's right, Freud said. As for what will happen to the Vine Banshee? Freud shook his head again. To be honest, I don't know. Freud knew that the Vine Banshee wouldn't dare to invade Origin City for real. John always stayed in the city, and so did Angor's elder brother. Even if the Vine Banshee broke the balance rule of the Mother Tree and tried to invade Origin City, Angor wouldn't let her get away with it. However, Freud didn't tell Monroe about this. Life in First Heart City was too comfortable. It was important to have a sense of crisis. As expected, Monroe's expression darkened after hearing Freud's words. An unknown foreign race was definitely not good news for First Heart City. Before Monroe could ask more about the aliens, both Freud and Angor suddenly looked to the north, where Saber Knight was. Monroe followed his line of sight, only to see that the northern horizon, which was originally light blue, was now slowly dyed with a thin layer of green. "It's here." Freud's expression turned serious. Even though both he and Monroe could only see a small patch of green on the horizon, Freud had been inside the green mist before. He could imagine that behind that patch of green, there was a huge wave of mist that was spreading like tentacles. Just as Freud expected, the green mist was not far away from Foundation City. Given how fast the green mist was spreading, it soon revealed its true form. What is that?" Monroe covered her mouth in shock. Looking at the rolling green fog, her eyes were full of disbelief. It looked like fog, but did fog have such a color and spread at such a speed? Monroe had never seen such a thing before. But the sight reminded her of something she saw when she was still alive. Thousands of horses galloped across a grassland. The mist in the distance looked like thousands of galloping horses. Could there be powerful creatures running through it? Did they kick up dust when they stomped on the ground, which created the green mist? The demon hunter on the observation deck shared Monroe's thoughts and sighed in the same way. When Saber Knight saw a patch of green on the horizon, his entire body began to tense up. There was no doubt that the strange changes on the horizon were due to the arrival of the foreign race that Dixon had mentioned. When Sibel straightened her clothes, Roland finally saw the true color of the green border: fog? Green mist. Furthermore, the fog was corroding at such a fast speed. All the demon hunters who saw the scene naturally came to the conclusion that the fog was spreading. There must be countless creatures running around in it. Thinking of this, the demon hunter couldn't help but feel terrified. How many creatures were there in the green mist that stretched as far as the eye could see? Thousands or tens of thousands? However, no matter how many creatures there were, they understood one thing. They had to stand at the front line and protect the safety of Foundation City. They had to become the strongest wall. No one retreated. All the demon hunters were on high alert. More parts of their bodies began to assimilate with the sin demons. Although it looked abnormally terrifying, it made the people below feel safe. As the green mist approached, the demon hunters finally realized that something was wrong. They thought that the green mist was caused by the galloping of creatures. But now, it seemed that there were no creatures. Although the green mist looked thick from afar, it was fine up close. Although they couldn't see what was going on in the mist, they didn't see any large creatures galloping. In fact, there didn't seem to be any living creatures. But even so, the demon hunters didn't relax. They were still on high alert. At the same time, a few dream plant fairies were working in the green mist. Some of them were fertilizing the land, some were controlling the water vapor, some were planting seeds, and the rest were growing the green fields. They used their own methods to embellish the barren land. While they were hard at work, one of the half-meter-tall dream plant fairies with an ammonite whirlpool grass growing on its back suddenly pointed into the distance in bewilderment. "There seems to be a city wall over there." They didn't see any beasts coming from the green mist, but they were still frowning. If there were no ferocious beasts, where did the green fog come from? Most importantly, would it harm the residents of First Heart City? Their evil hunting group was the strongest annihilation team in the face of an enemy, but the enemy here was a target that had been locked on. If the enemy was a mass of fog, then what should they do? They couldn't just punch at the mist, could they? Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, half of Night Saber's face suddenly twisted into a weird shape. His left eye was shining brightly at this moment. Saber was using the power of his sin demon to enhance his left eye. With his enhanced vision, Saber was the first to notice something was wrong. He could vaguely see that behind the green mist, there were many shadows rising and falling. Individually, they looked like plants, but when combined together, they looked like a forest. It was just a wasteland when he first saw it. Why did the green mist turn into a forest? Was the green mist turning the wasteland into fertile land? While Saber was still trying to figure out what was going on, the green mist quickly reached the city. At this moment, not only did the evil hunters see the green fog, but all the residents of First Heart City saw the green fog in the sky. What's that? While everyone was bewildered, the patch of green instantly filled the sky. From outside the city walls, it surged into the city from all directions. In a matter of seconds, the green mist covered the entire city. Some people screamed in fear, some screamed in panic, and some ran for their homes in an attempt to isolate themselves from the mist. For a time, the entire First Heart City was in chaos. Screams and shouts were heard everywhere. Meanwhile, at the top of the sky tower, looking at the chaos in the city, a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the city lord. "Is this green mist going to be all right?" she asked Freud in a low voice after a moment of hesitation. Freud shook his head. "Don't worry. It's fine. In fact, it might even be beneficial to the city." Monroe sighed in relief, but Freud suddenly changed the topic. "Although there's nothing wrong with the green mist, there's something in the green mist, sir. Did the dream plant fairies enter the city already?" Freud suddenly paused and looked at Angor. Freud couldn't see what was going on in the city because of the thick fog. Freud's words made Monroe's heart skip a beat. Does that mean the aliens came with the green mist? Perhaps they had even entered the city? Monroe couldn't help but look around, worried that the outsiders would appear. Freud didn't notice Monroe's reaction. He was still looking at Angor, waiting for an answer. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he used God's eye to observe Freud's expectant gaze. A few of them already snuck in. As for the rest, Angor looked at the watchtower. Freud and Monroe followed his gaze, but they couldn't see anything. They could only vaguely see the shadow of the watchtower. The Sin Hunters are already fighting the Dream Plant Fairy? Freud frowned. My lord, they haven't started fighting yet, have they? Do you have so little faith in the Sin Hunters? I'm just worried, Freud said in a low voice. Don't worry. They haven't started a fight yet. However, there are some miraculous developments. 1 minute ago, back when the green mist engulfed the entire city, Sibel didn't pay attention to the people behind him. Instead, he became even more cautious. Even his Sin Fiend's assimilation rate increased a little. As his body began to make loud popping noises, Sibel's body grew bigger, and so did his eyesight. Before, he could only see 10 to 20 meters in the green mist. Now, he could see around 50 meters. Thanks to this, Sibel was able to see what was going on outside the city. His previous guess was right. Everywhere that was covered by the green fog, there were signs of green fields. The same thing happened today. What used to be a barren wasteland outside the city's moat was now a lush forest. While Sibel was still trying to figure out what was going on, something even more shocking happened. A baby suddenly flew out from behind a giant tree outside the city's moat. The baby had a head of curly green hair and a chubby body. His face was delicate and adorable. However, there were 4 pairs of ink-colored thorns on his back. The ink-colored thorns happened to be in pairs, and the 8 thorns danced in the air like a spider baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Sibel was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the strange creature, but he quickly calmed down. The strange baby must be an alien that came with the green mist. Young Master Dissen told them that they didn't know whether the aliens were good or bad. It would be best if they could get along with them peacefully. But even if they couldn't afford to make a fuss in front of them. They couldn't afford to look down on them. Thinking of this, no matter how surprised Sibel was, he still appeared very calm, even to the point of indifference. Normally, Sibel's coldness would only make him look cold and stern. But now, combined with Sibel's terrifying appearance, it formed a special aura. Even Little Curly Hair, who was sitting opposite him, was shocked. Little Curly Hair had never seen a human before, but their king had passed on some information about humans to them through the mother tree. Only then did he know that humans also lived in this wasteland. This knowledge made Little Curly Hair loathe humans from the start. Although this continent was barren, it was still their home. Why should they share it with humans? Little Curly Hair didn't even consider the possibility that humans had appeared here first and they were latecomers. Even if he did, he didn't care. In his knowledge, there was no concept of first come, first served. However, Little Curly Hair had a philosophy that he was willing to die for: the strong were respected. In the king's message, humans were unable to control the earth's power and elements. They were also unable to restore nature. In Little Curly Hair's opinion, they were weak. The weak didn't have the right to share the continent with them. Thus, when Little Curly Hair saw a human city wall appear in the distance, he was already prepared to attack. As for the balance mentioned by the mother tree, he didn't care. First, he would use his strength to crush the weak before talking about balance. This kind of balance was truly beneficial to the Dream Plant Fairies. However, Little Curly Hair was angry that none of the Dream Plant Fairies that had followed him here agreed to attack the humans. Thus, Little Curly Hair decided to attack alone. The first human Little Curly Hair encountered was Night Saber. Actually, he could have flown into the human city with the green fog instead of the lookout tower like the others. However, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to intimidate the humans right from the start. Little Curly Hair had inherited some information in his mind. This information recorded the different types of troops of the Dream Plant Fairies. In the Dream Plant Fairies' culture, those who could guard the city walls were definitely the strongest warriors of the tribe. Therefore, in Little Curly Hair's opinion, the human standing on the observation deck, whose appearance he couldn't see clearly for the time being, should be a relatively strong human. Although he was the strongest among the weak, he could still be a target for Little Curly Hair to establish his dominance. Little Curly Hair took a few deep breaths and mentally prepared himself. Then, he flew out from behind the tree and decided to face the person on the city wall. Saber had originally been observing the changes the green fog made to the ground, but Little Curly Hair's appearance naturally attracted his attention. When Little Curly Hair was locked in by the human's gaze, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Weren't humans all weak? Why did the gaze of the person on the other side make him tremble? So much so that he felt a chill run down his spine. It must be an illusion, don't scare yourself. Little Curly Hair suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to fly upwards. Previously, Little Curly Hair had been looking at the person on the lookout tower from afar. He could only see a faint shadow. Now, he was flying towards the lookout tower. As he got closer, Little Curly Hair could finally see the true appearance of the human. That was a human. Why was it different from the information sent by the king? Was that really a human? The clothes of the person on the lookout tower were tattered. Half of his face was covered in tangled muscles and fascia that were still twitching. It was as if countless worms were crawling on his face. It wasn't just his face. Half of his body had also transformed into countless terrifying tentacles. These tentacles had circular suction cups and rings of sharp teeth on the suction cups. These tentacles were originally still, but when little curly hair got close, they immediately bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were like terrifying monsters entrenched in their lair that had encountered delicious food. Drip, 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 it was the sound of saliva dripping from the suction cups on the tentacles. Coupled with the suppressive aura that Saber had deliberately created, little curly hair only had one thought in his mind. So terrifying. Little curly hair's jade green eyes recorded his thoughts. Originally, his eyes were oval in shape, filled with craftiness and smugness. He was plotting how to establish his dominance over the humans. However, when he was locked onto by Night Saber, his oval eyes turned into vertical slits. This was a form of vigilance. When he saw Saber's true appearance, his vertical slits became even narrower. This was no longer a sign of vigilance. Instead, he was frightened by Saber's terrifying appearance. Finally, when Sibel's aura came over, little curly hair couldn't take it anymore. Her green eyes were instantly covered by red threads. Tears of fear fell drop by drop. She could not control herself at all. Little curly hair was so frightened that he was crying like a weeping beauty. This made Sibel's head full of question marks. What's wrong with this foreign race? Why is he crying? Sibel frowned. He didn't have the self-awareness of scaring a child to tears. Could it be that the foreign race's crying is not what humans understand, but rather an expression of another emotion, such as provocation? However, wasn't this aura too weak to be considered provocation? Sibel thought for a moment and decided to get close to little curly hair. He used his tentacles to lightly touch the ground and was lifted into the air by a powerful force. Like a cannonball, he suddenly swooped down in front of little curly hair. This terrifying aura, the sudden approach, and the fierce wind brought about by it scared little curly hair so much that he didn't dare to make a sound. He cried silently. What race are you? How many companions do you have? Also, why are you crying? Sibel didn't get an answer to his question from little curly hair. It wasn't that little curly hair didn't want to answer, but that he didn't understand little curly hair's words at all. Little curly hair's words were in a language that Sibel had never heard before. He seemed to be speaking with his mouth, but it also seemed to be accompanied by a strange wave. This wave was not something that could be produced by lips and tongue. In fact, Sibel could only barely catch this wave after activating the evil demon. Sibel couldn't understand and could only use his hands to gesture. However, little curly hair was so scared that he didn't dare to look at Sibel directly. How could he still think about what his gestures meant? In a situation where he couldn't communicate, Sibel felt that things were a little troublesome. Just as Sibel was thinking of a solution, he inadvertently glanced below. After little curly hair's tears fell to the ground, something seemed to grow. Sibel slowly descended from the sky with doubts and landed on the ground. This was the entrance to the inner city. In the past, Sibel had patrolled this place countless times when he was the captain of the city defense. He clearly knew that this place was empty. There weren't even any stone plants that were popular on the main road. However, there were now plants here. Clusters of dark green thorns covered the ground like blooming chrysanthemums. These thorns looked a little like the thorns on the back of a foreign race. After careful observation, Sibel confirmed that they were exactly the same as the dark green thorns on little curly hair's back that resembled spider legs. This bramble was created by you. Sibel was about to ask little curly hair, but when he looked up, he saw little curly hair crying and dashing out of the city at an extremely fast speed. Sibel flew into the air doubtfully and saw little curly hair running towards the forest outside the city. In a flash, he had disappeared without a trace, as if a ferocious beast was chasing after him. Only the faint fragrance of plants was left in the air, along with an unknown cry. Why did he suddenly run away? That's strange. Sibel frowned. He didn't know what was going on. At the same time, Angor also saw this from the top of the sky tower. Sibel didn't know what little curly hair's last words meant, but Angor clearly understood. Humans are so scary. Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first official meeting between a human and a fairy, and little curly hair was scared away. Angor used God's Eye to check. Little Curly Hair really did run away. He was running toward the mother tree at full speed. It seemed that he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Angor shook his head. It seemed that the first meeting between two civilizations had to end like this. But it didn't matter. Little Curly Hair wasn't the only one who came to Foundation City. Angor looked at the south of the city, where another fairy was trying to approach the humans. On the balcony on the third floor of the Ocean Theater, a boy in a white suit leaned against the railing and looked at the foggy street. "It's so foggy today. Will Rado come?" A babyish voice came out of his mouth as he muttered. "Don't think about it. Didn't you see the airship? Rado must be waiting near the firmament tower." A childish female voice came from behind the little boy. Her tone was cold, but he could still hear the childish voice of a girl. He turned around and saw a girl in a red dress pushing open the door and walking to the balcony. She was the one who spoke. "Yeah, Rado is looking forward to Rab coming back from the Sin Demon's lab when the airship returns. Now that the airship has appeared, Rado must have gone to see it." Thinking that his best friend was not coming today, his shoulders immediately slumped. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the little girl in red. "Sunny, why don't we go and find Rado?" Alda's suggestion made Sunny hesitate. She actually wanted to agree, but she didn't really want to go find Rado. She just wanted to skip the singing class that Mr. John had arranged for her. The class would start in 10 minutes. If she left now, she should be able to avoid the singing class for an hour. If Mr. John asked, she could say that Alda was afraid of the fog outside and strongly wanted her to accompany him. Thinking of this, Sunny thought to herself, "Perfect." Sunny coughed and was about to answer Alda. "Since you insist, okay." Before she finished speaking, a leisurely piano sound accompanied by a dramatic female opera voice came from behind the door. Alda froze when he heard the voice. He seemed to have thought of something. "Oh, right. You have a singing class later. Forget it, let's not go find Alda." Alda patted the green particles on his hand from climbing the railing. The singer was Teacher Frafel. "I didn't expect her to come so early. I heard that Teacher Frafel fainted during rehearsal yesterday. I don't know how she is now. Let's go in and see her." After Alda finished speaking, he took Sunny's hand and led her inside. But after a few steps, he realized that Sunny was still standing there. "Sunny? Let's go? Don't you have class today?" Sunny exhaled deeply and rolled her eyes at Alda. She flung his hand away and stormed into the room. Alda was puzzled. Why was Sunny suddenly angry? However, Alda didn't think too much about it. When he saw Sunny return to the theater, he chased after her with his short, chubby legs. After Alda left, the empty balcony was silent for a few seconds. A small head slowly poked out from the edge of the railing. He curiously looked at the empty balcony and finally fixed his eyes on the small green particles near the railing. Yada had taken it from his hand earlier. She stared at the little particles quietly and hummed an unknown tune from her nose. The ordinary-looking particles immediately began to change. In the blink of an eye, the railings of the balcony were covered by a large number of green leaves and vines. These green vines not only climbed over the railing, but they also climbed over the railing and climbed to the outer wall of the Ocean Theater. They continued to elongate until they reached the ground. It was like a waterfall made up of plants. Seeing the green vines covering the entire wall, the half-meter-tall dream plant fairy nodded in satisfaction. Then, she hummed a song and prepared to leave. She wasn't as radical as the little curly spider vine. Although she didn't like humans, there was no need to start a war right after coming into contact. The mother tree wanted them to maintain balance, not to invade. Also, they didn't have strong offensive abilities. There was no need to start a fight. Wouldn't it be better to first complete the mother tree's goal of covering the entire field with green leaves and then plan further? We represent a peaceful civilization. This was the message that the mother tree had carved into their bones. Therefore, she wasn't prepared to provoke humans now. She didn't even plan to get close to humans. She only planned to return and report the situation here to the king before making a decision. Thinking of this, she hummed the song that she and her friends had made up before and flew into the depths of the fog. However, less than a second after she flew out, she suddenly paused and turned back to look at the door of the balcony. A high-spirited singing voice came from behind the door. The gorgeous singing voice, along with the mellow and lingering music, was like mercury spilling onto the ground, carefree as it poured out. "This is music?" Although she didn't understand the meaning of the lyrics, she could feel the impact of the music. She only felt that the core of life in her chest was vibrating. It was vibrating because of the beautiful music. She never thought that music could be so moving. Compared to this music, the song that she and her friends had made up was like a grain of rice compared to the moonlight. There was no redeeming feature. However, she wasn't depressed at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled as if she had seen the most beautiful treasure in the world. "I never thought that music could reach such a level. I must go in and listen. Otherwise, I'll definitely regret it." She had originally planned to leave, but now, because of the charm of the music, she chose to stay. On the stage of the Ocean Theater, Fraffel, who was wearing a tight-fitting pearl dress, was still singing the first verse of Prayer to the Sea. She used her emotions and singing voice to express the feelings of a wife who longed for her husband's return from the sea. At this moment, there were only 3 people in the Ocean Theater other than Fraffel: John, Sunny, and Yada. John was playing the piano to accompany Fraffel. Sunny and Yada were standing in the corner, listening to the practice song that Fraffel had prepared for the performance. Teacher Fraffel sang so well. Yada was completely mesmerized. He felt as if he was by the dark sea in the cold drizzle, accompanying a fisherwoman as she stared at the dark sea in a daze, waiting for her husband who went out to sea to fish to return as soon as possible. Squeak squeak, the first verse of Prayer to the Sea is already so beautiful. With Teacher Fraffel's performance, the second verse will definitely be even more moving. Squeak squeak, luckily, Prayer to the Sea isn't a tragedy. After the third verse of the Siren Song, the fourth verse of the Sad Reunion, and the fifth verse of the Goddess Blessing, we'll welcome a beautiful ending. Squeak. Yada wanted to express his emotions, but when he heard the squeak beside him, he frowned and said, "Sunny, why do you keep squeaking, squeak? Who are you?" Yada had been complaining, but when he turned around, he realized that Sunny wasn't beside him. She had gone to the edge of the stage. Beside him was a little girl who was less than half a meter tall and had an ammonia-like whirlpool grass growing on her back. At this moment, the little girl was playing with the whirlpool grass on her back and squeaking sounds came from her mouth. Yada's call not only attracted the little girl's attention, but even Fraffel and John on the stage stopped. "Yada, what's wrong with you?" John was halfway through his sentence when his gaze was attracted by the dream plant fairy. "What is this? Is it an alien?" John stopped playing, and Ferfili stopped singing as well. She looked at the pocket-sized little girl with a puzzled expression. When Ferfili saw the little girl's appearance, she seemed to have thought of something and was stunned. On the other hand, seeing that the little girl did not reply, Chown looked at Alda. "When did she come in?" Alda shook his head. "I don't know. I was listening to the teachers and didn't pay attention to my surroundings. I thought Sunny had been sitting next to me the whole time, but I didn't expect." Alda stole a glance at the little girl, who was still immersed in the song, and took a step back. Chown looked at Sunny again. She frowned and looked confused. "I don't know." Alda kept nagging, and I was annoyed, so I went to the side. I didn't notice there was someone else there. Sunny tried to figure out what was going on. It wasn't very bright inside the theater. The theater's main door was a pair of wide doors that were pushed inward. Since the door was so big, it would make a lot of noise when it was pushed open, and the light from outside would also come in. Since the door was closed, it meant the little girl didn't come in through the door. Then where did she come from? Sunny looked around and saw that all the doors were closed. The only one that was open was the balcony door on the 3rd floor. When Sunny looked at the door of the balcony on the 3rd floor, she froze. "Are those wall-climbing vines?" The balcony was covered in vines. Sunny wouldn't be surprised if she saw them in the real world. She even saw them on the walls of Nightmare Orphanage. But she was in the dream wasteland right now. Why were there so many of them? Sunny looked back at the little girl with the strange plants growing on her back. Her instinct told her that the vines might have something to do with her. John also noticed the plants on the balcony and realized what was going on. Yesterday, Angor told him about the dream plant fairy. How could he forget it? John was sure that the little girl was a dream plant fairy, but he was still cautious. He didn't know how dream plant fairies would treat humans. Also, why did the dream plant fairy show up in the theater? What was she planning? While everyone was pondering, the little girl who was shaking her head and making squeaky 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 finally woke up. Why did you stop? She looked at Ferfili on the stage. Keep going. Her words were also heard by everyone. But no one knew what she was talking about. It was beautiful. It was really beautiful. I think I saw a big lake that was blown up by a hurricane, and she mumbled for a long time, as if she wanted to express her love for the song to please Ferfili so that she could continue singing. But after talking for a long time, she realized that everyone was looking at her with puzzled eyes. Among them, the little boy standing beside her even asked her something in a childish tone. It was just that he couldn't understand it. Oh right, humans don't seem to understand what I'm saying. At this moment, she finally understood the crux of the problem. But even though she knew, she didn't know how to solve it. At this moment, she didn't think about the difference between humans and dream-planted fairies. She also didn't think about whether to start a war or to make peace. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to make the lady on stage understand her and continue singing. After scratching her head, she seemed to have thought of something. The whirlpool-like plant behind her suddenly began to spin. Like a turbine, it brought her up into the air. While everyone was still in shock, she flew toward the stage. Her target was naturally Ferfili. Teacher Ferfili. Alda was worried that the little girl would hurt Ferfili. He couldn't help but run toward the stage. However, halfway through, John grabbed him by the back of his collar and pulled him back. Teacher? Alda looked at John in confusion. Don't worry, it's fine. John gestured for Alda to relax. Under John's comforting gaze, Alda calmed down. John turned back and looked at the stage quietly. He wasn't joking when he said the dream plant fairy wouldn't hurt Ferfili. Not long ago, John heard Angor's voice. Angor told him a few things, such as what the dream plant fairy was talking about. If the dream plant fairy only wanted Ferfili to continue singing, it wouldn't hurt her. Even if the dream plant fairy really wanted to harm Ferfili, John could stop it in time. He had several scrolls with him. I think the dream plant fairy just wants to talk to Ferfili. Let's keep watching, John said in a low voice. On the stage, the dream plant fairy had already flown to Ferfili's side. Sunny came and whispered to John, Professor John, why do I feel like Teacher Ferfili's expression is a bit strange? Alda nodded quickly. I think so too. John also looked at Ferfili. Just as the two kids said, Ferfili's expression was strange. She didn't look surprised or confused at all. Instead, she looked like someone who just woke up from a dream. Ferfili was indeed in a daze. Anyone wouldn't be able to stay calm when a creature from a dream appeared in front of them. Yesterday, when she was unconscious in the square, she saw some strange images such as trees and figures. The pocket-sized little girl in front of her looked very similar to those figures in her dream. While Ferfili was still in a daze, the creature from her dream came to her and whispered something to her. Ferfili didn't understand a single word. But as someone who was sensitive to sounds and emotions, she could tell that the strange little girl didn't mean any harm. Instead, it sounded like she was trying to please her. Why was she trying to please her? What was she trying to do? Just as Ferfili was puzzled, she saw the little girl reach out her hand and touch the bun on her head. Before Ferfili could figure out what was going on, Alda suddenly covered his mouth and gasped. Fraffel looked at the shocked Alda and Sunny and seemed to realize something. She touched her hair and felt something that hadn't been there before. This cold and soft texture. Was it a flower? Ferfili gently plucked the item from her hair. It was indeed a flower. It was a red rose with a strong fragrance. This was the first time Ferfili saw a real plant since she came to Beginning City. Is this for me? Ferfili pointed at the flower and then at herself. The little girl seemed to understand what Ferfili meant and nodded quickly. While Ferfili was still in a daze, the little girl who gave her the flower suddenly started humming a song. Ferfili was stunned. The little girl's voice was very good. Even though she didn't sing correctly, Ferfili could tell that she was singing Praying to the Sea. She hummed a few lines and stopped. Then, she looked at Ferfili with pleading eyes. At this moment, Ferfili obviously knew what she meant. What she meant was that she wanted Ferfili to finish singing Prayer to the Sea. And this rose was a gift in exchange for that. Ferfili couldn't help but laugh at the little girl's flattery. It wasn't impossible to continue singing, but she needed John's approval. After all, John was the one playing the accompaniment. Thinking of this, Fraffel turned to Chown and wanted to ask for his opinion. Without waiting for Ferfili to speak, Chown nodded lightly. I understand. Continue singing. Sunny is going to learn this part, so she can familiarize herself with it. Ferfili smiled gratefully. The next second, the melody of the second verse of Sea Prayer played by John sounded. In just a few seconds, it went from a gentle breeze to a torrential downpour. For a beginner like Sunny, it was very difficult to get into the mood of the song so quickly. But for Ferfili, it was very simple. Ferfili closed her eyes and pondered for 2 seconds. When she opened her eyes again, the sharpness in her eyes had disappeared. It was as if she had turned into a different person. She had turned back into the fisherwoman waiting for her husband's return by the sea. When the music entered the part, the beautiful voice pulled everyone into another time and space. At first, the dream plant fairy was afraid that Ferfili didn't understand what she meant. Now that she felt Ferfili's aura, her life core started to beat again. The second verse of Chi Hai was also named Bad News. The story was about a fellow villager who had returned from the sea after a night of torrential rain. He told the fisherwoman who had been worried all day that her husband had gone missing. They found the overturned canoe in the sea, which belonged to her husband. After hearing the bad news, the fisherwoman felt that her whole world had collapsed. So, the second part of Prayer to the Sea was the saddest part of the 5 parts. And this kind of sadness had different levels. At first, the storm was anxiety. Then, the bad news was a bolt from the blue. Then, she had no choice but to accept reality. It was depression and hopelessness. The piano accompaniment could play the role of setting the mood, but this was an opera after all. The most emotional expression still needed Ferfili to complete. This wasn't a simple part. It was a test of an actor's ability to sing with so many sad emotions and make the listener feel it. As far as John knew, Fraffel was the only one in the entire city who could perform this part of the song. This time was the same. Ferfili performed the bad news perfectly. Everyone was immersed in her words. Even Alda and Sunny, who originally wanted to pay attention to the little girl and prevent her from playing tricks, were attracted by Ferfili's performance. They were so engrossed in the atmosphere created by the music that they couldn't divert their attention away from Ferfili. When the second part slowly ended, everyone felt a little better. Only then did Alda have the time to focus on the outsider. Perhaps it was because there was a gap between the second and third parts, but the pocket-sized little girl also felt a little better. However, her eyes were red and glistening with tears. Clearly, she was still immersed in the atmosphere of the song. Looking at this scene, Alda finally understood what Master John had once said: good music is a communication of the heart. It is the only language that will not be estranged. This was indeed the case. Even if the little girl didn't understand Ferfili's words, she could feel the meaning of the song. That was why she could feel her emotions without relying on the lyrics. When the third part of Prayer to the Sea was about to start, Alda noticed that the little girl did something strange. She stretched out her hand, and a green light surrounded her hand. After a while, a tree suddenly appeared in her palm. To be precise, it was the projection of a tree. Alda was wondering what the tree projection was when he saw the little girl's mouth move as if she was talking to the tree. When Alda looked again, she had already put away the projection and was looking at Ferfili in a daze. At the same time, the accompaniment of the third part of the song, Siren's Song, officially started. As soon as the Siren's Song started, the accompaniment reached a climax. It was as if a hurricane had invaded the sea. With just a few surging notes, everyone was pulled into the time and space of the music again. Alda didn't pay attention to the little girl at this time because the little girl, like him, was immersed in the world of Prayer to the Sea. The third part was written from the perspective of the fisherwoman's husband. It talked about what happened to the fisherman on that stormy night. From being fearless and unyielding to fighting the sea, in the end, limited by reality, he was overturned by the waves and sank to the bottom of the sea. In the end, he was captured by the siren and became a prisoner. This part was the climax of Prayer to the Sea. It showed the strength and tenacity of the man, but also the charm and terror of the siren. Coupled with the silence of falling into the deep sea, it could be said that the mood of the whole song was constantly fluctuating. This part was also a test of the singer's ability. If the singer wasn't good enough, it was easy to let the audience's emotions fluctuate rapidly and leave the time and space of the music, resulting in an imperfect performance. For Feely naturally wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Even when she sang to the silent deep sea, she could still firmly grasp the audience's hearts. The whole song was like an epic painting. Even though Alda had heard it many times, he was still convinced by this part. When the third part of the song ended, Yada once again looked at the foreign girl. What he saw gave him a fright. 1, 2, 3, 12? Previously, there was only one foreign race girl, but now, there were a total of 12 foreign race people of different appearances gathered around her. There were men and women. The big ones were more than a meter tall, and the small ones were the size of a palm. All of them were very beautiful, just like the elves in the legends. However, Alda wasn't paying attention to their appearances, but, why were there so many of them? Alda couldn't help but want to see what the others had to say. However, for Feely was immersed in the song, and John was also playing. Only Sunny exchanged a glance with him. She also looked confused. What was going on with these sirens? While Alda was still in doubt, the fourth verse began. The fourth part, a sorrowful meeting, told the story of a fisherwoman who went out to sea alone. After many hardships, she finally met her husband. Although the plot was simple, it was also one of the climaxes of Prayer to the Sea. When Feely finished singing, Alda looked at the sirens. Their expressions were the same as the pocket-sized girls at the beginning. They were all mesmerized by Feely. That mesmerized expression was as if they were looking at a goddess. The fifth part, which was also the last part, happened to be the goddess's blessing. The goddess of the sea was moved by their love. She made the dying fisherman couple healthy again and blessed them. In the end, Prayer to the Sea ended with a perfect ending. The premise for music to affect the audience was that the performer had to be immersed in the role. Therefore, even though Sea Prayer had ended, Feely, like the others, did not leave the role immediately. She was still immersed in the atmosphere. It wasn't until a large number of creaking noises came from the surroundings that Feely's thoughts were pulled back to reality from the beautiful music. She opened her eyes and was about to ask who was making the noise, but before she could speak, she was shocked by the group of aliens in front of her. There were a total of 12 aliens. Although they looked different, their eyes were filled with the same yearning. Their chests vibrated slightly, making creaking sounds. Judging from their expressions, the squeaking seemed to be an expression of joy. It was like a certain kind of feline. When they were happy, they would make a purring sound. When did they get here? Feely asked Chown in a low voice with a hint of surprise. When you sang. John paused. Seeing the shock in Feely's eyes, he comforted her. Don't worry. Look at how obsessed they are. Maybe they've become your fans. Feely opened her mouth. She was about to say something when a blue light flashed in front of her. The blue light exploded in an instant. Without any warning, Feely's eyes were blinded. She subconsciously closed her eyes and waited for the light source to stabilize. When she closed her eyes, she could hear a lot of noise around her. It seemed like many people were talking, but it was not in the common language. It seemed like the aliens were talking. Feely did not know what they meant, but she could hear that their emotions were filled with surprise and joy. It was as if something extremely fortunate had happened. When the light around her gradually returned, Feely opened her eyes. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was a little girl in blue floating in the air. This little girl was very small. She was even smaller than the first one. She was not even the size of a palm. When Sea Prayer had ended, Feely had also seen her. However, at that time, this little girl in blue had light green vines on her back. But now, the vines on her back had bloomed. Yes, bloomed. A blue flower the size of a little girl was hanging on her back. The flower was now emitting a faint blue light, which proved that it was the flower that was emitting light. Around the flower, there was some water vapor. This caused the blue petals to be covered with sparkling and translucent dewdrops at all times. At this point, almost all of the outsiders were gathered around the little girl, expressions of shock and joy on their faces. The reason why they were happy was not only because of the emotions in their words, but also because of their actions. For example, at this moment, this group of little fellows held hands and surrounded the blue-clothed little girl in the center, jumping and jumping in circles. At the same time, he was humming a song. And the song they were humming was the last part of Prayer to the Sea, a perfect ending full of joy. What's going on? It actually bloomed? Are they expressing some kind of emotion? The one who spoke was Alda, who was standing next to the piano. His question was the same as everyone else's. I don't think it's that simple, Sunny said. If the flowers were just to express their emotions, they wouldn't be so happy. Alda, you mean, Sunny said, perhaps, blossoming has some special meaning in their race. While everyone was thinking about Sunny's words, John suddenly said, Sunny is right. Blooming, in their civilization, represented growth. It's like a human coming-of-age ceremony. It has great significance. John's words attracted everyone's attention. Fraffel also looked over curiously. Mr. John, how do you know this? John didn't answer. He just smiled. On the other hand, Sunny and Alda exchanged glances. They understood where John's knowledge came from. Sunny said, judging from their expressions, the flowers do have important meaning to them. But why are they blooming now? Sunny looked at Fraffel. Is it because they listened to Prayer to the Sea? Maybe music can help them mature, Alda speculated, tilting his head. Sunny said, that depends on whose music it is. If you're the one singing, not only will they not bloom, they might even regress into a seed. Alda stared blankly at Sunny. His face slowly turned from red to white. He wrinkled his nose and said with an aggrieved expression, I actually sing very well too. Sunny liked to be mean to Alda, but she actually agreed with Alda's words. Perhaps it really was music that helped them mature. That was indeed the case. After circling the little girl in blue a few times, the excited aliens flew back to Fraffel's side. They mumbled all sorts of words. Although no one could understand them, it wasn't hard to guess that they were grateful to Fraffel from how close and enthusiastic they were. The little girl in blue even broke the bottom line of the dreamy plant fairy clan. She came in front of Ferfili, gracefully bowed, and kissed her forehead. Kissing one's forehead was an expression of goodwill in any situation. The little girl in blue was expressing her gratitude to Fraffel with the greatest respect. The scene was filled with warmth and tenderness. At the top of Heaven's Tower, Angor controlled the weather to show what happened in Ocean Theater using a mirage spell. It was the first time Lady Monroe saw such a strange illusion. But before she could react, her attention was attracted by what she saw. I didn't think Fraffel's music could affect the dream plant fairies this much. Freud looked at Angor. Sir, do you think this has something to do with Fraffel's, related to compatibility? Freud didn't finish his sentence because Lady Monroe was there. But Angor knew what he was trying to say. I don't know, Angor replied. He didn't want to give an ambiguous answer, but he agreed with Freud's guess. Maybe it did have something to do with Fraffel's music. Although compatibility was said to be random, there must be some internal logic behind it that they didn't understand yet. Ferfili was able to influence the dream plant sprites in such a way without gaining any authority. Also, Ferfili had a high compatibility with the tree civilization's authority. Angor found it hard to believe that there was no connection between the two. However, all of this was just speculation. Therefore, this question could only remain a question and not an answer. Freud understood this as well, so he didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he told the mayor about the dream plant fairies blossoming. Everyone else, including the people in the Ocean Theater and the dream planter fairy, were all focused on the blossoming flower. They wondered why the flower blossomed, or how Fraffel's music was related to the blossoming flower. Angor, however, wasn't interested in the blossoming flower. Instead, he was thinking about something else that surprised him. Even he was surprised that this had happened to the dream plant fairy. It was the projection that the dream planter fairy summoned in his palm. Due to various things that happened later, The others didn't pay much attention to the projection. But Angor never forgot about it. It was because the tree she projected on her palm was the mother tree of civilization. The mother tree created the dream planter fairies, but it didn't mean the dream planter fairies could control the mother tree. The dream planter fairies' abilities had nothing to do with the mother tree after they were born. But the projection was in the mother tree's image, which made Angor very curious. Did he miss something? Did the mother tree give the dream planter fairies abilities after birth? He thought he already knew a lot about the mother tree, so he was surprised to find a new one that he didn't know much about. While everyone else was focused on the blossoming flower, Angor began to think about the tree civilization to find an answer. His mind worked faster than he could imagine. Freud only saw Angor's reaction for a second. But in his mind space, Angor had already received a lot of information about the mother tree. Angor's eyes glowed brighter as he read the information. Previously, he thought that he understood the mother tree well enough. Now, he realized that what he knew was actually much less than what he knew. For example, he didn't know what kind of city the dream planter fairies would build. The buildings of the dream planter fairies were part of the mother tree's legacy. Also, the dream planter fairies' language ability, culture style, meaning of existence, and so on were all influenced by the mother tree in terms of both reality and philosophy. One of the things Angor didn't know about before was the tree projection. The so-called tree projection had a clear explanation in the mother tree's explanation. If translated into the lingua franca, it would be similar to Watergrass, Asgard, and other cultural terms. But he didn't think it was that complicated. There was only one word to describe it: mother tree network. The mother tree was the core of everything. The dream plant fairies that were born from the mother tree were connected to the core. The manifestation of these base points on the mother tree was the tree projection. This was a passive talent that all dream plant sprites possessed, the so-called mother tree network. The mother tree could use this network to transmit information to the dream plant fairy. He already tried to use the mother tree to communicate balance and weight to the dream plant sprites. Back then, he was too focused on how to prevent the dream plant sprites from clashing with humans, so he didn't pay much attention to this method. With the dream plant fairies as the base, even if they weren't around the mother tree, as long as they were within the mother tree's range of radiation, they would be able to receive the mother tree's oracle. Of course, unless Angor was the one controlling the mother tree, it wouldn't send any messages to the dream plant fairies. Still, it didn't matter. The mother tree had already established a platform to communicate with the mother tree. If the mother tree didn't send any messages, the dream plant fairies could use this platform to communicate with each other. That was how the mother tree came to be. The dream plant fairy used itself as a base and used the mother tree's network to call over all the nearby dream plant fairies that could receive information. This was why so many dream plant fairies suddenly appeared in the ocean theater. The mother tree network seemed to be a special way to communicate with each other. Even if he told others about it, they would probably think that it was some sort of signal tower. But Angor was taught by John, so he knew that such a simple and quick way of communicating information could lead to a variety of explosive interactions. Just like the information age back on Earth. For now, he only saw the potential. Whether it could really bring about a new era of interaction, he would need more research to find out. Sir? Sir? Freud's voice pulled Angor's mind back to reality. Angor looked at Freud in confusion. Sir, all the dream plant fairies went to the ocean theater. What should we do next? Freud paused for a moment. Should we send the devil hunters to guard the entrance of the theater? Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at the ocean theater. All the dream plant fairies had gathered around Ferfili, who was begging and offering gifts in hopes that Ferfili could perform again. They also hoped that they could grow up as fast as the little girl in blue. As for Ferfili, it was as if she had become their mentor. For this reason, they were all trying their best to please Ferfili. Ferfili didn't understand their words, but she knew what they were trying to say. However, she wasn't the only one who could decide whether she should accept their request or not. She looked at John for help. John didn't really mind. He didn't mind if Ferfili kept playing. But before he could agree, he heard Angor's voice. No need. Angor looked at Freud. We can have the devil hunters patrol the city first. No need to go to the Ocean Theater. I'll keep an eye on the theater. Freud nodded and turned his attention to the mayor of Dreamdew. I'll do it right away. Monroe nodded and prepared to leave. Wait. Angor stopped her. The fog is going to pass soon. Once it's gone, you can send someone from the planning department to wait outside the theater. Planning department? Monroe frowned. She didn't know what Angor was going to do. Angor didn't explain. Instead, he used his astronomical shift to control the mirage. What happened at the Ocean Theater was projected in front of him. The dream plant fairies inside the theater also realized that if they wanted for Feely to perform, they needed the zither player's approval. They all looked at John with pleading eyes. John covered his mouth and cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, John pointed a finger at the air, and an illusion appeared in front of him. Of course, Angor was using John's hand to create this illusion. The illusion was of First Heart City, but because of the green fog, the city was filled with lush plants. It made the city look like a ruined city that had been eroded by nature. At this moment, a group of humans and a few dream plant fairies appeared in the illusion. They worked together to plan and decorate the rapidly growing plants in First Heart City, allowing the ruined city to regain its former glory. While the illusion was going on, John said, "You can agree to let them perform the song again. You can even skip Sea Prayer and play other songs. However, they have to agree to one condition, which is to create a green space for the city." The dream plant fairies didn't understand John's words, but they understood what the illusion meant. They looked at each other and nodded to John. Their goal this time was to let the barren land grow new greenery. Now, they were just planning the location of the greenery according to the ideas of humans. This did not go against their goal. After getting a positive answer, Chown looked at Feely. "Since they've agreed, let's continue with the show. Just take it as a celebration for the new Foundation City." The green fog disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Because it dissipated very quickly, most of the residents thought that it was just a slightly special but normal celestial phenomenon. Until someone discovered the wall covered with climbing vines outside the Ocean Theater. The entire wall was covered with lush green vines hanging down. Some of the vines even had light purple flowers blooming. From afar, it looked like a wisteria waterfall. Most importantly, these green vines were real. A long time ago, First Heart City was engaged in greening. However, the greening at that time was actually using stone carvings to carve plants, dye them green, and place them on the streets as a backdrop. But now, after a short period of fog, real plants actually appeared in First Heart City? While everyone was stunned by the climbing vines in front of them, someone else discovered that plants had appeared all over First Heart City. In fact, in the center of First Heart City's square, there was an additional tree with fruits growing on it. At this moment, the entire First Heart City seemed to be in an uproar. The sudden appearance of the plant was truly unexpected. Some people were puzzled, some were afraid, but more people were celebrating. Although First Heart City became more prosperous with the increasing number of people, it still lacked some vitality. After the weather began to change and the 4 seasons became distinct, the vitality of First Heart City was barely made up for. However, the vitality was still somewhat lacking. Until today, when a large number of green plants appeared, the missing part that everyone would not mention on the surface but was very concerned about was also made up for. Amidst the cheers and excitement of the crowd, First Heart City seemed to have been reborn at this moment. However, although they were happy, the doubts brought by the sudden appearance of plants still needed a channel to resolve them. Therefore, after the hustle and bustle, the residents of First Heart City turned their attention to the city's management center, Sky Tower. They were trying to get answers from the people inside the Firmament Tower. However, all the people working for the City Lord's mansion kept their mouths shut. They kept their mouths shut about the sudden appearance of plants. The only thing they said was that these plants were not harmful to First Heart City. However, what the residents wanted to know was not whether the plants were beneficial or harmful, but the truth of the appearance of the plants. For a time, a wave of doubts began to spread in the city. When the questioning reached its peak, City Lord Dreamdew finally spoke. Monroe's announcement to the public was also very simple. She said that they would know the truth when the people from the city planning department appeared in the afternoon. Although everyone still had some doubts, there was still a reply. Thus, the suspicion that permeated the air above the city was temporarily quelled. Everyone was waiting. They wanted to know what answer the people from the city planning department would give. At this moment, in a study room on the third floor of the circular library in Initial Heart City, Qian, who was wearing a scholar's robe, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and quietly looked in the direction of Firmament Tower in the distance. There were many people gathered there. Although they couldn't hear what they were saying, they could guess some clues from how excited they were. Someone is manipulating public opinion in the dark, instigating these people to speak up. A clear male voice sounded from behind Qian. It was Angor who spoke. He was sitting on the sofa, but when he saw John looking outside, he stood up and walked to the window as well. Even without using omniscient view, he could see what was going on in the crowd. Qian nodded. City Lord Dreamdew, as a woman, became the pillar of the city and overshadowed all the other candidates. It's only natural that she would become a thorn in their side. These arrogant dissidents' ideals fit someone's sense of superiority, which is why they still have a large number of supporters. So, if you think about it, the ones who manipulated public opinion are none other than Alonia, Jernilla, or Duwade, one of the candidates. Duwade is a very clear-cut person. He's also one of the dissidents, but I don't think he'll play any dirty tricks. So, it has to be either Alonia or Jernilla. Qian paused. Personally, I think both of them are involved. Qian briefly described the political situation in Initial Heart City. It wasn't as cruel as the real world, but there were already signs of infighting. Angor didn't mind. He didn't want to get involved in this political mess. Besides, Angor didn't think that City Lord Dreamdew would be affected by this. In the afternoon, when the planning team brings the dream plant fairies to make the city green, these people will disperse, Angor said. That's true. But the citizens of Initial Heart City don't have the right to speak, so they can only get information slowly. This is something that needs to be improved. Speaking of which, City Lord Dreamdew mentioned that she wants to set up an official newspaper. I think it's time. Angor chuckled. As expected, City Lord Dreamdew wasn't a sitting duck. As a woman who once toyed with the nobles of several kingdoms, she knew all too well about politics. Controlling the media meant controlling the direction of public opinion. A newspaper was the best way to control the situation until there was no better alternative. Let's do it then. It's also a good chance to educate people about sinful demons and dream plant fairies, Angor replied. John nodded. I'll discuss it with City Lord Dreamdew later. She should have a plan already. Now we need to see if she wants to publish a weekly newspaper or a weekly one. Speaking of this, Qian suddenly let out a long sigh. Although newspapers are not bad, the information is still somewhat delayed. If only the information could be obtained instantly. Pausing, Qian switched from the common language to Chinese, and said rather sentimentally, I really miss the information age on Earth. It's a pity that I may never see it again. John looked up at the sky with longing in his eyes. A foreign land would always be a foreign land. Home would always be in a different dimension. Angor didn't say anything. He knew how much John missed Earth, and he was going to do his best to fulfill John's dream. However, he didn't need to tell John about it yet. John quickly calmed down and looked at Angor. I was so lost in my thoughts that I forgot to ask. Is there anything you want to tell me? Angor nodded. Yes, there is something I need to tell you. I heard you talking about the information age, Professor John. It has something to do with the real-time dissemination of information, Angor said. I'm here to talk to you about the Mother Tree Network. As a visitor from Earth, John knew much more about the internet in the information age than Angor did. If Angor wanted to use the Mother Tree Network to its fullest potential, John would be the best helper. Angor explained the general situation of the Mother Tree Network to John, and as expected, John showed a surprised expression and began to ask for more details. While listening to Angor's explanation, John kept muttering some proper Chinese terms in his mouth. He was thinking about something. John didn't come back to his senses. He was still lost in his own thoughts. About 5 minutes later, he finally came back to his senses. This universe and all these strange worlds have really broadened my horizons. Angor expected John to discuss the Mother Tree Network with him. Instead, John began to talk about it first. There are so many surprises. And so many things that I want to study. I still have several research potions you gave me. I wanted to see if I could analyze the mother tree network in a scientific way. But before I could finish my work, the mother tree network showed up again. Angor hesitated. The mother tree network might be useful, but we don't have to use it yet. If you don't have time, you can put it aside for now. Or I can ask Freud to do the research. Before he could finish, Qian quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. I'm just saying that there are so many new things in this world that I can't take them all in. But I'm not going to give up my research. The mother tree network is great. You want to make the dream wasteland more valuable, right? It's a great medium for that. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. John was worried that Angor might refuse. I still have some research to do, but I'll arrange my time properly. I can always cut down on the number of classes I have at the Ocean Theater so I can spend more time on the Mother Tree Network. But I'm afraid Alda's going to be disappointed. But the Mother Tree Network is more important. I hope the kids can bear with it. Angor didn't know what to say. I think Alda won't be disappointed at all if he knows he can cut down on his piano lessons. Thank you, Angor said. It's no trouble at all. I also want to recreate the glory of the information age here. Even if I'm not here one day, I can still leave some traces of Earth's civilization here. However, the Mother Tree Network can only be used by the Dream Plant Sprites tree projection. If I want to research it, it won't be easy. Do you want to keep a Dream Plant Sprite by your side? That Dream Plant Fairy with green vines on her back seems to want to stay by Fraffle's side. Should I go to Fraffle's side later to persuade her? Angor shook his head. You don't need to find a Dream Plant Fairy if you want to study the Mother Tree Network. As he spoke, he took out a branch from his pocket that still had a bud growing on it. What's this? A branch from the Mother Tree, Angor explained. The most important part of the Mother Tree Network is the Mother Tree itself. The Dream Plant Sprites can use tree projections because they are created by the Mother Tree. They can act as a medium for the Mother Tree Network. Humans don't have the talent of Dream Plant Sprites, but they can use the Mother Tree as a medium to extend the network. For example, this branch. The branch in Angor's hand came from the Mother Tree, so its owner could feel the characteristics of the Mother Tree, which included the Mother Tree Network. Actually, a small piece of bark was enough to enter the Mother Tree Network. However, Angor didn't want to waste time on it, so he simply cut off a small piece of bark. This small piece of branch alone could allow at least 1,000 people to enter the Mother Tree Network. After explaining the function of the branch, Angor told John how to enter the Mother Tree Network. John followed Angor's instructions and tried it himself. To enter the Mother Tree Network, one had to place the branch close to the center of one's consciousness, the area between one's eyebrows. Of course, other parts of the body could also be used. However, the area between one's eyebrows had the strongest resonance with the Mother Tree Network. In other words, it would take the least amount of time to enter the network. When John placed his eyebrows on the tree trunk, nothing happened at first. Under Angor's guidance, John's mind gradually calmed down. At the same time, the ripples of his consciousness and the Mother Tree's ripples slowly merged with each other. When a certain resonance point was reached, John felt as if he was enlightened. It was as if a crisscrossing path of light had appeared in front of him. John took a small step forward, and his consciousness entered the paths of light. In an instant, the distance between dimensions shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The world seemed to have turned into a sandbox. This was not a sandbox of the real world, nor did it have any topography. Instead, it gave one an indescribable sense of knowledge. Those who saw it would understand it. Those who never experienced it would find it hard to imagine it. It was like John's first experience of a holographic world when he was still a child. Many people described what a holographic world was like, but such descriptions were meaningless. One had to experience it in person to understand it. The same went for a sandbox. In John's opinion, it could be called a sandbox, a web page, or even a holographic map. It could only be understood, but not described. However, its effects could be described in words. For example, the effect of instant communication. Chown slowly sank his consciousness into the sand table. Using the method Angkor told him before, he used his consciousness to sense the surrounding points. In an instant, John found himself in the center of the sandbox. There were countless dim spots around him. Of course, there were also many glowing spots. These glowing spots represented individuals who were surfing in the Mother Tree's network. The dim spots represented individuals who were offline. Apart from Angkor and John, all the other points in the Mother Tree's network were dream plant fairies. In other words, these glowing spots all represented dream plant fairies. John sensed the glowing spots around him and saw two spots close to each other not far from him. John considered and reached out with his consciousness. This male human has a bad smell. The female human who sang earlier is better. Not only does she sing well, but she also feels like a mother. Ah, I think I'm falling in love with her. I think so too. She feels like a mother. How strange. I didn't know such a human existed. This human is annoying, but he has a good sense of beauty. A small garden in this place is perfect. Indeed. The arrangement of flowers is also very artistic. Humans have their merits too. It's just that the seeds sent by the mother tree through the mist have too few flowers. We don't have any flowers among us, so we can't perfectly meet the requirements. But I think it's nice enough. Chown was stunned. He only wanted to experiment, but he ended up hearing this conversation. The content of the conversation was not important. What was important was that he could actually understand the conversation between the dream plant fairies. This conversation was very, very subtle. They did not use sound symbols to obtain information. Instead, they communicated through their consciousness. When John was young, he once watched a holographic movie about the arrival of advanced alien life forms on Earth. In one of the plots, the people on Earth discovered that they could communicate with the aliens without any barriers, and the way to communicate was through spiritual communication. On Earth, this could only be seen in movies. Now, it was happening right in front of Chown. The consciousness of the two dream plant fairies continued to spread outwards. Chown only needed to feel their consciousness to understand what they were trying to say. The speed of obtaining information was much faster and more direct than words, images, and other symbols. On Earth, any communication could not bypass the eyes, neurotransmitters, and brain to analyze. This was a progressive and layered model. Consciousness communication, on the other hand, became a point-to-point model. It bypassed all unnecessary steps and directly entered the final stage of obtaining information. This was the first time Chown had experienced something like this. He was stunned on the spot. All sorts of thoughts were intertwined in his mind. The complex flow of information formed a torrent in his mind. Fortunately, Chown was only thinking in his mind. If he sent his consciousness out, the complex flow of information would probably scare the dream plant fairies who were secretly chatting. However, even if Chown did not send his consciousness out, the light that represented him exposed his existence. The two dream plant fairies who were chatting suddenly paused. One of them said, "There seems to be an extra light." "Who are you?" "It's a very unfamiliar aura. It seems to be the first time I've felt this aura." The two dream plant fairies stopped their discussion and curiously studied the light that represented Chown. Chown was still in shock from the consciousness communication. When he heard them talking about him, he suddenly realized that what he had just done was actually eavesdropping. Chown, who had morals as his core since young and had been taught to be ashamed, suddenly felt uneasy. Not only was he eavesdropping, he was also caught red-handed. John was embarrassed. After a moment of silence, Chown was prepared to be scolded. But to his surprise, the two dream plant fairies changed the topic after studying Chown. It was as if John's presence did not affect them at all. After chatting for a while, they realized that Chown was still silent. One of the light spots emitted a consciousness. "Do you want to join our chat?" It was a kind question, but Chown didn't reply. He didn't know how to communicate with these foreign races. Seeing that they didn't blame him, he chose to run. With just a thought from Chown, the spot of light rapidly traversed the distance between space and time and re-entered the sand table. Looking at the countless light spots on the sand table that were as bright as stars, Chown only felt that he was like a drop of water that had fallen into a long river. The countless light spots that were similar to his covered the awkwardness in his heart. Only then did John heave a sigh of relief. He didn't want to talk to the other light spots now. Besides, Angor was still waiting outside. It wasn't the right time. With that in mind, Qian took one last look at the sand table and slowly left the Mother Tree Network. After Qian left the sand table, two dream plant fairies near the planning department of First Heart City exchanged glances. Was that dot of light little curly hair? No. Curly hair's consciousness is like a glass knife. It looks sharp, but it's actually very fragile. That light spot's consciousness isn't that sharp. If it's not curly hair, then who is it? It doesn't matter. We're the same race anyway. The most important thing for us now is to build the green space in the human city. Then we can go find that singing human. Qian put down the branch that was touching his forehead, which meant that he had left the Mother Tree Network. Angor didn't disturb him right away. Instead, he waited for Qian to come to his senses before asking Qian what he thought of the Mother Tree Network. It's very unique and interesting. Qian paused a little. I haven't experienced it for long, but I think the Mother Tree Network is very good. Qian's answer was actually quite conservative. Just by removing the language barrier and using one's consciousness to communicate, one could already see how extraordinary the network was. However, although I feel that the Mother Tree Network has great potential, it's hard to say if it can become a medium for information spurts like Earth's civilization. Of course, there's still a lot of potential. Then, Qian expressed his views on what he had just seen and heard. The most important part was the communication of consciousness. Perhaps it was Qian's first time experiencing something like this, so he couldn't stop praising the Mother Tree Network. He even used Chinese idioms and sayings that Angor had never heard of before. He didn't know what they meant, but he still felt that they were awesome. However, Qian didn't just flatter the Mother Tree Network. After talking about the advantages, he changed the topic and began to talk about the disadvantages of the experience. Let's talk about how we entered the Mother Tree Network first. I think the steps to enter the Mother Tree Network are a bit too complicated. It reminds me of the dial-up era. It would be best if it could be simplified. The interface of the Mother Tree Network is a bit like a sandbox. It's not that it's bad, but it's like a mechanical creation. I think it would be more pleasing to the eye if it was packaged better. After entering the sandbox, you can see all the bright and dim light spots. The distance between the light spots also represents the distance in reality. This means it's hard to hide one's location. Apart from that, you just need to use your mind to approach other light spots and hear the conversations of other light spots. There's no privacy. Qian had experienced the era of the holographic network after all. The Mother Tree Network had some unique and advanced technology, but it was still very crude in terms of perfection. Qian naturally talked about the shortcomings one after another. Qian's idea was very perfect and advanced. He didn't mean much when he talked about the advantages, but when he talked about the disadvantages, Angor was greatly inspired. After listing a series of shortcomings, Qian concluded. The Mother Tree Network has a very good foundation, but it doesn't have a complete network environment and communication community. This is the biggest flaw I can see at the moment. Hyperdimensional Warlock Angor noted down all the flaws John mentioned. He felt it was unnecessary to mention the user experience, but since John brought it up so seriously, it must be useful for reference. In general, putting aside the login equipment, the shortcomings were divided into two parts, user experience and few functions. Apart from the user experience, he could understand the lack of functions. He had experienced all the functions of the tablet himself, so he knew what John was trying to say. The current Mother Tree Network only had a simple information exchange function. Compared to the information network on Earth, it was really lacking. As for how to improve it, it would take time and effort. Besides, there was always a limit to one person's power, so they needed more people to participate in the development of the Mother Tree Network. Just like the Earth's network, from local to boundless, from wired to wireless, from simple storage to the emergence of various software, none of these could be achieved overnight. These were all slowly developed through the consumption of manpower and time. After listening to John's explanation, Angor already had a general idea of how to solve the problem. He could let John lead the development of the Mother Tree Network in the future. As for how to implement it, he would have to find suitable talents later. Angor told John his plan. John considered and said, "You're right. I can't perfect the Mother Tree network by myself. It's not about power. It's about wisdom and wisdom. We need more people to participate. What's more, if you want to maximize the development of the Mother Tree network, it's best if you have someone who is not bound by the rules." Angor nodded. "I agree. I'll bring in some supernaturals from the real world after some time. You can pick some useful ones then, Professor John. The horizons of superhumans would definitely be greater than the current residents of Foundation City. Moreover, the Mother Tree network was fundamentally different from the network on Earth. The development of the Mother Tree network would definitely require superhumans, so it would be best if the people who participated in this project were superhumans. That would be great. But..." John paused. "We need a lot of talents to complete the Mother Tree network. There aren't many supernaturals out there, right? Can you find enough people?" "Don't worry about that. I have my ways," Angor said confidently. Chow nodded and looked at Angor with a curious look. "You said you'll let a supernatural into the Dream Wasteland, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. Are you saying we can use supernatural powers in the Dream Wasteland now?" John had been curious about supernatural powers ever since he learned about the wizarding world. Unfortunately, the Dream Wasteland didn't have any supernatural powers, and sinful fiends showed up later. Angor couldn't let John take the risk to fuse with them, so John couldn't help but ask Angor's question. Angor didn't intend to hide the fact. If everything goes well, the Dream Wasteland will soon have its own energy system. When Sunders fixed the energy system of the Dream Wasteland on the basis of mana, he could use spells in the Dream Wasteland. Infinite alchemy was something Angor was looking forward to the most. Chown's eyes lit up. He was about to ask if he could learn wizardry as well, but Angor already knew what he was thinking. The Dream Wasteland doesn't have an energy system yet, but I'm pretty sure that the mana system we'll build will be similar to the one in Lucid Dream. It might look normal, but it's not. The power system of the Dream Wasteland can be used for research and experiments, but I'm afraid it won't work if I want to use it for cultivation." John's eyes dimmed a little. He had traveled from a non-magic world to a high-magic world, but he couldn't experience supernatural powers himself. It was a shame for a scholar who loved to study. "Don't be disappointed. When I gain more power in the Dream Wasteland, I might be able to help Professor John." John sighed. "Like you said, the power in the Dream Wasteland is illusory. It won't do us any good. Maybe one day, the power in the Dream Wasteland can affect reality as well?" Chown was briefly stunned. "The power in the Dream Wilderness can affect reality?" Angor nodded. "Anything is possible in this universe." Angor sounded like he was trying to comfort John, but he was actually thinking the same thing. The Dream Wasteland was already affecting reality indirectly. Physical objects couldn't be brought out of the Dream Wasteland, but experience could. For example, when Leon learned combat skills from Night Saber in Foundation City, he gained a lot of battle experience. All of these could be brought out of the Dream Wasteland. Even if it was only indirectly, it was still affecting reality. Besides, the Dream Wasteland was illusory, but it could also affect reality. Dream creatures could even kill people in their sleep, which meant they could bypass reality and illusion to manifest their power in the material world. The Dream Wasteland was illusory, but it could still affect the material world. Not to mention, the Dream Wasteland wasn't a pure Dream Wasteland yet. When Angor gained more power in the Dream Wasteland, he might even have a chance to create a spark between the Dream Wasteland and the material world. Angor still had a long way to go, but as long as he kept moving forward, he would have a chance to make it happen. "I heard that there's a miracle wizard above legendary. At this level, every magus has created miracles." Angor didn't know much about miracle wizards, but in his mind, the phrase, "creating miracles," represented a great power that could turn all absurd ideas into reality. As long as there was no limit to the stage of ideas, miracles would happen one day. "Freud told me that there aren't any legendary wizards in the southern wizarding region, and you're already looking for miracles?" John patted Angor's head. "Don't bite off more than you can chew." It sounded like he was scolding Angor, but when he said "bite off more than you can chew," Angor could see the corners of John's lips curling up. He wasn't mocking Angor. Instead, it was a genuine joy. Those who hid in the Tower of Spring and Autumn and talked about their dreams were just wishful thinking. But those who looked into the distance on their journey were called goals. In John's opinion, Angor was the latter. Although John was trying to dampen Angor's enthusiasm, he was actually proud of Angor's great vision. After saying goodbye to John, he used God's eye to observe the situation in First Heart City. Compared to before, the atmosphere in the city was much calmer. Most people were looking at the seeds brought into the city by the green mist. Some of them had already matured, while others had just sprouted. Almost every plant was surrounded by people who were pointing at it. However, the place with the most onlookers was not near these plants, but around the firmament tower. Many people with ulterior motives or those who sincerely wanted answers were gathered around the firmament tower, waiting for Mayor Monroe to give them an answer. When the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the gate of the firmament tower, which had been closed all this time, finally opened. Everyone's eyes were focused on the gate. Mayor Monroe, who was wearing a luxurious dress, walked in front of the group, followed by a dozen or so members of the planning department. As soon as they came out, the crowd became rowdy again. They couldn't wait to ask Monroe all kinds of questions. Although Monroe couldn't hear their questions clearly due to the noise, she still listened quietly for 2 to 3 minutes. Then she raised a hand and made a quiet gesture. When everyone quieted down, Monroe spoke in a plain voice, "There are many things I didn't want to tell you. This is my way of protecting you. But since you're so eager to know the answer, I guess I can tell you." When Monroe said urgent, she deliberately emphasized her tone. Her eyes looked at the people who had once competed with her for the position of city lord. She knew very well that these people were the ones who had stirred up the public opinion. She deliberately looked at them as a warning. "If you want to know the truth, keep your eyes open." Monroe didn't explain. Instead, she stepped back and stood aside. The group of planning department members behind her also split into 2 sides, leaving an empty path for her. When the crowd looked at them in confusion, they were all stunned. Behind the members of the planning department, there were several aliens with different body shapes. However, they didn't look like humans at all. These aliens didn't seem to understand what was going on. They looked around in confusion. One of them had a vine growing out of his back. He even reached out his vine to touch a human beside him, as if to ask what was going on. The scene in front of them silenced all the people. Aliens? Outsiders? While everyone was still in shock, Angor took one last look at the dream plant fairies and left the dream wasteland. He didn't really care about what would happen next. As for how to control the hearts of the people and how to manipulate public opinion, with Monroe's methods, she definitely had some tricks up her sleeve. As for the dream plant sprites, he didn't care about them at all. They didn't like to fight, and with Ferfili's music, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Therefore, there was no need to continue watching. Instead of watching a show that had already been spoiled, it was better to take advantage of this time to do something else. Instead of settling down in the real world, he sat in front of his desk and tapped his fingers on the desk while thinking about something else. It was about talents. If he wanted to develop and research the Mother Tree Network, Chown definitely couldn't do it alone. Angor reassured Chown that he would find someone to help him. He sounded confident when he made the promise, but now that he thought about it carefully, he found it difficult to do so. It wasn't that he couldn't find someone to help him. If he really wanted someone, he could just go to the questing hall and issue a quest. What he cared about the most was whether these talismans met Chown's requirements. Also, could they be trusted? He didn't need to trust all the research of the Mother Tree Network, but he still preferred to share some of the core information with those he trusted. However, he didn't have many such people around him. Those who were useful to him, such as Leon, Freud, and Dodoro, all had their own things to do and couldn't focus on the research of the Mother Tree Network. Angor didn't want to bother them. As for Nausicaa and his other friends, they weren't in Brood Cavern right now, so he didn't need to worry about them. Apart from them, Angor didn't have many people he could use. Maybe I should listen to Mr. Tree Spirit and take in a few talents as apprentices next time. Even if he didn't take in talents, he could at least train some useful lab assistants. Let's wait until Stargazing Day and see what's going on. Angor didn't make a decision right away. Even if he really wanted to train some talents, he had to wait for Dodoro's report first. With that in mind, he decided to put this problem aside for now and focus on settling down. The hands on the clock kept turning, and time flowed quietly. When the pendulum clock chimed again, Angor woke up from his meditation. He checked the time. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. It's time. He stood up, put away the letter on the table, and walked into the darkness without looking back. He left the study and walked to the first floor. He walked through a dark corridor and left the ruin. The sky outside was still shrouded in darkness. The morning star hadn't arrived yet, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. The ruin was also dark. He couldn't see anything except for the sound of the cold wind. The only thing that shined was the sparse stars in the sky and the giant tree at the entrance of the ruin. Under the cover of an illusion, the tree emitted a green glow. It was Tree Spirit's clone. Angor glanced at the tree. He didn't plan to contact Tree Spirit, so he ignored it and walked into the darkness. He moved quickly in the darkness and soon arrived at the entrance of Brute Cavern. Without hesitation, Angor jumped inside. His body kept falling in the darkness. When he saw a row of light on the cliff wall, he flew toward it without hesitation. When he landed on the ground, he saw a clean and spacious harbor instead of a pitch-black moat. This was Windmill Town's airport. The airport was still lit up, but there was no one around, just like last time. It seemed that even though the lifeline was under control, the people of Windmill Town still hadn't recovered from the trauma of his death. Angor checked the road and stopped flying. Instead, he walked down a small path and headed toward Windmill Town. He came to Windmill Town to find Sunders, of course. He wasn't here for the Dream Wasteland. Instead, he was here for Babota. According to Flowered Sparrow, Babota would die in the next few hours if nothing unexpected happened. It wasn't a big deal because they already expected Babota's death. But it wasn't a small matter either. After all, Babota's death was related to a demon god. If he didn't handle it carefully, he might attract the attention of a demon god. This was why Angor came to find Sunders. He wanted to avoid any possible traces that could lead to the demon god's attention. Hyperdimensional Warlock. As soon as Angor stepped into Windmill Town, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation around him. Angor? Sunders suddenly appeared next to Angor. Sunders was wearing a gentleman's suit as usual. Every detail was meticulous. However, he did not wear a hat. His hair was combed behind his head, giving him a sense of asceticism. Everything looked normal, as if he was a real person. However, as an illusionist, Angor could easily tell that Sunders was just an illusion. Sunders' real body should still be in Puppet Asylum. Professor, Angor called out respectfully even though it was just an illusion. You came all the way from the ruin. What's the matter? Did something happen in the Dream Wasteland? Nothing has changed in the Dream Wasteland. I'm here to talk to you about Babota. Babota? Sunders repeated the name and realized something. He's dying? Angor nodded. If I'm not mistaken, today is the day. I see, said Sunders. As soon as he finished speaking, his body slowly blurred until he vanished from sight. However, as soon as the illusion disappeared, a series of rustling noises came from nearby. Sunders, in his formal suit, showed up not far away. However, this time, Sunders didn't use an illusion. He was here in person. Sunders nodded to Angor and took off his right glove. Then he reached his right hand into the air. With a slight movement of his fingers, some strange luminescent dust fell from his slender and fair fingertips. At the same time, a wave of energy that carried the power of laws rushed out from Sunders' hand. When the energy gushed out, it just happened to combine with the luminescent dust. In an instant, a strange rhythm was emitted from the point where the energy came into contact with the dust. It was as if some kind of miraculous chemical reaction had taken place. The originally calm space suddenly had waves of ripples. The ripples in the air also caused the wind elements in the area to go wild. Under the gusts of wind, the space in front of them suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. The space was like a curtain that was torn apart. The crack quickly grew to the size of a human. Behind the crack was pitch black, like the mouth of a monster waiting to devour people. It was full of uncertainty. A plain passageway, he muttered. Just in case, Babota should not die near Brute Cavern. This plain passageway leads to the Sin realm. The Sin world was called a world, but it was not an independent world. Perhaps many years ago, the Sin world was an independent world. But now, after the plane fusion, it was just a subsidiary plane of the southern region Sorcerer world. The Sin world was a plane that humans could live in. It was not much different from the fairy tale world. However, there was a very special place in the Sin realm. It was the Supreme Cult's headquarters. This was why Sunders chose the Sin realm as Babota's grave. The Supreme Cult was favored by the world's consciousness, and the Sin realm they resided in was naturally where the world's consciousness was most active. If the demon god wanted to know more about Babota, his aura would naturally reach the wizarding world from the abyss. Once the aura of a demon god appeared in the Sin realm, the world's consciousness would most likely sense it. Even if the world's consciousness did not attack the demon god, it would still weaken the demon god's power. This was a common law in all planes. It was similar to how humans who went to the abyss would also be restrained by the world's consciousness. Therefore, having the Sin realm become Babota's resting place was the best way to protect them from being discovered by the demon gods. Angor understood Sunders' intention when he saw the passageway leading to the Sin realm. He was glad that he came to Sunders. His original plan was to find a random place to send Babota off for the last time. Now that he thought about it, he was too careless. Let's go. Sunders stepped into the space passageway first. Angor quickly followed him. The plain passageway was still in the void. However, a directional passage was created in the endless void. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that you had to have a spatial waymark. If you didn't have one, there was a high chance that you would be stuck in a plain passageway forever. The plain passageway had no way to reach the sky or the ground. They could only float in the endless void and head toward their destination at full speed. Angor did not say anything on their way. He noticed that Sunders seemed to be thinking about something while leading the way. Angor did not want to disturb Sunders, so he kept quiet as well. The silence lasted for about half an hour. Sunders suddenly exhaled and muttered to himself, "Done. Have we reached the Sin realm?" Angor asked. Sunders shook his head. "There's still a long way to go. I was just checking the formula of authority." "The formula of authority? You mean you've already figured out if you're qualified to construct the energy system?" "Yes." Angor nodded. Sunders nodded. "Sort of." Angor's eyes lit up. "What's the result?" "It's still hard to tell. Something unexpected might happen. But I've already considered all the unknown variables I can think of. The final deviation is about 2. And of this deviation of 2, only about 0.5 is caused by unknown variables. I've already considered the deviation of 1.5, but I can't handle it with my current strength." In other words, Sunders believed that he had an 80% chance of successfully carrying the energy system. Of the 20% probability of failure, 15% was already considered by Sunders. But even so, it was inevitable. Only 5% was caused by the unknown variables. In other words, there's an 80% chance of success, Angor said. That's a very high success rate. I don't think it'll be a problem. That's as far as I can go. If I have more data for reference, I can only get the 5% at most. Well, we don't have that much data to use for reference. Considering the cost, I think it's worth a try. Sunders nodded. Once we're done with Babota, I'll go and take the authority. Before reaching the entrance to the Sin realm, Angor began to talk with Sunders. While Sunders explained the current situation of the lifeline, Angor talked about the progress he was making, as well as the Dream Wasteland. He told Sunders about the initial contact between the new residents of Foundation City and the Dream Plant sprites. He also mentioned the Mother Tree Network. Angor wanted to know what Sunders thought about the Mother Tree Network. However, Sunders didn't seem to care much about it. He even talked more about Fraffel than the Mother Tree Network. As far as Sunders was concerned, the Dream Wasteland was already a good place to transmit information. As long as one was in the wizarding world, they could quickly meet each other in the Dream Wasteland. The Mother Tree Network only added a little bit of convenience to the existing convenience. Unfortunately, such information couldn't be exchanged face-to-face, which made it difficult to make accurate judgments. As far as Sunders knew, the Mother Tree network wasn't too bad, but it wasn't too shocking. Angor thought about it and understood Sunders' thoughts. If he wasn't taught by John and never learned about Earth's civilization, he would probably think the same way. This was because the development of civilizations was different, resulting in a slight difference in their understanding of the world. As a native of the wizarding world, Angor was taught by John. He was the intersection between Earth's civilization and the wizarding world, so he could understand the gap between civilizations better. For this reason, Angor was more inclined to seek common ground while reserving differences. He didn't explain too much. When the Mother Tree network really showed its brilliance, he would come to a conclusion. He was looking forward to seeing the surprised look on Sunders' cold face, but he wasn't sure if he would succeed. After all, he never learned about the information age back on Earth. He was also waiting for the day when John's Mother Tree network would become a joke. Oh right, I received a message from Mr. Rain yesterday. Sunders didn't pay attention to the topic of the Mother Tree network. Instead, he changed the topic. He wanted to talk to you. You're looking for me? What is it? He knew you were meditating, so he didn't disturb you. He only conveyed 2 messages. The first was that there were still 4 days before the stargazing day. He had already told Maya about the mini-signal tower. When the stargazing day comes, he plans to borrow your mini-signal tower to contact Maya and confirm the situation on the stargazing day. Won't Maya come back after stargazing day? Angor wondered. Maya will come back when it's over. However, although the stargazing day only lasted for 1 day, after the stargazing day, the prophets who participated in the stargazing day would continue to communicate with each other for many days. During this period of time, there will be a lot of prophecies made by the prophecy wizards during the stargazing day. Some of the prophecies are time-sensitive. If you can know about it early, you will definitely have the upper hand. So, what Ryan meant was that he was going to borrow your mini-signal tower during that period of time. I see. Of course. Besides, I want to know if I'm being targeted by any germinal believers as soon as possible. Angor suddenly put away his serious expression and looked at Sunders curiously. I'm curious. How did Maya send messages before the mini-signal tower was built? Brood Cavern never had such facilities because they didn't want to be restricted from building signal towers and teleportation portals. Angor wondered if Maya never sent messages after the stargazing day. Usually, they'll wait until Maya returns to Brood Cavern after the exchange on stargazing day to bring the information back. If something urgent happened during the stargazing day, Maya would open a plain passageway and return to Brood Cavern to report. After that, she would return and continue the stargazing day. Opening a plain passageway requires a lot of materials. Are you sure which Maya is willing to go back and forth? Urgent messages need to be delivered. That can't be helped. So, the Dream Wasteland's sudden appearance and the ability to quickly communicate with each other is already an epic-making masterpiece. Sunders gave Angor a complicated look. He was the one who discovered and used the nightmare domain, but Angor was the one who used it to such an extent. He was proud of himself, but he still felt a little frustrated. Sunders sighed in his mind and continued in a calm voice, as for the cost of opening a plain passageway, Maya doesn't need to worry about it. Brood Cavern will pay for it. However, the materials required to open a plain passageway are extremely precious, and Mr. Rain would prefer not to use them. That's why he came to ask you for help. Sunders suddenly changed the topic and stared at Angor. Since you already know this, you should also know that the Sin Realm is an affiliated world. Opening a passage to that world will cost more materials. Sunders stopped talking and looked at Angor in silence. He didn't say anything, but Angor's hair stood on end when he saw the strange look in Sunders' eyes. Angor knew what Sunders meant. He rubbed his swollen temples and mumbled, I shouldn't have brought this up. Sunders raised an eyebrow. What are you mumbling about? Angor quickly grinned when he sensed the sharp gaze. I'm not complaining. I just want to say that with your help, I can avoid a lot of mistakes and avoid getting targeted by the demon gods. Of course, I'll pay for the plain passageway as well. I can't let you pay for it, Professor. He then took out a small iron box under Sunders' watchful eyes. The box contained the light dust that fell from Sunders' fingertips, which was also the casting material required to open a plain passageway. It wasn't much, but it wasn't cheap at all. According to the current auction price, it was worth at least 5 digits. Angor didn't lack money, but he still felt bad about it. He shouldn't have brought this up earlier. He knew that Sunders was helping him, so it was reasonable for him to pay for the plain passageway. Still, he was a little excited when Sunders didn't mention anything about it. But now, it seemed it was too early for him to be happy. Under Angor's teary face, Sunders accepted the small iron box without hesitation, nodded, and continued walking. Although his was said in an incomparably calm manner, without any ripples. However, Angor felt that there was a faint laughter behind that small, onomatopoeic word. Angor felt bad about it, but he couldn't show it. He pretended he didn't hear anything and kept following Sunders. As for the second thing, Mr. Rain, it's about the current situation of the ruin. The living threads are still erupting, but we have found a way to deal with the infection. Overall, the ruin has stabilized, and we can predict when the living threads will erupt again. Mr. Rain, do you mean I can go and find out more about those nightmare creatures? Angor asked. Yes. But he also said that there's no need to rush. You can go after the stargazing day results are out. Angor nodded. Rain already told him that God of Sea Xianxia from Song of the Deep would send someone to predict the future of the ruin during the stargazing day. If Xianxia could find something useful and help Angor decipher the words of the nightmare creatures, the ruined situation would become clearer. This was one of the reasons why Mr. Rain wanted to borrow the signal tower in such a hurry. After all, it was related to the ruin. I understand. I'm also curious about what those nightmare creatures are trying to do. I'll go check it out after the stargazing day. Angor nodded. Sunders didn't want to talk about it too much. He would follow Angor to the ruin anyway. He would never miss out on any information related to the nightmare realm. As they chatted, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of them. Angor looked in that direction and saw an exit leading to the outside world. Angor didn't relax after seeing the light. Instead, he became more cautious. This was because they had already encountered 3 flashes of white light along the way. At first, Angor thought it was an exit. But when he got closer, he realized that it wasn't an exit at all. A terrifying monster living in the void was using the light to bait it, and Angor was the fish that got hooked. Fortunately, the fish was strong enough to escape even if it could not win the fight. That was why Angor was unharmed. Angor wasn't going to act rashly this time. The void had a strong suppression on spirit power, so they couldn't use their spirit power to check the light. They had to approach it carefully. When they were about 2 or 3 minutes away from the light, Sunders' spirit feelers finally reached the light. It's the exit. Normally speaking, the light and aura of a plain passageway exit will attract some void creatures. Don't let your guard down before you step out of the passageway. In the past, there had been cases where sorcerers were killed by void creatures at the exit. Although such cases were rare, there were still precedents, so when it was time to be cautious, they must not let their guard down. Fortunately, after they walked out of the exit, no void creatures appeared. When their feet touched the ground again, a wave of heat washed over them. At this moment, they appeared in a vast yellow desert. The scorching sun above their heads, combined with the heat-absorbing sand, made them feel like they were in a steamer. Mortals would probably die of dehydration before long. However, it did not affect the 2 men at all. Not even a drop of sweat appeared on their forehead. The environment of the desert did not affect them, but Sunders still frowned in disgust when he set foot on the desert. Is there something wrong with this desert? Angor noticed the strange expression on Sunders' face. Sunders shook his head. There's nothing wrong with the desert. It's just that the air of the Sin realm is filled with the stench of the supreme cult. It's disgusting. The so-called stench was not a real smell. It was purely a mental disgust toward the supreme cult. Sunders was not the only one. Most wizards in the southern wizarding region hated the supreme cult even though they were favored by the world's consciousness. Sunders flew to the sky and looked at the scorching sun again. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Chime continent. Chime continent was a continent located at the southern tip of the Sin realm. More than 70% of the land was covered by deserts. Because of this, there weren't many people living in the Chime continent, and there was only one country. The Supreme Cult's main base is located at the northern edge of the Sin realm, near a place called the Gavilan Kingdom. This place is far away from their main base, so we won't need to worry about being discovered. Let's do it here. Angor nodded. Let's do it then. After making sure this was Babota's final destination, Angor began to check the surroundings. After making sure there were no threats, he released Babota from his bracelet. Babota had not been exposed to sunlight for a long time. He quickly covered his eyes because of the bright sunlight. It took a while for Babota to adjust to the light and put down his hand, revealing his hideous face. "Sir." Babota politely greeted Angor and Sunders. He then looked around and realized something. "It's almost time. Is this my final destination?" "Yes." Angor nodded and told Babota about the location. "You don't have a choice, do you?" Babota mumbled in a low voice. But before Angor could answer, Babota revealed a bitter smile. "I really want to go to Fairy World. It's my home, after all, and I can finish what I started. But I don't mind staying here. Maybe I'll get my sister into trouble if I stay in Fairy World. So, this place is fine. The desert will swallow me up soon, won't it? A gust of wind and sand will bury my ugly body underground. I won't have to face this world again. That's great." Babota kept talking to himself. He talked about the past and the present from time to time, as if he was saying goodbye to his final journey. Both Angor and Sunders did not say anything. They simply stood aside and watched. Sunders' expression didn't change at all. He had seen countless people die in his hands. Babota's death didn't affect him in the slightest. If Babota didn't sign a contract with an abyss demon, Sunders wouldn't even come here to witness his death. Angor's expression remained calm. Death might make him feel sad, but Babota's death was not the end of it. His consciousness would eventually escape into the dream wasteland, and Flower Sparrow was determined to grow stronger and retrieve Babota's soul from the demon god. Although Flower Sparrow might not succeed in the end, there were people who cared about him, remembered him, and were willing to fight for him. Moreover, his consciousness could still exist in another way. How could that be called death? Of course, Babota didn't know about these things, so it was understandable that he would feel sad. Babota was still talking to himself. He was so immersed in his own world that he didn't even notice that his skin was cracking under the scorching sun. At the same time, a large amount of stinky liquid mixed with green pus and sweat dripped down from his body and was evaporated by the scorching sand. The air was filled with a rotten smell. 5 minutes later, Babota finally stopped talking. He saw his cracked skin and evaporated flesh all over his body. Why didn't I notice? Did I lose my sense of smell and pain? Am I going to collapse? Babota's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. There was confusion, fear, and terror. Even though he had imagined the scene of his death countless times and had prepared himself for it, when it really came to this moment, he still felt fear and trepidation. For some people, death wasn't the end. It was a symbol of freedom. But for Babota, death meant that his soul would be imprisoned by the demon god forever. How could he not be afraid when he thought about the possibility of losing his soul forever? Babota even considered destroying his soul, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Besides, he couldn't do it under the restriction of the demon god's contract. Now, he could only watch as the flesh and blood on his body evaporated, and finally, he walked towards death. Death was inevitable. After a long period of fear, Babota finally accepted his fate. His eyes were filled with regret and guilt, but they all turned into helplessness and relief. When he felt his body getting weaker and weaker, and he couldn't watch the flashbacks anymore, Babota finally walked out of the rainforest called Self. "It's almost time, sir." Babota looked at Angor and spoke in a soft voice. Angor nodded in response to Babota's question. "I've been living a miserable life. Most of my time, I've been looking for something and losing it." Babota continued, "At first, my sister and I relied on each other for survival. We couldn't see what we wanted to do, so we lived in confusion. Later, I found my goal in the legacy left by my ancestors, which was to restore the glory of the origin race. I really thought I had found my goal. I didn't expect that after I found my so-called target, I would lose my most beloved sister. After that, I began to look for my sister, for the future, and for the way to give me power. But I also lost my sense of self, my soul, and my heart. After going through so much, I now realize that the most peaceful moment of my life was actually the period when I had no goals. Also, these few months when I stayed in Milord's bracelet. Boboda gave a self-deprecating smile. The former meant that you didn't have to worry about your goal, while the latter meant that you couldn't reach your goal. Now, it seems that I've been chasing after a dream all my life. I prefer to live a carefree life. But I've lost my chance. Boboda fell into a long silence, as if he was trying to reconcile himself with his past. After a long while, he continued, "Sir, thank you for taking care of me during this time." Angor simply stared at Boboda and waited for him to say something. "This morning, I was lucky enough to give birth to another metamorphosis larva. I've isolated it in the nest. Also, I've recorded my findings on the larvae I studied with my sister and put it on the table. You can read it whenever you want, sir." Boboda continued, "Metamorphosis larvae don't need expensive care, but they can still die if left alone for too long. Therefore, if my lord still intends to continue breeding soft transformation worms, please find someone to replace me as soon as possible after my death. Also, if the broodmother isn't constantly stimulated, she will lose the ability to give birth to new metamorphosis larvae. But if you do it too often, it will consume her lifespan. Too much is as bad as too little." Boboda talked a lot about the metamorphosis larvae so that he could ignore the fact that his body was about to collapse. Angor looked at Boboda's rotting body and nodded. "I see." He paused and looked at Boboda. "Do you have anything else to say?" Boboda paused for a moment. "My sister always told me not to trouble you for her sake, sir. But in the end, I still can't let go of her. I can't take care of her anymore. If you can help her, I'll be happy. Chloe helped me before, so I'll do my best to help her, whether it's in terms of benefits or feelings." "Thank you." Boboda tried to smile at Angor, but as soon as he did so, a piece of skin and flesh fell off from his mouth. "What else do you want to say?" Boboda considered. "Apart from my sister, I also care about Dodoro." When Dodoro was mentioned, Boboda paused as if he had thought of something. "I was going to," he shook his head. "But never mind. Dodoro has his own plans. Maybe I shouldn't force him to carry out my dreams and the burden of the Bayuan clan. I just hope that Dodoro can live. He's the last survivor of the Bayuan clan. Even if he can't become the hope of the eternal night, I don't want him to die in despair." Boboda glanced at Angor. "But I don't think I need to worry about that. Besides, I'm sure you'll find the best path for Dodoro. After all, you're Dodoro's most unforgettable idol." The skin on Boboda's body had completely collapsed by the time he finished speaking. He looked like a ghoul who was skinned alive in a lab. It was a horrible sight. "It's about time." Angor considered for a moment. Boboda lowered his head and looked at his internal organs and bones. "I must be very ugly right now. Thank goodness my sister didn't see this," he said in a self-deprecating tone. "Thank you, sir. Farewell." Boboda spoke in a soft voice that only he could hear. With that, Boboda closed his eyes. He could see that he was only one step away from death. His mind space, which did not exist in the real world, also began to crack. At the same time, a thick cloud of black mist drifted out from the crack. When the black fog dispersed, a circle of light appeared in the middle of the black fog. It looked like a total solar eclipse. It was the Abyssal Mark, the true name of the Abyssal Lord. The last time it appeared, it was when Boboda used up all of his potential to fight with the Deep Mark. This time, however, it meant that it was time for him to pay the price for breaking the contract. "I'm willing to sign the contract. I'm willing to worship the Abyss Lord for as long as I live. I'm willing to offer my soul to the most revered Lord in exchange for power." Boboda sensed the imprint of his true name in his mind space. He felt as if someone was whispering in his ears. It was the terms of the contract he signed with the demon god. The words were repeated over and over again, as if they were reminding Boboda that it was time to fulfill his end of the contract. At the moment, Boboda was filled with sorrow and regret. In his short life, the saddest and most wrong move he had made was to team up with the demonic gods for the sake of an unreachable goal. If he hadn't made this move, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He wouldn't have ended up like this. How could he not regret it? But there was nothing he could do now. No matter how much he wanted to break the contract, he couldn't do anything in front of a powerful being like the demon god. He could only wait helplessly for the final moment of his life, when his soul would fall into the abyss. Meanwhile, Angor looked at Boboda, who was about to turn into a skeleton. His mind has completely shrunk, and he can't sense anything outside his body. Should we do it now? Sunders shook his head. It's not the final moment yet. The moment when he dies is the best time for us to do so. That way, we won't leave any traces in his soul, and the demon god won't be able to track us down. Angor nodded. He came here with Sunders because he wanted to hear Sunders' advice. Of course, he wouldn't disobey. Another minute passed. Angor could feel the aura of death around Boboda growing thicker and thicker. He was about to die at any moment. Sunders didn't pay much attention to Boboda until now. Now that Boboda was about to die, Sunders finally looked at him. I'll freeze his body at the moment of his death. When you see what I'm going to do, don't hesitate. Draw his consciousness into the dream bridge. Angor nodded. His nightmare illusion was ready, and he only needed to wait for the final moment to come. Finally, when a sandstorm came, the aura of death around Boboda's body stopped. At the same time, Sunders reached out a hand and summoned a watery blue light. Angor knew that it was time. Without hesitation, he placed the spell between Boboda's eyebrows. Inside Boboda's soul realm, his soul was completely shrouded in dark mist. A large number of solar eclipse runes appeared on the soul soil where Boboda's soul was placed. The runes changed from 0 to 1, and from 1 to infinity. Like a bubble of light and shadow, it completely surrounded Boboda's soul. Boboda was completely surrounded by the runes. There was only a tiny gap above the soul crown, but at that moment, the gap was being corroded by the trace. Boboda had long since given up on resisting. His mind space had been completely torn apart, and his consciousness had sunk into his soul. He could clearly sense that behind the true name imprints that surrounded his soul, there was a mighty power that originated from a demon god. The almighty demon god might not be looking at him right now, but the power left in the contract was still reminding Boboda that his soul was about to be taken over by a demon god. Boboda controlled his soul to look up. When the last crack was about to be sealed, he sighed in despair and helplessness. Following the destruction of his mind space, Boboda's soul space began to tremble. It was about to collapse. The collapse of the soul realm also meant one thing. His physical body had entered the countdown to death. Boboda smiled bitterly. When his mind and consciousness were still free, he wanted to open his eyes and take one last look at the beautiful world. However, just as Boboda was about to open his eye of flesh, a chilling aura assaulted him. In the next second, Boboda felt that his connection with his body had been completely severed. It meant that his body had died. The only thing that puzzled him was why there was such a sudden chill. He was clearly in the middle of a desert. Boboda couldn't figure it out, but he didn't want to think about it anymore. Perhaps this was a normal experience before death. Furthermore, he didn't have the time to think about these unimportant things because a whirlpool-like passage had appeared in the spiritual land. This vortex tunnel didn't exist in the real world. It seemed to be in another dimension, but Boboda could clearly sense its existence. Even Boboda knew where the tunnel led to. It had to be the soul domain of the Deep Lord. The moment the passage appeared, a terrifying suction force came from the deep passage that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. Boboda's soul was completely bound by the runes and couldn't move at all. He could only watch as his soul rapidly approached the tunnel. It's time to fulfill the contract. Boboda silently said goodbye to his sister Floral as he approached the tunnel. When his soul fell into the tunnel, Boboda didn't feel anything. The fear was gone, and all that was left in his heart was peace and relief. However, just as Boboda thought he was about to enter the demon god's domain, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind him. Behind him was the shattered soul space. Why did it flash? Boboda wanted to look back, but he couldn't control himself. He could only let his soul fall into the abyss. Just as Boboda thought he wouldn't be able to find out the cause of the flash, a strange force suddenly pulled him out of the vortex tunnel. Boboda was stunned. Was he pulled back? No, it wasn't pulling him out of the tunnel, but separating his consciousness from his soul. As his soul continued to fall, his consciousness was pulled out of his soul and pulled toward the halo behind him. The reason Boboda came to this conclusion was because he was in a strange state of full view. He could see that his soul was fusing with the vortex channel, and the expression on the soul's face was dull and dull. It did not have the intelligence of a soul at all. This was because the soul's consciousness had already been pulled away from the whirlpool. What's going on? How can the soul and consciousness be separated? Boboda was confused. He had already reached the forbidden circle of the runes. Countless runes of the solar eclipse wrapped around his soul and dragged it into the tunnel. Now that Boboda's soul and consciousness were separated, he would naturally come into contact with the runes. Boboda sensed the runes around him and had an inexplicable feeling that something bad would happen if he came into contact with the runes. Boboda had lost most of his ability to think, but some kind of innate sense of danger kept compressing his consciousness until it became a tiny speck of light. Although it was still difficult for him to escape from the runes, he remembered that there was still a gap that was not completely closed. Boboda didn't even think about what would happen if he left the range of the runes. He directly entered the gap. An elegant fragrance floated into Lyota's nose. Fragrance? Where did this fragrance come from? Luda opened his eyes in confusion. The moment he opened his eyes, light shone into his eyes. His light brown eyes reflected the blue sky. Luda pushed himself up from the ground and stood up. He found himself standing on a balcony. The railings of the balcony were covered in green vines. Light purple flowers bloomed on the vines. The fragrance came from these flowers. Luda raised his head in confusion. He looked beyond the railings and saw layers upon layers of buildings. Tall and short, light and shadow flashed. It was like a city. No, this was a city. Where was this place? Where was this city? Why was he here? Most importantly, Luda looked down at his body. It was perfectly fine. Even his skin was not cracked. His hands and feet were normal as well. There were no bumps on his body, nor was there any green liquid. It was as if he had returned to the time before he mutated. Ruda touched his face again. The smooth feeling under his fingertips made him feel both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. What was unfamiliar was that the lumps of flesh that had accompanied him for half a year had all disappeared. What was familiar was that he seemed to have really returned to the past. What the hell is going on here? Luda could not understand. He had a body again. And it was better. Nida carefully tried to recall what had happened. However, he couldn't find any clues even after searching through his memories. He only remembered that his consciousness had drifted out of his soul. Then, he had done everything he could to shrink his consciousness to the smallest extent possible. Then, through the only gap, he had passed through the encirclement of the true name imprint and escaped from the vortex channel. After he came out of the whirlpool tunnel, a door of light had appeared in front of him. Behind the door was a long tunnel. He did not know what the tunnel behind the door of light was. He did not even know what to do. Then, he turned back to look at the dark whirlpool tunnel. He saw his soulless soul falling continuously and finally being submerged in the darkness. Just as his soul merged with the darkness, he vaguely saw a huge eye that could occupy all the darkness. It slowly opened. There was no emotion in the eye. It was cold like a god at the top of a mountain, looking down on the world. When he saw this eye, Juanita's muddled thoughts seemed to freeze for a moment. He remembered that the owner of this eye wasn't some godlike person, but a god. It was one of the most powerful demon gods in the Abyss world, the Great Demon God, the Deep Lord. Back when the Zenith Tower signed a contract with the Deep Master, he had seen similar eyes. That kind of shock went straight to his soul, and he had never forgotten it. At this moment, Luda understood that the whirlpool tunnel was indeed the Deep Lord's territory. However, what puzzled Ruda was that he noticed that after the Deep Lord opened his eyes, he seemed to have seen something unbelievable. A trace of doubt flashed through his cold eyes. What was it that could make a mighty existence like the Deep Abyss Lord feel puzzled? Luda's confusion was quickly answered. He saw himself in the eye's reflection. To be precise, he saw his soulless soul. Was the Deep Lord feeling confused because of his soul? Luda felt that it was unbelievable. Even a high and mighty demon god had moments of confusion? Also, what was he confused about? Luda's questions came one after another. The eye seemed to have noticed something. It slowly raised its gaze. His eyes seemed to be able to pass through time and space and see through the whirlpool tunnel. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped the pinnacle tower. He had a premonition that he could not let the Deep Lord see what was left of his consciousness. Luda did not hesitate. He turned around and entered the door of light. After Luda entered the door of light immediately closed and disappeared. The eye in the depths of the whirlpool tunnel only saw some remnants of light. It did not discover anything. On the other side, after Luda entered the door of light, he walked through a dark tunnel and arrived at the exit. When he walked out of the exit, he fell into a coma. When he woke up, he was already lying on the balcony. Luda carefully recalled this memory. He still did not understand where he was. He did not even know if this place had anything to do with the Deep Lord. However, he vaguely remembered that he had walked through the door of light, and the Deep Lord was on the other side of the whirlpool tunnel. Perhaps it had nothing to do with the Deep Lord? Was he lucky enough to escape? However, he remembered that his soul seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Deep Lord. What part of the process was so strange, and where did the light gate come from? Luda felt that his mind was filled with all kinds of questions, but he could not get an answer. Are you a pervert? Just as Luda was filled with frustration, a clear and disdainful voice came from behind him. Luda turned around and saw a little girl on the previously empty balcony. She didn't know when, but there was a little girl. She had a delicate and beautiful face. Her skin was very pale. Together with her blood-red dress and cold eyes, she looked like an evil spirit in folklore. However, under the sunlight, he could see the shadow under her feet. Clearly, this was not an evil spirit. She was a human. However, this human girl was looking at him with disdain. Huh? Luda was confused. His mind was a little muddled. He did not even know if he was confused by the little girl's mockery or the little girl's origin. I said that you are a pervert. You keep touching your body. Look, you are still touching your face. Sunny could not help but roll her eyes. Are you a narcissist? Luda only then noticed that his fingertips were still rubbing his smooth face. Perhaps he did not feel it, but to an outsider, it did seem a little narcissistic. Luda quickly put his hand down. However, it had to be said that his face was really smooth. I'm not a narcissist. It's just that, there are some strange changes in my body. After Luda finished speaking, he gave her what he thought was his most amiable smile. Little friend, can I ask you a few questions? The disdain on Sunny's face grew. Don't smile. You look even more perverted when you smile. Luda was stunned. Was his smile that ugly? He clearly remembered that he used to be very handsome. In the world of children, he should be attractive to both men and women. Could it be that his appearance had not recovered? Only the lumps on his skin were gone. It was smooth to the touch, but he still looked like an alien. Unfortunately, his mind space was mostly broken. Otherwise, he could use his spiritual energy to see what he looked like. Wait, that's not right. If his mind space was broken, how could his logic work so clearly? Don't call me little friend. I'm Sunny. Sunny's voice interrupted Luda's thoughts. Sunny glanced at Luda. I know you have a lot of questions, but I'm too lazy to answer. As a newbie, what you need to do now is to follow me to Firmament Tower to register your identity. Newbie? Firmament Tower? What was that place? Luda had his doubts, but judging from Sunny's response, it was not the right time to ask. Okay, I'll follow you too. Firmament Tower. Luda paused. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Luda. Sunny had already turned around, ready to bring this perverted newbie to Firmament Tower to register his identity. However, when she heard Luda's name, she suddenly froze. Sunny turned around and frowned. You're Luda? Luda, I'm Luda. Do you know me? Sunny's face flashed with realization. So it's you. Then you don't have to register. Your identity is already registered. Come with me to find my teacher. Teacher? Yes, Teacher John. He will tell you everything you want to know. Ruta followed Sunny from the balcony into the house in a daze. Then, he realized that there was a huge theater inside. Not far away, there was a boy about the same age as Sunny, playing the piano seriously. Although the sound of the zither was immature, the performer was still a child after all. The music he played would not be sad, but cheerful and bright. The relaxed style of the song, even though it wasn't very beautiful, calmed down Juanita's restless heart. The one playing the piano is called Alda. He's an idiot. Sunny's tone was disdainful when she mentioned Alda, but she immediately warned Nida, but even if he's an idiot, you can't bully him in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Nida smiled and nodded. Although he felt that the current situation was strange and unknown, he would not make things difficult for these two brats. Plus, this little girl called Sunny made him feel close. It was as if he saw his own sister. Chloe looked about the same age as Sunny. But Chloe was a soul, so her real age might be a bit older than Sunny. While Nida was thinking, he did not know that Sunny was also a soul in reality, and her real age was about the same as Chloe Sparrow's. It was just that they were both stored in the body of a child. Sunny led Ruta all the way to a wooden door with a golden sparrow pattern. After knocking, a slightly aged male voice came from inside. Who is it? Master John, it's me. After the door was opened, Sunny and Ruta walked in, and Ruta finally saw the Chown that Sunny was talking about. This was an old man who looked very old, but his eyes didn't give off the feeling that he was as old as his appearance. This was a man that seemed to have been distorted by time. While Nida was sizing John up, John was also looking at Nida. After looking him up and down, John's gaze landed on Sunny. He asked in confusion, he is? I'm Nida. Nida spoke first. You're Nida? John asked. John's tone was the same as Sunny's. This made Nida even more confused. This unfamiliar old man and the little girl seemed to know him? Was he that famous? Angor once told me that Lunada used to be as ugly as an alien. How come he's so handsome now? Chown muttered to himself. Angor? Are you talking about Angor? Mr. Pat? It was Netta's turn to be surprised. If I'm not mistaken, the Mr. Pat you're talking about is my naughty student, Angor. Student? You're Mr. Pat's teacher? Chown nodded with a smile and pretended to stroke his beard, even though his beard was actually very short. Mr. Pat's teacher is Mr. Phantom. I've seen you before. Are you Sir Phantom? Tower was still confused. He even had the feeling of who am I, where am I, and what am I going to do lingering in his mind. Yes, Mr. Sunders is Angor's current teacher. But I'm not lying either. I'm Angor's first teacher. John paused and extended his hand to Tower. You can call me John. Tower shook John's hand in a daze. I know you have a lot of questions, and I can answer them in the future. Of course, you can always ask Angor the next time he comes here. John put a hand on Tower's shoulder. As for now, since you're here, let's begin. Begin what? Tower did not know how to react. Study the Mother Tree Network, of course. After Chown finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and patted his head. I almost forgot to tell you. Your job in the future is to follow me and study the Mother Tree Network together. But... Tower hesitated. Don't be so quick to refuse. Just know that this is Angor's job for you. Ruta, this is also his condition for saving you. You don't think he can save you from a demon without paying anything, do you? Tower was about to say something else, but when he heard this, he was completely stunned. He was saved by Angor? And it was Angor who took him back from the demon's hands. Although Ruta felt that this news was too unbelievable, he had a feeling that this might be the truth. Because he really didn't enter the deep whirlpool tunnel. Angor and Sunders were the only other people in the outside world, which meant Angor was the one who saved him. Tower was surprised that Angor could save someone from a demon, but he also thought it was reasonable. He saw how Angor fought against the Lord of Flameless back at the Pothon continent. Angor was hiding a big secret. With that in mind, Netta believed that Angor had a chance to save her. But Tower still did not know where he was. And why was Angor willing to save him? Will Mr. Pad come here? Ta thought for a moment and asked. Of course he will. But whether you can see him or not is another matter. After Qian finished speaking, he went around the tower and went to the cabinet at the back. He took out a branch from one of the drawers and picked up a knife with his other hand. We'll talk about it later. Now, I'll make you a simple net surfing device. Take a look at the mother tree network and tell me what you think. Consider this a small test for you. After all, although I lack an assistant, I don't want a narrow-minded, old-fashioned fool. As John spoke, he used a knife to scrape off some powder from the branches. He placed it in a small transparent box and handed it to Frida. Tower did not know what John was going to do, but as a former supernatural wizard, he could tell that the branch contained some strange power. He did not know what to do. But if John was really Angor's teacher, he would not do anything to harm Angor, right? Tower did not want to think about it anymore. He took the box and placed it between his eyebrows. Back in the real world, the blue, cloudless sky suddenly darkened. It was unknown when, but a gust of wind blew, blowing the dust particles in the desert into the sky, instantly covering the sky and the sun. That's the sign of a sandstorm, Sunder spoke in a low voice. Yes, and it's not small. Angor frowned as he looked at the darkened sky. What he was worried about was not whether the sandstorm would cause any harm, but why did it have to come at this time of all times? Did a demon notice something and reach into the wizarding world? Angor asked. Sunder shook his head. I don't think so. Even if they did, it's not easy for them to interfere with the wizarding world. But I think it has something to do with the demon. Sunders remained silent for a moment. The demon didn't notice anything, but its aura is still leaking out of Tower of Light's soul space. It would be fine if it was somewhere else, but this is the Sin world. You mean? Angor finally realized what was going on. The world's consciousness? Every world's consciousness would naturally reject the intrusion of otherworldly beings. Ordinary otherworldly beings, such as Qian, would be affected by the corrosion of their bodies. Therefore, the world's consciousness would be much more resistant to powerful existences such as demon gods. Besides, they were in the Sin realm, a place where the world's consciousness was the most active. Even the aura of a demon god could cause such a violent sandstorm. Of course, if a demon god really wanted to invade the wizarding world, it had ways to hide its aura from the detection of the world's consciousness for a short time. However, the Abyss Lord didn't intend to invade the southern wizarding region. He only wanted to drag Babota's soul into the abyss, so he wouldn't hide his aura. The aura wasn't strong, but the world's consciousness still noticed it. Yes, the world's consciousness is responding to the aura of a demon god. Sunders nodded with a serious look. We need to leave. This is the Supreme Cult's territory. They'll notice the abnormality of the world's consciousness even if we're separated by a continent. What about Babota? Angor frowned and glanced at Babota's corpse. Sunders had sealed Babota's hideous body inside a blue ice cube using eternal freeze. It looked like an ice coffin that froze Babota's time at the moment of his death. His body is still emitting the aura of a demon god, which is why the world's consciousness is acting strangely. You'll only become a target if you carry his body with you. Just leave him here. Don't worry about him. But won't the Supreme Cult discover his body? Angor asked. If the Supreme Cult came to investigate, the chances of finding Babota's body would greatly increase. I've removed all traces of Babota's body. His appearance has also changed. Even the wizards from Moonfrost Union who participated in the Battle of Rositolin won't recognize him, let alone the Supreme Cult. Sunders narrowed his eyes. Besides, it's better if the Supreme Cult finds his body. Bringing him back to their headquarters will make it harder for the demon god to notice. Angor gave it some thought and agreed with him. Since Babota's consciousness entered the dream wasteland after his death, he naturally became a resident of the dream realm. In that case, his corpse was of no use to him now. Of course, there was still some connection between the body and the soul. However, Babota's soul had been dragged into the abyss by the demon god, so it did not affect his body in this world. The only thing that mattered was if Sparrow really did enter the abyss in the future and brought back Babota's soul. At that time, he would have to worry about the corpse. However, that was a matter for the future. Moreover, if Floral Sparrow really had the ability to steal Bobota's soul from the Deep Lord, it wouldn't be difficult for her to get Bobota's corpse from the Supreme Cult. Angor nodded. Let's go. Before leaving, Sunders did something else. He used an extremely precious casting material to cast a special spell that disrupted all energy waves in the area. Even a prophet would not be able to find out what happened just now. While Sunders was casting the spell, Angor checked Bobota's body again. He didn't want to reveal too much information. When everything was done, Sunders and Angor stepped into a plain passageway that wasn't completely sealed off yet and disappeared from sight. Not long after they left, two people wearing dark robes showed up nearby. They were all wearing hoods that covered most of their faces. From the exposed lips and noses, it could be seen that the one in the gray robe was a young man, and the one in the black robe was a woman with black lipstick. Bishop, the source of chaos should be nearby. The one who spoke was a man. His voice was very cold, like rain falling on an ice-cold blade, cold and sharp. The woman who the man respectfully addressed as the bishop was a woman with black lipstick. She closed her eyes and sensed the aura around her. It's the aura of the Deep Lord. The man in gray pondered for a moment. I remember reading in the scriptures that the great demon god of the abyss plane made an agreement with the great existence of the origin world that he would not enter the four wizard realms for no reason. Whoever created this aura must be a follower of the Deep Lord. Also, such a strong aura is rare even among the followers of the Deep Lord. The black-robed bishop nodded. Her lips curled into a beautiful smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes. You dare to collude with the otherworldly demons in the sin world. You are quite bold. Find this fiend celestial believer immediately and execute him. The cold voice was filled with killing intent. The man in gray knelt on the ground without hesitation. Understood. When the man looked up, the wind from the sandstorm lifted his hood, revealing his handsome face. If Angor was here, he would recognize this man as Saladin, the one who got into a fight with Sean because of Gank. Saladin's search quickly yielded results. After all, the fiend celestial believer wasn't hiding, nor did he know how to hide. Under a sand dune, he found Bobota's body, which was eternally frozen. Found him, Bishop. But he's dead, and I don't think he's human. Saladin brought the blue ice block to the bishop. The black-robed bishop looked at the horrifying corpse under the eternal frost. After a while, he slowly said, he is a human, but a human who was devoured by the demon god's contract. But the strange thing is, doubt flashed in the eyes of the black-robed bishop. It seems that this is a human believer who has been suffering from the backlash of the contract for a long time. Since he has already suffered the backlash, it means that the deep god has already given up on him. But why is the aura of the demon god spreading around him? And it's still coming out. Saladin also felt something was wrong. He wasn't a wizard yet, but he had dealt with a lot of demon followers before. None of them had such a strong aura. Is the demon god spreading his aura through this body? The bishop muttered. But that doesn't make sense. She pondered for a long time but to no avail. At this moment, she looked at the blue ice block outside the shield. Eternal Frost. It's a level 1 spell. This believer who suffered from the backlash has long lost the ability to cast spells, so it can't be him who released the spell. There must be someone beside him before he died. Perhaps it was his accomplice. The black-robed bishop raised his head abruptly. Perhaps we'll know the answer once we find this person. The bishop didn't let Saladin act alone this time. The person who could cast Eternal Frost was definitely a wizard. Saladin wasn't strong enough. However, when she spread her power of the will and searched hundreds of miles around, she didn't find anyone. She thought for a while and said to Saladin, "Take me to where I found this body." When she came to the sand dune where Bobota was sleeping, she frowned. There's still the aura of the stone here. Did someone open a plain passageway? If that person left through a plain passageway, it was normal that they couldn't find him. Coming to the sin world through a plain passageway and then leaving. Did they pay such a high price just to freeze the body of a demon follower? No matter what, the culprit came here with a plan. She frowned. Even if it was a plan, she still couldn't figure out the culprit's motive. Unfortunately, the stargazing day is coming. All the prophets in the church went to the Starliege Church. They can't help us find any information. She thought for a while and said to Saladin, forget it. Since the culprit left through a plain passageway, it won't be easy to find him. We'll have to wait until the stargazing day is over. Let's bring the body back and see if we can find anything. In the depths of the endless abyss, there was a seemingly silent and dark void. At this moment, this void that had been silent for a long time suddenly lit up. The light came from a soul. To be precise, it was a soul that had just been thrown out of the vortex tunnel. This soul glowed faintly. Although the light could not dispel the darkness of the void, it outlined the soul's appearance. The owner of this soul was a handsome young man. However, the most shocking thing was not the glowing soul itself, but the palm under the soul's feet. This normal-looking human soul was being dragged by a gigantic palm. Just from the size of this palm, one could infer that the owner's true body was definitely comparable to a mountain. This was indeed the case. In the area illuminated by the glowing soul, a huge eye appeared. It was as if the giant had pulled the head closer to observe the soul in the palm. This soul in the palm was naturally the Nutta that had been pulled into the vortex tunnel. The owner of the eye that was observing the soul was, without a doubt, the peerless great demon god who had countless believers in various major worlds, the Deep Lord, whose name had spread throughout the general plane. Usually, the Deep Abyss Master rarely opened his eyes. He rested in silence all year round, dividing his thoughts into various planes. Because of this, the Deep Abyss was probably the most simple among the many peerless great demon gods. And such a great demon god who had his eyes closed all year round actually opened them now? A group of the Deep Lord's subordinates nearby were extremely shocked. Although they were not close to the Deep Abyss, they could sense the situation there. Not only did the Deep Lord open his eyes, but more importantly, the one who opened his eyes was not them, but a human soul. Was this human soul very special? If the Deep Lord were to answer this question, the answer would be yes. If this human soul was not special, so much great demon god power would not have descended and signed a contract with him. This human belonged to the Provenance race, a race that was favored by the world will of the sorcerer world. Due to various reasons, the Provenance race had almost disappeared in the long river of history. Because of this, when the Deep Lord discovered this pure-blooded Provenance race descendant, he did not hesitate to tempt him into signing a contract. However, the Deep Lord's idea was to leave behind a chess piece that could spy on the world will of the sorcerer world. It might be useful in the future. In other words, the soul of the Zenith Pagoda was nothing more than a chess piece. It was valuable, but it could also be discarded at any time. However, after experiencing the changes in the Yuan-Tan continent, the Deep King began to pay more attention to the Ascension Tower. This was because the true spirit of the Lord of the Flameless had fallen on the Yuan-Tan continent. Although Lord Flameless wasn't a peerless great demonic god, the death of a demonic god's true spirit was definitely not an ordinary matter. At the time, almost all eyes in the abyss were on the primordial continent. They wanted to pry into the truth of the Lord of the Flameless death. Naturally, this included the Deep Abyss Master. However, he did not get any news. When he wanted to take a step further to spy on the Yuan-Tan continent, a feeling of fear arose in his heart. For people who had reached their level to develop feelings of fear, it was definitely not that simple. It represented a kind of omen. This meant that the existence that caused the changes in the Yuan-Tan continent definitely had the power to wipe them out. The Deep Abyss Lord didn't hesitate and chose to retreat. His choice wasn't wrong. According to what he learned later, it wasn't just him. Even the more mysterious ancient ones in the abyss were scared away by the great existence that had descended on the Yuan-Tan continent. Even those mysterious ancient ones didn't dare to pry. The Deep Abyss Lord's retreat was even more sensible. However, although he didn't investigate the cause of the changes in the Yuan-Tan continent, his curiosity didn't diminish. However, he wasn't in a hurry. There was an information channel. A believer who had signed a soul contract with him was on the Yuan-Tan continent at the time. And this person was the Ascension Tower. Because the Deep Abyss Lord was afraid of that terrifying existence, he didn't dare to pry into it. He didn't even dare to pay too much attention to the Ascension Tower. He only waited for the Ascension Tower to die and his soul to return to the abyss. At that time, it would be logical to investigate the information in the Ascension Tower's memories. Anyway, the Ascension Tower had forcefully accepted the demonic god's power and had already suffered a backlash. He wasn't far from death. Therefore, the Deep Abyss Lord didn't have to worry about how long he had to wait. Half a year, to him, was about the same time as a human yawning. Finally, the Ascension Tower's death came. However, when the Ascension Tower's soul entered the abyss, he was puzzled. Although this human soul was bound to the abyss by the power of the soul contract, why, his soul is blank. A rare look of surprise flashed across the Deep Abyss Lord's cold eyes. This human soul, which was glowing faintly in his palm, didn't have any ability to express itself. It was as dull as a puppet without spiritual intelligence. But it was indeed a soul. All the characteristics of a soul, the particles that made up the soul, and the spiritual sense indicated that there was nothing wrong with the soul in his palm. But such a soul without any abnormalities just happened to be missing all the spiritual light of consciousness. This meant that this soul didn't have any memories at all. It was just like a newborn baby. Even if it was, he wouldn't be able to find any clues to understand from such a blank soul, let alone information about the Yuan-Tan continent. A dim light flickered in the Deep Abyss Lord's eyes. There was no doubt that this soul had been tampered with. But he didn't know how it had been tampered with. Stripping the spiritual light of a soul was definitely not something an ordinary transcendent could do. Even those who had lived for countless years wouldn't be able to strip all the spiritual light of consciousness so perfectly. It was so perfect that it was as if the spiritual light of consciousness had gathered on its own and then left the soul on its own. Of course, he didn't think that the spiritual light of consciousness would leave the soul on its own. There must be someone secretly manipulating it. And the mastermind behind all this was definitely not weak. Could it be that existence that had caused the changes in the Yuan-Tan continent? Because from the Deep Abyss Lord's point of view, the only valuable memory of the piñata's spiritual light was probably the change in the Yuan-Tan continent. If his spiritual light of consciousness had been erased, there was a great possibility that it had something to do with this. Because of this, he was a little hesitant about whether to investigate the situation of the piñata when he was alive. If he investigated, he might be able to find some clues, but there was also a possibility that he would be targeted by that terrifying existence. The Deep Abyss Lord quietly looked at the whirlpool passage not far away. This was the passage that pulled the piñata from the land of souls into the abyss. It was a passage that transcended dimensions that even the Deep Abyss Lord couldn't fully understand. The passage wasn't constructed by the Deep Abyss Lord. It was constructed by the Great Will because the piñata had signed a soul contract. After the piñata's soul fell into the abyss, this whirlpool passage began to slowly disappear. The Deep Abyss Lord thought for a moment. Taking advantage of the fact that the whirlpool passage hadn't completely disappeared, he poured more demonic power into it. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided not to take the risk and muddy the waters. Although he had already made the decision not to investigate, he was still a little unwilling. In the end, he decided to use the extension of the demon god's power to see the place where the Zenith Tower died and the scene before its death within the rules, that is, before the vortex channel dissipated. Perhaps he could bypass that existence and find some clues. It didn't matter if he couldn't find anything. After all, the Flameless Lord didn't have much to do with it. However, what disappointed the Deep Abyss Lord was that the demonic aura that he had just transmitted through the whirlpool passage was discovered by the world will of the adept world. Under the suppression of the world will and the distance between planes, almost nothing could be seen. He could only vaguely feel that the piñata's corpse seemed to be moving, and moving towards a place where the world will was denser. Angor and Sunders quickly flew through the dark plane passageway. Angor finally broke the silence when Sunders confirmed that they had left the Sin realm. I wonder if the Abyss Lord noticed the anomaly in the Nether Tower's soul. If the Abyss Lord is still paying attention to the mystery of Lord Flameless Death, he must have noticed the anomaly in the Neon Tower's soul. However, the Nether Tower's consciousness has already entered the dream wasteland. All information related to its memory has been erased. It's impossible to find anything from the Nether Tower. Unless we go to the Wizarding World and steal the Nether Tower's body from the Supreme Cult's territory. Maybe we can find something. However, Sunders didn't think that was likely. If a powerful demon like the Abyss Lord dared to invade the southern Wizarding region, a miracle from the Origin World would happen in the next second. Even if the miracle didn't happen, the world's consciousness would do everything in its power to expel the Abyss Lord. Therefore, the Abyss Lord wouldn't risk his own fate for such a trivial matter. In other words, at least for now, the Abyss Lord couldn't get any useful information from the Nether Tower. Therefore, Angor didn't have to worry about being targeted by the Abyss Lord. After confirming this fact, he sighed in relief. He was only willing to help the Nether Tower because he didn't want to be targeted by the Abyss Lord. This was a huge burden that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Now, Angor could finally talk about something else. The Sin World is really different from the other planes. Just a little bit of demon aura already caused the world's consciousness to react. As expected of the Supreme Cult's headquarters, Angor commented. Sometimes, it's not always a good thing to be favored by the world's consciousness, Sunders commented. Like the Bayuan clan? Sunders nodded. While being favored, you have to pay a price. The Bayuan clan is a typical example, and the Supreme Cult is the same. However, the Supreme Cult is much smarter than the Bayuan clan. They know their place very well. They never thought of themselves as the ones favored by the world. Instead, they live as a sword in the hand of the world's consciousness. Although the will of the world did not have any thoughts of its own, it was still biased towards the rules. For example, the will of any world would absolutely not allow anyone to excessively destroy its own domain. It also did not like otherworldly beings to enter its world. The Supreme Cult knew that the will of the world had this bias, so they catered to it and eliminated all otherworldly creatures to gain the favor of the will of the world. This was a typical example of living as a weapon. Like a puppet, he would kill whoever he pointed at. The will of the world did not like the entry of beings from other worlds, so it forbade all beings from other worlds from entering the sorcerer world. It even expanded its own authority to include some materials from other worlds as objects of prohibition. That was why the Supreme Sect was so domineering and tyrannical in the name of the world will. That was why most southern sorcerers disliked them and disdained to associate with them. Living as a weapon has its benefits. As long as the world's consciousness needs the sword, the Supreme Cult will continue to exist. What if the world's consciousness doesn't need the sword anymore? If not, the will of the world won't do anything to the Supreme Sect. But if they offend the entire wizarding world, they won't be able to live a good life. I hope that day comes, Angor said. He didn't have a direct conflict with the Supreme Cult, but he didn't like their style of doing things. After all, John was an otherworldly being. Sunders shook his head. I don't think so. I don't like the Supreme Cult, but their existence maintains the balance of power in the southern wizarding region. If they really fall, it won't be easy to rebuild the balance. Who knows, we might enter a period of chaos again. The chaos Sunders mentioned was not the so-called chaotic era. It was the era of chaos when otherworldly beings invaded the wizarding world as they pleased. There were such examples in the southern wizarding region. When such a time came, it would be the end of the world for the current generation of humans. Maybe it was because they had solved the problem of Mina's tower, but both of them felt much more relaxed now. Even if they were on opposite sides, they could still talk peacefully. After talking about the Supreme Cult for a while, Sunders returned to the main topic. Has Autark entered the Dream Wasteland? What do you plan to do with him? I sent him to the Ocean Theater in the Dream Wasteland. Sunders raised an eyebrow. So you plan to let him follow John? Angor nodded. Yes. He needs some assistance. Sunders nodded. That's a good idea. Someone with supernatural experience like Luna Tower will be more useful than others with limited knowledge. Sunders knew that John was the designer of the new city, and he also heard that John would be guiding the construction of the new city. Therefore, he assumed that Autark Tower was helping John to build the new city. Angor did not explain further. He did want Autark Tower to help John develop the Mother Tree network, but Sunders was right. Autark Tower would help John to build the new city as well. Speaking of the new city, Sunders paid more attention to it than other topics. After all, the new city would be built mainly by supernaturals. Sunders would pay more attention to it than a mortal city like Heart City. Besides, Sunders knew what kind of benefits a supernatural city could bring. Angor also had some ideas about the new city, so they spent the rest of the journey talking about the construction of the new city and its future development. They only stopped talking when a glowing spatial rift appeared in the pitch-black void. "We're here." Sunders stepped out of the fissure and saw Windmill Town. Sunders returned to the puppet asylum after Angor left the plain passageway. He planned to sort out all the information before entering the dream wasteland to assume his authority. Angor bade farewell to Sunders and returned to the ruin. He returned to the empty study and rested for a while. Then, he released the table with a lamp still on from his bracelet. The dim light illuminated the items on the table. There was a nest of soft worms, and a handwritten book that was densely filled with words. This was the place where Haida used to cultivate soft worms. The handbook was also written by Haida himself. The ink on the handbook had not completely dried yet. It could be seen that Haida was still perfecting the handbook until the very last moment. Angor flipped through the notebook and saw that Autark Tower's notes were very detailed. Every detail was taken into consideration. If Angor wanted to continue cultivating soft worms, he only needed to give the notebook to a random supernatural. Even a beginner apprentice would be able to complete the entire process step by step. Soon, Angor reached the last page of the notebook. It was a message left by Netta for Angor. The message was mostly about how he regretted his actions, how he thanked Angor for taking him in, and how he regretted not being able to help Angor any longer. The writing was very affectionate. In fact, there was indeed an abundance of emotions gushing out between the lines, but, don't worry about it. You can still help me in the dream wasteland. Angor chuckled. He took out the dream whelk and activated it. The table was then dragged into the dream wasteland by a mysterious force. Meanwhile, Baboda and John were discussing the Mother Tree network when a table suddenly appeared in front of Baboda out of nowhere. Baboda was startled. After he calmed down, he looked at the table in front of him in confusion. "This is the desk that I used before?" Baboda opened the drawer under the table, which was filled with pens, ink, and parchments. Everything he needed was there. He even found Angor's personal notes and diary. Everything looked the same except for the soft larva's nest. "Is this the desk you used before?" John also heard Baboda's words. He thought for a moment and realized that it was Angor's doing. "Yes." Baboda frowned. "Do you know why it's here, Mr. John?" "You should know the answer already." "Mr. Pad did this?" Baboda quickly realized something. He left the table in Angor's bracelet, so Angor was the only one who could send it to him. But Baboda could not imagine how Angor did it. What kind of power was this? Of course. John flipped through the papers on the table. It was a research project on soft larvae. Although John didn't quite understand it, Baboda had written a very detailed report on this topic. The structure of the topic was also very in-depth. Judging from this report alone, Baboda was definitely not a slouch when it came to learning. John nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Baboda, who was still in a daze. "Since Angor brought this to you, this will be your desk from now on." John put a hand on Baboda's shoulder and prepared to continue discussing the Mother Tree network with Baboda. But Baboda was still in a daze, so John said, "You can ask Angor when he comes in. Now, let's get back to the main topic." Angor didn't know about the conversation between John and Baboda in the dream wasteland. He simply tossed the table into the dream wasteland as a joke. Of course, he didn't think too much about it since it was just a joke. What's more, he didn't have time to think about these trivial matters right now, because from the button of the gear, there was a dong 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 sound. Angor took out a mini signal tower and successfully connected the call. The person who contacted him was, without a doubt, Huake Quebec. Through the screen, Angor noticed that Flower Sparrow was no longer as excited as she used to be. Instead, she looked more serious with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Flower Sparrow picked up the call and remained silent for a long while. "Brother Pat. Is my brother. Is he? He's already dead." Angor knew what Sparrow wanted to ask, so he told her the truth. Then, Flower Sparrow paused for a moment. She wanted to ask if Angor saved Baboda, but she didn't know where to start, so she had to stop halfway. "Don't worry. You'll see each other one day. Didn't you already foresee it?" Angor chuckled. That was exactly what Flower Sparrow wanted to ask. She didn't know what Bobota's current state would be after his body died and his soul fell into the abyss. But since Angor said so, Flower Sparrow was glad to see Bobota again one day. That was why Flower Sparrow contacted Angor. Now that she knew the answer, she sighed in relief. Next, Flower Sparrow told Angor about something else. She emphasized that Flower Sparrow might meet Angor soon. Not through the mini-signal tower, but in real life. As for why Flower Sparrow was so sure about this, she did not tell Angor anything about it. After ending the call, Angor sat in front of his desk and thought for a while. He had a general idea. Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't leave Brute Cavern anytime soon. If Flower Sparrow wanted to see him, she had to come to Brute Cavern. And when he thought about what was going to happen in Brute Cavern, he had an answer. Tea party. Flower Sparrow would come to the tea party, which meant she would have a chance to meet Angor in real life. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be normal. After all, Dark Castle was mostly made up of women, and the tea party included almost half of the witches in the wizarding world. Besides, Isabelle said that she hoped Dark Castle could establish a friendship with Phantom Island, so she would definitely be there. Considering how much Isabelle valued Flower Sparrow, it was reasonable for her to bring her along. This will be Lady Isabelle's first official appearance in the wizarding world after 1,000 years, right? I'm looking forward to seeing how other people will react when they know that she's going to establish a friendship with Phantom Island. Angor chuckled. He was looking forward to the tea party. Next, Angor checked the soft larva nest for a bit. Without an assistant to help him, he had to deal with the latent dangers that Bobota had mentioned before by himself. When everything was done, he sensed a response from the authority of the Dream Gate. This meant that Sunders had entered the Dream Wasteland. It also meant that Sunders had finished his final preparations and was about to assume the authority of the government. Angor put away the soft larva nest and entered the Dream Wasteland. A moment later, Angor, Sunders, and Freud appeared in a misty forest. This was where the Nightmare Domain's main body was hiding, while the mist around it was an illusion created by Angor. The last time they came here, this place was a flat plain. But now, it was a forest. Walking among the tall trees, they couldn't see any sunlight due to the mist. It was as if they had just arrived at the undead forest near Dark Castle. The further they walked, the colder it got. Mortals would have been scared by now. But for Angor and Freud, it was just the atmosphere. Freud sighed. It's such a shame that we can't hear the birds and insects in the forest. Otherwise, it would be more realistic. You can try to assume the authority of any dream creature that appears in the Dream Wasteland. That'll make it more lively, Angor suggested. Freud quickly waved his hand. Nah, I can't even assume the authority of plants, let alone anything else. Sunders interjected, I think you should try. These plants, sinful demons, and sprites can all be classified as dream creatures. Now that the dream creatures have almost covered the entire Dream Wasteland, your ability to bear the burden of other creatures will inevitably decrease. You should be able to bear the burden of ordinary insects and animals. Freud was a little tempted. However, he just lost the authority of a tree civilization not long ago, and he didn't want to assume the authority of another one. Freud's failure was also a huge blow to him. Angor was already planning to help Freud recover from his trauma. I think so too. You can give it a try when you assume the authority of energy, Professor. You want the Dream Wasteland to be more like a real world, right? This is your chance. About 100 steps into the forest, they saw an even thicker fog ahead of them. When they saw the familiar mist, they knew they had arrived at their destination. As soon as they stepped into the fog, they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of their faces. Anyone else would get lost in the fog, but Angor and Sunders were different. Under Angor's control, a clear path appeared in front of them. After walking a few steps along the small path, he saw a flat area about the size of an ordinary courtyard. A large tree with lush green leaves stood quietly on this empty piece of flat land. Angor walked to the tree and pointed a finger at it. A glowing orb that was bound by green runes came out of the trunk and floated beside him. This was the main body of the Nightmare Domain. Do I need to do something, sir? Angor asked. No. Let's get started. Angor didn't waste time either. He activated the green runes on the orb and took out his scroll of luck. When the lucky moment came into effect, Angor closed his eyes and repeated the content of the energy system in his mind. The lucky moment lasted for 3 seconds. During the second second, a glittering dust slowly floated down from the main body of the nightmare domain. Without hesitation, Angor activated the fusion function and sent the dust into Sunder's body. Sunders was already prepared. As soon as the dust entered his body, he sat down beside the tree and closed his eyes while waiting for the power to fuse with him. Time ticked by, and Sunders didn't show any signs of discomfort. Angor and Sunders sighed in relief. At least in the early stages of the fusion, Lucien's performance was much better than Freud's. Normally speaking, it would take a long time to fuse with a new power. Since Sunders had to accept and digest a large amount of information, it usually took several hours or even a day. Unless the dream wasteland was receiving the power itself, it would take no time at all. For example, Weather Shift and Tree Civilization were both done in an instant. Since Sunders couldn't handle the power of the dream wasteland on his own, it would take him a long time to fuse with the new power. For the first hour, none of them spoke. They all stared at Sunders nervously, fearing that something unexpected might happen. An hour later, Freud finally broke the silence when he saw that Sunders was not surprised. "Sir, can Mr. Phantom succeed?" Freud's voice was a little nervous. "There shouldn't be any problem unless we encounter an unknown variable like the tree civilization." Angor was actually telling Freud that he failed to integrate the tree civilization because the unknown variables were too terrifying. Even if Sunders tried to take on tree civilization, he would still fail. That was because the word civilization carried too much weight. Freud's eyes dimmed when he heard about the tree civilization. "I hope we won't encounter such an unknown variable." "I hope so." Angor believed that Sunders had a high chance of success. Of course, there was also the possibility that he ran into some unknown variable that he couldn't handle. If Sunders couldn't handle it, the others wouldn't be able to succeed either. Freud shifted his gaze away from Sunders and looked at the tree nearby. "Sir, why did you place a tree here?" Freud had been wondering about this ever since he arrived at the wasteland. In such a large open space, there was only one lone tree here. It was very strange. Freud also knew that the green mist seed spread by the tree civilization couldn't have penetrated this wasteland. Therefore, Angor had to be the one who planted the tree here. "It's used as an eye," Angor explained. "An eye?" Freud didn't understand. "Don't you think this tree looks familiar?" Angor asked another question. "Familiar?" Freud looked up at the lush tree. At first glance, he didn't see anything special about it. But when he looked closer, he did. "It looks like a miniature version of the mother tree," Freud muttered. "Not exactly. This tree is the mother tree itself," Angor explained, "but it's made from the mother tree's branches. You can think of it as a clone of the mother tree. In the future, when the wilderness of dreams is opened, this mother tree's avatar can send me a warning through the tree civilization. Whether I'm in the dream wasteland or in the real world, I'll be alerted immediately." This was one of the defensive mechanisms Angor set up for his nightmare domain. He didn't think that anyone would come to this wasteland in the future, but it was better to do it just in case. Freud understood what Angor was trying to do, but he was still a little surprised. "You can use this to contact the mother tree?" "Of course. You can contact the mother tree through its network." In Angor's opinion, it was like a long-distance surveillance device. In fact, all the plants born in the dream wilderness originated from the mother tree and were more or less connected to the mother tree. They could also be used as monitors, but their transmission signal was much weaker, and they did not have a certain level of combat power. This clone of the mother tree, on the other hand, had a lot of special properties. To some extent, it could be used to protect the nightmare domain. "I see." Freud nodded. Since the nightmare domain was the core of the wasteland, it was only natural for it to be protected as much as possible. "By the way, what do you think of the professor's suggestion?" Angor suddenly asked. "What do you think about it?" "Your soul should have recovered by now, so you can try to take on the new authority." Freud opened his mouth and tried to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Angor understood Freud's thoughts. He was looking forward to it, but at the same time, he was afraid. He did not try to dissuade them, but instead talked about something else. Speaking of which, all the plants in the dream wasteland are related to the mother tree. The mother tree can provide the plants with the necessary energy to grow through the soil. Otherwise, the wasteland and the dream plant sprites won't be able to keep the plants alive. Although the mother tree, the dream plant varies, and the plants form a special ecological closed loop, if there are more ways to supply the mother tree with soil energy, it will also reduce a lot of pressure on the mother tree, such as building a true ecological chain. Plants and animals have their own functions. Life can spread, death can nurture, and reincarnate. Don't you think it's more realistic? Angor noticed Freud's interest, but he didn't ask for more details right away. You can think about it more carefully. You don't need to worry about failure. Professor will calculate the success rate for you. Then, you can decide if you want to try it or not. Instead of talking about the new authority, the two of them continued their conversation. Freud was the one doing most of the talking, while Angor only listened to him. While Freud talked, Angor kept his eyes on Sunders. 3 hours later, Sunders' calm expression suddenly changed. His brows were tightly knitted together, and his face suddenly turned pale. Freud followed Angor's gaze and looked at Sunders as well. Mr. Phantom doesn't look right. Freud looked worried. Angor looked at the sweat on Sunders' forehead and said, maybe he's at the critical stage of the fusion process. He's going to suffer from the torrent of information. Then, will he fail? Angor knew what Freud was trying to say. He shook his head. We're already at the last step. The chance of failure is very low. If we were going to fail, we would have done it long ago. Just like when you tried to fuse with the tree civilization, the unknown variables were so powerful that they didn't give you any time to react. Freud thought about it and realized that Angor was right. If there really was an unknown variable, it would have done it long ago. Freud felt a little relieved. Angor watched Freud's expression and chuckled. Whenever Angor mentioned the tree civilization, Freud's expression would change even if he didn't say anything. But now, Freud didn't do anything. This meant that Freud was slowly getting over the trauma of failing to fuse with the tree civilization. This was why Angor mentioned the tree civilization so often. It seemed that it worked. Time passed by quietly, and another hour passed. During this time, Sunders' face grew paler and paler, and he was sweating profusely. However, Angor could see his eyeballs twitching when he closed his eyes, which meant he hadn't reached his limit yet. It's about time, Angor said in a small voice. What do you mean? Freud looked at Angor in confusion. The torrent of information has been washing your mind space for more than an hour. The normal authority should be coming to an end by now. Before Angor could finish, a gust of wind came from nowhere and rustled the leaves on the tree. Isn't this place completely sealed off? How did the wind get in? Freud muttered. Angor stared at the swaying leaves in a daze. A moment later, he realized something and his eyes lit up. It's not wind. It's some unknown energy that's stirring up the inert elements. Unknown energy? Prying the inert elements? Freud quickly turned around and looked at Sunders' pale face. Did Mr. Phantom succeed? Angor didn't answer because he had already focused all his attention on his mind space. In the deep and dark mind space, only the tree of authority standing in the void was emitting a faint light. Angor's attention was also focused on the tree of dreams, which was hanging in the darkness. Just like the tree in the outside world, it was also swaying. However, it wasn't swaying because of the wind. Instead, it was because there was a dim spot of light on a newly grown branch that was rapidly brightening. It was as if an old lamp had been ignited. The moment it ignited, not only did it cause the branches to sway even more, its brightness even overshadowing the other 6 points of light on the authority tree. The tree of authority trembled slightly as a strange feeling of joy was transmitted to Angor's mind through the tree. It was the tree's way of telling him that a new authority had been born. This meant that Sunders had succeeded in assuming the authority. He already had a feeling that he would succeed this time, but he still couldn't help but feel excited when it actually happened. If he wasn't mistaken, the new authority had something to do with the construction of an energy system. Once the dream wasteland was filled with energy that humans could control, it meant that the dream wasteland was given a soul. Angor couldn't wait to find out what the new authority was. He didn't open his eyes to ask Sunders about it. Instead, he focused his mind on the new light spot on the tree of authority. As he sank into his thoughts, he sensed a torrent of information rushing at him. The torrent of information represented the information of new authority. Angor didn't plan to study the new authority right now, so he kept most of the information to himself and only sorted out the ones he was most interested in. First, there was the name of the new authority, Energy Selection. The name was similar to Energy Level Restriction, which Sunders used before. However, the scope of the new authority was clearly different. Energy Selection, you can construct a virtual energy system in the Dream Wasteland. The introduction was simple, and the effect of the new authority was only briefly explained. Also, the new authority wouldn't be as effective as the tree civilization, which shocked the world as soon as it was born. However, it was more useful in shaping the Dream Wasteland. If they could construct a mana energy system in the Dream Wasteland, they would be able to enter the Dream Wasteland with their real strength. When that happened, Angor's idea of unlimited alchemy could be realized. Angor also noticed that the energy system was virtual, which wasn't surprising. The Dream Wasteland was located between the Dream Realm and the Nightmare Realm, and the Dream Realm occupied more space than the Nightmare Realm. Nothing in the Dream Realm was real, which was why the Dream Wasteland inherited this trait. It was just that the Wasteland gradually looked more realistic as they controlled the authority. It only looked real. In fact, the Dream Wasteland's core was still more like the Dream Realm. But it didn't matter. As long as they could achieve their goal, so be it. Besides, the most obvious weakness of the virtual energy system was that it couldn't be fed back to a person when training in the Dream Wasteland. In other words, the energy in the Dream Wasteland couldn't be used for supernatural training. This wouldn't affect them too much since the Dream Wasteland was only a medium to help them grow stronger. Their foundation was still in the real world. However, Angor was a little curious. What if the new residents of the Dream Realm came here to train? They should be able to stay in the Dream Wasteland since they wouldn't be leaving it. But he would have to test it out in the future to see if it worked. When Angor came back to his senses, he saw Sunders talking to Freud. Freud was still congratulating Sunders with an excited look on his face. Clearly, Freud already knew that Sunders was going to succeed. "Congratulations, sir." Angor quickly followed Freud's words. Sunders looked at Angor with a bright smile. "You already know what the authority is, don't you?" It was a question, but Sunders' tone was firm. Angor nodded. "Energy Selection. I've read some brief descriptions in the Tree of Authority. With this authority, I feel that I should be able to construct a mana system?" Sunders didn't say anything. Instead, he reached out his right hand. Boom! A colorful firework exploded above Sunders' right hand. But it was a mini version of a firework. "That's..." Freud pointed at the firework in astonishment. It was a supernatural spell. A small, unranked trick. Sunders withdrew his hand. He only wanted to use this trick to tell Angor that the authority of energy selection was useful. However, Angor didn't think it was a good idea to use the Crococ's mini firework. "I used energy selection to create a very weak energy field around me. That's why I can only use low-level cantrips like this. I haven't studied the authority in depth yet. It'll take some time before I can fully cover the Dream Wasteland with a powerful energy field and create a more complete mana system." Angor nodded. He understood. After all, this was an authority that could greatly shape the energy background of the entire Dream Wasteland, and it was obviously unrealistic to achieve it overnight. Angor believed that it would take him at least a year or so to create a complete mana system. Still, Sunders was strong enough to fully cover the Dream Wasteland. Angor believed that it wouldn't take too long. Back at Foundation City, they gathered in Freud's office at the top of Firmament Tower. Energy selection is to create a virtual energy system in the Dream Wasteland. A slightly low and hoarse male voice echoed in the narrow room. It was Sunders who was talking about something related to energy selection. Angor and Freud were sitting in front of him, but Angor's words were meant for Freud's ears. Among them, Freud was the most knowledgeable about the Dream Realm. Moreover, he had done a lot of research on the Dream Wasteland and compiled several books on it. Sunders had read those books before, and he admired Freud's knowledge. In order to help Freud with his new research, Sunders didn't hesitate to tell Freud all the details. Freud listened attentively. He even took out a pen and a piece of paper to jot down the key information. Angor didn't need a pen yet, but he was still trying to figure out what Sunders was talking about. Even if he could see through the tree of authority, what he saw was only his own understanding. He still wanted to hear Sunders' opinion. Sunders' explanation took him half an hour. When Sunders finished talking, Freud finally had the chance to ask his question. Mr. Phantom, can the energy system in the dream wasteland be any kind of energy system we want to use? Not limited to mana? Sunders nodded. As far as I know, the answer is yes. I created a mana system because I'm the most familiar with it. If I want to, I can also create a telekinesis system in Haunt World. However, every energy system is more or less interconnected. As far as I know, the magic power system is the most inclusive system. Many races in the general plane can find supernatural powers that they can manipulate in the magic power system. Angor didn't say anything, but he agreed with Sunders' conclusion. The mana system was indeed the most inclusive one. Otherwise, many races in the endless worlds wouldn't covet it so much. For example, the abyssal demons were proficient in physical strength, which could be found in the magic system. Another example was that in the distant other planes, there was a race called the Children of Light. The foundation of their supernatural system was their own power of light. In the words of wizards, it was the power of mind. This could also be found in the magic system. Also, the soul energy Freud used as a soul was also the main supernatural power in certain planes. Soul energy was also included in the mana system. This was why wizards could conquer so many planes because of the versatility of their mana system. Even in other planes, they could still exert great power. In other words, as long as Sunders created a mana system, he would be able to use supernatural powers from many other systems. Freud's face lit up. He quickly took out a pen and jotted down the information. This was an important piece of information that would lay the foundation for the dream wilderness. Energy selection and energy level limitation. These two powers should be used together, right? Freud asked another question that he was concerned about. Yes. Sunders nodded in approval. Energy level limitation allows you to control the strength of an object that enters the dream wasteland. However, if the dream wasteland doesn't have a corresponding energy system, the object won't be able to use its own supernatural power. In other words, energy selection is the prerequisite for energy level limitation. Only by creating an energy system through energy selection can the subsequent energy level limitation be used to its fullest potential. Freud was about to ask more questions when Sunders stopped him. I'm in charge of the two powers you just mentioned. After studying them carefully, I actually have some ideas. According to the truth, the nightmare domain itself is an authority. It's just that we can't fuse such a huge amount of power together. That's why I wanted to dispel it, and split it into countless smaller authorities. After understanding this foundation, don't think of these authorities as singular, independent entities. In fact, they are all split up again and again. And from the looks of it, these two authorities that I possess are clearly progressive in nature, complementing each other. In my opinion, they can be combined into one. In fact, one power can be split into two subpowers. There was a reason behind Sunders' suggestion. Angor believed it to be true. But he didn't understand why Sunders suddenly brought it up. Sunders soon gave him an answer. If the energy selection and the energy level limit really combine into one, I've just used the derived formula to calculate. I reckon that with my current situation, I won't be able to bear it. If they were separated, Sunders would be able to handle both powers. But if they were combined into one, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Angor realized that Sunders was talking about his ability to handle both powers. This was a useful piece of information. After all, it was related to the success rate of one's power. However, Angor didn't know how to use it yet. End of chapter. Their conversation was still going on. Freud had already filled up several pages of notes. At the end of their conversation, Freud mentioned a term he used to describe his short-term goal, infinite alchemy. Freud mentioned infinite alchemy because he believed that it would be possible to achieve it once the mana system was fully constructed. Once the mana system is completed, any supernatural research that requires materials, such as experiments, alchemy, or spell development, will be able to maximize the potential of the dream wasteland and the dream welk. However, I have something else I want to see in the dream wasteland, said Sunders. Sunders looked outside the window and gazed at the deep blue sky. It was as if he was looking at a bigger world. Freud waited for a long time, but he did not receive any response from Sunders. That's all for today. If you have any questions, feel free to list them out. We'll talk about them next time. I'll stay in the dream wasteland for a few days and finish the construction of the mana system as soon as possible. Freud was curious about what Sunders wanted to say, but he could tell that Sunders didn't want to talk about it. Freud didn't know if Sunders didn't want to talk about it or couldn't. Either way, since Sunders did not want to talk about it, Angor would not ask. I'll arrange a quiet room for you, Mr. Phantom. That won't be necessary. Sunders looked at Angor. You brought Pad Manor to Foundation City, right? Angor nodded. When Pad Manor was destroyed, he brought the dead servants to Foundation City so that they could familiarize themselves with the environment as soon as possible. I'll go to Pad Manor in a few days. Angor nodded. He had no objection to Sunders' decision. Pad Manor in Foundation City had a group of servants living there, but most of the rooms were empty. The place was quiet and peaceful, so Sunders wouldn't be disturbed while doing his research. Angor nodded and prepared to leave Firmament Tower with Sunders. Before leaving, Angor looked at Freud and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Freud paused for a second and nodded after a few seconds of hesitation. Angor patted Freud's shoulder and left Firmament Tower with Sunders. After leaving Firmament Tower, Angor asked Sunders to calculate the amount of power he would be given when he was free. That's why you asked Freud? Sunders nodded. Angor nodded. I've been planning to let Freud take the power since the beginning. Freud's passion for the dream wasteland, and he's bound by Loa's oath, so he's the best candidate. Freud's power will make the dream wasteland more real, and Freud's shadow over it. That's the best of both worlds. Sunders nodded. He also hoped that the dream wasteland would become better. I'll do some calculations later. I think Freud's chances of success are quite high. After that, they stopped talking about the topic of authority because they had arrived at the main street of Origin City. There were many people on the street, but not many paid attention to Angor. They were all gathered around the trees and gardens along the street. The plants not only made the dream wasteland more real, but also injected a new sense of vitality into Foundation City. The new energy even suppressed some of the undercurrents in the city. Everyone looked happy. They were either chatting under the trees or in the gardens. It was as if the plants had become a necessary medium for them to socialize. Angor guessed this would last for a few more days. At least Angor didn't need to worry about being stared at if he chose a path with fewer plants. When they arrived at Pad Manor, the gate was wide open. Head servant Mana was standing under a white oak tree at the entrance with a nostalgic look on her face. There was also a white oak tree at the entrance of Pad Manor in the real world. However, the tree was planted many years ago by Angor and Leon under John's guidance. Ever since they came to the dream wasteland, they never saw another white oak tree. Now that she saw it again, even though it wasn't the same white oak tree as before, it still made her immersed in nostalgia. She did not even notice Sunders and Angor's presence as she walked past her and entered the manor. Aren't you going to greet her? Sunders was referring to head servant Mana. No. Angor shook his head. When he saw the white oak tree, even he missed his hometown, let alone head-made Mana. Of course, Angor wasn't going to disturb her. Angor led Sunders to the castle. They met Olga on the way, but Angor didn't say anything. He only told Olga that Sunders would be living in the manor from now on, and that no one should disturb him. When they arrived at the study, Sunders nodded to Angor. Like I said, I'm looking forward to something bigger in the dream wasteland. Aren't you wondering what it is? Yes. But if you don't want to tell me, I'll respect your decision. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I just don't want Freud to know about it. The dream wasteland isn't just a convenient place. I believe its very existence is an unparalleled opportunity. Angor looked at Sunders and waited for his explanation. The powers are slowly returning to their positions. The dream wilderness is becoming more and more like a real world. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? I once saw a passage in an ancient wizard's ruin, Sunders answered without waiting for Angor's answer. Embark on the path of choice, create a law domain, and create a world prototype. His voice was soft, but Angor could tell that the lower his voice was, the more serious it was. It doesn't seem to mean much, but read the first two sentences carefully. Embark on the path of choice, create a law domain. The first two sentences are about the first two realms of wizardry. The path of truth and the realm of legend. If the first two sentences are about truth and legend, then the last sentence. Angor was still in a daze when he returned to the real world. Sunders' words were still echoing in his mind. Embark on the path of choice, create a law domain, and create an embryonic world. The path of choice corresponded to the path of truth. A law domain corresponded to a legendary realm. These were all goals that one had to achieve in order to reach his current level. Then, did condensing the embryonic form of the world mean that this was something that the miracle realm had to do? If that was the case, could the dream wasteland he built be considered a prototype of a world? If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that he was already performing miracles in advance? Angor's heart began to race. If he was thinking on the bright side, a door of miracles was already opened for him. Angor shook his head and stopped himself from thinking about it. Even if Miracle Wizard really needed to create a world prototype, and even if the Dream Wasteland had the concept of a world prototype, it was still too far away from his current level. Besides, was the Dream Wasteland really a prototype of a world? Angor was the would-be owner of the Dream Wasteland, and he had used God's eye to check its true form countless times. Rather than describing it as a prototype of a world, it was more like a box garden. Or rather, a fragment of a world that combined the properties of the dream realm and the nightmare realm. If Angor was right, this was just a fragment of an illusory world. If he wanted to create a world prototype, he would need more fragments. In other words, he didn't just need a dream wasteland like the one in the southern wizarding region. He also needed more dream wastelands from other worlds. When all of them were combined together, there was a chance that he could create a world. Not yet. Besides, he couldn't see that far with his current level. This was only a guess. Perhaps his guess was wrong from the very beginning. Angor was a man who knew how to control his emotions. After thinking about this, he calmed himself down. There was still a long way to go. He hadn't even stepped onto the path of truth yet. It was ridiculous to think about the latter half of the long journey. Thinking too much now might not be a good thing. Still, he didn't give up completely. At least he knew about this promising future from Sunders. Whether it was real or not, it wasn't a bad thing to keep a low profile and try his best to move forward. At the very least, he was moving forward. With that in mind, he slowly calmed himself down and stopped thinking about the truth. He just needed to carry out his plan step by step. Of course, he had also changed. At least, he had developed the dream wasteland for convenience, unlimited alchemy, and to build a paradise for John. But now that he had developed the dream wilderness, he had a greater goal. There was such a distant lighthouse of miracles waiting for him to pursue in the long distance. Perhaps there was nothing in this lighthouse that he wanted to pursue, but that was fine. As long as he kept moving forward, he would always find a miracle that belonged to him. He forced his attention back to the letter on the table. His journey of settling down was not over yet, and he could not give up halfway. As he read through the notes, he slowly calmed down and began to focus on his analysis. At the same time, Sunders was also doing the same in the dream wasteland. He recalled the topics he had studied before, the 3 fundamental points of the mana system, the energy specification of the world of adepts and the energy system composition of the dream wasteland, the hypothesis of mana system construction. Before acquiring the power of energy selection, Sunders had already spent several months studying the construction of energy systems, mainly to make sure he could handle the power of energy selection. During this process, Sunders quickly gained a better understanding of the wizarding world's mana system. This allowed him to quickly construct a mana system in the Dream Wasteland after obtaining the energy selection authority. Now, Sunders was planning to draw up a framework as soon as possible by recalling his research topics. Sundar sat quietly in a study room in pat manner. The window reflected the weather outside, from the heavy rain during the day to the beautiful red sunset, to the quiet night, and then the alternating cycle of day and night. Sundar sat there for an entire day and night. When the morning sun slowly rose, his gloomy eyes finally shone brightly. Sundar stood up and walked to the balcony. He looked at the rising sun in the distance and muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, "This should do it." After about 20 hours of recollection, he integrated all the frameworks of the magic systems he had listed and finally came up with an optimal solution. Sundar decided to give it a try. He closed his eyes and saw two spiral-like authorities in the depth of his mind. One of them glowed faintly. The shining power was none other than energy selection. This was the first time Sundar activated it. When the authority was activated, the dream wasteland did not change at all. However, from the perspective of a god, the dream wasteland was now in a strange state. For a moment, Sundar also jumped out of the chessboard and saw the box garden floating in the endless darkness from his perspective. Before Sanders had time to marvel, he was beaten back to his original form from the perspective of God by some authoritative force. He tried to enter the God's view again, but he could not. Still, that brief moment of God's view allowed Sundar to discover many things. For example, he saw the dream wasteland in its entirety. He also saw that the dream wasteland was now in a strange state, which was covered by a halo. The halo could not be seen from inside the dream wasteland. It could only be seen from outside the box garden. Sundar could tell that the halo meant that the energy selection system had entered its initial state. Sundar kept activating the energy selection. When he thought of something, the energy selection would change. And this change would affect the entire dream wasteland. For the first time, Sundar clearly understood what it meant to affect everything. Thanks to this strange state, Sundar was able to quickly construct his ideas and influence the entire dream wasteland. Whatever he thought, it would definitely be heard. Soon, Sundar put all his ideas into action. According to his theory, he had already constructed the framework of a mana system. Now, he only needed to wait for the final result. In order to know whether it worked or not, Sundar had to exit the God's view state. He checked the system one last time and made sure everything was correct. Then, he slowly moved his mind away from the power of energy selection. As soon as Sundar stopped activating energy selection, the entire dream wasteland began to tremble as if it was hit by a strange, imperceptible spirit energy. Most of the creatures living in the dream wasteland did not notice anything unusual. Only a handful of people with high spiritual senses looked at the sky in puzzlement, as if sensing something. The wilderness of dreams, which used to be silent, seemed to have changed slightly amidst the shaking. If someone were to look at the wasteland from God's perspective, or from outside the box, the effect would be quite obvious. The faint light surrounding the dream wasteland seemed to have come alive. The light suddenly shrank and turned into a light core. It slowly sank from the surface of the dream wasteland into the center of the dream wasteland. As soon as the core entered the dream wasteland, the world seemed to be reshuffled, and the entire dream wasteland began to glow with new life. A steady stream of energy was released from the core and spread to every corner of the dream wasteland. Apart from the Sin Hunters, most people in Foundation City did not notice anything unusual. However, the dream planter fairies around Mother Tree were startled by the sudden energy. They belonged to the transcendent race, so they could naturally sense the energy aura. However, they did not understand why this strange yet familiar energy aura would suddenly permeate the entire world. Sundar stood on the balcony and sensed the energy as well. Sundar's eyes lit up with joy. The energy was still faint, but there was no doubt that it was primal mana. When mana was spread across the entire dream wasteland, it meant that his experiment was successful. Sundar had successfully created the framework of his mana system. He slowly reached out a hand and summoned a cluster of energy in his palm. The ball of energy slowly expanded, and soon, it was about the size of a walnut. Then, it seemed to have reached the limit of its expansion, and could not continue to expand. It could only remain within a certain limit. Sundar checked the energy level contained in the energy and nodded. He did not release the energy. Instead, he pinched the energy in his hand and dispersed it. He was testing the maximum amount of mana he could use under the current framework. The walnut-sized energy cluster was about the same as a level 0 cantrip. A level 0 cantrip was not that powerful, and it was not very useful at the moment. But that was only for now. Sunders believed that as the flesh and blood of the skeleton grew, the maximum amount of mana would continue to increase. After making sure that the framework was working fine, Sunders returned to his desk and sat down again. The framework of his mana system was completed on the first try. This encouraged Sunders greatly. He planned to continue his research and enrich the seemingly weak mana system so that the dream wasteland would undergo a qualitative change as soon as possible. While Sunders immersed himself in his work, most of the creatures living in the dream wasteland did not know that an energy revolution was slowly invading their lives and would completely change their way of life in the future. At the same time, inside Starliege Church in the center of the Brilliance Plane. In a palace filled with starlight, a sorcerer dressed in a simple and unadorned moon robe was guiding the starlight. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes opened without warning. Sunders frowned and frowned. He frowned slightly and pondered for a few seconds. Then, he walked out of the spacious palace and came to the door of the palace. Looking at the storm-filled sky, it was as if he could see through the layers of storms and see some changes taking place in the distant void. You sensed it too, Lupanai? A strange, sharp sound, like the sound of bones rubbing against each other, rang in the ears of the moon and moon-robed wizard, Lupanai. Lupanai, the current leader of Starliege Church, was also known as the Immortal Starliege. Lupanai did not see anyone around him, but he knew who was talking to him. He turned around and looked at the palace filled with starlight. So you sensed it too, Arthos. Arthos was also one of the 18 observers of Starliege Church, also known as Chiang Mai's departed. He was a mysterious prophet in the eyes of outsiders. Usually, Arathos never spoke, but at this moment, he suddenly took the initiative to contact Lupanai. Naturally, it was because he felt that familiar throbbing. During the last stargazing day, only the two of us sensed something through the mystery of the stars, Lupanai said slowly. Arthos continued, a great creation that will change the wizarding world is slowly being born. Lupanai looked at the endless void, his eyes slightly blurred. Later, when the news spread, it did not cause any ripples. At that time, I was still wondering if there was a mistake in our perception. But at this moment, we once again felt this familiar throbbing. Arthos said, this means that the great creation that will change the wizarding world is not a fabrication. It does exist, but there doesn't seem to be any signs of it at the moment. Lupanai said, although I don't know what this great creation is, or if it is man-made, this old bag of bones is looking forward to it. How will it change the wizarding world? Arthos did not reply, but his thoughts were the same as Lupanai's. What would a great creation that would change the world look like? We only have a little bit of hope, and we can't find it even if we want to. But the day after tomorrow is Stargazing Day. Since we have this feeling in advance, maybe we can use the power of Stargazing Day to calculate the truth. Lupanai nodded. He had the same idea. After reaching a consensus, Lupanai did not continue the conversation. Instead, he changed the topic. You know what Dean Muse from Floating Mech City mentioned, right? Since Arthos did not reply, Lupanai took it as a yes. I did some calculations before, and the Germinal Organization's information should be true. If the Germinal Organization's believers really did invade the wizarding world in the southern wizarding region, it will be a serious matter, Lupanai said with a serious expression. Wait until Stargazing Day, and don't worry about anything else. At least, keep the Germinal Organization's information in mind. I understand, Arthos said. Lupanai did not say anything else after receiving a positive answer. He said goodbye to Arthos, looked at the endless void, and sighed softly before returning to the palace filled with stars. Angor returned from the ruins. He walked along the dark corridor and returned to his study. Not long ago, he regained his senses after spending 2 days in meditation. The first thing he did was to go to the entrance of the ruin and talk to Tree Spirit's clone. Tomorrow was Stargazing Day, and Angor needed Tree Spirit's help to tell Rain about the time and place so that he could bring the mini-signal tower there. Tree Spirit already knew about this. He told Angor that Rain would come to his ruin tomorrow and that he didn't need to go looking for him. Tree Spirit and Angor chatted for a while. While Angor listened to Tree Spirit's complaints, Tree Spirit didn't stop complaining. Most of the complaints were about the venue of the tea party and Leona's stubbornness. After half an hour of complaining, Angor finally sent Tree Spirit away and returned to his study. Angor looked at the open letter on his desk and decided not to keep writing. Instead, he closed the letter and fastened it. There were only 10 hours left until stargazing day. If he immersed himself in his research, he might miss it. Besides, he didn't know when rain would come. After some consideration, he decided not to focus on improving himself today. It's been 2 days since Boboda entered the dream wasteland. He should have gotten used to his new identity by now. It's time to go see him. Angor chose a comfortable spot on his chair, closed his eyes, and stepped onto the dream bridge. As soon as he entered the dream wasteland, he froze in place. This feeling. Angor was standing at the top of Heaven's Tower, looking at the clear blue sky above him. However, he couldn't help but look around. He wasn't looking at the weather. Instead, he was looking at the faint energy particles around him. It was very, very faint, but Angor was sure that it was primal mana. Did Sunders already activate energy selection? Already? Angor closed his eyes and entered his mind space. He used his spirit feelers to carefully reach outside. When the hair-like spirit feelers rushed out of his forehead, Angor was stunned. His spiritual power could really reach out of his mind space. He had really entered the dream wasteland, even though his spirit power could only be twisted into a thin strand of hair, and he would have to withdraw it soon due to the lack of energy. He was still excited. This familiar feeling, the world of energy, displayed by his spiritual power, was almost the same as reality. Now, Angor was sure that Sunders had indeed activated his authority. And he did it faster than Angor expected. In less than 2 days, Sunders managed to ignite the flames of energy revolution across the entire dream wasteland. He couldn't help but use his omniscient view to look at Pat Manor. He wanted to talk to Sunders directly. However, when Angor looked over, he saw Sunders still sitting in his study with his eyes closed, as if he was still working on developing his authority. Seeing this, Angor decided not to interrupt. He suppressed his excitement and looked away. He could not talk to Sunders about energy selection, but he could check it himself. He sank his thoughts into the world of the Tree of Authority and stared at the newly lit light spot. About 10 minutes later, Angor opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was still a little dazed, as if he was no longer looking at the real world. There was no blue sky or city. Instead, he was looking at countless energy clusters and countless lines. This was what he saw when he entered the energy selection mode. It was filled with geometric shapes, vectors, and lines. These complicated lines formed the framework of his mana system. Angor didn't know how the system was constructed. However, he was sure that Sunders had already set up the basic framework of the system in the dream wasteland. This meant that the system could be used in the dream wasteland. As long as he could slowly fill in the details, the system would become more complete. Angor was glad that he was able to do it. Fortunately, Sunders was the one who built the magic system. If it were him, it would take him several months to build such a framework. Now that he sensed the creation of the new system, he was not in a hurry to find Boboda. He began to try casting spells in the dream wasteland while observing the changes of his mana whirlpool in his mind space. In the past, he could sense his mind space in the dream wasteland. However, due to some kind of restriction, his mana whirlpool could not be used. It was like a pool of stagnant water. This time, he still could not use it. However, he could sense that the mana he absorbed from the dream wasteland was also entering his mana whirlpool. However, the mana he absorbed was different from the mana whirlpool itself. The mana he absorbed from the dream wasteland was similar in nature, but Angor noticed that the mana he absorbed from the dream wasteland was fake. After going back and forth between the dream wasteland and the real world, he came up with a conclusion. The mana in the dream wasteland could not be brought back to the real world, nor would it affect the mana in the real world. However, in the dream wasteland, magic power could not be released in the real world, but it could be cast using virtual magic power. In the dream wasteland, the fake mana felt almost the same as the mana in the real world. However, it could only be used in the dream wasteland. If he entered the dream wasteland from the real world, the fake mana stored in his body would come out again without dissipating. Angor did not know where the fake mana would go after he returned to the real world. Perhaps this was also related to the problem of a higher dimension? After all, the mind space did not really exist in the body. It was only attached to the human body and belonged to another dimension. Perhaps he could find an answer to these questions in the future. But for now, Angor only memorized the information without asking for more details. Apart from the limitation of the fake mana, there were also restrictions on the strength of wizards. Perhaps it was because the Dream Wasteland only had a basic mana system. Even if Sunders completely removed the energy level limit, wizards who entered the Dream Wasteland could only store the same amount of fake mana as a beginner apprentice. In other words, wizards would not be able to activate their mana whirlpools. They would have to carefully store their mana like apprentices and calculate their mana output. Of course, things would change in the future. However, if Sunders could use energy level restriction to limit the power of outsiders, it was not a bad idea to limit the power of wizards in the Dream Wasteland to the level of a level 1 apprentice. All in all, the fake mana allowed the Dream Wasteland to enter a supernatural era. However, the key to this era was still in the hands of Sunders and Angor. Even though he could use the Tree of Authority to control the energy level of his spells, he could only use level 0 cantrips in the Dream Wasteland. That was his limit. In this case, not to mention the Sin Hunters, even the Dream Plant Sprites were no match for them when fighting with virtual magic power. But he didn't know what would happen in the future. He spent 5 or 6 hours on his experiment. When he finally came back to his senses, the sky above the Dream Wasteland was already getting dark. He looked at the warm glow of the sunset and muttered, "It's time to meet Frida." Frida logged out of the Mother Tree network with a shocked look on his face. After nearly 2 days of experience, he had a general understanding of the Mother Tree network. At first, he did not take the Mother Tree network seriously, but when he really experienced it, he realized how terrifying the Mother Tree network was. Pulling the distance of space and time closer to each other. Frida's surfing experience was especially smooth. As a former supernatural, Frida knew how much of an impact the Mother Tree network would bring to the wizarding world. Following John's instructions, Frida took out a pen and paper to write down his thoughts about the Mother Tree network. The more he wrote, the more excited he became. In the end, Frida couldn't help but look at John. Is the Mother Tree network a long-distance communication device created by Mr. Pat? John was also analyzing the data of the Mother Tree network. He raised an eyebrow when he heard Frida's question. You can think of it that way. John paused a little before he continued, but I'll say it again. If you still think it's just a substitute for a signal tower, then I'm a little disappointed. Frida was surprised. John had said something similar to this many times in the past 2 days. Frida still didn't understand. Wasn't the Mother Tree network's biggest benefit in reducing distance to nothing? What else was there to discover? Tuda's puzzled expression reached Chown's eyes. Despite his disappointment, John was actually quite satisfied with Netta. As Angor said, Netta was a perfect assistant who could endure loneliness, was smart, and could stay focused for a long time. In John's opinion, it was normal that UTA could not figure it out. After all, UTA had never experienced the information age, and he did not even know that the Dream Wasteland had a part of the communication ability. It was normal that he could not make a perfect judgment. Thinking of this, John gently rubbed his forehead. Should he tell Frida about the Dream Wilderness? Angor told John that it was up to John to decide whether to tell him or not. Chown didn't say anything earlier because he wanted to keep it a secret. Now that he was in a hurry to say it, it would be embarrassing. But if he didn't say anything, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to open the eyes of Fantega. Just as John was feeling conflicted, a breeze blew in through the slightly open window. The breeze turned into a deep male voice by his ear. Chown's furrowed brows slowly relaxed after he heard the voice by his ear. Netta did not notice the change in John's expression. He was still trying to find the benefits of the Mother Tree network. While he was writing furiously, he heard a coughing sound. Beside him, Frida raised her head in confusion and looked at Chown, the source of the cough. You've been in Foundation City for 2 days now, and you haven't gone out yet. John saw Netta looking at him and slowly said, If you can't figure it out, why don't you go out for a walk? Maybe you'll find something. Before Frida could react, Chown had already pushed him out of the door. When he realized what was going on, he was already standing in front of the Ocean Theater. Frida rubbed his nose. Although he felt that John's actions were a little strange, he had no intention of disobeying John. He was also curious about the situation in First Heart City. He had only seen the scenery from the balcony. He could tell that it was a human city, but he would have to experience it himself to know the details. He had always wanted to know where Foundation City was and where he was. Maybe he could use this short break to explore. Netta looked around and finally set his eyes on the tallest tower in the distance. When John asked him to go out for a walk, he mentioned that he wanted him to go to Firmament Tower. He didn't know why, but he didn't know where to go, so he decided to make Firmament Tower his first stop. Netta didn't know where to go, but he could see Firmament Tower with his eyes. As long as he walked in that direction, he would be able to get there. Along the way, Netta saw all kinds of people as he walked through alleys and streets. To him, these people were just ordinary people. Even he was just an ordinary person. After observing the crowd, Netta also looked at the buildings and details of the city. He wanted to deduce the general location of Foundation City based on the style. However, it didn't work. The buildings here had a variety of styles, and the overall layout was different from ordinary cities. It felt like a combination of different styles. On the way, Tower of Ascension asked a few passers-by about the building. Although they were friendly, they couldn't tell her anything. However, Tower of Ascension learned that the rooms they were staying in were given to them by the officials of Beginning City. And the officials of Foundation City were currently in Firmament Tower. Netta was full of doubts. After many forks in the road, he finally arrived at his destination, Firmament Tower. It was very quiet around Firmament Tower. The only place with people was the small garden nearby. Speaking of which, Netta noticed that the people here seemed to like to stay near the plants. He didn't know why. Netta looked away and walked toward the gate of Firmament Tower. Just as he reached the gate and was thinking about whether to push it open, the gate suddenly opened. A few people with strong auras walked out of the gate. Under the pressure of this aura, the tower automatically moved to the side and made a path for them. This group of people didn't pay attention to Netta. Instead, they walked past him and disappeared at the end of the street. Netta stood there for a long time. He had always thought that Foundation City was just a city of ordinary people. However, it seemed a little different now. The aura of this group of people didn't seem like ordinary people. Moreover, one of them turned around and looked at him. Netta noticed that there seemed to be a double image in that person's head. The double image was a terrifying monster. Who are these people? Netta couldn't help but murmur. Don't be scared by their appearance. They are actually demon hunters from the evil hunters. They are the guardians of the city. At this time, a gentle female voice answered Netta. The speaker was a young woman in a business suit. When Netta looked at her in confusion, she said softly, I remember the faces of all the people in the city. However, your face is very unfamiliar. Are you the newcomer, Netta? Netta hesitated for a moment and nodded. I remember this name. It's really special. Since you're a Minotaur, then come with me. A few days ago, Master Dyson sent a message. If you come to Firmament Tower, you can go see him directly. After saying that, the young woman pointed inside the tower and signaled for Netta to follow. When Babota entered Firmament Tower, he found that it was even more crowded than he had imagined. There were many workers on each floor, working in front of dozens to hundreds of unpartitioned desks. According to Rachel, each floor of Firmament Tower represented a different government department in Inception City. They were gathered together for transparency, so that everyone could supervise each other and avoid favoritism. Rachel was the young woman who brought Babota in. Except for the departments that need to be hidden, all the other departments are here, Rachel explained with a smile. Hidden departments? Babota thought of something. The Sin Hunters you mentioned just now, is that a hidden department? Rachel nodded. Yes, their office is not here. I don't know where exactly, but I heard that they have a stronghold in the city, but their main stronghold is outside the city. When Rachel mentioned outside the city, there was a trace of yearning in her eyes. Babota had only been in Inception City for 2 days, so he did not know what outside the city meant to the residents of Inception City. He only thought that Rachel's yearning was for the supernatural power of the Sin Hunters. It was just like how mortals always yearned for wizards. What are the demon hunters of sin hunters? I saw some strange phantoms just now. Do they have supernatural powers? Babota was very curious about the sin hunters, so he took the opportunity to ask. The demon hunters do have supernatural powers, but I don't know what they are. After all, the world of the demon hunters is too far away from us. Rachel hesitated for a moment. But I heard that the demon hunters are under a lot of pressure. They are like people walking on a tightrope. If they are not careful, they will be doomed eternally. In Rachel's eyes, it was a bit scary. But Babota thought it was normal. If you wanted to get something, you had to pay the price. Every step of the wizard's cultivation was also full of danger. Since the demon hunter's stronghold is not in Firmament Tower, why did those people come here? Babota asked curiously. They went to see Mayor Monroe, but I don't know why. I heard that it was for the resources outside the city? Rachel said. Babota wanted to ask more questions, but Rachel made a gesture to stop him. Babota nodded in confusion. He looked around and saw that they had arrived at the top floor of Firmament Tower. Instead of the spacious offices they had seen before, there were many intersecting corridors. The floor of the corridor was covered with fluffy carpets, and the air was filled with the scent of wood. If one were to calculate according to the number of departments on each floor, this floor should be the core department of Beginning City. As they passed through the corridor, one of the doors happened to open. A few people walked out of the door, and the one at the front was a man wearing a knight's armor. Rachel whispered, "It's Knight Saber." Babota heard Rachel's voice as well, but he was not interested in the name. After all, the people of Inception City were strangers to him. But what caught Babota's attention was that this knight named Saber seemed to be a supernatural as well. Although his aura was restrained, Babota's years of experience in the wizarding world told him that Saber was stronger than the previous few demon hunters. Saber did not talk to them. He closed the door and left with his adjutant. Rachel led Babota away from this floor and came to the spiral staircase. Then, Rachel said, "That floor is Mayor Monroe's territory. She hates noise, so I told you not to talk," Rachel said as she continued to lead Babota up the stairs. Babota was confused. According to Rachel, each floor of Firmament Tower was arranged according to the level of the core department. The closer to the top, the more important the department was. Since Mayor Monroe was the mayor of Inception City, why didn't she live at the top of the tower? Was there something more important than her? Soon, Rachel gave him the answer. When they arrived at the top floor of Firmament Tower, Babota saw a long corridor. Rachel said, "Apart from Mayor Monroe, no one else is allowed to enter Master Disson's territory. So I can't take you there. You have to go by yourself. Don't worry, there's only one room on this floor." Babota walked to the top of Firmament Tower alone. Just as Rachel had said, he did not have to worry about not being able to find the right place because there was a door at the end of the corridor. Before knocking on the door, Babota had been wondering who this young master was. Was he more important than the mayor of a city, and why did he want to see him? When the door was opened, Babota was surprised. He saw the so-called Master Disson sitting in front of the desk. He was familiar with the man. Babota read about him in a magazine before. Master Disson used to be a seed apprentice of the Tower of Hurricane, nicknamed Dream Reader. Unfortunately, Master Disson died in the Purification Garden. Babota didn't know why Freud was here, but what surprised him even more was that someone he couldn't be more familiar with was casually sitting on a couch nearby. "Mr. Pat?" Babota exclaimed. Angor looked up at Babota. "Looks like your consciousness brought your memories here perfectly. But there are still some loopholes." Babota didn't understand what Angor meant. Angor didn't speak to Babota right away. Instead, he looked at Freud. Freud was also looking at Babota. "You're right. He hasn't fully turned into a dream citizen yet, right?" Angor nodded. He noticed this as soon as he saw Babota. Babota's consciousness did enter the dream wasteland, but he didn't turn into a native dream citizen. Similar to Freud, Alda, and Sunny, Babota's soul was still connected to his original body. In other words, Babota's traces in the real world were not completely gone yet. The grand demon god who controlled the abyss didn't destroy Babota's empty soul. Only when Babota's empty soul disappeared would he truly become a resident of the dream realm. If that's the case, will the Abyss Lord discover the Dream Wasteland through this connection? Freud frowned, his eyes filled with worry. No. Angor shook his head. No. When he entered the Dream Wasteland, his consciousness was completely separated from his soul. His soul went to the abyss while his consciousness remained in the Dream Wasteland. In other words, even if Netta left the Dream Wasteland right now, he would still remain in the Dream Wasteland. He would only enter the southern wizarding region as a wisp of his consciousness, instead of being pulled into a blank soul. Unless the Deep Lord brought Netta's blank soul from the abyss to the southern wizarding region. Not to mention whether the Deep Lord would do such a thankless task. Even if he did, as long as the consciousness of the Zenith Tower did not leave the Dream Wasteland, there was no need to worry about being discovered. Even if the Deep Lord did find the Dream Wasteland and wanted to invade, he would have to come to the southern wizarding region in person first. Once the Deep Lord came to the southern wizarding region, what awaited him would be a miracle. What are you talking about, sir? Netta's head was full of question marks. What wisp of consciousness? What Dream Wasteland? It had to have something to do with the Deep Lord. But why couldn't he understand anything? He asked Netta to sit down first. I know you have a lot of questions, and I'll think about it. However, there is one thing you must do before you can answer the questions you want to know. Under Netta's puzzled gaze, Freud took out 3 leather scrolls tied together with beast tendons and placed them in front of Netta. Netta glanced at the scrolls. With his experience in the wizarding world, he already knew what was inside without even opening them. They were 3 different contracts. The first one had a square inscription plate engraved on it. It was called Oath of Tarot, or Tarot's Secret Treaty. It was an ancient sorcerer apprentice named Tarot who had drafted a confidentiality agreement. After so many years of inheritance, the later generations had constantly modified the language loopholes that could be picked out by others. In the end, it had formed such a nearly perfect contract clause. The scope of application of the contract was to protect the common secrets between superhumans. The second scroll had a white feather drawn on it. It was called Oath of Winged Men. Hundreds of years ago, a young winged man from the Parmagi Winged Men clan signed a vow of loyalty to the wizard who saved him. The content of the contract was basically that under the condition of not harming the other party, the swearing party would submit to the other party and treat them as their master. The third scroll had a double helix symbol that looked like the number 88 on it, which represented the harshest type of vow. Its full name was Oath of Tarot's Follower on Blue Plane. It was a very restrictive contract. Once the vow was made, one's body, mind, and soul would belong to the master. Apart from not being able to kill the person who made the vow, the master could do anything else. The 3 scrolls represented 3 different types of contracts. The vow, however, was more restrictive. Oath, as a secret, meant that both parties were equal. Oath, however, meant that both parties were master and master. Luo Jiang, on the other hand, had an even harsher master-servant relationship. Angor didn't say anything, but Frida already knew what he meant when she saw the scrolls. Angor asked him to choose one of the 3 contracts. Looking at the 3 scrolls, a trace of hesitation flashed across Frida's eyes. Although I saved you because Huahua asked me to, I had my own considerations. Angor considered. If you make your choice, I'll answer your question according to your choice. Angor's intention was clear enough. To know the truth, one had to sign a contract. The deeper the problem was, the more powerful the binding of the contract would be. Tell me when you've made up your mind. Angor didn't urge Frida to make up his mind. Netta already received some hints from Angor. For example, Netta's sister, Flower, asked Angor to save him. But that was not enough to answer all his questions. How did Angor save him? What was the Dream Wasteland? Why did everything here feel so strange? Of course, Wan Yuta could choose not to ask, but regardless of whether he asked or not, he still planned to sign the contract. It was a way to show his gratitude to Angor for saving him, as well as to redeem himself for his wrongdoings in the past. Now that he had decided to sign the contract, Netta was still hesitating. Which one should he choose? The first thing Netta did not consider was an oath. What was the difference between signing an oath and not signing a contract? Since he wanted to repay Angor's kindness, Netta was hesitating between the Oath of Tarot and the Oath of Featherman. In the past, Netta would never consider signing a contract with someone else. But now, he no longer had a future. He no longer cared about his pride. Netta pondered for a moment and chose the oath of Featherman. To him, the two oaths did not make much of a difference. However, the oath of Featherman stated that his master would not harm him. In other words, as long as he did not run into any unforeseen circumstances, he would be able to live for a while. The closer he was to death, the more he knew how precious it was to stay alive. Besides, he wanted to see his sister again. He wanted to see what the future of the Reverends would be like. After careful consideration, he made his choice. Angor wasn't surprised at all. The oath of Featherman was more than enough. It was not as strict as the oath of Tarot, but Netta would not betray him again. Following Freud's instruction, Netta took out the oath of Featherman scroll and signed the contract with Angor without hesitation. When everything was settled, Angor no longer looked at Netta as unfriendly as before. Since you've signed the oath of Featherman, you do have the right to know some secrets about the Dream Wasteland. Angor did not hide anything from Netta this time. Of course, he did not tell Netta anything. For example, he did not tell Netta about the Dream Whelk. If necessary, he would tell Netta about it in the future. However, there was no need to go into such details right now. Also, he did tell Netta about the authority, but he did not tell Netta anything about the Nightmare Domain. He would not tell Netta about this either. Unless Netta changed the oath of Featherman to the oath of Tarot. Netta was completely dumbfounded by Angor's words. It wasn't that he was dumbfounded, but that he was stunned by such a novel and huge world. This was a new world related to the dream realm? It was based on reality, but also beyond it? As a former wizard, Netta knew all too well how valuable the Dream Wasteland was. Not only was it convenient for communication, but it was also an irreplaceable way to extend one's life. Entering the Dream Wasteland when one was on the brink of death meant that one's consciousness existed on a whole new level. There was a famous philosophical question in the human world: what makes a human a human? Of all the philosophers' answers, Letta's favorite one was, man is human not because of his skin, but because he has his own thoughts. What were thoughts? They were the combination of memories, emotions, and logical behaviors. From this point of view, the light of consciousness had already encompassed all the characteristics of why humans are humans that Zenith Tower understood. Memories, emotions, logical behaviors, and the ability to think were all contained in a person's consciousness. In this case, the Netta in the Dream Wasteland was the real Netta. Keeping the light of consciousness alive also meant that he was still alive. If his consciousness could stay in the Dream Wasteland without being harmed, did it mean that he had gained another form of immortality? And this was what shocked Fantaka the most. Do you have any more questions? Angor didn't wait for Babota to come back to his senses. Babota's mind was still in a daze when he heard Angor's question. It took him a while to recover. Angor already had the answer to his question when he heard the news. However, there were still some details that Babota couldn't understand. But there would be answers in the future. There was no need to ask them now. I have many questions, but they're not important right now. Babota considered for a moment. What I want to know the most right now is, will I still have a chance to see my sister? Babota's eyes were filled with both fear and a hint of hope. For him, his dream of reviving the progenitor clan had been slowly dispelled after the death of his physical body. It didn't disappear. He just put it aside for now. The only thing he cared about now was his sister. That was the person he owed the most, and also the person he had let down the most. When Babota died, Angor thought that he would never see his sister again. But Angor's description of the Dream Wasteland brought back the redness in his heart. Babota stared at Angor with a pair of burning eyes. After several seconds of silence, Angor chuckled. There's still a chance. But I don't know when it will come. Babota didn't look disappointed at all. Instead, he heaved a long sigh. As long as there's a chance. Now that Angor admitted it himself, there was still a chance for him to meet Flower Sparrow in the future. Even if the chance was slim, at least Babota's heart, which had been buried in despair, regained hope. Babota's spirit seemed to have changed when he saw the light of hope. As long as I can see my sister again, even if it's just once, I'm willing to give up everything I have. Don't. It's not worth it. Just do your job well, and maybe the chance will come. Bobota half knelt on the ground. Please give me a job, sir. Just keep doing what you're doing. Whatever Professor John tells you to do, just do it. Bobota didn't believe it when he heard that John was Angor's first teacher. But now, Bobota no longer had any doubts since Angor confirmed John's identity. It's about time. If you have any questions, you can ask Freud. Freud is my right-hand man. Whatever he says is my opinion. You can trust him. Bobota nodded and bowed to Freud. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "How should I address you, Freud? Or young Master Tisson?" Freud waved his hand. Just call me Freud. No need for honorifics. Between us, we can be considered to be on the same level. We are all His Excellency's subordinates, so there is no need for us to have any differences in seniority. But he didn't want to listen to their conversation anymore. Instead, he walked out of the room. While talking to Bobota, he had been keeping an eye on Pat Matter. He noticed that Sunders finally came out of his study after 2 days of seclusion. Sunders was standing on the balcony, trying out some kind of cantrip. Without hesitation, Angor left Firmament Tower to meet with his teacher. Instead, he used the Tree of Authority to control astronomical shift and flew toward Pat Manor along a gust of wind. Since the sky was getting dark, Angor didn't attract any attention when he flew across the sky. Instead, a pair of red eyes stared at him. His attention was still on Pat Manor. Before he could react, he heard a screech and saw a white shadow rushing into his arms. Startled, he looked down and realized that it was Toby who was rubbing against his chest. Hovering in the air, Angor pulled Toby out of his arms. Toby kept chirping and wiggling in Angor's hand, asking Angor to look at his clothes. A white silkworm baby outfit. Toby showed off his new clothes excitedly. Angor could tell that Toby had a lot of fun in Foundation City these days. Toby even changed his clothes. Who made this for you? Angor was curious. Toby pointed at the distance. Angor looked at where Toby was pointing and saw 2 people standing on top of a small building. One of them was wearing a bullhorned helmet and was waving his hand at Angor. It was Torres. Next to Torres was a woman whose face was mostly covered by a black cloak. It looked like the woman wanted to leave, but Torres quickly grabbed her wrist. Angor flew toward them with Toby in tow. Torres quickly approached Angor with a big smile and offered him all kinds of ridiculous suggestions. Angor only said a few words to get rid of Torres. Next, he looked at the woman in the cloak. When she saw Angor's face, she humped and turned away without saying a word. You made Toby's clothes? Angor asked. Instead of answering, Torres answered, yes. I didn't expect Mandahara's tailoring to be this good. Look at the caterpillar costume. It's so realistic. It's a silkworm baby, not a caterpillar. The woman in the cloak didn't want to see Angor, but she still couldn't help but correct Torres' nonsense. It's about the same. Torres chuckled. The woman in the cloak was Mandahara, the princess of Goman who almost destroyed Dark Castle. Angor didn't pay much attention to her after he brought her into the dream wasteland. She was a woman who was completely consumed by hatred. Even if she was tamed, the hatred would still linger in her heart. Angor didn't have time to talk to her, so he simply threw her into the dream wasteland so that she could meet more mortals and slowly change Mandahara's personality. As it turned out, it worked. Quite well. At least, from what Angor could see, Mandahara now looked more like a human compared to when he first entered the dream wasteland. Angor looked at Torres again. He learned from Freud that the reason Mandrake had changed so quickly was because she had become Torres's assistant. As expected, naive girls were perfect for dealing with evil people. However, Mandahara still didn't seem to like Angor. Which was to be expected. She believed that Angor ruined her revenge. Nice dress, Angor praised her in a soft voice and did not say anything else. Instead, he patted Toby's head. I'm going to leave soon. Are you coming with me or staying in Foundation City? Toby shook his head without hesitation when he heard that Angor still wanted to study in the real world. Compared to the boring study in the real world, this place was much more fun, especially with the presence of a dream plant fairy. Toby made friends with a dream plant fairy who loved singing. Unfortunately, they couldn't communicate with each other. Otherwise, Toby would ask her to sew a new set of clothes for him. After making sure that Toby wouldn't leave, Angor bade them farewell and left without hesitation. Mandahara, who was standing beside Taurus, watched Angor's figure disappear into the horizon with a complicated expression. However, she soon forgot about it because Taurus suddenly grabbed her hand and jumped down from the roof. "You're jumping again. Don't use your scythe to land. If the floor is damaged, you'll have to pay for it." Mandahila was shocked and hurriedly shouted. But Taurus didn't care at all. "I won't. Freud can't catch up with me anyway. Besides, Toby's here." Taurus looked at Toby, who was also happily flying away. "Freud won't punish you." Mandahara took a deep breath and wanted to roll her eyes. But in the end, she didn't say anything and let Taurus drag her to the ground. This was the Starlight Church in the Brilliance Plain. Dozens of divine palaces bathed in light stood in the depths of the starry sky, one after another. Inside each temple, there was a beam of light that reached into the void and attracted starlight. The falling starlight illuminated the dark world as if it was daytime. On the day when the stars gathered, there was no night but day. Every extraordinaire who lived in the Radiance world would know that the half-yearly stargazing day had arrived once they saw this wondrous sight. The stargazing day was one of the biggest events in the southern wizarding region. The so-called grand event was naturally not an ordinary one. It meant that the entire Magus world was paying attention to it. Even the slightest movement could affect the overall situation. It might even be recorded in the annals of history. The stargazing day was one of those events that could change the course of history. Every stargazing day, almost all prophets in the southern wizarding region would gather at Starlight Church. They were here to enter the stargazing hall and see the future star map. Today was no different. The stargazing hall was once quiet, but thanks to the prophets who came from all over the world, the place became more lively. If one were to look down from the sky, they would find that there were a few black dots that looked like ants on the usually deserted road. Every black dot represented a prophetic adept. They were all slowly climbing toward the highest peak of Starlight Church, where they were heading toward the enormous hall that was emitting endless starlight. That was the stargazing hall. Just like how the research department was important to alchemists, the stargazing hall was also a sacred place for prophets. On the way to the stargazing hall, everyone walked. Even though the stargazing hall did not prohibit flying, the prophets still walked. However, these prophets still chose to walk. This was out of respect for the Holy Land, and also a form of devotion to the faith in their hearts. On this long road leading to the stargazing hall, a little old lady with a walking stick and a tall young man slowly walked towards the peak of the mountain. They were Wizard Maya and Dodoro from Brute Cavern. Remember, when the mystery of stars is activated, no matter what information you get, don't act strangely like last time. Prophets have powerful senses. Even the slightest of movements can let them know that you've gained something. Which Maya explained to Dodoro. Dodoro didn't say anything but nodded. Maya glanced at Dodoro's calm face and sighed in her mind. Dodoro was a good boy, but he was too cold. It was as if he had no feelings. Although too many unnecessary emotions could affect the judgment of a prophet, they would still not be able to get an accurate answer if they were completely emotionless. Which Maya wanted to persuade him, but after weighing the pros and cons, she decided against it. Unlike other prophets, Dodoro's prophecies should be done in a way that he was comfortable with. Have you made your decision this time? What are you going to prophesy with the help of the mystery of the stars? Maya asked curiously. Dodoro didn't answer. Instead, a sneer came from the side. What? Does Witch Maya think that an apprentice like him would be able to see any prophecies from the mysteries of the stars? Maya turned around and saw that a dark-skinned, muscular man had appeared near them at some point. The man was big and had a rough appearance. The only thing that stood out about his face was the blue scales under his eyes. He looked like a teardrop, or rather, a crying clown. This black man who didn't look like a prophet was, in fact, a prophet. Moreover, he was one of the strongest prophets in the world. He was Tuvalu, a prophet from Song of the Deep. He believed in the Inquisition bell. Tuvalu, I see. Maya glanced at Tuvalu and said, I've only heard that a Makan has a habit of eavesdropping. Since when did you do it? Amakan was also a wizard from Song of the Deep. Rumor had it that Amakan had a good relationship with some otherworldly giants. Some even suspected that Amakan was an otherworldly spy. Tuvalu didn't belong to the same faction as Amakan in Song of the Deep. In fact, he hated Amakan a lot. However, since they were both members of Song of the Deep, Tuvalu had no choice but to side with Amakan. Tuvalu was a bit annoyed. Of course I can't hear you if you're talking telepathically. Of course I can listen when you're talking to each other. But I feel like digging my ears after listening to you. Tuvalu glanced at Dodoro. Especially him. He's just an apprentice, and he wants to challenge the mysteries of the stars? Don't even dream about it. Maya said, don't be so sure. There are a lot of lucky people in this world. You mean him? Tuvalu pointed at Dodoro. Maya nodded. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask the Inquisition bell? Or perhaps a prophet? Tuvalu replied, everyone knows that no spells are allowed on this path. Are you trying to persuade me? I'm just giving you a suggestion. Tuvalu sneered. You're much more eloquent than before, which Maya. Thank you, Maya said. I'm not praising you. I'm just here to tell you that I'll do whatever the God of Sea wants me to do. However, you'll have to pay a price if you want to get the information from me. Tuvalu didn't say what the price was. Instead, he put on an arrogant look and left. Maya looked at Tuvalu's back and frowned slightly. It seems that he is trying to raise the price. Dodoro finally broke his silence. What does he mean, teacher? Maya shook her head. It's just a shared prophecy. Don't worry about it. Let's get back to the topic. I won't ask what you want to prophesy. However, you have to remember that you are a person favored by fate. You have to screen the images you see. Sometimes, the information in the images may not be useful to you. Maya paused for a second and continued, also, don't pry for too long. Even the blessed ones will run out of luck one day. Dodoro nodded. That's enough. We're here. Maya stopped and looked at the magnificent palace under the starlight in the distance. A look of admiration flashed in her eyes. She put a hand on Dodoro's shoulder and said, let's go inside. When Maya and Dodoro entered the stargazing temple, Angor arrived at Pad Manor in the Dream Wasteland. He came here to ask Sunders about virtual mana and discuss it with him. Let's talk about that later, Sunders said before Angor could say anything else. Let's return to reality first. It's time to observe the stars. Angor returned to the real world from the Dream Wasteland and arrived at the entrance of the ruin. Not long after, a black shadow appeared in midair. With a flapping sound, a handsome noble wearing a short hat and holding a short staff descended from the sky. Professor, Angor greeted him politely. It was Sunders. He nodded at Angor and took off his cloak, which he tucked into his sleeves. He then looked around and fixed his eyes on the right side of the ruin entrance. He didn't see anything strange with his eyes. However, Sunders was able to see some faint traces of illusions. Nice concealment, Sunders said casually. With a flick of his finger, a completely reversed illusion node was sent into the peaceful area. There was a burst of spatial distortion, and a lush tree suddenly appeared in the previously empty space. Angor was a little surprised to see this. He wasn't surprised that Sunders was able to see through his illusion. After all, Sunders was a real master of illusions. However, Sunders' ability to reverse analyze the illusion nodes without triggering Angor's illusions and hide them from Angor's sight. Tree Spirit's clone didn't break Angor's illusion. It was just that Sunders used a more powerful illusion to cover it up. Angor could see how Sunders manipulated the illusion nodes, but he couldn't do it with his current understanding of illusions. Sure enough, an illusion master was indeed an illusion master. Angor sighed in his mind. He was still far from reaching Sunders' level. Is this Tree Spirit's clone? Sunders asked, but his tone was firm. Sunders walked to Tree Spirit's side and slowly placed his left hand on the tree trunk, which was covered by a white silk glove. As Sunders touched the tree, it began to emit a green light from the inside of the tree. The lush leaves on the tree swayed on their own. Seeing the tree's reaction, Sunders let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Then, a figure covered in green light walked out from the tree. Mr. Tree Spirit, Angor called out the man's name. The green light lingered on Tree Spirit's body for a while before it slowly faded away, revealing his true appearance. Just like before, Tree Spirit's body was unruly except for the most important parts. Tree Spirit let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness you came to me. I don't even know what excuse I should use to run away. Sunders did not ask Tree Spirit what he meant. He knew Tree Spirit's personality well enough to know that Tree Spirit would tell him about it on his own. Sure enough, the next second, Tree Spirit started nagging. Leona came to me again. Last time, I recommended Yuri the Witch's Watcher field to her as the location for the tea party. She went there and said that this place could be used as a base. But she still wanted me to open up an internal space to host a more private tea party. Yes, said that I don't need to open up a base as long as I can find a better place. Tree Spirit's garden. More importantly, I can't say no. Tree Spirit looked like he was about to cry. Rain asked me to cooperate with her. Fortunately, you came to find me. Otherwise, I would have been forced to sign a humiliating contract by her aggressive attitude. Sunders remained silent. Yuli the Witch's Watcher yard. I remember it's a private place that Yuli asked you to take care of for her before she left the southern wizarding region 2,000 years ago, right? You opened it up to Leona just like that? Tree Spirit's expression froze. He looked away in embarrassment. I only opened up the outer area. Because Yuli the Witch set up traps in the inner area. Of course, you could only open up the outer area, Sunders pointed out the truth without hesitation. Tree Spirit pouted. I don't have a place. Sunders shook his head and didn't say anything else. Tree Spirit was exaggerating, but he wasn't a liar. Since he opened up Yuli's Watcher yard, he must have done it under Yuli's permission. Yuli the Witch was a powerful wizard who left the wizarding world 2,000 years ago. Sunders didn't know much about her. Meanwhile, Angor had already gotten used to Tree Spirit's complaints. Or rather, all the male wizards in Brute Cavern had gotten used to it. Since all the witches were on Leona's side, Tree Spirit could only complain to the male wizards in order to gain sympathy. Still, Angor felt sorry for Tree Spirit. Leona only asked Tree Spirit to open up a secret space inside the Tree of Eternity. Now, Tree Spirit had to pay for Yuli's Watcher yard. Poor Tree Spirit. While Tree Spirit was still complaining, a gust of frosty wind blew from afar. Tree Spirit stopped talking. Angor and Sunders also looked at where the wind came from. On the white wasteland, an old man with a tall and straight figure was walking towards them. Every step he took seemed to be following the rhythm of the wind. Every step he took caused ripples in the air. He looked slow and elegant, but in fact, he was approaching them at an unbelievable speed. No energy ripples. It's a pure elemental wind. Angor muttered. The man seemed to be walking on wind nodes, which reminded Angor of wind elemental wind. Similar to water rhythm and fire change, wind elemental wind was a way to express the tide and periodicity of an element. Mr. Rain's understanding of wind elemental wind is more profound than most elemental wizards of his level, Sunders commented. It was Mr. Rain. Angor nodded in agreement. He learned something about wind elemental wind from Fafnir, so he could tell that Rain had a profound understanding of wind elemental wind. Rain didn't use any energy at all. He only used his understanding of wind to create such a terrifying aura. However, compared to Fafnir, Rain was still far from being a match for Fafnir. Fafnir was an abyss wind dragon after all. His mastery of wind elemental wind was enough to make him the strongest wizard below legendary. As they talked, Rain arrived at the entrance of the ruin. Mr. Rain. Sunders took off his hat and bowed to Rain. Angor bowed as well. Rain nodded with a smile and looked at Sunders. I didn't expect to see you here. Come with me to the ruin later. Of course, Rain was referring to the ruin he was guarding. Let's wait until stargazing day is over and see what we find. Rain nodded. Yeah. Song of the Deep is also investigating the ruin. I wonder what they'll find, yes. Let's go inside first. Rain looked at the open door. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I last came here. Since Angor was the temporary owner of the ruin, he was the one who led the way. After entering the ruins, there was a deep corridor that was densely covered in darkness. Angor signaled everyone to follow him. Sunders noticed that there were candlesticks on the wall, but Angor did not light them up. Why not? Everyone here had night vision, but Angor still needed to light up the candlesticks out of courtesy. After all, the current ruler of Brood Cavern and one of the 3 ancestor souls were here. Tree Spirit suddenly spoke up, speaking of which, I don't know why the creator of this ruin designed it this way. Candlesticks are placed here, but you can't light them up. Otherwise, you'll enter an infinite loop of traps. Why not just leave the candlesticks alone? Since it's a trap, they're trying to lure intruders to trigger it, Angor said. So the intruders will automatically light up the candlesticks, which will trigger the traps. Tree Spirit shook his head. You should have noticed it since you live here. You can't light up the candlesticks in this corridor. In fact, you can't even leave a single bit of light in this place. Otherwise, you'll enter an infinite loop. Not placing candlesticks here will only confuse the intruders. Placing candlesticks here might even backfire. Angor considered and agreed with Tree Spirit's words. What he was trying to say was, in fact, to show that there were 300 taels of silver hidden here. If you deliberately set up the candlesticks, people might find clues. Tree Spirit continued, also, if you're trying to lure intruders to trigger the traps will be extremely dangerous. But the traps in this corridor, even if you trigger them, will only lead you into an infinite loop. You can still walk out of the ruin through the door. That doesn't make sense. Angor had thought about this before, but he did not know how to answer Tree Spirit's question. Instead, Rain spoke up. You don't have to think about it. This is just a ruin that floated here from the void. Maybe the original design of this corridor will kill intruders by triggering the traps. However, due to some external factors, the threat of this mechanism was slowly worn down with the passage of time. Ryan's guess made sense. However, it was hard to say whether this was the truth or not. But since Rain told them not to think about such trivial matters, Angor decided to keep his mouth shut. Tree Spirit was still rambling, but no one responded, so he slowly stopped. Sunders listened to their conversation and understood why Angor didn't light up the lantern. During their conversation, Sunders also felt that the corridor was strange. But as Rain said, it was only a small matter. There was no need to dwell on it. So, Sunders decided to forget about it for now. In the darkness, the 4 of them walked forward quietly. Because Tree Spirit was just a spiritual body, only the footsteps of the 3 of them could be heard in the silent space. Don't you feel creepy when you only hear footsteps in the dark corridor and you don't talk? Tree Spirit broke the silence again. However, this meaningless topic did not receive any response from anyone. But Tree Spirit's words reminded Angor of the first time he came to this place. It was also in this dark corridor. Maybe it was because of the oppressive atmosphere, Angor heard a lot of messy footsteps. Back then, Angor did not think much of it. But now that he thought about it, he did feel strange. I think there's a secret hidden in this corridor, Tree Spirit muttered. Tree Spirit was still muttering. Tazaro said that there is a hidden room in this ruin. Could it be hidden in this corridor? Tree Spirit's words caught Angor's attention. Before he could think about such a possibility, Rain spoke in an annoyed tone, you said the same thing when you sealed this ruin. Now you're saying it again? We didn't find the hidden room back then, did we? Tree Spirit pointed at Angor's direction with his mouth. Maybe Angor found something. After all, the first owner of this ruin was an alchemist just like Angor. I'm just saying this to give Angor a hint. Tree Spirit smiled at Angor. You've been staying here all this time. Did you find anything about the hidden room? Both Sunders and Rain also looked at Angor. Angor shook his head. Nothing. But... Angor suddenly stopped and pondered. But what? Tree Spirit's eyes lit up. He was very curious about the hidden room, which was why he suggested Angor to choose this ruin as a temporary residence. Under everyone's curious gazes, Angor slowly explained, but I think it has something to do with the runes on the knight's armor. Unfortunately, those damaged magewefts are too damaged, and it's very difficult to repair them. Knight's armor? Tree Spirit was puzzled. What are you talking about? What knight's armor? Angor pointed at where he was. The knight's armor here. It was arranged in a human shape, so I thought someone entered the ruin ahead of me. But it's just an empty shell. Angor looked back and saw Tree Spirit still looking confused. Even Rain was looking at him with a puzzled look. Angor also realized something was wrong. Tree Spirit and Rain didn't seem to know about the knight's armor. Is the knight's armor you're talking about the one you asked me about before? Sunders broke the silence. He had never been here before, but Angor once asked him about the knight armor, so he knew a thing or two about it. Angor nodded. You said there was a knight's armor here? Ryan frowned. But I remember that when we sealed the ruins, there was nothing here. Tree Spirit nodded as well. Yes, there was nothing here. Can you tell us more about the knight's armor? Angor was also puzzled. The knight's armor didn't exist before. He did talk to Tree Spirit about the hidden room, but he forgot to mention the knight's armor. Did he really forget about it? Or did something interfere with his memory? Angor shook his head and denied the possibility. If that was the case, he would explain to Sunders why the knight's armor was normal. Angor? Tree Spirit couldn't help but call Angor's name again. Tree Spirit's call brought him back to reality. He carefully chose his words and told Tree Spirit about the knight's armor. Tree Spirit and Rain looked at each other. Angor's story was indeed strange. Tree Spirit and Ryan were the ones who came to seal the ruins, so they knew everything about the layout of the ruins. There was nothing in the hallway. But now, Angor was telling them that there was an empty knight's armor in the shape of a human, and it was blocking their way. What exactly happened here? Where is the knight's armor now? Tree Spirit asked. I wanted to study the broken runes on the armor, so I took it away and put it in my study. Angor stepped forward again. I'll take you there. Angor didn't feel anything strange about the knight's armor until now. But after hearing Tree Spirit and Rain's words, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What was the secret behind the knight's armor? When they arrived at the study, Rain, Tree Spirit, and Sunders all saw the knight's armor placed aside by Angor. This time, it wasn't in the shape of a human. Instead, it was dismembered and randomly placed on the table. Mr. Rain, is there anything wrong with the armor? Angor asked. Rain thought for a moment and shook his head. It's just an ordinary armor. I don't find anything strange about it. The only thing I don't understand is the broken runes on it. Both Rain and Angor couldn't decipher the broken runes. The more normal the armor looks, the weirder it is, Tree Spirit said. Tree Spirit said. He thought that he would find some secrets on the knight's armor, but it was even more ordinary than he thought. If not for the broken runes on it, Tree Spirit wouldn't even think that it was a supernatural item. The more I think about it, the weirder it feels. But I can't tell what it is. Tree Spirit shook his head. Forget it. Let's figure out one thing first. Where did this knight's armor come from? Tree Spirit frowned and murmured in a low voice, could it be that Tazaro was right and there really is a hidden room in this ruin? Did this knight armor come out from the hidden room? Or could it be that during the hundreds of years that the ruins have been sealed, someone has come here? Starlight Church. Maya led Dodoro through a starlit corridor with the help of her cane. When they walked into the stargazing hall, the huge hall that was comparable to the size of a public square was already filled with people. No one made a sound. Everyone sat on the ground quietly. Circle after circle, they surrounded and protected the starlight reception platform in the center of the ceremony. The seats in the Starlight Hall were arranged according to a certain pattern. The stronger one was, the closer to the center of the hall. For example, almost all the observers sat under the reception platform in the center of the hall. Of course, it was only almost. There were always some mavericks who did not follow the script. For example, a man who was as handsome as a demon and had goat horns on his head was lazily hanging upside down from the gate of the stargazing hall. He had chains around his feet and goat horns on his head. He was one of the observers of the Starlight Church, the hanged loser Shicker. Everyone who entered the stargazing hall would pass under the hanged man. Maya did the same. However, when she saw Shicker, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Shicker represented pervert among the observers. Perhaps it was because he had the bloodline of a goat-horned demon, but he had a very bad reputation among the witches. Shicker's attention was attracted by Maya's disgust. He cast his gaze over, and there was an unfathomable glint in his evil eyes. So it's which Maya? Mr. Shiker, Maya said coldly and walked into the hall with Dodoro. Shiker did not mind Maya's attitude. He was used to it. However, looking at Dodoro's back, Shiker seemed to have thought of something and put on a wicked smile. Maya's mood was not affected at all. She quickly walked to the center of the hall. Although Maya had not reached the level of an observer, her power and prestige in prophecy made her one of the closest to the top of the pyramid. According to the rules, she would naturally be seated near the center. Every prophet could bring an apprentice with them. Since Maya was sitting in the center, Dodoro got to sit in the center as well. When Maya took a seat near the center, several observers sitting on the Starlight reception platform also cast a kind smile at Maya. Then, they looked at Dodoro in unison. As for the other prophet apprentices, they didn't care. However, Dodoro was different. During the Starlight day, Dodoro spat out blood for no reason. According to Lupanai's speculation, he must have seen something in the Starlight mystery. It was a great achievement to learn something from the Starlight mystery. Many official wizards might not be able to see anything on the stargazing day. Only the observers could obtain information steadily. Therefore, even though the Starlight mystery was a strategic item, no wizard organization was bold enough to take it. Because even if they had it, they could not understand what it was. However, this wasn't the main reason why the observer was interested in Dodoro. The main reason was that they couldn't see through Dodoro's past. Even Lupanai, the current leader of the Starlight Temple, said that he could not see through Dodoro's past. The wizards who had studied the future, time, and fate were curious about Dodoro. Just like last time, they could not see Dodoro's past. However, what surprised the observers was that Dodoro was very calm under their gazes. Dodoro was so calm that he looked like an emotionless machine. Lacking basic humanity, such a person will not be blessed by fate. The speaker was a serious middle-aged man among the observers. His name was Sarah, nicknamed the Innocent Reader. He was the one who despised Dodoro the most. It was probably because he was humiliated by his rival Ivan on the Starlight day because of Dodoro. You're saying that as long as you have humanity, you will be blessed by fate. The mocking voice came from the mouth of another observer. Needless to say, it was Ivan, the wanderer of balance. Fate is fair to everyone because it doesn't care about anyone at all, let alone care about anyone. Sarah sneered but did not say anything. It was not because he was afraid of Ivan, but because Lupanai had spoken. Lupanai smiled at Dodoro. Last time we met, you had just become an apprentice. I didn't expect you to become a level 3 apprentice in just a few years. The speed was so fast that it was rarely seen in the world. Not bad, not bad. Dodoro lowered his head and said, my training speed isn't the fastest among all of us. Lupanai was surprised by Dodoro's answer. Are you talking about dimensional wizards? You don't have to compare yourself to him. I do, Dodoro said without hesitation. There was an indescribable determination in his eyes. It's a good thing to have such a strong desire to win. Otherwise, if you're short-sighted, you'll only become a vulgar person. You're right. But if you want to compare yourself to a dimensional wizard, I don't think you're being too ambitious. Yeah, he's a real genius. The prophets nearby heard Dodoro and Lupanai's conversation and couldn't help but whisper to each other. In fact, they shared the same thoughts as the others. Even the observers believed that Dodoro only wanted to win. After all, both Dodoro and Angor belonged to Brute Cavern. If they were in Dodoro's shoes, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Only a few people in the room could tell that Dodoro didn't want to win. Maya understood Dodoro's intention. Dodoro simply wanted to catch up with Angor or at least become useful to the latter. Lupanai didn't know about the relationship between Angor and Dodoro, but he could tell that something was going on. Lupanai smiled and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he turned to Dodoro and said, you saw the future during the stargazing day. I hope you can see it this time as well. Of course, if you do, I hope you won't end up like last time. I hope you can share it with everyone. Last time, Dodoro saw something, but he didn't want to tell Lupanai anything. That offended a bunch of prophets, so Lupanai decided to warn him this time. Dodoro only nodded politely without saying anything. Lupanai didn't mind. Instead, he looked at the gate of the stargazing hall. After a while, 6 people in different clothes walked in through the door. These 6 people are all observers? The originally quiet hall instantly became lively because of the appearance of the 6 observers. The 6 new observers ignored the sudden uproar. They nodded at Lapui and flew directly to the starlight reception platform. Once they were seated, Lapui said slowly, "I don't think anyone else will come." When Lapui said this, everyone in the hall understood that the stargazing day was about to begin. I originally thought that there would only be 5 observers on this stargazing day. I didn't expect another 6 to come. There are 11 observers this time. That's the largest number of observers we've seen in the past 30 years, right? Is there going to be a great prophecy this time? I don't think so. I have a bad feeling about this. Is there going to be a disaster? But isn't the shadow of the demon god already over? The voices of the prophets sounded from the mouths of the surrounding wizards. Lupanai didn't answer their questions. Instead, he signaled Shker to close the gate of the stargazing hall. Then, he flew above the reception platform and activated the mystery of stars hidden in an alternate dimension. As the candles in the hall slowly went out, the entire hall was filled with dazzling starlight. The stargazing day, the most important event in the wizarding world, had officially begun. While the stargazing day was in full swing, Angor and the others were busy studying the night armor. Even if Maya wanted to contact them, she would have to wait until the stargazing day was over. Tree Spirit carefully observed every detail of the night armor. He was sure that before the ruin was sealed, this night armor was not found in any of the rooms in the basement, let alone the corridor. It was an unnatural object that appeared out of nowhere. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? That was the question in everyone's mind. According to Tree Spirit's theory, there were 2 possibilities. First, the night armor came from a hidden room. Second, an outsider entered the ruin. These 2 guesses were Tree Spirit's deductions, but no matter which one it was, there were obvious loopholes. If there was a hidden room in the ruin, and the night armor came from that room, how did it come out? What was the source of its energy? Did the night armor come out on its own? Or was there someone controlling it from the hidden room? If it was placed here by an outsider, how did that outsider enter the already sealed ruin? I'm sure. When I brought Angor here, it was the first time the ruin was opened after it was sealed. Before that, there was no sign of the ruin being activated, Tree Spirit explained. In other words, if an outsider entered the ruin, he or she didn't use the front door. Then where did he or she come from? Questions popped up in everyone's mind one after another. Angor was confused as well. The seemingly ordinary knight's armor was now shrouded in a layer of mystery that could not be solved. There were too many questions, and there was no way to answer them. Angor tried to listen to the others' opinions, but Tree Spirit and Sunders were frowning just like him. Rain, on the other hand, seemed to have found something. Ryan's forehead emitted a light. After the light left his forehead, it turned into an eye made of light. Angor could not describe the eye with words. It was both illusory and real. It did not seem to exist in this space or even time, but it was showing the real thing. It reminded him of the time when he first saw the time thief who called himself Cassini when he was crafting the Crimson Shelter. It was as if time was flowing in its pupils. Everything it saw was showing its original appearance. Angor was completely shocked by the eye. Not only did it have a unique appearance, but it also gave off a powerful aura that no one could capture. This was beyond Angor's imagination. He didn't even know what this eye was. Was it some kind of organ transplant or some kind of unknown spell? That's Truth's eye. It was Sunders who spoke. Eyes of Truth? He felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Tree Spirit explained, the Eye of Truth is the ultimate form of the Eye of Truth. Of course, he knew about Eye of Truth. It was a very difficult level 3 cantrip to learn. Its function was to see through the surface and see the truth of things. It was often used to track down hidden traces and to search for the truth of history. Eye of Truth was only a level 3 cantrip. What level would its advanced version, Eye of Truth, reach? A level 3 spell, Tree Spirit said calmly. What did level 3 spells mean? Many level 2 cantrips required at least a year to study, let alone level 3 spells. Of course, there was a huge gap between apprentices and wizards in terms of research ability. Even so, it was impossible to create a new spell overnight. It usually took more than 10 years to study a new spell. Level 3 spells were even more unusual. Unless there were special circumstances, most level 3 spells would take a long time to study and develop. If he encountered the extremely difficult ones, it would take even longer. Truth's Eye, on the other hand, was one of the more difficult level 3 spells. That was why even Sunders was shocked by it. Does Truth's Eye involve the domain of time? Angor asked while looking at the eye that seemed to contain the flow of time. Angor knew that Truth's Eye could search for the truth of history, but it did not touch the domain of time. It only used existing details to look back at the past. So did its ultimate form involve the domain of time? This time, it wasn't Tree Spirit who answered his question. It was Rain, the caster. Truth's Eye involves part of the power of time, but it doesn't really enter the domain of time. It's not easy to enter the domain of time. Rain looked at Angor. If it was someone else who asked, Rain probably wouldn't go into detail. But since it was Angor, Rain didn't mind explaining. Even if Truth's Eye involves part of the power of time, it's still a little different from what you think. It's because this level 3 cantrip was built in a special way. Rain didn't tell Angor exactly what was special about the cantrip. It wasn't something Angor needed to know right now. I agree with both of Tree Spirit's guesses, Rain continued, but I agree with both of Tree Spirit's guesses. But both of them have many questions that need to be answered. The best way to solve these questions is to find the truth from the armor itself. It didn't matter if the knight's armor came here on its own or was brought here by someone else. There had to be an external force involved in its appearance in this ruin, and the traces left behind by that force were the knight's armor. Rain wanted to use Truth's Eye to look for answers in the knight's armor's history. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, I did find something interesting. Rain retracted Truth's Eye that was hovering in midair. When Truth's Eye returned to his forehead, Rain's eyes glowed faintly. Truth's Eye found some traces of cleaning on the knight's armor. Rain pointed at the broken runes on the armor. These runes were cleaned up. But what was the point of cleaning up the runes? Cleaning up the runes is pointless. But I also sensed the smell of the void from them. From the lingering smell, I can tell that the runes were created about 100 years ago. Of course, Rain didn't tell Tree Spirit about the runes. He only said this to make it easier for him to explain. You mean this knight's armor was in the void 100 years ago? Tree Spirit's eyes lit up. This ruin was still sealed 100 years ago. So this knight's armor must be something from outside? Then my first guess is wrong. It was brought here by an outsider. Rain said, because of the smell of the void, the knight's armor might have been brought here by an outsider. But your first guess might be right too. If the knight's armor was brought here by someone, then that person must have entered this ruin through a special passage unknown to others. If the knight's armor is tainted with the smell of the void, then that person must have entered from the void? The ruin itself is located in the void, which makes sense. But since you didn't find another exit, does that mean there's another passage or room you don't know about? And that's the so-called hidden room. Sunders' conclusion was based on Tree Spirit's 2 theories, but it was more convincing than a one-sided conclusion. Because now it was confirmed that this knight's armor must have appeared in the ruins in the last 100 years. The person who brought it in must have used a hidden passage that no one knew about. Otherwise, anyone who entered the ruin through the front door would have triggered the seal. Since there was a hidden passage in the ruin, it wasn't surprising that there was a hidden room in the ruin as well. Tree Spirit considered and looked at Sunders. I agree with your theory. But the biggest question is, where is this hidden passage leading to the outside world? We can try looking for it later, said Rhine. Hundreds of years ago, when the ruin was sealed, Tree Spirit also asked him to search for the so-called hidden room. Back then, Rhine was still doubtful about the existence of the hidden room, so he didn't pay much attention to it. They didn't know whether there was a hidden room or not, but they were sure that there was a hidden passage somewhere. Anything that happened before would leave traces behind. With this knowledge, it would be much easier to search for the hidden passage than blindly searching. Rhine paused. Let's put the hidden passage aside for now. I'm more curious about the identity of this outsider who entered the ruin within the last century. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the owner of the ruin, said Angor. Tree Spirit nodded. Only the owner of the ruin, or someone who is related to the owner, can know about the hidden passage. As far as they knew, there were only two owners of the ruin. One was the unknown creator of the ruin, and the other was Tazaro. Angor didn't think it was Tazaro. He believed that it was the first owner of the ruin. Tazaro was de Martin's teacher, and he left the southern wizarding region long ago. According to Tazaro's handwritten notes, Tazaro deduced that there was a hidden room in the ruin through certain details, but he didn't find it in the end. The first owner of the ruin was the creator of the ruin, so he must have designed the hidden passage as well. It was reasonable for him to know about the hidden passage and use it to enter the ruin. Another important piece of information was the alchemy runes on the knight's armor. Although they didn't know the information of the first owner of the ruins, they could tell that he was an alchemist from the distribution of rooms in the ruins and the arrangement of various precision instruments in the laboratory. Since he was an alchemist, the alchemy magewef on the knight's armor might have been drawn by him. Tree Spirit agreed. You're right. The one who brought the armor here is most likely the first owner of this ruin. If that's the case, we're the outsiders here. He's the one who created the ruin. You can't say that. If the first master really came back, he must have found traces of Tazaro in the ruins, and he must have noticed that the ruins were sealed. He didn't seem to care about it in the slightest, nor did he touch the sealed restrictions, nor did he add any traps here. In my opinion, there's only one possibility. Tree Spirit shrugged. He doesn't care about this alchemy laboratory. It could even be said that he has given up on it. Tree Spirit's words made sense. Many wizards would leave their laboratories in various places for temporary use. Leaving them meant giving up on them, and they wouldn't care about who would come in later. Even so, there was still one thing that didn't make sense. Then why did he come back? Who knows? Maybe he was just passing by and decided to check it out. Whatever he's thinking, at least we know what he's thinking. Ryan joined their conversation. Let's put aside irrelevant guesses for now. Since the stargazing day isn't over yet, I'll take a closer look at this ruin. Ryan's words meant that he was going to examine the ruin seriously this time. Both Sunders and Tree Spirit agreed with this idea. They didn't think it was a big deal, but since they had nothing else to do, they might as well find something to do. Next, it was time to search. However, they didn't mean to search every nook and cranny of the ruin with a lantern. They still gathered in the study. Ryan closed his eyes and released the Eye of Truth to scan every corner of the ruin. Sunders released several demon falcons to extend their vision and search for anything unusual. He also sent his spirit feelers to every corner of the ruin. As for Tree Spirit, he didn't do anything. After all, he was only an avatar and couldn't do anything. Although Tree Spirit did not do anything, he did not stop nagging from beginning to end. At first, he was analyzing all kinds of oddities in the ruin and trying to guess the identity of the first alchemist. But when he was almost done with his analysis and couldn't find anything else to say, he began to complain again. As for the content of the bitterness, it was naturally about the venue of the tea party. Since Ryan was here, Tree Spirit complained even more. To show how pitiful he was, Tree Spirit kept complaining. He kept talking about things like Leona is being unreasonable, I'll get hurt if I open up the inner space, and some witches might try to harm the pool of life. Ryan was annoyed by Tree Spirit's nagging. He still controlled the Eye of Truth with his eyes closed. Don't worry. Open up the inner space. I'll personally guard the pool of life during the tea party. I won't let anyone in. When Tree Spirit heard that Ryan was still on Leona's side, he hurriedly said, You can guard the pool of life, but you can't open up the inner dimension. You know that I will suffer a great backlash if I do that. Speaking of backfire, Ryan paused for a moment. Tree Spirit was right. Opening up a space in the core of a tree that could accommodate many people would definitely result in backfire, but the Tree of Eternity can still handle it. It'll take 1 or 2 years to recover. 1 or 2 years was nothing for the Tree of Eternity, which had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Even if it's only 1 or 2 years, it's still precious time. If the mirror world is attacked during this period of time, the consequences will be dire. Tree Spirit was still trying to argue. You're only fooling the other wizards. Ryan's eyes were still closed as he said softly, It's just 1 or 2 years of cultivation. This won't affect your battle prowess at all. Even if you're attacked, we'll be there to protect you. But. Tree Spirit hesitated. No buts. 1 or 2 years in exchange for a grand event in the wizarding world is worth it. As you know, the host of each tea party always has some hidden rights. As long as we use them well, we can gather a lot of information during this event, which will only benefit Brute Cavern. Ryan knew how unhappy Tree Spirit was. However, the tea party was very important to Brute Cavern. It was not only a way to show off their strength, but also to gain a lot of benefits. Besides, if you really don't want to open up the inner space, you'll have to find another place. As you know, Brute Cavern is located in a barren highland. The only good thing we have is the Mirror World. The best place in the Mirror World, which has the densest mana and can control everyone's movements, is the Tree of Eternity. Both Leona and Rain noticed Tree Spirit's reluctance. However, after careful consideration, they still chose to create a space inside the Tree of Eternity because they could not find a better place to do so. As Tree Spirit said, they could find a spacious ruin outside the Tree of Eternity. However, they would not be able to control the flow of information. Besides, every tea party would be filled with all kinds of arguments. Tree Spirit's territory would allow him to control the public's opinions as soon as possible. This time, Ryan's explanation was very thorough. Although Tree Spirit still wanted to argue, he couldn't find anything to refute. Unless he could find a place that could display Brute Cavern's prestige, control the flow of information, and accommodate a large number of people. Tree Spirit gave it some thought and realized that he could not find a suitable place near Parmagi Highlands. If there was, he would have gone there already. Tree Spirit's shoulders drooped. It seemed he had no choice. Rain spoke up as well, the tea party will only last for half a month. It'll be over soon. Tree Spirit did not answer. He only sighed deeply. Because of this helpless sigh, the air in the study room seemed to become a little stuffy for a moment. Angor noticed that Sunders, who had been controlling the demon falcon with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something, and there was a glimmer in his eyes. Sunders looked up and glanced at Angor. It looked like a casual exchange of glances, but Angor could tell that Sunders' eyes were full of unanswered questions. Is he trying to tell me something? Angor was puzzled. He did see Sunders' eyes, but he did not know what he meant. He looked up again and saw that Sunders was no longer looking at him. Instead, he was looking at Tree Spirit, who was still sighing helplessly. Sunders' eyes were calm, but there seemed to be some kind of power brewing in them. Angor looked at Tree Spirit as well. He recalled Sunders' eyes and looked at the depressed Tree Spirit and realized something. Sunders did not use any spells. He only gave Tree Spirit a hint with his calm eyes, which meant only the two of them knew about the plan, and they were the only ones who could carry it out. And related to Tree Spirit's current emotions was the matter of the venue. Angor quickly realized that Sunders was referring to the Dream Wasteland. Was he referring to the Dream Wasteland? Was Sunders hinting that he could make a fuss about the venue of the tea party? As for how to make a fuss about it, it was naturally to open up the Dream Wilderness. Angor told Sunders that the Dream Wasteland had to be open to the public. Once the Dream Wasteland was fully under his control, he would be able to reap great benefits. But how, to what extent, and when it would be opened was still an undetermined answer. It was only said that once the Dream Wilderness could be brought into reality, it would be opened on a small scale. Now that Sunders had obtained the power of energy selection, the Dream Wasteland was already filled with virtual mana. It wouldn't be long before he could use the power of reality. At this time, it was naturally the time for small-scale opening. So, Sunders wanted to use the tea party as an excuse to open up the market on a small scale. Well, it wasn't a bad idea. First of all, apart from information exchange and competition, the most important things that witches cared about in a tea party were privacy, venue, grandeur, things that could shock them, and most importantly, tea. The Dream Wasteland was perfect for all of these conditions. In fact, since the Dream Wasteland didn't consume any materials from the real world, even the most precious utensils, magical food, and snacks could be placed on the table without a care. The Dream Wasteland was absolutely stunning. But Angor still had some concerns. He planned to test the wasteland internally first before opening it up to the public. Now that Sunders was hinting to open it up to witches during the tea party, it meant that the dream wasteland would be exposed under the sun. Wasn't this a bit too much? Angor couldn't help but look at Sunders again. However, Sunders only gave him a talk in private gesture. Clearly, Sunders still had other plans. Maybe he had other plans. Angor nodded and decided to wait until the stargazing day was over before telling Sunders the details. Tree Spirit, on the other hand, didn't notice their little exchange because he was too absorbed in his own thoughts. Rain, on the other hand, saw everything with his spirit feelers. Still, Rain didn't know what they were doing. If Sunders used spells, he might be able to eavesdrop. But they were just exchanging glances, which didn't seem to have any practical meaning. Rain couldn't tell what they were talking about. Of course, as a silencer, Rain had the ability to listen to people's minds. However, this mind-reading spell was very obvious. Angor might not be able to notice it, but Sunders would. If Sunders caught him, it would be obvious that he was eavesdropping. So, Rain didn't bother to listen to their minds. He simply watched them quietly. When they stopped exchanging glances, Rain spoke to Sunders in a neutral tone, "You two are quite good at reading each other's minds." Angor knew that Rain must have noticed their secret conversation. He didn't know how to respond, so he pretended not to understand. Sunders didn't say anything either. He only smiled. Rain knew that they didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any further and left them alone. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. He used his spirit feelers to scan the ruin several times and found nothing. This was within his expectations. He already used all the means he could think of, and if he couldn't find anything, he wouldn't be able to do it again. When he retracted his spirit feelers, Sunders' demon falcon flew in from outside the door. The falcon checked every area, including the ceiling and the walls. Nothing. Sunders gave the same conclusion. Now, their only hope was Rain. They hoped that a level 3 spell like Truth Eye could help them find the truth in the past. As everyone waited in anticipation, Truth Eye, which had been wandering outside for a long time, finally returned to Rain's forehead. At the same time, Rain opened his eyes. He didn't speak right away. Instead, he pondered for a moment as if he was sorting out his thoughts. After a while, he cleared his throat and said, "I used Truth Eye to search the entire ruin. Apart from Angor, I didn't find anyone else who came here after the ruin was sealed." "No one else entered the ruin? How is that possible?" Tree Spirit's face was full of disbelief. "If no outsider came in, what's with this knight armor? Did it just appear out of thin air?" Facing Tree Spirit's doubts, Ryan did not refute. Instead, he nodded and said, "You're right. This armor did appear out of thin air." The place where the knight's armor first appeared was naturally the place that Ryan paid the most attention to. He used the eyes of truth to check the corridor on the top many times. In the cracks of time, he also found a lot of information. Combining all the information, Angor came to a conclusion: the armor didn't show any signs of movement. It simply appeared at the same spot at a certain time. And it never moved until he took it away a few days ago. Tree Spirit frowned after listening to Rain's explanation. He didn't ask Rain what he learned from Truth's Eye, but he trusted Rain's conclusion. If the armor appeared in the corridor out of thin air, did that mean maybe there's a hidden room near where the armor appeared? Angor suddenly asked. Tree Spirit was thinking the same thing as Angor. However, Rain shook his head. "I can't be sure. I didn't find anything strange around the armor. If there's a hidden room or passage, there should be some traces left behind. But I can't find any traces, not even in the passage of time. If the armor appeared out of thin air, it must be some kind of spatial spell. Since it's a spatial spell, it can't just stay at one spot. You have the illusory gate, so you should know that spatial magic can be used for short-distance teleportation. The place where the knight's armor was found might have a hidden room, but the probability of it being there is actually no different from the other places in the ruins. In other words, under the existence of spatial displacement, if the knight's armor really came out from the hidden passage, then it could land anywhere in the ruins instead of being fixed at a fixed point. Then we still don't have any clues." Angor sighed in disappointment. "Then we still don't have any clues. Apart from that, I found 2 other things that caught my attention. But I'm not sure if they're clues or not." Rain sighed. Usually, something that could trigger a wizard's intuition was a sign. Of course, it was also possible that Angor was overthinking it. However, since both Angor and Sunders found nothing, whatever Rain found was worth discussing. The first thing that caught my attention is the bronze plate on the door. Rain paused and looked at the door of the study. I don't think it has anything to do with the armor. Maybe it's meaningless. But since my intuition sensed it, maybe it means something. Bronze plate on the door, Angor knew what Rain was referring to. They walked down the corridor and found that there were 3 floors below. There was a bronze plate hanging on the door of each room on each floor. These were the first things Angor noticed when he first entered the ruin. Because on each of the bronze plates, there was a sentence written in a messy, flowery font. For example, the bronze plate in the reception hall read, "Although this place is used for receiving guests, there are not many who are qualified to meet me." Another example was the bronze plate in the storage room, which read, "The storage room is so big that it's better to expand the laboratory." The words written on the plates had a distinct personality. They were both complaining about the owner and showing off the owner's special traits. Angor remembered them clearly. However, there was one thing that confused him. The plates were not placed by the original owner of the ruin. It was the second owner, Tizaro. According to their speculations, Tizaro should have nothing to do with the knight's armor. You also know that the words on the bronze plate were written by Tizaro. What's so strange about it? Tree Spirit asked Rain's question. Maybe it has nothing to do with the armor, but there's something strange about the plates, Rain said. Rain paused for a moment. He wasn't trying to create an atmosphere. Instead, he reached out a hand and twisted it in the air. From the naked eye, there was no movement at all, but on the level of spiritual power, one could see that Rain had turned a tiny wisp of spiritual power into several thin threads, which rushed to various parts of the ruins at an extremely fast speed. In less than half a second, the spirit threads were all retrieved. At the same time, he took back the 4 bronze plates that were placed on the door. The 4 plates represented the reception room, study, storage room, and laboratory. At the bottom of each bronze plate, there was a corresponding flowery font. Rain placed the plates on the desk and asked them to check them again. There's nothing wrong with the plates. The sarcastic words and the way they express themselves are exactly like Tizaro's personality. Looking at the bronze plates, Tree Spirit could almost see Tizaro scribbling on the door with a disdainful look and a proud tone. The plates were written by Tizaro. At first glance, there's nothing wrong with them. However, when I used the Eye of Truth to check, I found an interesting piece of information in the cracks of time. At this moment, Ryan pushed one of the bronze plates out of the 4 bronze plates. The time on this plate is different from the others. There are obvious traces of modification. All the other plates were written at the same time. This was normal. It was in line with anthropological behavior. When humans decided to do something, they would usually choose to do it at the same time, or at a similar time. It was like assigning a room number to each room in a building, starting from 101 and ending at 901. Such a series of tasks that were easy to do would usually be done on the same day. Even if there was a delay, it wouldn't take too long. The same was true for Tizaro's plate. Since he started writing, he probably finished it on the same day. This was indeed the case. The other 3 plates were all written on the same day. Only the plate that Rain pushed out was written later and had traces of modification. Is there something wrong with the timeline? Tree Spirit murmured. This is indeed strange. Everyone turned to look at the bronze plate that Ryan had pushed out. Coincidentally, this bronze plate was the same one that belonged to the study they were in. In Tizaro's cursive words, it said, "I don't need a bedroom, but I want a study where no one can disturb me." Tree Spirit did not immediately think about the meaning of this line of words. Instead, he turned to Ryan and asked, "How long was the time between this bronze plate and the other bronze plates?" "I can't say for sure, but it should be around 200 years ago." Rain's answer was a bit exaggerated. If it was just 1 or 2 years, it would be fine, but it had actually spanned nearly 200 years, according to the usual behavior of humans. This was obviously abnormal. Tizaro actually stayed in this ruin for a total of 200 years. In other words, this bronze plate was left behind by Tizaro during the last period of time he was in this ruin. This is even more illogical. No one would leave a plate like this before leaving. Tree Spirit remained silent for a moment. Something strange must have happened. Tree Spirit paused and looked at Rhine. You said the words on this bronze plate have been altered? Rain nodded. Yes. But I don't know what was written before the modification. Tree Spirit thought for a while and said, if I'm not mistaken, the content before the modification should have been written on the same day as the other 3 bronze plates. If that's the case, the modification shouldn't be important. After all, Tree Spirit controlled the mirror world and had a long lifespan. He had watched Tazaro grow up, so he naturally knew Tazaro's habits better than Rhine. Sunder spoke up. Tazaro chose to modify the plate before leaving the ruin. In my opinion, there are only 2 possibilities. Everyone looked at Sunders and waited for his explanation. First, it was done on a whim. People's behavior is often influenced by the current situation. Without knowing Tazaro's state of mind, this possibility cannot be ruled out. But I don't think it's very likely. Second, he may have been affected by external factors. It's common knowledge in anthropology that when a long-lasting pattern is broken, something uncontrollable must have happened. The same goes for Tazaro. Something must have happened to him, or he discovered something, which prompted him to modify the plate on his own. Sunders emphasized the word on his own. Because this word represented that Tazaro was subjectively implementing some kind of practical action to change the objective world. It was impossible for Tazaro to do this unconsciously. He must have some kind of purpose for taking the initiative to do this. Tree Spirit nodded. You're right. Tazaro must have encountered something to break the logic of his actions. But could it have something to do with the hidden room or the knight's armor? Tree Spirit answered his own question, I don't think so. If Tazaro did find the hidden room, he would have left a record. Even if he didn't, he would have told us before leaving. Since Tazaro didn't say anything when he left the southern region, did that mean that Tazaro didn't have anything to say about the incentive to modify the bronze plate? In other words, Tazaro did have something to do with the bronze plate, but it might not have anything to do with the hidden room. Sunders continued, let's ignore the possibility. Since we have nothing else to do, why don't we use this chance to guess what caused him to modify the plate? What incentive? It was impossible to guess it blindly, but it wasn't completely untraceable. I don't care what the cause is. Anyway, the final result is this sentence on the plate. He looked at the plate again. Maybe there's a clue hidden in this sentence. I don't need a bedroom, but I need a study where no one can disturb me. Everyone's gazes once again gathered on the unbridled cursive words on the bronze plate. Angor didn't think too much about it when he first saw the handwriting. But now, when he looked at it again, he found some strange things. If this was a study, why did it have to be compared with a bedroom? Was it for rhyming purposes? It might be possible if this was done by a wizard who loved art. But judging from Tazaro's behavior, as well as the notes in his handwriting, Angor didn't think the man was a lover of poetry. He didn't do this for rhyming purposes. Mr. Tree Spirit, did you enter this ruin before Tazaro moved in? Angor looked at Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit, I know what you want to ask. Although I didn't enter this ruin before Tazaro moved in the past 200 years. Tazaro mentioned more than once what he did in this study. Tree Spirit knew Angor wanted to ask about the study and bedroom. Therefore, when he answered, he focused on this study. Rhine nodded and added for Tree Spirit, Tazaro never mentioned that this is the bedroom. This is the study. That's strange. Why would he change the words on the plate and compare it with the bedroom? Did he find out that this place was actually a bedroom after living here for hundreds of years? That was why Tazaro compared it to a bedroom. Angor agreed with Sunder's words. So Tazaro changed the sign because he found out that this was a bedroom? Tree Spirit nodded and said, if that's the case, the logical reasoning of his behavior will be much smoother. Maybe that's the truth. Tree Spirit looked at Rhine after he finished speaking. He wanted to hear Raine's opinion since Raine was the one who suggested this. However, Rhine didn't listen to their conversation at this time. Instead, he summoned the Eye of Truth from between his eyebrows and began to explore the empty study room again. This time, Raine wanted to find something related to the so-called bedroom in the study. After a while, Rhine opened his eyes and shook his head gently at the people who were looking at him. I didn't find anything unusual. There was no trace of a bedroom or a hidden room. Their hopes were dashed once again, although they didn't think it was a surprise. Maybe Tesoro didn't get the information from here? We've been looking for anomalies in the ruins. But I don't think Tesoro has any reason to do that. You mean? Tree Spirit seemed to have thought of something. He obtained some information through normal means? Angor nodded. Yes. Maybe the answer lies somewhere in this ruin. It didn't matter if Angor's theory was correct or not, but it did make sense. However, they didn't follow this line of thought to explore the ruin again. After all, this ruin was neither big nor small. It would definitely take much more time to investigate every place and spend time looking for clues to the bedroom than simply looking for anomalies. Even Tesoro didn't modify the bronze plate on the door until 200 years later, which meant he didn't find anything in the first 200 years. If Tesoro spent 200 years to find the bedroom, they wouldn't be able to find it so soon. Besides, they weren't sure if the bronze plate had anything to do with the hidden room. If it was purely for the title of bedroom, there was a high probability that it would be a waste of effort. Therefore, they didn't plan to look for it now. If everything went well, Angor would stay in the ruin for a while longer. There would be plenty of chances for him to find the answer to the bronze plate. Due to the strange plate, they couldn't do that for now. They simply put aside their speculations about the bronze plate and continued to listen to Ryan talk about other suspicious points. Ryan thought for a moment and talked about the second thing that the Eye of Truth found that made his spiritual sense move slightly. You know what's in the innermost room, right? Ryan looked at Angor and asked. There's a pile of ancient alchemy tools, and they're all in a mess. Even the table is stacked up. According to my speculations, these should be the tools used by the first owner of the ruins. Because Tesoro doesn't know alchemy, he piled these things in that room. Ryan nodded. Your conjecture is correct. The alchemy tools were all piled in by Tesoro. But do you know what that room was originally used for? I think it's a storage room, Rain quickly explained. It's probably a storage room. Ryan tried to recall the information he saw with Truth's eye. As Ryan continued to look back in time, he discovered a lot of remnant information in that house. There were gas used to store items, fragments of alchemy items, half-finished products, and finished products. It was because of this that Ryan deduced that this was a storage room for items. What's unusual? Tree Spirit asked. He had listened to Ryan's explanation for a long time, but he did not hear anything unusual. It was normal for alchemists to use a storage room to store things. The anomaly is. Ryan paused for a moment. I smell the scent of mystery in the crevice of time. Eh? Do you mean that the original owner of this ruin was refining mystery items and was a mysterious alchemist? Tree Spirit was surprised. Generally speaking, the storage room was used to store alchemists' works due to its special environmental structure. If Ryan smelled the mystery here, did it mean that the original owner was refining a mystery item? This was an incredible piece of information. According to Tree Spirit's 10,000 years of experience, mysterious alchemists were few and far between even in the Four Directions world. Every one of them would leave their names behind in the waves of history. If this news was confirmed, it meant that the ruins were likely to be a laboratory left behind by a mysterious alchemist. If that was the case, then this ruin could not be underestimated. It's not necessarily a mystery alchemist. Maybe he has some kind of mystery item, Sunder spoke up. If it was a mystery item, although it was also very precious, it was not particularly rare. Apart from Tree Spirit, all three of them had mystery items. I agree with Sunder's opinion. If it's a mystery alchemist, then it's too far-fetched. I think it's more likely that he has a mystery item. Ryan looked at Angor. But I can't say for sure. I don't know anything about mystery. If it's Angor, he might be able to sense the truth of the aura coming from the crevice of time. This was common knowledge in the southern wizarding region. Angor might not be the best alchemist in the world, but he had to be the closest to reaching mystery level. Unfortunately, even if I give you the eyes of truth, you must have a certain level of physical fitness as a foundation if you want to bear the eyes of truth. Angor hasn't become a truth finder yet, so he can't carry it. After Ryan sighed, Tree Spirit continued to ask if there were any other discoveries. However, Ryan gave a negative answer. These were the only 2 points he found. They provided a lot of new information, but they did not seem to have anything to do with the hidden room. Once again, there was no more clue. Next, everyone fell into silence. Angor thought they were frustrated. But when he looked closer, he saw that Tree Spirit and Sunders were both looking at Rhine. Rhine's eyes were closed, and an invisible spirit ripple was being released from his body. Rhine's spirit ripple came with a natural silence force field. The so-called silence did not mean that Rhine did not speak, but that he could not speak. They could try to force their way through the silence force field, but judging from Rhine's expression, he seemed to be thinking about something. They did not want to disturb him. The forced silence lasted for about 10 minutes. When Rhine opened his eyes, all the spirit ripples around him were pulled back into his eyes, and the silence force field was gone. Even so, no one spoke. They all waited for Rhine to speak. "I went back to the mirror world just now," Rhine said. No one asked how Rhine had returned, because it was obvious that Rhine's body was still here, and his soul hadn't left his shell. He must have returned to the mirror world through the extension of his mind power. Apart from Angor, everyone in the room could do that. Once Angor became a truth finder, the quality of his spirit power would greatly improve. By then, he could extend his spirit power to dozens of kilometers away in a single direction. "I went back to the tower to ask the statue. I want to get some answers from its voice." Rhine's words did not make any sense, but everyone knew what he was talking about. Including Angor. Angor had been to the Cloud Tower more than once, so he knew that there was a pool at the bottom of the tower. In the center of the pool was a statue of the speechless deity. The speechless deity was a small branch of divination. It was not as big as the River of Fate, Wheel of Time, and String of World, but it was still one of the mainstream branches. At first, he didn't know why Rain would place a statue of the silent deity here. Later, he learned that Rain could ask questions to the statue and listen to the voice of the statue's mind, which was similar to a prophecy spell. Of course, this kind of effect was much weaker than the ability of a real prophecy magus. Moreover, only Rhine, a silencer who was proficient in sound spells, could detect the sound of heart of the statue. Therefore, it was not that amazing. Rhine used his spirit power to return to the Cloud Tower because he wanted to listen to the statue's voice and see if he could get some information about the ruin. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Rhine shook his head regretfully. "Basically, I couldn't hear a clear mental reply to every question I asked." This was normal. Rain was not a prophet. Even if he knew something, it was only a small trick. If they could really replace the existence of the prophets, then it would be abnormal. Rain continued, "But I did get a definite answer to one of my questions. I'm sure the ruin is safe. That's the only answer I got from the speechless god." This answer did not help them find the hidden room, but it at least solved a problem that they never mentioned before. If the first owner came back through a tunnel, did he leave? Was he still in the hidden room? They all thought about it, but they did not mention it. Since Angor stayed here for half a month, it was likely that the owner had already left. Even if the owner was still in the hidden room, he did not seem to be hostile toward Angor. If they were to rashly mention it, they might poke holes in this layer of window paper and cause some unknown things to happen. But now, Rain received a hint from the speechless god that the ruin was safe. This did not only mean that one's life was safe. It also meant that one's mind was safe. If so, there was no outsider in the ruin. Otherwise, they would not feel safe. In other words, Angor would not have to worry about his safety for the time being. Tree Spirit sighed in disappointment. "It seems that the secret of this relic can't be unraveled in a short period of time." Tree Spirit sighed. "It seems that we won't be able to find out the secret of this relic in the near future." Tree Spirit looked at Angor. "If we want to find out the truth behind the knight armor and the hidden tunnel, we can only rely on you now." Tree Spirit said that not only because Angor was living here, but also because Angor was the only one who could decipher the runes on the knight's armor. "I'll try to decipher the runes when I have time." Angor looked at the knight's armor on the desk and nodded. Actually, Angor wasn't confident enough to say that. They tried to figure out the secret of the knight armor, but they still could not figure it out. He did not think that he could do it better by himself. However, there was no other way. He could only find time to decipher the secret. Rain patted Angor's shoulder. "It's just a hidden room. Just as Tazaro said, the reason why he speculated that there was a hidden room here was because he couldn't find the storage analysis desk. Perhaps this hidden room is where the object analysis desk is placed. So, before we know the specific information about the hidden room, I personally feel that unless you really have the time, there's no need to spend so much effort on it. Because it's easy to waste your efforts in the end. Rain was speaking his mind. He was also curious about the hidden passages and rooms, but in his opinion, Angor's time was more important. There was no need for him to waste his time on something unknown. Angor nodded. He had a plan in mind. He wasn't so idle that he could waste his life. He knew what he should do and what he shouldn't do. The matter of the knight's armor had come to an end for the time being. Tree Spirit, who was extremely curious about the hidden room, was frustrated after spending half a day without any gains. Whenever he felt frustrated, he would think of his own sad story and wanted to share it with the others. However, before Tree Spirit could say anything, Ryan seemed to have read Tree Spirit's mind and started the conversation. Before you came back, I heard from Horace that Phantom Island and Dark Castle are going to form an alliance? Yes. Sunders nodded. That's good. Dark Castle did a lot of dirty deeds in the past, but it's starting to correct itself now. Isabel and Kimberly are back, and the undead creatures in Dark Forest are slowly dying out. An organization like this that needs to be rebuilt will always have great potential. It's a good thing that Phantom Island and Dark Castle are going to form an alliance. Tree Spirit was also intrigued by the topic. I heard from the Fiery Witch that the Witch Union in Floating Mech City discussed this during a small tea party held by them. Although Dark Castle seems to be rebuilding from the ashes, many organizations are interested in their potential after the Nirvana. Like Phantom Island, they tried to reach out to them when they were at their lowest. But Dark Castle rejected them all. Dark Castle's alliance with Phantom Island could, in a way, deepen the relationship between the two organizations. Since Dark Castle is going to form an alliance with Phantom Island, Isabel will come to Brute Cavern during the tea party. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Isabel for 1,000 years. I'm looking forward to seeing her again during the tea party. Rain's tone was full of emotion. His eyes were filled with hope, which meant he was really looking forward to meeting Isabel. Angor couldn't help but wonder why Rain brought it up now. He thought the alliance between Phantom Island and Dark Castle would make things difficult for Rain, but Rain wasn't happy about it. But it seemed that Rain didn't care. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. They couldn't just ignore Dark Castle's goodwill. Besides, Dark Castle's current size meant that they couldn't establish a friendly relationship with Brute Cavern in the first place. It was better to form an alliance with Phantom Island. Since Phantom Island belonged to Brute Cavern and had formed an alliance with Dark Castle, the relationship between Brute Cavern and Dark Castle had become closer. For example, Phantom Island and Lilith's clan were allies. Cantor would also take care of Brute Cavern's wizards when he met them. It was a win-win situation for both sides. Rain then began to analyze the impact of Phantom Island and Dark Castle's alliance from his own perspective. This kind of impact had both good aspects and bad aspects that needed to be borne. Sunders listened carefully. He did his own analysis before, but Rain had a bigger picture and a more comprehensive view than him. When Rain was almost done, the pendulum of a clock in the corner suddenly began to move. It was because the hour hand had pointed to 12 o'clock. Ryan looked at the dial of the clock and said softly, according to the time, the mystery of the stars should have appeared in the sky above the stargazing temple. I wonder what the situation is on the Mayans' side. Did they see anything on the star map in the future? The stargazing hall was in complete silence. No one said a word. They were all quietly watching the resplendent starry sky above the hall, which was like a projection of reality. This faintly discernible star map was the most precious treasure of the Starliege Temple. It was also a mysterious item that no other Magus organization dared to covet, no matter how envious they were. The number of stars that flickered in and out contained endless secrets about the future. However, only prophets could see through them. Almost half of all prophets in the southern wizardry region were gathered here, using the same posture to look for the answer to the riddle of the stars. They all looked at it carefully. However, the riddle of the stars could reveal the future, but not everyone could see it. Most of them failed. Just like now, in the stargazing hall, almost all the apprentices were scratching their heads and scratching their ears. In addition, a portion of the prophets who were sitting outside were also frowning and looking regretful. In other words, about 80% of the people in the hall failed to find anything. Of the remaining 20%, even if they did find something from the riddle of the stars, it was probably not something they wanted to know. Most of the time, they just did not know what to expect. Only a very small number of people, with enough strength and luck, could find what they wanted to know. Maya used to be one of the few strong prophets. Otherwise, she would not be sitting at the front of the hall. But today, Maya was having a headache. She did not see anything. Maya came here with a mission. According to Rain, she needed to use the riddle of the stars to see if Angkor was targeted by the germinal believers. She also wanted to know what they would do to Angkor. Would they use Loser's Arrow? The riddle of the stars showed the stars of the future. In other words, as long as one was strong enough, one could see countless possible futures through the riddle of the stars. The rule of the mystery of the starry sky was that when you were observing the stars, you had to try your best to think of the things you wanted to know the most. Then, the stars might lead you to the final result because of your request, allowing you to get what you wanted. However, this was not absolute. Sometimes, one could spend a lot of effort and still not see anything. Or rather, one could not even understand what he or she was looking for. Now, Maya was in such a situation. Maya kept opening and closing her eyes. She kept trying to figure out the mystery that was floating in space. But no matter how much she asked in her heart, she did not get any inspiration. Her mind was blank. The faintly floating starry sky became more and more brilliant as time passed. This also meant that the mystery of the starry sky was about to reach its peak. After showing an even more brilliant future, it would wither away. It was like a narrative. After the story reached its peak, it would inevitably slowly return to silence. In other words, the stargazing day was already half over. Seeing that the end of the mystery of the stars was getting closer and closer, Maya felt anxious for the first time. Her original plan was to check the ruins guarded by Rain after Angkor was done. That way, she could avoid Tuwalu from Song of the Deep's interference. But now, she couldn't see anything. She couldn't help but feel anxious for no reason. Maya glanced at Dodoro, who was standing next to her, while she was distracted by her own thoughts. That one glance made Maya's heart skip a beat. It wasn't because Dodoro did something wrong. It was just that Dodoro's expression was too strange. Maya had been teaching Dodoro for a long time. She knew that Dodoro was cold by nature, but that was just part of his personality. Besides, he wasn't completely emotionless. But right now, Dodoro didn't seem to be showing any warmth at all. His eyes, his expression, and even his hair and toes were all showing what it meant to be completely cold. It wasn't disdain for the mortal world, nor was it alienation from people. Instead, it was an extreme calmness. Dodoro was like a lofty god who calmly looked down at the cycle of seasons and everything in the world without any emotion. This wasn't something an ordinary apprentice could do. Maya had a strange feeling. She felt that Dodoro had become one with the world's consciousness. Absolute coldness, absolute fairness, and absolute superiority. Is this the true talent of the Bayuan clan? Maya wondered. While Maya was bewildered, she felt that there were a few eyes that seemed to be looking in her direction. The gazes came from the center of the hall. Maya looked up and saw a couple of observers who seemed to have noticed Dodoro's presence. They looked at Dodoro, then at Maya. He seemed to be guessing something, and there was an unknown light in his eyes. Maya couldn't read their eyes, but she could tell that they were interested in Dodoro. Maya sighed in her mind. Dodoro had already attracted a lot of attention during the day of stargazing, and this time, he was already acting strangely even before the prophecy was revealed. She was sure that people would talk about Dodoro later. Maya didn't know what to do. But since Dodoro was already noticed, there was nothing she could do. With Brood Cavern as her support, Dodoro would be fine even if he showed his true strength. Maya stopped thinking about Dodoro. The most important thing for her right now was to find the answers to the mysteries of the stars. Maya exhaled deeply and closed her eyes to rest for 10 minutes. She threw away all her worries and worries. When her mind had completely entered a tranquil state, Maya opened her eyes again and looked at the brilliant starry sky above her head. When the star chart shone brighter, Maya's dormant spirit finally moved. The first future Maya saw was in a pitch-black space. It seemed to be in the void, but also seemed to be on the black soil. There was a path of starlight that stretched endlessly, all the way to the end. At the end of the path of stars, there was a box whose shape could not be seen clearly. Just as Maya's thoughts were about to take a closer look at the truth of the box, the head of a monster with blue light all over its body emerged from the void. At the same time, everything in front of Maya's eyes began to fall apart. She slowly regained her focus. Maya frowned. This should be a fragment of the future. There's nothing valuable here. She couldn't find any clues in the darkness. The box might not be a treasure. Maybe it was a bait for some monster. Maya didn't think too much about it. She only sighed in her mind. She was here to ask for Angwar's help. Why did she end up with such a messy scene? Maya put aside the short fragment and meditated again. Perhaps it was because of her previous successful experience, but this time, Maya quickly realized that a sweet spring once again flowed into her dried-up inspiration. The sweet spring nourished her inspiration, but Maya opened her eyes again. What the hell did she just see? In a lush forest, a flower spirit was singing by a lake. She couldn't tell where the forest was, but she didn't need to. It was another meaningless scene. Saying it was meaningless might be a bit arbitrary. After all, it was something that happened in the future. To some extent, it was still useful data. For apprentices of prophets, collecting more data was beneficial to their growth. But for Maya, such data was tasteless food that had no nutritional value to a real supernatural being. Maya had no choice but to keep looking at the star chart above her head. Next, Maya felt like she had turned into a trash can. All kinds of meaningless scenes were stuffed into her head. Most of the scenes were worthless, like the flower spirits singing. They didn't even have any highlights. Occasionally, there were some scenes that made Maya think. For example, she saw a corner of a city. It was only a corner, but the construction of the city was completely different from any city she had seen before. It seemed to be built in the style of an alien world. Maya paused to think about the city. But there wasn't much information in the future. Maya shook her head and put it behind her. There was another scene. It was also a city, but this one was filled with phantom beasts. A man in a formal suit was kneeling in front of his white-veiled female companion. Under the cheers of the phantom beasts, he carried out a beautiful proposal. Of course, Maya didn't care about the proposal. She was more interested in the city filled with phantom beasts. She had never seen such a scene before. It was as if the phantom beasts had become the people of the city. Although Maya paid a little attention to these two scenes, they still didn't really attract Maya's attention. She didn't know when these scenes took place, where the otherworldly city and the city of phantom beasts were. Even if she knew, they didn't seem to be particularly valuable. So, watching these scenes was a waste of time. She might as well watch the drama box Leona brought her from the floating mech city. At least the story in the box was more complete and beautiful. Maya sighed. She still didn't get any valuable information. She didn't see anything worth sharing with others even after the stargazing day ended. She was a bit embarrassed. Her title was Star Measurement, and she was an expert in astrology. The mystery of the stars was her specialty. But if she didn't get anything, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Rain. Maya knew she couldn't afford to be impatient. Once again, she forcefully suppressed the slight emotions in her heart and looked up at the starry sky above her head. This time, Maya did not immediately feel her inspiration. Instead, she kept shuttling through the dense starry sky until her thoughts hit a bright star. After a burst of light, Maya saw a scene. When she saw the scene in the video, her heart began to beat faster. After seeing so many strange scenes of the future, Maya'd see Brute Cavern. Under the yellow sunset, the peaceful snow river was dyed red. The ripples on the surface of the river looked like a red cloak that covered the frozen river across Parmajai Highlands. However, at a certain moment, a black blemish suddenly appeared on the sunset that covered the snow river with a red glow. She looked up and saw a steam airship flying over Snow River. The airship had about a dozen smoky chimneys. The airship cast a shadow on the river. Maya recognized the half-destroyed airship. It was the airship from Windmill Town. Judging from the airship's direction, it was heading to the entrance of Brute Cavern. Maya didn't know what it meant though. While she was wondering, the scenes kept flashing. She looked up and saw what was happening on the airship. On an open-air platform of the steam-powered airship, a young man with his right arm tightly wrapped in bandages and wearing a tattered black cloak was surrounded by a group of people. There were both men and women in the group. They were saying something to the young man. Judging from the shape of their lips, it wasn't anything nice. They were probably scolding the young man. Maya could see the fear and grievance in the young man's eyes. However, he didn't seem to care at all. He raised his right hand and yelled at the crowd. It was as if his right hand was hiding something. The people surrounding him hesitated for a moment before retreating a few steps. Just as the young man was feeling proud of himself, the door to the open-air platform was pushed open. A girl with a body as thin as paper walked out. She walked into the crowd with a cold expression and ignored everyone. She walked straight through the crowd to the railing and looked into the distance with a dignified expression. After the young girl appeared, everyone looked as if they had seen a demon. They all showed fear. After whispering to each other for a moment, they quickly left the open-air platform. The only people left on the platform were the young man with a strange expression and the girl who didn't say anything. Suddenly, the scene began to disintegrate. Maya realized that the scene was disappearing. She opened her eyes and returned to reality from the future. Maya's expression was a little strange. The scene had something to do with Parmajai Highlands and Brute Cavern. But it didn't seem to have anything to do with Angor and the Germinal organization. Maya could tell that the people on the platform were all mortals. Or rather, mortals with talents. They were flying toward Brute Cavern. There was a high chance that these young men and women were the new talents who would join Brute Cavern in the future. Thinking of this, Maya rubbed her temples in annoyance. Talents were important. They were the cornerstone of a wizard organization's development. However, it was pointless for her to see such a scene. She couldn't just go and pick the new talents in advance. Even if she did, they had to have the talent of prophecy first. The other wizards in Brute Cavern would not compete with her for the talent of prophecy. Maya was the only prophet who was qualified to take in prophet apprentices. That was why Maya had such a strange expression on her face. It wasn't easy to find a scene related to Brute Cavern, but it still didn't have any value. Maya thought to herself. Fine. At least it means the Stargazer is getting better and has something to do with Brute Cavern. Maybe I'll get what I want next time. This was a gentle slope covered with black thorns. Looking around, there were almost no other plants apart from thorns. Black spores drifted in the wind, and above her was a gray sky. Maya sensed her surroundings with a little hesitation. Not long ago, she still followed her heart, hoping to find the answer in the mystery of the stars, but in the end, she came here. Of course, it was not her physical body, but her consciousness immersed in the future. This fragment of the future was more profound than any fragment Maya had perceived before. She was like a butterfly that traveled through time and space and came to the world of the future. Maya could even observe her surroundings wantonly. Compared to the fragments she saw before, the degree of freedom was much higher. Where is this place? Is it related to Angor? Maya observed her surroundings. Although she could not really perceive the energy around her, but just looking at the scenery around her, she felt something indescribable in her heart. The environment here gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where is this place? While Maya was puzzled, the scene suddenly rose, and her vision slowly moved from the ground to the sky. When she looked at the misty sky in the sky, she seemed to think of something, and she could not wait to look at the ground. Before, she did not see very clearly, only saw that the surroundings were covered with thorns. Now that she looked down from above, she could clearly see that the thorny land almost stretched for thousands of kilometers. The whole mountain ridge was covered with black thorns. Looking from above, it looked like the hands of countless undead reaching out from hell. Maya slowly pulled her line of sight away. In the extreme south, she saw a series of undulating mountains. Looking at the continuous mountain range, Maya whispered a name in her mind, Cold Ancient Ruins. Maya had been to the Cold Ancient Ruins 200 years ago, so she was familiar with the direction of the mountains near the Cold Ancient Ruins. Since the extreme south was the Cold Ancient Ruins, then there was no doubt that this should be the surface of the abyss. And the place she was currently in was the Thorns Ridge, north of the cold ancient ruins. The Thorns Ridge was famous for being full of black thorns, and this place was indeed full of black thorns, so Maya quickly determined the position. But she still did not understand. What was this fragment of the future trying to tell her? As Maya looked around in confusion, she suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye. In the center of the Thorns Ridge, there seemed to be a flickering flame. What was that place? Why was there fire? While Maya was puzzled, her vision was like a falling meteor, frantically moving towards the location of the fire. In the process of shifting the perspective, Maya also saw the truth of the fire. It was the light coming from the window on the third floor of an ancient castle. While Maya was wondering when an ancient castle with a clearly human architectural style appeared in the center of the Thorns Ridge, her perspective shifted and she directly crashed into the ancient castle. When her vision stabilized, Maya found that she had already entered the castle. She was in a dark corridor that was blocked by a large number of thorns. In other words, although the corridor seemed long, because there were thorns at both ends, there was only less than 10 meters of space to move around. In this activity area, there was a door. There was a glimmer of light through the crack of the door. It was the room of the castle that was lit up earlier. Unfortunately, the door of the room was locked, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. But from the light that came through the crack of the door, he could see that there was someone inside. After an unknown amount of time, Maya suddenly heard a strange laughter coming from under the floor of the corridor. She was now in the corridor of the castle's third floor, under the floor. In other words, the laughter came from the second floor. The laughter was very creepy. Even though Maya was not in the real environment, she still felt a little scared. Not long after the laughter came, Maya noticed that the door with the light was pushed open. A woman walked out from the door and walked towards where Maya was. Because of this, Maya saw the woman's face clearly. The woman was wearing a bright robe that looked like boiling blood. Her hair was emerald green, and her whole body was covered with real thorns. These thorns were constantly moving on her clothes and under her skin. It's her? When Maya entered this fragment of the future and felt a sense of gravity, she knew that there must be a theme in this fragment. But she did not expect that the protagonist of this fragment's theme would be Madeline Celian, nicknamed Ruthless Thorns. Due to the massacre of the Celian family, Madeline was forced to leave her wizard family. After wandering around for a while, she joined Brute Cavern. Maya did not know Madeline very well. Not long after joining Brute Cavern, Madeline was sent to the Abyss Plane and never came back. No one knew where she went. When he returned to Brute Cavern last time, he mentioned Madeline, but he did not say much about it. He only said that she was temporarily staying in the Abyss Plane. So Madeline stayed in Thorns Ridge. While Maya was thinking about Madeline's information, the future Madeline walked past her and went to the corridor behind her. Previously, the corridor was full of thorns that blocked all paths. But when Madeline walked past, the thorns automatically moved aside. When Madeline left, the thorns closed up again. Maya kept her eyes on Madeline. Madeline did not look calm at all. It seemed that she cared a lot about the strange laughter. She quickly ran to the end of the corridor. When she reached the end of the corridor, Maya noticed that there was a spell wall here. There were special spell markings on the wall, and only the caster could unlock the password. Clearly, Madeline was the one who created the wall. She placed her hand on the wall and closed her eyes. Slowly, she channeled the mana in her mind space. The spell wall began to glow. Maya's heart skipped a beat when she saw that the password on the wall was about to be cracked. She turned around and looked behind Madeline. Unknowingly, the dense thistles and thorns began to move quietly. A pale and creepy girl's face appeared in the midst of the thorns. Madeline was so focused on cracking the password that she did not notice what was happening behind her. Until the girl's face slowly reached out. Like a snake, the girl's neck grew longer and longer until it reached the back of Madeline's head. The girl's mouth also began to tear, and it quickly turned into a giant mouth. Perhaps Madeline sensed something behind her, but she quickly turned around and saw a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. In the next second, the girl's mouth swallowed Madeline's head whole. In the dark corridor, other than the eerie laughter and shrill screams, there was only the sound of chewing that lasted for a long time. When the fragment of the future shattered, the butterfly flapped its dreamy wings and stirred up a gentle breeze, which sent the consciousness that did not belong to this era back to its origin. Maya opened her eyes. She was still looking at the floating stars of the stargazing hall. However, her consciousness was still lingering in the fragment. Maya's face turned pale as she recalled the cruel scene. Cold sweat began to appear on her forehead. "Are you all right, Witch Maya?" A spirit thread came to Maya's side with concern. Maya looked up and saw that it came from the leader of Starleech Church, Lupanai. He was looking at her from afar with a worried look. Maya shook her head and signaled to Lupanai that she was fine. Lupanai didn't say anything else. He gestured for Maya to take a rest first before continuing. Maya calmed herself down and tried to recall the scene she saw earlier. She didn't expect to receive Madeline's information instead of Angor's. Based on what she saw, Madeline would be killed by the strange girl in the future. Although prophecy itself was a means of finding the true value of variables, even if it was the mystery of the stars, it was still possible that the future shown might not necessarily happen due to certain objective reasons. However, the future shown by the mystery of the stars was the collapse of countless timelines, and according to the trajectory, the future that was most likely to happen was the most likely future. Therefore, the possibility of Madeline being killed and swallowed alive was very high. Maya didn't know Madeline very well, but she didn't want to see her dead. After all, Madeline was still a member of Brute Cavern. She had to report this to the higher-ups. She would report this as soon as the day was over. After making up her mind, Maya couldn't help but think about the strange girl whose neck could stretch for more than 10 meters. This was the first time Maya saw her face. Maya couldn't sense her aura because she was standing outside of time. However, Maya had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She seemed to know that girl. Who could she be? As Maya pondered, she continued to look up at the starry sky above her head. She wasn't sure if it was luck or something else. This time, before Maya's mind was completely clear, she once again bumped into a crack in time. She only felt herself shiver, and then she came to a vast plain. When Maya first saw this plain, her first impression of it was very good. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the grass was green, birds were singing, and flowers were blooming. She even saw bees flying around. Just when Maya thought that this might be a meaningless scene, the world suddenly changed. A huge eye opened in the sky, and horrible evil spirits were awakened from the earth. An army of white skeletons came from afar, bringing with it a chilly wind. A gigantic evil god was descending from the sky, the ground cracked, and lava gushed out. Space shook, and the scene suddenly changed. In this doomsday-like world, Maya didn't even get to take a few more glances before she was thrown out of this horrifying scene. Before the fragments of the future completely disappeared, Maya vaguely saw a few people. Maya woke up once again. Her eyes were still in a state of slackness. After an unknown amount of time, they slowly regained their luster. Even so, the terrifying world still existed in Maya's mind, which caused her to lose control of her expression. "Teacher?" A deep voice came into Maya's ears. His voice was very low and his tone was very cold, but it was like a wisp of icy wind that poured into her somewhat disturbed thoughts and instantly extinguished the fire in her heart. She slowly woke up from her daze. Maya's eyes finally focused. It was Dodoro who called her. Dodoro no longer looked like a heartless god. He had regained his usual coldness, but it could be seen from his eyes that he was still worried about Maya. Maya could also feel that her condition was not right. Her whole body was cold, and it was soaked in cold sweat. Anyone who saw the apocalyptic scene would have the same feeling as her. Maya did not know what she saw, but she remembered the faces of the last few people she saw. Maya shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She would continue to observe the stars. If she had any questions, she would talk to the other prophets after she finished observing the stars. She forced a smile to Dodoro and said, "I'm fine. Let's go back to the starry sky. Don't disturb the others." However, Maya noticed that Dodoro had a strange expression on his face. Before Maya could figure out what Dodoro's expression meant, an evil voice came into her ears. "You must have gotten a lot of information from the stars, Witch Maya. You've even lost track of time." Maya didn't need to look at the speaker. She knew it was Shkel. She didn't like the man who was controlled by his desires, but what he was trying to say was, Maya turned her head and looked around. She found that most people were looking at her. Those who weren't looking at her were either whispering to each other or resting with their eyes closed. Maya looked up and found that the star map that was floating in the air before had disappeared. At this point, how could Maya not understand what Xianxia meant? The stargazing day was over. Maya was confused. According to her calculations, she still had half a day to go. Why did it end so soon? Did she lose track of time in the last part of the prophecy? But why was it blurred out? The other prophecies did not have such a situation. Or was it that the apocalyptic scene had caused her emotions to fluctuate so much that she had neglected the passage of time? Maya thought for a while and decided that it was more likely. After confirming that the stargazing day was over, Maya felt both frustrated and regretful. In the end, she still failed to complete Rain's task. She didn't even have time to investigate the ruins. Still, she couldn't help but think about the last part of the prophecy. What did it mean? In the center of the stargazing hall, Lupanai, who was wearing a crown of stars and a robe of starlight, stood up. Lupanai stood up but didn't say anything. Instead, he raised the complicated and delicate short scepter in his hand and gently touched the remaining starlight on the reception platform. After a wave of air, countless stars appeared in the sky above the stargazing hall. However, this wasn't the mystery of the stars. It was a secret astral spell Lupanai mastered. The effect of this spell was to soothe restless souls. It was a routine ritual of the stargazing day. Some prophets might be led into the future by the mystery of the stars and couldn't get out of it for a long time. In fact, he might even become depressed. That was why Lupanai had spent so much effort to use the secret technique of Star Palace to comfort everyone, so that they would not be affected by their emotions in the following conversation. Even if something big happened, they would be able to communicate with everyone calmly from an objective point of view. Of course, this didn't mean much to experienced prophets. They could adjust their emotions on their own. However, Maya was an exception this time. She was an experienced prophet, and yet she was experiencing extreme emotional fluctuations. She even lost her sense of time. This was very rare. Xianxia believed that Maya must have seen a shocking prophecy. Otherwise, she wouldn't lose her mind like this. Under Lupui's starry sky secret technique, the atmosphere in the stargazing hall gradually calmed down. Not only did it gradually become quieter, but everyone's emotions also calmed down. Those who were still immersed in their visions of the future were pulled out of their thoughts and emotions. The disturbances in the future seemed to have become the affairs of strangers. Now, they were just bystanders. They were calmly thinking about what had just happened. While Lupanai was casting the arcanum, he purposely glanced at Dodoro. This was the apprentice who had caught his attention in the past stargazing days. Lupanai noticed that Dodoro was quieter than Maya. Under the effect of astral arcanum, Dodoro was as calm as ever, as if he was a true observer of time and space. Lupanai's eyes were filled with approval. The other prophets also noticed Lupanai's expression. Some of the prophets didn't understand why Lupanai was praising Dodoro, but the observers in the center of the hall knew what Lupanai meant. Lupanai obviously thought highly of Dodoro. They were also curious about Dodoro. They still remembered the godlike expression on Dodoro's face during the stargazing ceremony. However, they didn't ask Dodoro about it right away. The stargazing day was over, but the most important thing had yet to come. After everyone calmed down, they all looked at Lupanai expectantly. Lupanai understood what everyone meant and slowly walked back to his seat. After sitting down, he looked around and said, "Stargazing day has officially ended. Next, it's time for everyone to interact." As soon as Lupanai finished speaking, most of the people present held their breaths and pricked up their ears. Most of the prophets didn't have the ability to see the future through the stargazing mysteries. They traveled thousands of miles to gather in the Brilliance Plain just for this moment. Most of the prophets came with secret orders from their organizations to listen to the exchange. However, they would have come even if they didn't have the orders. This was because collecting more future data would be of great benefit to their own prophecies and deductions. Therefore, when the exchange began, no one said anything to disturb the hall. Instead, they all looked at Lupanai and waited for him to announce the rules of the exchange. The number of participants in this exchange meeting is probably the highest in the past 30 years. Including the observers, there were a total of 11 of them. I believe that with so many excellent adepts here, there should be plenty of prophecies that can affect the future. Lupanai paused and looked at the observers, then at the other prophets around him. Since there are so many people here, the rules for this exchange are to be independent. In the past, Lupanai would usually let the observers speak first, but this time, he decided to let them speak independently. This seemed fair, but some observers had their own suspicions about what was going on. For example, at this moment, the observer guardian of the Dead Sea Hydra, who had 3 heads and whose eyes were all closed, was secretly using mind guidance to talk to his good friend beside him. The order of speech often represents the degree of importance. In the past, Lupanai would let the observer speak first. Only on the next day would the other prophets speak. Actually, in a sense, the future fragments seen by the observer are more valuable. Hydra paused for a second and continued, but this time, he chose to speak independently. Does this mean that he thinks the other prophets have also seen important fragments of the future? Next to Hydra was a skinny figure covered in a tattered cloak. Under the cloak, there was an almost air-dried skeleton. He was Hydra's only good friend in Starliege Church, a prophet of death who wandered around the edge of hell, Arthos. Arthos spoke in a light tone. Lupanai is not a man who speaks without thinking. There must be something behind this arrangement. Therefore, your speculation is very likely to be true. Hydra glanced at Maya and said, Maya lost her sense of time. Maybe she's the reason for Lupanai's arrangement. Arathos raised his head without commenting. A green flame flashed in his pitch-black eye sockets under the cloak. Perhaps it's not just Witch Maya. Her disciple is also worth paying attention to. Hydra looked at Dodoro. He had noticed Dodoro's strange behavior and believed that Dodoro had indeed seen something, but he didn't think it was that important. Arthos noticed Hydra's disdain and said, I saw him on the day of stargazing. His talent is strange, and his background is unknown. Lupanai suspects that he's. Arthos paused. Under Hydra's curious gaze, Arthos shook his head. Let's talk about it after it's confirmed. Azathoth's hesitation caused Hydra to pay more attention to Dodoro, and he noticed something strange about Dodoro. Just as Arathos said, Dodoro's origin was a mystery. His past and future were both twisted and distorted. This was the first time Hydra saw something like this. What surprised Hydra the most was that Dodoro suddenly turned around and looked at him. Although Dodoro's eyes were calm, Hydra sensed a hint of repulsion and vigilance in them. How did Dodoro find out that I was spying on him? Did an apprentice see through his prophecy? Hydra was surprised. Although he said he was observing Dodoro, he wasn't actually looking at him. Instead, he was trying to predict Dodoro's future and past. Dodoro noticed that someone was watching him and even locked onto him. Hydra found it hard to believe. Normally, only official magi would have such a high spiritual sense. Furthermore, one had to be of the prophecy element to be able to sense the prying eyes of others amidst the shifting fate and wavering time. Normal prophets wouldn't be able to sense Dodoro's presence. Since Dodoro was able to locate Hydra so easily, did it mean that Dodoro's spiritual power had already reached the level of a prophet? If that was the case, Dodoro would be able to become a wizard easily once his body reached the required level. While Hydra was shocked by his own conjecture, on the other side, Lupanai had already started asking everyone, the exchange will begin now. Who wants to go first? After Lupi's voice fell, the air suddenly fell into silence. No one spoke first. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. They just didn't want to be the first to speak. In the past, the first to speak was always the observer, who would more or less give a prophecy that would determine the future of the conference. In other words, the first to speak might not be able to affect the future, but at least it wouldn't be considered useless. For example, during the stargazing day a year ago, innocent reader Syrah was the first to speak. His prophecy was about the plane fusion on the Parmagi Highlands. This was very useful information, and it attracted most of the southern wizard organizations to the Parmagi Highlands. In comparison, the prophecy from the stargazing day was very important. No one present felt that the prophecy they had seen was worthy of being the first to speak. Thus, everyone fell silent and looked at the 11 observers in the center. In most people's eyes, the observer's prophecy was more important than theirs. However, the group of observers closed their eyes at this time, and they were not prepared to speak. Some of them felt that Lupi had changed the rules. Since the prophets were allowed to speak first, they might as well give up their positions. This was more or less a sign of anger, but it was indeed what some people thought. After all, to them, being the first to speak first was a sense of superiority. They were naturally unhappy that they were forcefully pulled down from the stage. Of course, even though they felt uncomfortable, they only used this insignificant detail to express their dissatisfaction. If Lupi had asked them to speak first, they wouldn't have deliberately disobeyed. However, after waiting for a long time, Lupi didn't name any of the observers. He just let the silence continue. The silence lasted for a full 5 minutes. The prophets looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but that they didn't have the right to. Why didn't the observers take the initiative? While everyone was waiting impatiently, Maya thought for a moment and decided to be the first to speak up. She was confused by the apocalyptic scene she saw at the end. She didn't know what was going on, and she was in a hurry to speak with the others. Thinking of this, Maya said, "Why don't?" Before Maya could say "I'll go first," a voice that came later but arrived first rang out. "I'll go first." This voice had a foreign accent, and the tone was high. It was supposed to be cheerful, but it sounded cold and solemn. Maya was very familiar with the voice. She turned around and saw Dodoro. Dodoro turned around and looked at Maya. "Let me go first, teacher." The other diviners frowned. Dodoro was just an apprentice in the school of divination. What right did he have to say something like that? What could an apprentice see in riddles of the stars? Even if they did see some meaningless clips, did they really have the right to take the responsibility of being the first to speak? Most of the diviners didn't like Dodoro's decision. The only reason they didn't criticize Dodoro was that Lupuel seemed to like him a lot. However, they didn't think that Dodoro would be the first to speak. On the contrary, the group of observers in the center did not show too much emotion. Some of them even showed curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Schkel, for example, put away his laziness and looked at Dodoro with a slightly evil look. "Very good. I like people with courage. You're one of the few people I'm looking forward to the most during this stargazing day. I'd like to know what you're going to say." Schkeer's words caused all the prophets to be stunned. Was Schkel joking? Or was he being sarcastic? Neither seemed to be the case. Schkel was really looking forward to Dodoro's prophecy. But why would he look forward to the prophecy of an apprentice? "I thought you only lacked humanity, but now it seems that you've lost your mind as well." A sarcastic voice came from the side. It was Ivan who spoke. He didn't like Dodoro because of what happened during the stargazing day. "I didn't know that communicating with others is a sign of losing one's mind. Why don't our wisest Mr. Ivan not listen to this conference, lest you become more and more stupid?" The speaker was holding a book, seemingly reading, but the corner of his eyes was piercing Ivan. It was Sarah, the innocent reader. He didn't have any grudges against Ivan, but the mystery item that disappeared from Silver Palm all caused him to become enemies with Ivan. Back then, Ivan had helped Witch Summer Dew lock onto that mysterious item. Sarah, on the other hand, was secretly helping Flanza. Because of their different standpoints, the differences became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became a tit-for-tat battle, and the dispute even burned until the stargazing day. Ivan gave Sarah a cold stare and didn't say anything. It wasn't because he was afraid of Sarah, but because if he did, he would fall into Sarah's trap. He couldn't just sit out this meeting. Ivan didn't say anything to Sarah. Instead, he looked at Dodoro coldly and said, "Last time, you didn't tell me your prophecy. This time, you're asking for it. Fine. You can tell me first. However, you'd better not fool us with meaningless fragments of the future. If you're going to waste our time, don't come to the stargazing days anymore." Sarah didn't refute Ivan's words this time. Sarah agreed with Ivan. If Dodoro was only talking about the future fragments, there was no need to hold back. If Dodoro only talked about the future fragments on the second or third day of the stargazing day, it would be fine. But now, it was the first day of the meeting, and Ivan was the first to speak. If Ivan really wanted to fool them, they wouldn't let him do it. The other prophets knew better than to say anything in advance. Since Ivan was an apprentice prophet, he had to bear the pressure. Ivan's attitude was firm, and the other observers didn't say anything either. Maya looked at Dodoro with a worried look on her face. Dodoro, on the other hand, was as indifferent as ever. It was as if Ivan's pressure wasn't even as heavy as a feather to Dodoro. Dodoro's nonchalant attitude made Ivan even angrier. Still, he didn't want to lose face if he continued to threaten Dodoro. Ivan closed his eyes and pretended to meditate. Lupanai finally spoke. He looked at Dodoro with a smile and said, "It's been 300 years since the last stargazing day where an apprentice prophet was the first to speak." At this point, Lupanai glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. 300 years ago, when Xianxia was still an apprentice, he had spoken for the first time. At that time, he had been scolded after speaking because his prophecy was worthless. Since then, no apprentice dared to do such a thing. I'm glad to see it again. Since Lupanai had spoken, no one dared to question Dodoro's words. Let's listen to what Dodoro had to say first. Even if Dodoro's words were true, they would do as Ivan said and ban him from the day of stargazing. For a prophet, this was a terrible punishment. Since it had nothing to do with their own interests, they would just treat it as a joke. Everyone calmed down and waited for Dodoro to speak. However, no one really believed that Dodoro's prophecy was worth listening to. Dodoro, on the other hand, remained silent. No one knew why Dodoro suddenly stopped talking, but no one questioned him. Since they had given Dodoro a chance, there was no need to turn back. Even Ivan, who was dissatisfied with Dodoro, did not show any impatience. No one urged Dodoro to speak. However, as time went by, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. Even those who were not in the center of the storm could feel the pressure. Even the onlookers were scared, but Dodoro, who was in the middle of the storm, was still as calm as ever. Only his eyes were moving around, as if he was thinking about something. When the oppressive atmosphere reached its peak, Dodoro finally spoke. The theater occupied by the demons will float to the shore from the river of falsehood. The first ticket booth will appear in the land of Evernight. Dodoro remained silent after he finished his speech. Clearly, this was the prophecy he was talking about. Perhaps it was because Dodoro had been preparing for a few minutes before he spoke, everyone was in a state of high concentration. Even though Dodoro's voice was not loud, they could still hear every word he said. Many people did not understand what Dodoro was trying to say, but they were surprised that Dodoro was able to complete the sentence so perfectly. They thought that Dodoro would repeat Xiao's joke from 300 years ago. When Xiao was still an apprentice, he took the initiative to speak first and said something that did not make sense. Using the most extravagant words, he piled up a bunch of fortune tellers' favorite words. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be fooled, but the stargazers were all prophetic wizards. How could they not understand that Xianxia was deliberately mystifying things? Most of the people present knew about Xiao's past, so they were also prejudiced against Dodoro. They believed that Dodoro was also capable of using fancy words to fool a few people and give himself a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, Dodoro did not do that. He only said a few words, but his meaning was clear. His words were completely different from Xiao's. However, they still didn't understand what Dodoro was trying to say even though he didn't use the words of a scammer. A ticket booth will appear in the land of Evernight? What was the meaning of this? Or was Dodoro just spouting nonsense? But he chose the exact opposite of Xiao's. The others didn't know how to refute Dodoro's words. Amidst the strange atmosphere, Ivan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. What are you trying to say? Ivan didn't mock Dodoro as he did before. His eyes seemed to be closed, but in fact, he had been using truth-checking all the time. Therefore, he knew that Dodoro wasn't lying. In other words, this was a fragment of the future he saw in Mystery of the Stars. Ivan was not the kind of young man who would be blinded by anger. He would not mock Dodoro before he could confirm the meaning of the prophecy. Ivan's question was the same for most of the people present. Literally. Dodoro looked straight into Ivan's eyes and said calmly, literally. Literally? In other words, there really is a mysterious theater that will float to the shore? What kind of theater is this? What kind of effect will it have? While everyone was puzzled, Ivan didn't continue asking. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask, but he noticed that Hastur seemed to be pondering about something. Hastur was also one of the 18 observers of Starleech Temple. His nickname was Old Judge. He and Xianxia's departed Arathos were the longest living prophets in the Starliege Temple. There was no precise number for how long he had lived, but from his nickname, one could tell that Hastur came from the great old days. It was precisely because Hastur and Azathoth had lived for an extremely long time that they had accumulated the most knowledge. Hastur would not fall into deep thought for no reason. It was clear that Dodoro's words had caught his attention. Because of Hastur's reaction, Ivan didn't ask any further questions. If Dodoro's prophecy was really useful, then it would only make him look ignorant. Therefore, he decided to wait and see. Hastur was different from Asathos. Although he was as cold as a judge, he had his own principles. Once he knew something, he would not hide it. Ivan wanted to hear what Hastur had to say. Soon after Ivan stopped, Hastur's expression changed. Hastur replied with a cold expression, "What's the theater you're talking about?" Hastur's sudden question caught the attention of the other prophets. They did not notice Hastur's expression, but they knew that Hastur was not the type of person to speak. Now that he spoke, did it mean that the theater Dodoro was talking about was something special? They did not want to believe it, but the truth seemed to be moving in a direction they did not want to believe. I was standing in a dark space far away. I could only see a theater in the distance, but I couldn't see what it looked like. The only thing I could see was a pink light. Hastur's heart skipped a beat when he heard Dodoro's answer. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he continued, "What's the ticketing booth like?" Dodoro tried to recall the prophecy he saw. After the theater docked, the ticket booth appeared in the land of Evernight. It was the only light in the endless darkness. Just like the theater, it was covered in pink light. However, this pink light doesn't come from the ticket booth itself, but from a peach heart sign next to the ticket booth. A peach heart sign? Are you sure it's a peach heart sign? Hastur interrupted Dodoro's recollection. Yes. Dodoro nodded. A peach heart sign. Is it really? Hastur mumbled to himself for a while. Then, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Dodoro. Did you see the person in the ticket booth? Yes, that's a... Dodoro nodded. He was about to describe the ticket seller when Hastur interrupted him. I'll give you a phantom stone. You can use your power of the will to project the ticket seller's face. I want to see the ticket seller's face with my own eyes. Hastur felt that this request was a bit too much and added, just use the ticket seller's face. You don't have to project anything else. This request was a bit too much because there was almost no precedent of using illusions to project scenes of the future on stargazing day. It wasn't because of the rules. Communication was one thing, but people could use their own imaginations to fill in the gaps. If they really did use illusions to project scenes of the future, there would be a lot of information that was not discovered in the beginning. Under such circumstances, no one would purposely use illusions to project images. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem if you wanted to do it yourself. However, if someone else asked you to do it, it would be considered moral kidnapping. That was why Hastur added the last sentence. Hastur's eagerness attracted everyone's attention, including the observers. They didn't understand why Hastur would make such a request. Did he know the ticket seller? Only Lupwheel and Arathos seemed to have thought of something. However, they didn't say anything. They just watched quietly. Dodoro declined Hastur's offer. I know a bit of light and shadow. I can't show the ticket seller's face in 3D, but I think I can do it on a flat surface. Hastur's eyes were filled with disappointment. Hastur was a bit surprised that Dodoro knew light and shadow. The light-shadow technique could also be considered a type of illusion technique. It was the most basic of illusions. It could only project images on a flat surface. Although it was a very basic level 1 cantrip, it wasn't that easy to learn. After all, illusionary cantrips were quite difficult to learn even in the occult. It would take 10 to 20 times longer than normal illusionary apprentices to learn them. Generally speaking, only apprentices with limited lifespans would be willing to spend the time to learn other types of cantrips. For example, elemental magic cantrips. Both occult and bloodline magic apprentices would choose to learn elemental magic cantrips because these magic cantrips could be used in daily life or in battle. As for light and shadow, this kind of basic illusion technique had no practical application. It could not be used in battle, nor could it improve one's quality of life. Moreover, it was very difficult to learn. Hastur was surprised that Dodoro, as a prophet's apprentice, would spend so much time learning this useless spell. However, despite his surprise, Asta didn't inquire further. He simply nodded and said, "Plane tickets are fine too. I just want to see if the ticket seller is an old friend." Old friend? Everyone caught the message that Asta was talking about. He didn't know who Hastur was talking about, but he was certain that Hastur knew something about Dodoro's prophecy. Furthermore, everyone could sense Hastur's impatience. This meant that Hastur had acknowledged the importance of Dodoro's prophecy. If even Hastur agreed to it, did that mean Dodoro was going to set a new record? Could a prophet's apprentice really stop the head of light and shadow? Many prophets didn't look too happy when they thought about this possibility. They didn't see anything in Riddle of the Stars, so they came here to get some information. Most of the prophets had the same idea, so they didn't think much of it. However, the fact that a prophet's apprentice could stop the head of light and shadow was like a slap to their faces. Even the apprentices were stronger than them. If they didn't say anything, how could they feel at ease coming here to freeload? However, they wouldn't be able to say anything even if they wanted to. The awkwardness made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Even though they felt uncomfortable, they had to hold it in and listen to Dodoro's prophecy. The observers on the stage felt a little awkward at first, but since they knew what they were talking about, they didn't feel awkward for too long. Instead, they looked at Dodoro and Hastur with great interest, waiting for the final answer. Dodoro didn't notice the change in the atmosphere because he suddenly felt nervous. After all, light and shadow was an illusion. If Dodoro didn't do a good job, it would be embarrassing for Angor if Brute Cavern learned about it. Light and Shadow was a cantrip recorded in Elementary Cantrips, Modified, which was written by Angor himself. But since Dodoro already said he would use Light and Shadow, he couldn't go back on his words. Dodoro forced himself to calm down and carefully constructed the cantrip model of Light and Shadow in his mind space. He was even more careful than when he used the prophet's spell. Under his careful construction, the light-shadow technique was finally released. When he saw a figure on the floor in front of him, Dodoro let out a sigh of relief. He didn't ruin Angor's reputation, did he? Maya was probably the only one who could figure out Dodoro's plan. Hastur noticed Dodoro's nervousness, but he didn't ask. He was more concerned about the person in the image. Was it the old friend who got trapped in the theater? Hastur carefully looked at the figure on the floor. It wasn't three-dimensional, but it still looked very real. It was an old man with a white beard. He had a strange look. His eyes were filled with danger, but his attire was, well, childish. Yes, childish. This was everyone's first reaction when they saw the old man's attire. His long white beard was dyed in a girly pink color and was woven into the shape of a heart. He looked like an old naughty boy in a fairy tale trying to cheer up a child. The clothes he was wearing were all kinds of pink bubble heart robes. Even the hairpin on his head was in the shape of a heart. His childish attire created a strong contrast with his ferocious eyes. It was funny and childish, strange and horrifying. It's not him. Hastur looked at the portrait and sighed in disappointment. It wasn't his old friend. Although it wasn't his old friend, Harstar was 100% sure that it was the legendary Peach Heart Theater from the way the ticket seller dressed. He didn't expect that the theater would come to the southern region again after such a long time. While Hastur was thinking, Sarah suddenly closed the book in her hand and whispered, "Is this guy the 16th principal of Glitter Gold Academy?" Sarah pointed at the old man in the light with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "Do you know him?" Hastur looked at Sarah. Sarah shook her head. "No, I don't. If it's really that principal, then he's at least 5,000 years old. I only saw some information about the wizarding world in the western continent when I went to Vifit's place with Gauss. The Glitter Gold Academy's records are the most detailed. Gauss, the illusionary thinker, was a good friend of Vifit from Moxa Westland. Vifit had traveled to other wizarding worlds before, so he had a lot of information about them. Sarah happened to see Vifit when she went with Gauss to find him. Gauss pondered for a moment. "Yes, I did. I remember his name was Serold." After Gauss finished speaking, he carefully looked at the person in the light shadow spell. Indeed, he does look similar. Could it really be Serold? but I remember in the records that he disappeared in the end. Gauss didn't confirm it in the end. After all, Serold looked like a man of virtue and prestige. This old man's attire was too strange. Serold looked at Hastur. I don't care if he's Serold or not. Who's the old friend you're talking about? Also, what's the theater and the ticket booth he mentioned? Everyone turned to look at Hastur after hearing Serold's question. Hastur lowered his eyebrows slightly. His usually cold face showed a hint of sadness. The old friend I'm talking about is my teacher, Miburi. After Hastur said Miburi's name, Lupui and Arathos both had an as-expected expression on their faces. Others might not know who Miburi was, but Arathos, the head of Starliege Temple and a veteran of countless centuries, knew who he was. The period from 2300 to 4100 of the new calendar happened to be the period when the southern wizard world was on the rise. Countless geniuses sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain and became active in the world. Although it was not the peak period, that period was also known as the Golden Age. Miburi was one of the most active figures in this era. He was also from Starliege Temple and was an excellent prophet. He was once ranked in the top 10 among the 108 observers. There were also observers in the Age of Meteorites, 108 of them. At that time, there were seats for the observers, and the higher the ranking, the stronger the overall strength. Miburi was one of the top 10 observers. It was said that he was only one step away from becoming a legendary wizard. There were only a handful of prophets who were able to become legendary wizards. For Miburi to reach such a level, he was extremely terrifying in the present age. However, such a genius had suddenly disappeared in the end. The only thing people knew was that Miburi never showed up in the southern wizarding world again in year 4067 of the new calendar. Starliege Temple claimed that Miburi had left the southern wizarding world to travel. However, Lupanai knew that this was just an excuse. According to the records, there was another reason for Miburi's disappearance. Many modern wizards were confused when Hastur mentioned Miburi's name. However, some of the more knowledgeable wizards seemed to have thought of something and began to explain it to the people around them. Hastur remained silent for a while and continued, my teacher told others that he was traveling to the endless plains in search of a chance to break through. However, it was just a cover. It's true that he was looking for a chance to break through. He went to a theater instead of traveling. Hastur didn't mention which theater he was going to, but it wasn't hard to guess that Miburi was going to the theater Dodoro was talking about. This also meant that the theater Dodoro mentioned had been around since the Age of Meteorites. However, they still did not know what this theater represented. If I remember correctly, the theater you're talking about is the Peach Heart Theater, right? At this moment, an old voice came from the side. It was none other than Lupui. As the leader of Starliege Church, Lupui's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hastur nodded. Yes. Peach Heart Theater? Almost no one present had heard of this name before, and all of them had a confused look on their faces. Most people, including the observers, had question marks in their eyes. It's normal that you haven't heard of the Peach Heart Theater because the last time this theater appeared in the southern region was more than 3,000 years ago. That is, during the period when Miburi disappeared. The Peach Heart Theater stayed in the southern region for less than a month before leaving. However, during this month, countless geniuses were trapped in the theater. From a certain point of view, the appearance of the Peach Heart Theater actually accelerated the decline of the Age of Meteorite. Lupanai glanced at the crowd and said, you may not know this, but the wizard organizations behind you, as long as they have existed since the Age of Meteorite, they must have records of the Mahogany Theater. You can go back and ask them about it. Although Lupanai asked them to go back and ask, it was only to confirm the existence of the Peach Heart Theater. Like before, Lupanai explained some of the secrets he knew about the Peach Heart Theater. The Peach Heart Theater was a very strange place. It was open to all sentient races, including humans, demigods, supernaturals, and mortals. As long as you got a ticket from the ticket booth, you could go in and watch the show. The ticket booths would appear anywhere in this world after the Peach Heart Theater was built. There was a limit to the number of tickets each booth could sell. Lupanai paused and looked at Dodoro. So, Dodoro told us the first location of the ticket booth. If any of you got a ticket because of it, you'll owe him a favor. All Dodoro needed to do was to say that the Peach Heart Theater was about to reach the southern region, and that was more than enough to convince everyone that he was willing to share the location of the first ticketing booth. Naturally, someone would owe Dodoro a favor. Lupanai didn't say anything, but he did. If anyone got a ticket because of it, they would owe him a favor. The premise of a favor is that the ticket is beneficial to the audience. But you said that countless geniuses died in the Peach Heart Theater. Is it really profitable? It was Ivan who asked. No one knew what his purpose was, but his question was exactly what the others wanted to know. According to the records, the Peach Heart Theater is harmless to the audience, Lupanai said. Lupanai was a bit hesitant because he wasn't from the age of meteorites. Asta's words dispelled his worries. Yes, Starcrown is right. The Peach Heart Theater is harmless to the audience, and the audience will benefit from it more or less. Asta narrowed his eyes. As for the danger, it's not the audience that's in danger. It's the performers. Then, Asta revealed a secret from 3,000 years ago. The ticket booths don't just sell tickets to the Peach Heart Theater. They also sell forms to register as performers. Those who died in the Peach Heart Theater were those who had signed up as performers. In other words, the performers were actually those who had signed up as performers. Those performers were the ones who were truly in danger. What kind of danger? What's the meaning of death? Ivan asked. Asta shook his head. I'm not a registered performer, so I don't know. However, I do know that more than 90% of the performers died in the Peach Heart Theater. Those who survived might not be able to escape from the theater. They would become the theater's employees and wander in the general plane with the theater. Asta lowered his head. My mentor was one of the performers who survived, but he couldn't escape from the theater. So many years have passed. I don't know if he's still alive. Asta's explanation made everyone understand why Asta was looking for Miburi in the Peach Heart Theater. However, there was still something they didn't understand. If it's so dangerous to become a registered performer, why do people still want to become performers? Anything that went against the odds would have a better reward. They only knew that being a performer was dangerous, but what was the reward? Was the reward worth the huge risk for those people to register as actors of the Peach Heart Theater? Asta shook his head. I don't know. You can go back and look for the records of your organizations. Maybe there will be some records. However, I'm sure that when the four great worlds knew that the Peach Heart Theater was coming to the southern region, many people came to the southern region. They were all geniuses. They didn't come to be an audience. They came to register as performers. Although he didn't know what the benefits of being a registered actor of the Peach Heart Theater were, the fact that all four Magus worlds were moving for it was enough to tell that there must be amazing rewards. Even at the risk of death, they still had to enter. Moreover, Asta's mentor also entered the Peach Heart Theater for the sake of breaking through. Miburi himself was a top prophet at the time. If even he thought that the Peach Heart Theater was a place where he could break through to the legendary realm, then this news would be much more credible. If the Peach Heart Theater really did have a chance to break through to the legendary realm, then Dodoro's prophecy would cause a huge commotion in the southern region. In just a few minutes, most of the prophets in the hall experienced a drastic change in their emotions. At first, they looked down on Dodoro and didn't believe that Dodoro would be able to control the situation. Therefore, most of them looked at Dodoro with disdain and mockery. However, the development of reality was often unexpected. The more you thought it was impossible, the more it would develop in that direction. In the end, not only did Dodoro manage to calm everyone down, but his prophecy also caused a huge uproar among the prophets. If a powerful prophet like Miburi entered the Peach Heart Theater, it meant that there was a great chance for someone to break through to legendary level. If this news spread, every half-legendary wizard in the southern wizardry region would be tempted. It could be said that the importance of this prophecy could be ranked in the top 3 among the first prophecies of the stargazing day in the past 10 years. It was just as important as Sara's prophecy about plane fusion at Parmajai Highlands a year ago. If the Peach Heart Theater contained a great fortune, then it would be even better. A prophecy like this was made by an apprentice prophet. Most of the divination sorcerers present felt ashamed of themselves. They no longer dared to look down on Dodoro. In fact, they even felt embarrassed to look Dodoro in the eyes. However, they quickly adjusted their emotions. One second, they were ashamed, and the next, they calmed down. They even secretly sent voice transmissions to Maya to congratulate her for taking in such an excellent student. Dodoro's talent was already on display. There was no need to get rid of a genius like Dodoro because of personal feelings. Maintaining a good relationship with him was the right choice. Maybe he would even come to them for help in the future. Even though he was still an apprentice, many prophets were already showing him kindness because of his alchemy skills. This was the advantage of having the right to speak. Besides, these prophets knew that they weren't the center of the stargazing day. They weren't the ones who should be worried about Dodoro's important prophecy. The observer might look calm right now, but it was possible that the prophecy they were going to share with Dodoro later would be worse. Of course, this was not a big deal for the observer. When it was time for him to communicate, he could just say not to say. Just like Shikar before, he had slacked off on the stargazing day many times and never said what he saw. It was fine if they didn't say anything, but since Dodoro had set the tone, it would be embarrassing if they didn't say anything. However, this was not what they needed to think about right now. They were more concerned about the Peach Heart Theater. If there were no accidents, the prophecy of the Peach Heart Theater would become a hot topic in the southern region's Magus world for a period of time. It would be advantageous for them to have more first-hand information. Thus, Dodoro and Hastur became the center of attention. Everyone wanted to get more information from them, but Dodoro remained silent and didn't want to talk. Hastur, on the other hand, said a few words, but they were mostly warnings. You can become an audience member, but be careful to register as an actor. This was because once an actor had no chance to perform, they were destined to be eliminated. The enthusiasm of the discussion continued to spread. Not only the ordinary acolytes, but some of the observers also began to join in the discussion. Seeing that the discussion was about to turn into a discussion about the Peach Heart Theater, Lupini hurriedly stopped the discussion. The Peach Heart Theater is indeed important news, but we've been discussing it for a while now. It's time to listen to the other prophecies. Or do you all want to talk about the Peach Heart Theater today? Of course, the acolytes didn't want to talk about it. The Peach Heart Theater was important, but the more the better. After all, the discussion wasn't in a hurry. Lupini nodded at Dodoro with a smile. He was thanking Dodoro for providing such an excellent prophecy for the meeting. Lupini didn't say anything to Dodoro, but the nod was enough to show his appreciation for Dodoro. Lupini's approval also meant that the Starliege Temple approved of Dodoro's prophecy. It also meant that Dodoro didn't need to use Maya's name to enter the stargazing day. In other words, Dodoro had taken this opportunity to become the center of attention of the acolytes. After today, Dodoro's name would become the center of attention even outside of the circle of diviners. Dodoro's name might even be as famous as the supernovas in the new star competition. None of the diviners raised any objections. Even Ivan, who didn't like Dodoro before, didn't say anything because Dodoro earned it with his own effort. No one thought that Dodoro relied on luck. Although the mystery of the stars was random, it depended more on one's ability to see the stars and the gift of prophecy. Dodoro's prophecy about the Peach Heart Theater was enough to prove his ability. Let's continue the discussion. Lupini moved his eyes away from Dodoro. Who's next? In the past, the diviners would feel less pressured after the first person spoke. Therefore, those who wanted to participate in the discussion would be eager to do so. However, today, Dodoro, as an apprentice of diviners, was the first to speak. His perfect performance put a lot of pressure on those who followed him. For a moment, no one dared to speak. After a long while, Sarah, who was sitting in the observation seat, broke the silence. I'll do it. Sarah didn't talk about his own prophecy. Instead, he talked about something else. Before I talk about the prophecy, I'd like to clear my mind. About what happened at the Peach Heart Theater. Sarah looked at Lupini. I've been listening for a while, but I still don't understand. What is the Peach Heart Theater? Is it a mystery artifact? Lupini shook his head. Maybe it has some characteristics of a mystery artifact, but the records don't say that. Hastur added, I once asked my mentor the same question, and his answer was, instead of saying that the Peach Heart Theater is a mystery artifact, it's more like a manifestation of the will of a supernatural being. What do you mean by that? Sarah asked. Hastur, I don't know how to interpret it. But my mentor gave me an example, the time thief. The time thief? The Peach Heart Theater, Haster's words stunned everyone. The time thief was not an unfamiliar term in the southern region. They all knew the responsibilities of the time thief. The time thief stole other people's choices to achieve his own path. The time thief was definitely a supernatural being. His will was to steal other people's choices. The Peach Heart Theater was also a manifestation of the will of a supernatural being. What were the rules of the Peach Heart Theater? Was it to let people become actors in the theater? They vaguely knew something, but there seemed to be a layer of fog that covered a lot of information. Everyone present was a prophetic adept. They understood what this layer of fog meant. After all, they were far from being a supernatural being. If they tried to pry into this matter, they would be overstepping their authority. Overstepping their authority would naturally form a barrier. This kind of information imbalance became a puzzle in front of them. After understanding this, all the prophets restrained their thoughts. They didn't dare to think about this problem anymore. The more they thought about it, the more they would fall into depravity. However, the importance they attached to the Peach Heart Theater had increased by a level in their hearts. After learning that the Peach Heart Theater was likely a manifestation of the will of the same level as the time thief, Sarah had a rough idea of what the theater was like. He didn't continue to ask about this issue. Instead, he changed the topic and spoke about the prophecy he saw. What I saw has something to do with Witch Honey Bud. Sarah turned to look at a blonde witch in a backless dress. Witch Honey Bud came from the Elysium lands and became a prophet 2 years ago. This day of stargazing was her third one since she became a prophet. Since she didn't see any useful information about the future, she didn't participate in any of the meetings. Thus, she was located at the outskirts of the day of stargazing. Originally, Witch Honey Bud came with the intention of learning and joining the meeting. She didn't expect to be called out by the observer. She stood up and bowed to Sarah in a ladylike manner. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect the prophecy you saw to be related to me. I am honored." Sarah looked deeply at the beautiful Witch Honey Bud and chuckled, "I'm afraid you won't feel honored after hearing it." Sarah continued under Honey Bud's suspicious gaze. "To be precise, the prophecy I saw this time has something to do with the Elysium lands where Witch Honey Bud is from. It seems that the Elysium lands will soon undergo a drastic change in the near future." Witch Honey Bud was still smiling when Sarah finished speaking, but her eyes began to flicker. "Please enlighten me, Mr. A returnee from 1,000 years ago who is planning to cause trouble for the Elysium lands out of hatred." Sarah paused and shrugged, "I don't know who this person is. However, from what I saw in the future, half of the Elysium lands have been dyed in blood. He hates the Elysium lands to the core. Perhaps, it's hate born out of love?" When Sarah said this, the corner of his mouth revealed a meaningful smile, and his tone seemed to imply something. Sarah didn't say it explicitly, but everyone knew what he meant. The Pure Land of Bliss was the operator behind the Bliss House. The Bliss House was a place that provided special entertainment for both men and women. The so-called service was actually very little related to sex. Most of it was to provide an outlet for even more terrifying and ugly desires. Even if one did not look at it through colored glasses, this kind of place would often breed the flower of hatred. Obviously, Sarah was saying that someone in the Pure Lands had once toyed with the hearts of others, but ended up kicking an iron plate. Now, they were back for revenge. Mia's face darkened. She understood what Sarah was hinting at. The first rule of the blissful parlor is that whatever happens in the blissful parlor stays there forever. Any unwarranted emotions will vanish the moment they leave the blissful house. Sarah nodded indifferently. "It's useless to tell me that. I know the rules of the blissful house very well. However, no rule can restrict everyone. There will always be a portion of people who can break these rules. And from the fragment of the prophecy that I saw, this returnee is the one who breaks the rules and will even become the one who makes the rules." "Is he strong?" Mia asked. "I don't know if he's strong or not, but from what I saw, he's a lot stronger than Lady Portugal." Mia's face turned pale when she heard Sarah's words. Lady Portugal was currently the most powerful person in the Pure Land of Bliss. The outside world thought that she was at the pinnacle of a level 2 truth finder, but only the people of the Pure Land of Bliss knew that she had quietly broken through to level 3 after returning from the abyss several decades ago. Level 3 Truthfinders were the pinnacle of the wizarding world in the southern region. Yet, Sarah was saying that Lady Portugal was no match for this returnee of unknown origin. If that was true, then the returnee was most likely a level 3 Truthfinder. This kind of person was comparable to Rhine, Flunza, and the others. He might even be a half-step legendary. The Pure Land of Bliss must not be taken lightly if such a powerful being was hostile to them. Sarah's words also seemed to indicate that the returnee had come directly to their doorstep. This meant that the returnee didn't care about any complicated rules. Perhaps he was an unrestrained wandering wizard. If they had the backing of a wizard organization, even if it was Mon Chi, they would still have to consider whether or not to attack the Pure Land of Bliss. After all, a wizard organization didn't only have one or two powerhouses. There were many things to consider from the top to the bottom. Only a free magus would attack the heart of the Elysium lands without hesitation. A wandering wizard like that, without any worries, could cause more harm to the Elysium world than to any other wizard organization. That was what Witch Honey Sprout found so troublesome. Half-step legends could easily kill low-level wizards like them. If Sarah really went to the Pure Land of Bliss, there would be no end to their troubles. The Pure Land of Bliss will remember your words. Mia's words implied that the Pure Land of Bliss owed Sarah a favor. No matter what the result of this disaster was, Sarah would not lose out. This was why Sarah chose to speak of this prophecy. Although this prophecy seemed to be only related to the Pure Land of Bliss, it was important enough to affect half of the wizarding world. After all, there was a deeper meaning behind this matter. As a wizard organization, the Pure Lands would definitely try to avoid this disaster. If they couldn't avoid it, they would choose to face it head-on. It didn't matter whether it was avoiding battle or accepting battle. These two choices would trigger a huge chain of benefits that could affect many adept organizations. Therefore, if one were to analyze the gains and losses behind this matter, the weight of Sarah's prediction was definitely not light. Even compared to the news about the Peach Heart Theater, no one could immediately tell which was more important. After all, they still couldn't see what the theater's benefits were. One was an unknown reward, while the other was a known chain of benefits. It was hard to tell which was more important. Actually, I also saw a prophecy, but this prophecy is very important, so I won't talk about it for now. Later, I'll discuss it with the Crown of Stars and see if I should say it at tomorrow's meeting. After Sarah finished speaking, he glanced at Lupui, who nodded gently at him. Sarah understood and didn't say anything else. He returned to his seat. Although everyone present was very curious about what the other prophecy was, they couldn't do anything about it since he didn't want to say it. They could only look at Lupinai and wait for the next prophecy. After Sarah's speech, the atmosphere became more lively. Following that, several people expressed what they had learned from the mystery of the stars. Although most of the prophecies had some significance, they were only beneficial to certain groups of people and were not useful to most people. For example, a prophet said that he saw a large area of marine glowing grass near the Marduk Trench. Marine glowing velvet grass and glowing velvet grass were two types of magic plants. Glowing velvet grass was an otherworldly plant, while marine glowing velvet grass was a low-tier magic plant native to the wizard world. When refined into a potion, its effect was to heal minor mana. Backlash. Marine glowing grass had not been found for hundreds of years, so its reappearance was actually a good thing. However, there were other potions to replace mana backlash. Moreover, marine glowing grass could only cure low-level mana backlash, so it was not particularly precious. It was estimated that this news would be useful to some of the apprentices present. After all, they could use it to make some money. However, it was basically useless to a prophet. However, even if this prophecy was useless, no one would care about it now. It was not the first time anyway, so there was no pressure. Moreover, it was good enough to have something to share with others. Not only did they show their ability to decipher the mystery of the stars, but they also made a name for themselves. In the future, they might be arranged to sit closer to the center of the stargazing day. Of course, not all the prophecies were useless. Among them, there were two that everyone paid close attention to. A prophet from the Chilly Winter Academy said that Charisse Castle would appear in the northern wasteland of the Aga Kingdom, which made everyone remember in their hearts. Charisse Castle, in fact, was more accurately described as Witch Charisse's Research Institute. It was built in the shape of a castle, so it was called Charisse Castle. Witch Charisse was a legendary wizard from the Age of Meteorite. There might be some benefits in the Research Institute left behind by her. The other prophecy came from the only female observer who was present today. It was a witch whose face was half covered by the mask of a scorpion. The other half of her face was beautiful and alluring, but it also gave her a sense of sharpness. Her name was Faceless Amnesiac Vera. No one knew about Vera's past. Even she had forgotten it. Therefore, when she was promoted to an observer, she gave herself the title of Amnesiac. Vera's prophecy was also a prophecy that was difficult to define its importance. She set a set of coordinates in the void, which corresponded to a strange world far away from the wizarding world. An unfamiliar world meant that the weight of this prophecy was definitely not light. However, the exact amount would depend on what kind of resources there were in this foreign world and whether it was worth exploring. No matter what, this prophecy still injected fresh energy into the slightly dull atmosphere of the exchange. At least, the wizards of the Moon Frost Union were very excited. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to conquer a new world. Now that they had a set of coordinates, they were very happy. After which Vera spoke of her prophecy, the conference fell into a period of silence. Everyone was waiting for the next piece of news to appear. They all guessed that the next big piece of news would come from the observer. After all, being an observer represented the authority of prophecy. What surprised them was that it wasn't the observer who brought them the news, but Maya, who was sitting next to Dodoro. When Maya slowly stood up with her crutches, she attracted everyone's attention. Dodoro's performance just now was simply astonishing. Therefore, they all wanted to know what kind of prophecy Maya, Dodoro's teacher, would say. Most of them really wanted to hear Maya's prophecy, but there were also some who wanted to see Maya make a fool of herself. If Maya's prophecy was worse than her students', what would she do? No matter what they thought, when Maya stood up, even the whispers in the air disappeared. It was as if everyone had entered a silent force field. Absolute silence was also a form of absolute pressure. If it had been a younger sorcerer, perhaps they would have been a bit shaken. However, Maya was an experienced sorcerer, and her expression did not change at all. She calmly said, "This time, I actually had a lot of information that I wanted to know. It's just a pity that I didn't get what I wanted." Maya paused and looked at Tuvalu on the other side of the room. "Unfortunately, I didn't get what I wanted to know. However, I saw some fragments of the future. One of them filled me with doubt and fear." When Maya paused, people began to whisper among themselves. Maya's use of the word fear didn't seem to be a good sign. "What I saw was a scene of the end of the world." As soon as Maya finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. The meaning behind the word "scene of the end of the world" was too terrifying. Many prophets began to question Maya's prophecy. In the midst of the commotion, Lupanai once again raised his crutches and covered the hall with astral light. Instantly, everyone calmed down. However, the anxiety in their eyes didn't lessen. Lupanai frowned and looked at Maya. "Are you sure it was a scene of the end of the world?" Maya nodded. "I'm sure. But I don't know if it happened in the southern region." Maya turned around and said, "I can use an illusion spell to restore the scene I saw. You can decide for yourselves whether it happened in the southern region or not." No one shook their heads when Maya offered to use an illusion spell. They were all eager to know where the scene of the end of the world that Maya saw happened. Maya didn't hesitate. She closed her eyes and thought about the structure of the illusion spell. After all, it was a cross-class spell. Even if it was just a cantrip, Maya couldn't cast it instantly. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Maya opened her eyes. Countless illusion nodes were arranged in front of her. Finally, they slowly constructed a scene of a leisurely plain. Although the illusion was slightly illusory, the scene displayed could be seen clearly by everyone. This was a slightly undulating, but generally speaking, it was a flat plain. The sky was blue and the clouds were white and flawless. In the distance, one could faintly see the ups and downs of the mountains. Nearby, there were a few lush trees and a mirror-like lake that reflected the blue sky and white clouds. The grass was green, the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. Everything seemed peaceful. However, everyone already knew from Maya that the scene she saw was a scene of the end of the world. In other words, all the peace in front of them was just an illusion before the storm. Wizard Maya maintained the illusion and did not continue to show the doomsday scene. If they could not determine the location of the doomsday scene, it would be even more difficult to determine the location of the doomsday scene. Does anyone know where this place is? Maya looked around and asked the wizards in the hall. After a round, Maya saw that many people were thinking, but no one gave an answer. Judging from the vegetation, there is no obvious special sign. These plants can be found in the southern region. However, this does not completely prove that this is the southern region because these plants can also be found in the outer region. The one who spoke was Sarah. As he flipped through the book in his hand, he constructed illusions of various plants in front of him. Each plant was labeled with its name and common area. The book in his hand seemed to have become an illustrated handbook of plants. If this is the southern region, according to the distribution of these plants, I have made a few annotations. It could be the Saibon Plain, the Nwaraden Wilderness, and the right-leaning territory of the Duchy of Bido in the middle of the Fey continent. In the southeast, the long grassland outside the Fairy Forest, the Barren Creek, and the Moron continent where the White Mansion is located. There are also 2 or 3 areas that fit the description. Sarah named 63 regions in a single breath, including the main world and the subsidiary plains. Moreover, he provided evidence for each of the regions, and he sounded very confident. Let's narrow the scope to these 63 areas first. If you have been to these 63 areas, can you think about whether there are any places similar to the illusions that Wizard Maya constructed? Sarah's words made everyone in the hall fall into deep thought again. This time, it took longer than before, but in the end, no one gave a definite answer. About 15 areas were excluded, but even so, there were still 48 areas left. Each area was very large, so it was difficult to determine if there were any similar scenes. Of course, as wizards of prophecy, many of them also secretly used prophecy spells to detect. Among the 3 major areas, the String of the World and the Rare Asking Bell received the most attention. One could immerse oneself in the wizard world's String of the World to find the answer, while the other could be directly confirmed by the Asking Bell. However, under the watchful eyes of all the prophets, the World Strings and the Inquisition Bell did not give a clear answer. Anglo, the string plucker from the White Coral Floating Island Academy, frowned and said, "The strings of the world are not responding to me. It seems to be covered by a layer of mist." Song of the Deep's Tuwalu also said, "It's the same for the Inquisition Bell. It's as if there's some kind of power that obscures the prophecy. I think it's a little weird." The words of these 2 people also attracted the support of the others. Similarly, they could not use prophecy to determine the location. They could not even determine if they were within the 48 regions. A pair of pitch-black, invisible hands seemed to cover their eyes as they looked at the stars in the spirit realm. All the news was completely covered up under the dark curtain. They looked at the 11 observers in the center, hoping to get an answer from the observers. The observers did not speak immediately. Instead, they whispered to each other as if they had discovered something. Some furrowed their brows, while others had a gleam in their eyes as if they were calculating something. There were even some who stared at the illusion in silence. Their behavior confused the prophets even more. About 5 minutes later, Lupanai broke the silence and said, "We just had a discussion. We all agree that the prophecy is being obscured by external interference. For example, a mystery item. Without specific information about the mystical item, just by relying on a vague sense, the mystical item didn't even need to be activated. The layer of mystical energy around the item could easily interfere with the prophecy to a certain extent. The more powerful the mystery item was, the greater the interference. For example, Lupanai was asked by the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City to investigate the germinal organization's believers during the stargazing day. Ordinary prophecy spells could not find out anything about the germinal organization, which was almost unsolvable. They could only find some clues through the stargazing mystery. Because of this, Lupanai and the other observers immediately thought of the mystery item when they noticed that the prophecy was obscured. Lupanai's words were like pouring boiling water into hot oil, which instantly ignited the atmosphere. What kind of existence was a mystery item to a wizard? As long as it was not useless, almost every mystery item could be used as a source of strength for a wizard. Such a source of strength would always accompany a wizard on his or her path as a wizard. It would not disappear just because of a wizard's advancement. The more mystery items a wizard had, the more unpredictable his or her strength would be, because he or she could use them to perform even more mysterious tactics. One of the reasons why the various major adept organizations were able to maintain a balance was because of mystery's indiscernible strength. This caused everyone to be wary of the consequences of their actions. However, mystery items were rare. Every time one of them appeared, all wizards would go crazy for it. Now that Lupanai mentioned that the prophecy might be obscured by a mystery item, how could they not think about it? The atmosphere in the hall became more and more heated as the discussion went on. Lupanai had no choice but to wave his cane again, forcing everyone back to their original state from the peak of their emotions. What we need to confirm now is whether or not it is in the southern region. Even if it is obscured by a mystery item, there are still several possibilities. For example, the mystery item could be hidden in the illusion cast by Witch Maya. Also, the mystery item could be similar to a sorcerer's garden. It has spatial properties, and the illusion of this field could be inside the mystery item. Other than that, there is another possibility. Witch Maya mentioned that she saw the end of the world. Could it be that this mystery item is extremely dangerous and has catastrophic properties, and its existence is the cause of the end of the world? Lupui had mentioned 3 possibilities, and the last one was the most shocking. When they heard about the mystery item, they immediately danced with joy. However, after calming down, they understood that mystery items were often unpredictable. Because of this, the upper limit of their danger was almost infinite. Although the wizards present did not necessarily know the difference between controllable, half out of control, and out of control, they knew how terrifying mystery items could be. If such a mystery item that could lead to the end of the world really appeared, they would not even think about it, let alone snatch it. If they did not have the power to control it, it would only backfire on them. Lupanai looked at Maya and said, "To determine which possibility it is and whether it is in the southern region, we need to gather more information. So, I hope to see the real end of the world." "Of course, the right to display it is still yours," Lupanai added. Maya did not seem to mind. Since she had already displayed it with her illusion, she would not be stingy. Although Maya was a little concerned about the speculation of a mysterious item, after thinking about it, even if it was really a mysterious item, looking at its terrifying effects, it was not something that she could control. Thinking of this, Maya was relieved. "Okay." Maya nodded. Under everyone's gaze, she once again constructed a new illusion scene. Because she was modifying the illusion nodes on the basis of the original illusion, Maya's speed was much faster this time. In less than 2 seconds, the previously calm field began to change. The first change was the color of the sky. The clear blue sky was instantly covered by haze. A cold wind blew from an unknown place, bringing with it a strange dust, blowing towards the field that was full of vitality. All the plants that came into contact with the dust would disintegrate at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. When everything was withering, the earth was also shaking. A huge evil spirit woke up underground, and the entire field instantly cracked open. From the cracks in the ground, dazzling orange magma spewed out. In the blink of an eye, the peaceful world turned into a scene of doomsday. Everyone in the stargazing hall was focused on the changes in the illusion. When they saw the evil spirit waking up from underground, they all frowned. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. An eerie army of skeletons crawled out from the cracks in the ground. They advanced towards the end of the field in unison. At the end of the horizon, a large amount of black fog slowly descended from the dark sky, and a huge evil god could vaguely be seen in the black fog. The army of skeletons summoned by the terrifying evil spirit was going to face this unknown god, and it seemed that a great battle was about to break out. It was not over yet. Just when everyone thought that they were about to see a fierce battle, a huge eye suddenly opened in the cloudy sky. This eye appeared very abruptly, but it blended perfectly with the sky, as if the sky itself was some kind of monster, and this eye was the eye of the monster in the sky. It was like the eye of a god, but this eye was filled with an evil aura. The scene ended here, and everyone in the hall fell silent. Most of the people present were prophets who loved to stay in the stargazing tower. They rarely participated in large-scale expeditions. Such a terrifying scene completely shocked them. Even those who had participated in expeditions, and even those who had faced the abyssal demons, such as Wandering Clock Lucci of the Moon Frost Alliance, were shocked. Although the illusion could not convey the true energy aura, there were some details that could not be concealed. For example, certain indescribable characteristics indicated that the enormous being in the black fog was an evil god of high rank. If this person was a god, then he would be able to reverse the entire scene and imagine himself in the situation at that time. Just imagining it would bring him endless pressure. Lucci even felt that if what happened in the illusion was real, there were really gods fighting, and there was really a terrifying eye of heaven, then the Battle of Residuran might not even be as good as it was. What Lucci could think of was also what the observer could see. If the illusion followed the principle of proportionality, then both the evil spirit that broke out of the ground and the enormous evil god were close to or even beyond the legendary level. If this really happened in the southern region, then it would be even more terrifying than the calamity of demons. The prophets looked at each other with pale faces, and the observers frowned. They were whispering to each other through special channels. The entire stargazing hall seemed to be filled with a layer of low pressure. Under this layer of low pressure, most people were in a daze and their hearts palpitated. Dodoro, who was standing next to Maya, looked at the terrifying eye of heaven in the illusion. Something flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his head and fell into deep thought. No one noticed the change in Dodoro's expression. Even Lupanai ignored it because he was busy communicating with the observers. Maya, on the other hand, noticed Dodoro's unusual expression from the corner of her eye. However, Maya did not point it out in front of everyone. Like the others, she acted ignorant and worried. However, she was secretly paying more attention to Dodoro. The atmosphere in the hall was only slightly relieved when Lupanai spoke. Based on what we've just discussed, such a huge evil spirit, the evil god, and the giant eye in the sky shouldn't exist in the southern region as far as we know, Lupanai said. That's if they're real. Do you mean that the apocalyptic scene doesn't belong to the southern region? Someone asked. We're not completely sure, Lupanai said. However, due to the special rules of the southern region, the probability of them appearing in the southern region is very low. The divination sorcerers of the sect definitely know about this. Lupanai looked at a certain corner where a woman in a black robe was sitting quietly. This person was a member of the cult that Lupanai had mentioned, and the cult referred to the supreme cult. You're right, Sir Stargazer. It's very difficult for these existences to enter the southern region. It's not because they're weak, but because they're restricted by certain rules. I can tell you that they're from the origin world, the black-robed woman said. Just like how the ultimate powerhouses of the abyss would not easily enter the four-direction sorcerer world, the ancients and the ultimate powerhouses of the origin world had long since formed a tacit understanding. Once broken, neither side would benefit from it. Under such a dangerous balance, it was very difficult for the southern region to see the apocalyptic scene. Also, the evil spirit in the illusion is hidden in the earth. That's almost impossible in the southern region. It's very difficult for such an evil spirit to hide in the undead laws of the southern region. It seems that the evil spirit and the evil god are not on the same side. They've been fighting each other for a long time, which is even more unlikely in the southern region. That's why I'm guessing this isn't the southern region. However, it was only a guess. No one knew if such a thing really happened. Lupanai didn't dare to jump to conclusions. As for the mystery item, we've discussed it, but we can't tell which one it is. Maybe the gods have mystery items that can hide them from the prophecy spell. But that's not important. Isn't it? Everyone nodded in their minds. After witnessing such a terrifying scene, they wouldn't dare to covet the mystery item. They knew that some abyss demon gods had mystery items, but they didn't dare to rob them. Most of the observers here had mystery items, not to mention the abyss demon gods. The alchemists from Floating Mech City also had mystery items, but they didn't dare to touch them either. Lupanai looked at Wizard Maya, who was the only one standing in the hall apart from him. He nodded to Wizard Maya with a serious expression. Anyway, thank you for your information, Wizard Maya. Whether it happens in the southern region or not, it's still very valuable. Since Lupanai admitted the importance of Maya's prophecy, no one would disagree. Moreover, they also knew that even if this shocking prophecy didn't happen in the southern domain, they would still be able to gather extremely important clues about the future from this heavyweight prophecy. Any clue to the future could be the key to opening the door to a new world for a prophet sorcerer. Not to mention, this kind of important fragment of the future was extremely beneficial even to truth-knowing prophets. Therefore, the weight of Maya's prophecy was indeed very precious, and it was well-deserved. There was no progress on the prophecy of doomsday, so they had to put it aside for now. Maya sat down in front of everyone's complicated gazes. Everyone was now looking at Maya and Dodoro in a different light. They used to look down on Maya, but now, they were all admiring them. However, when they thought about how Maya and Dodoro contributed half of the future to the conference, they couldn't help but feel jealous. Not only was there a huge gap between their strength, but there was also a huge gap between their talents. That was what the prophets were thinking. However, the observers weren't jealous at all. After all, Maya herself was very good at prophecy. Astrology was her specialty as well. It was only natural for her to be able to see the future to such a degree from the mystery of the stars. However, they were more interested in Dodoro's performance. Dodoro came to the stargazing day twice, and both times, he gained something. This was not something that could be fooled by luck. Dodoro must have a great talent for prophecy. Judging from his cultivation speed, he must be quite talented as well. Of course, they would pay more attention to such a talented person. Besides, Dodoro wasn't the only person they cared about. The southern wizarding region had plenty of geniuses these days, but in their opinion, only 2 or 3 of them were worthy of their attention. Angor and Dodoro were both from Brute Cavern, and both of them were worthy candidates. Brute Cavern used to be a super wizard organization that occupied the southern wizardry region for tens of thousands of years. Now, they're going to rise again. It's going to be hard to stop them. All the observers knew this. Whether they were feeling jealous, regretful, they would treat Brute Cavern more seriously in the future. While the atmosphere in the stargazing hall was chaotic and difficult to distinguish, Maya lowered her head and did not speak. She was thinking about something. She was thinking about Dodoro's strange behavior. Earlier, when Maya was talking to Lupui, there was actually another piece of information about the apocalypse that she didn't mention. It was the vague figures she saw at the end of the future fragment. Although she couldn't identify the figures at that time, after she finished observing the stars, she carefully thought about it and identified 2 of them through some details. If she were to reveal the identities of these 2 people, the situation would probably change drastically. When that happened, people would debate about whether the vision of doomsday would happen in the southern wizardry region. However, Maya didn't tell them. She was going to tell them, but she noticed Dodoro's strange behavior. The man seemed to have thought of something when he saw the vision of doomsday. If it were someone else, Maya wouldn't think too much about it. But Dodoro was different. He was the last hope of the progenitor race, and the favorite of the world's consciousness. He might have seen something that ordinary people couldn't see, or even see. Because of this, Maya didn't tell anyone about the key information. She planned to talk to Dodoro after today's meeting to see if there were any other clues. She would decide whether to tell him or not during the meeting tomorrow. After Maya's prophecy, the meeting continued. However, because of Maya's description of the apocalypse, everyone was still immersed in the shadows. This led to the atmosphere of the following conversation to be somewhat dull. Most people didn't want to talk anymore. They just wanted to end the meeting as soon as possible so that they could report back to their organizations. Perhaps it was because of the tense atmosphere, none of the observers spoke. Even if they had seen an important part of the prophecy, they were not prepared to share it in such an atmosphere. Furthermore, the amount of information they had gathered today was more than enough. Regardless of whether it was the Mahogany Theater, the attack on the Elysium world, Charisse Castle, or the doomsday scene that Maya had mentioned, all of it was very important. It was even more important than the information they had gathered on the first day of the stargazing day. Under such circumstances, Lupui fulfilled everyone's wishes and ended the meeting early, giving everyone enough time to report to the adept organizations behind them. The moment Lupui announced the end of the first day of the conference, almost everyone rushed to the signal tower in an urgent mood, wanting to pass on the important news as soon as possible. Wizard Maya didn't leave right away. Instead, she turned around and looked at a certain place. Tualu, the prophet from Song of the Deep, was standing in the center of the hall and talking to Shula, the innocent reader. Maya walked toward Tualu. It seemed like she got a lot of information this time, but not much of it was useful. She didn't complete any of Rain's missions. She did not find any clues about Angor or the ruin. She could only wait and see if Tuvalu got anything useful. Tuvalu wasn't a member of Brute Cavern. However, the strange ruin had already devoured several wizards from Song of the Deep. Tuvalu was here on a mission from God of Sea Flunza, which was to use the stargazing day to predict the future of the ruin. Maya hoped that she could get something useful from Tuvalu. However, Maya was still hesitating. This was because before the start of stargazing day, on the way to the main hall, Tuvalu and Maya had a rather unpleasant exchange. At that time, Tuvalu said, "If you want to obtain information from him, you have to pay the price." Maya didn't mind it because she didn't think she would get nothing. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. She didn't get anything useful from Tuvalu. Now, she was in trouble. She didn't know what Tuvalu would ask for. If it was too much, she would have to ask Rain to talk to God of Sea. Tuvalu and Sarah stopped talking when they saw Maya and Dodoro walking towards them. Sarah nodded at Maya with a smile. "Thank you, Witch Maya, for sharing the future with me today." Maya waved her hand. "I also hope to be able to clear up my doubts. Besides, communication is a two-way street. I've also obtained a lot of useful information today." Sarah smiled and chatted with Maya for a while. Then he turned to Dodoro. "You did well today. I'm sure it won't take long for your name to spread across the wizarding world in the southern region." Dodoro remained silent for a few seconds. "I don't have a title." Maya snorted at Dodoro and explained, "Dodoro has never left Star Island since he joined us. He hasn't participated in any Sky Tower competitions either. That's why he doesn't have a title." "I see." Sarah's eyes suddenly lit up. He flipped open a hardcover book and said, "Do you want me to give you a name? I'm better at naming than prophecy." Before Dodoro could answer, Sarah had already started talking to himself. "Look, your name is Dodoro. That's an interesting name. It sounds like a big fat cat in the Abyss language who likes to call itself a dragon. How about Totoro?" Sarah saw that Dodoro did not respond. "You don't like the name? Let me think about it. You're good in all aspects, but you lack some human nature. You should make up for whatever you lack. Let me see. What do you think? Thunder's Fury? You still don't like it? You're young. Is it because of that? How about Smiling Monarch, Lord of Astonishment, Immortal Chaos? I know you young people like that kind of name. These are good names." Sarah said several names in one breath, but he didn't get any response. An awkward atmosphere hung in the air. Sarah seemed to have noticed that no one was responding. He muttered, "Why aren't you saying anything? Am I bad at naming names? That can't be right. I'm the one who presides over the birth ceremonies in the churches in the nearby towns. They all like the names I give to the newborns." "What Muen, sang, Saida? So nice to hear, so artistic." Maya saw that Sarah was about to say something else, so she hurriedly said, "Don't worry. He knows what he wants. I came here this time to have a chat with Tuvalu." Since Maya had already said so, how could Sarah continue to interrupt? He could only sigh regretfully, and said to Tuvalu, "As for the sea god, I will give him an answer later. This time I did manage to predict some clues." Tuvalu nodded. "This time, we must catch that thief." "Alright, you guys go ahead." Sarah patted Tuvalu's shoulder and winked at Dodoro, but Dodoro didn't respond at all. Shrugged and turned. And Dodoro. After Sarah left, Maya looked at Tuvalu and sighed, "I'm sorry. I didn't see anything in the ruin this time, so I have to ask you." Maya saw that Tuvalu's expression was normal. He was not as arrogant as he was when they first met, so she went straight to the point. "You said that if I want to get information from you, I'll have to pay a price. What price do you want? Let me make it clear. The ruin is not only related to us, but also your Song of the Deep. If you want to use this as an excuse to ask for a high price, I suggest you be careful. After all, our two wizard organizations might have to work together in the end." Tuvalu looked at Maya with a complicated expression. "Are you so sure that I predicted it? I wasn't sure before, but now." Maya looked at Tuvalu's eyes and said, I'm sure. I did see some information. I don't mind sharing it with you, Tuvalu said. Maya opened her wrinkled eyelids and stared at Tuvalu with sparkling eyes. She was waiting for him to name his price. However, to Maya's surprise, Tuvalu did not make any requests. Instead, he said, I can tell you that you don't have to pay anything in return. Just treat it as a reward for seeing the scene of doomsday you constructed earlier. Maya was surprised by Tuvalu's softening attitude. She did not know what was going on. How did Tuvalu's attitude change so drastically in less than half a day? Actually, Maya could tell what Tuvalu was thinking by looking at it from an outsider's perspective. Part of the reason why Tuvalu was willing to share the information was because of Maya's selfless sharing of the apocalypse vision. Dodoro was the first to speak, and his stunning appearance stunned everyone present. They were in the stargazing hall, the holy land of all prophets. Dodoro's first appearance was enough to stun everyone. Then, Maya used a prophecy about the end of the world to end the meeting early. Dodoro and Maya, a pair of teacher and student, went through the entire meeting one after another. It was as if the stargazing hall had turned into a stage for them. And they did a great job. Just as Sarah had said before, after today's matter spread out, everything on the stargazing day would inevitably jump into everyone's eyes. By then, the wizards in the southern wizarding region would know that Brute Cavern was doing well. There was no need for him to go against Brute Cavern, which was clearly growing stronger by the day. Embarrassing them would only lower his own standards. Besides, Tuvalu knew that even if he did not tell them today, Lady Poseidon would tell Brute Cavern when Song of the Deep returned to the ruin in the future. Therefore, there was no need to fight for the sake of a moment's worth of face. Tuvalu took a deep look at Maya and quickly told her what he saw in the future. I did see the situation in the ruins, but my perspective was limited. I couldn't see everything. I could only stay at the corner of a staircase that led downwards. There's nothing special at the corner of the stairs, but there are groups of strange creatures walking past there. I think the staircase leads to the inner part of the ruin. The most important thing was to find out what secrets were hidden inside the ruin. However, Tuvalu could not adjust his vision and could only observe from the corner of the staircase. Even so, Tuvalu still managed to get some useful information. Almost all of the monsters that went into the ruins were carrying magical materials. I didn't recognize all of them, but all of them had a special property. Space property. After Tuvalu finished talking about the future he saw, he hurriedly turned around and left the stargazing hall. It seemed like he didn't want to stay with Maya any longer. Maya did not mind Tuvalu's departure. She frowned and tried to figure out what Tuvalu was trying to tell her. Spatial magic materials weren't that common. Why were so many monsters running into the ruins with the spatial magic material? Were they trying to expand the space inside the ruin? Or was he trying to do something with the space attribute of the magic material? Maya thought for a while and decided to give up. If it was that easy to figure out the mysteries behind the ruins, Flunza and Rhine wouldn't have been so helpless. Instead of thinking too much, Maya decided to just tell Rhine. He had been guarding the ruins for a long time. Maybe he knew something. Thinking of this, Maya did not continue to ponder. She raised her head and looked around. At this time, almost all the people in the stargazing hall except for the observers had left. Maya turned to Dodoro and said, "Let's go." When Maya was about to leave with Dodoro, a slightly evil voice came from behind. "Hold on a second, Witch Maya." When Maya heard this voice, she frowned subconsciously. She turned around and saw that it was the hung loser Shkel, the one she disliked the most among the observers. Shkel's appearance was filled with a wild, evil, and handsome charm. He was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, and one could see that his muscular body was covered in thick black hair. Together with the goat horns on his head and the iron chains on his ankles, he looked like an imprisoned demon recorded in an ancient leather scroll. He wanted to use his charming words to lure the drowning victim into his trap. Shkel did not bother to hide his voice. When he called out to Maya, he also attracted the attention of other observers. They watched as Shkel walked toward Maya with a long iron chain in his hand. Shkel bowed to Maya gracefully. If it weren't for the evil look in his eyes and the strange smile on his face, he would have looked like a noble gentleman. "How can I help you, Mr. Shkel?" Maya was still as indifferent as ever. She didn't call out the observer's name, which meant that she didn't care about him at all. This was also very normal. Xianxia was the youngest among the observers, but he had been slacking on the stargazing day all year round. Almost every stargazing day, he did not report the prophecies he saw. In fact, this had already caused a lot of criticism from many prophets. Some even said, a disqualified person is really disqualified. Coupled with the fact that Xianxia had fused with the bloodline of the goat-horned demon, his wanton behavior made many witches dislike him. He was often singled out as a target during tea parties. Maya's state of mind had long since passed the age of love. The reason why she disdained Xianxia was that Xianxia's strength did not live up to his name, and that he was somewhat disrespectful to women. Xianxia didn't mind Maya's attitude. He just smiled and said, "I'm here to thank you for sharing such a good prophecy with me. It's my duty. I also hope to hear Mr. Xianxia's speech tomorrow." Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything. Maya raised an eyebrow. "It seems that Mr. Xianxia still doesn't want to speak tomorrow? That's fine. I have to go now." "Wait." Xianxia stopped her. Maya was impatient. She didn't think Xianxia was worthy of the title, but he was still an observer. Maya wanted to hear what Xianxia had to say, but she noticed that Xianxia was looking at Dodoro. "There's something I want to talk to your student about. Is that okay?" Xianxia looked at Dodoro, but his words were meant for Maya's ears. Maya could see that Xianxia was looking at Dodoro with great interest. Maya realized that Dodoro didn't stop her to thank her for sharing the prophecy. He was here for Dodoro. Maya frowned. "If you have anything to say, you can say it here." Xianxia was still looking at Dodoro. He wanted to hear Dodoro's answer. "I'll listen to you, Professor." Xianxia shrugged. "All right. Actually, what I want to say isn't anything secretive. There's no harm in saying it here." Xianxia paused for a second and reached out his hand to touch Dodoro, but Maya stopped him with her cane. "What are you doing?" Maya didn't say anything, but her eyes told Xianxia something. "This is the observatory hall. I won't hurt Dodoro. I just want to confirm some things," Xianxia said to Maya. His tone was less sinister, and there was a hint of negotiation in it. Maya didn't put down her cane. She still looked at Xianxia cautiously. Clearly, she didn't trust him. "Fine. I just want to know Dodoro's past." Xianxia shrugged. "I have a feeling that Dodoro is estranged from the present time. It's as if he's not living in the present, but in some unknown era." Xiao's words caused some of the observers to look at Dodoro. However, no one could see Dodoro's past. It was as if he was shrouded in a fog. Maya noticed that more and more people were looking at Dodoro. She knew that Dodoro's identity would be exposed one day, but now was not the right time to do so. "Don't you think Dodoro's time is a bit strange?" Faced with Xianxia's confession and doubts, Maya was silent for a long time. She did not want to answer, but she also knew that it was not only Xianxia who was asking, but also the attitude of the other observers. Maya said, "Everyone has secrets. It's not a peaceful thing to pry into other people's secrets for no reason. I'm just curious." "It's up to Dodoro to answer, isn't it?" Xianxia said. Both Maya and Xianxia looked at Dodoro, but Dodoro remained calm as if he wasn't the center of attention. "The answer is obvious. My student doesn't want to talk about it." Xianxia didn't give up. "How about this? I'll give you a slot in the Temple of Time in exchange for your secret. What do you think?" "Of course. A slot in the Temple of Time is precious. Not only do I need your secret, but I also need you to be my assistant for 20 years. Maya was about to drag Dodoro away, but Xiao's words made her pull her hand back. A slot in the Temple of Time. It was the biggest treasure in the Starliege Temple other than the Star Mystery. The Star Mystery was open to the public, but the Temple of Time was a secret. Maya wasn't the only one who was surprised. Was it worth it to trade a slot in the Temple of Time for an apprentice's secret? As for making Dodoro Xiao's assistant, it wasn't a punishment either. Outsiders might think that Xianxia was not worthy of his position, but the observer knew Xianxia's strength. Although he could not be said to be the best at prophecy, he was definitely not the worst. Moreover, he often saw things that even the Starliege Temple couldn't see. If Dodoro could become Xiao's assistant for 20 years, it would be the best way for him to train. Maya remained silent after hearing Shkel's offer. She didn't want to, but she believed that Dodoro wouldn't lose anything by agreeing to it. Maya believed that the secret of the progenitors would be exposed sooner or later. Now wasn't the best time, but she was willing to accept such a great reward. However, neither Maya nor anyone else could make the decision for Dodoro. It was Dodoro's own decision. After all, it was his secret. I don't want it. Dodoro refused firmly in his special accent. Everyone was stunned. They thought Dodoro would think about it for a while and give a serious answer, no matter whether he agreed or not. However, Dodoro didn't even think about it and gave a seemingly casual answer. Dodoro refused without hesitation. Shkel and the observers were not the only ones who were surprised. Even Maya looked at Dodoro in surprise. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? Maybe you don't know how important the Temple of Time is to a prophet. Shikar didn't give up. Dodoro looked at Shikar calmly and didn't say anything. Shikar thought Dodoro didn't know the meaning of the Temple of Time, so he explained, I can't tell you the specific effects of the Temple of Time right now. But you'll know once you enter it. Moreover, almost every prophet that comes out of the Temple of Time will become an observer. In other words, the Temple of Time is the guarantee of an observer. What Shikar said was a secret that he shouldn't reveal to outsiders. However, he still said it out loud. The observers frowned but didn't stop Shikar. They knew that Shikar wanted to know Dodoro's secret, but he was more interested in Dodoro himself. Perhaps Dodoro's assistant was Shikar's real goal. I refuse. Dodoro still didn't think about it. It was as if Shikar's explanation didn't even enter Dodoro's mind. Shikar's lips twitched as if he wanted to persuade Dodoro, but when he saw Dodoro's expressionless face, he understood. It was almost impossible to make Dodoro agree. Can you tell me why you refuse? Shikar asked after a moment of silence. I don't know, Dodoro answered. Dodoro's answer sounded like he didn't know what to say. However, his tone was very certain. So you're saying that you don't know your own secret? Shikar asked. You're saying that you don't know your own secret? Dodoro nodded. Good. You can be my assistant and I can help you dig out your secret. Shikar took advantage of the opportunity. However, Dodoro's answer was still a firm shake of his head. Dodoro's attitude seemed to have been set in stone from the very beginning. No matter how hard Shikar tried to persuade him, it was impossible to change his mind. Shikar looked at Maya, hoping to get an answer from her. Why was Dodoro so determined? Maya didn't say anything. She just shook her head gently. She knew Dodoro well, but she couldn't be sure. She had a guess, but she couldn't be sure. Seeing that Dodoro and Maya were not going to cooperate with him, Shikar sighed and said, I value your talent. You can try to be my assistant. This time, Shikar put away his evil smile, and his tone was solemn. This meant that Shikar's true target was Dodoro himself. It didn't matter if Shikar valued Dodoro's talent or coveted it, he still wanted Dodoro himself. However, Dodoro remained silent as if he was living in his own world. Shikar shook his head. He knew that he couldn't do it. As a matter of fact, he really believed that Dodoro's talent was worth nurturing. Besides, he had a feeling that Dodoro belonged to a certain clan. Shikar was curious about that legendary clan, but he also felt pity for them. He chose Dodoro because he wanted to study him, but he also wanted to nurture him. It was a pity that Dodoro chose a different path in the end. Fine. I'll respect your decision. Shikar felt sorry for Dodoro, but he couldn't force him. After all, Dodoro was supported by Brute Cavern. After Shikar finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the hall. His anklet clanked on the ground as he walked further and further away. When Shikar was about to leave the hall, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Dodoro. I need to ask you a question. Don't worry, I'm not trying to find out anything. It's just a small question. You won't refuse me again, right? Dodoro looked up and met Shikar's gaze. Shikar didn't wait for Dodoro's response. You chose to be the first to speak at the beginning of the meeting. What I want to know is, why did you stay silent for so long? What were you thinking? Maya thought Shikar would ask why Dodoro chose to speak first, but Shikar changed the topic and asked why Dodoro stayed silent for so long. Everyone who heard Shikar's question couldn't help but recall what happened earlier. It was true that Dodoro stayed silent for a long time after he said I'll go first. If he was prepared to speak first, he should have thought of what he was going to say. He wouldn't have suddenly become silent. Shiker wanted to know what Dodoro was thinking during that period. Was Dodoro trying to hide something about Peach Heart Theater? Or did he regret his decision after choosing to speak first? Dodoro didn't reject Shiker's question this time. Instead, he gave it some serious thought and said, I'm thinking. Dodoro's answer was a bit unexpected. This time, Shkel didn't ask further. Instead, a man wearing a smiling eye mask among the observers asked, Wait, what? Dodoro glanced at the person who asked the question. Which Maya had introduced him to Dodoro before. He was an unknown person who was often targeted by the Supreme Cult. His nickname was Cold Glitter Gold, the creator of illusions. I'm thinking about which prophecy to tell. Dodoro didn't try to hide his thoughts. Everyone in the hall fell silent after hearing Dodoro's words. Dodoro's meaning was very clear. He was silent because he was trying to decide which prophecy he should make. Did Dodoro see more than one prophecy in Riddles of the Stars? There were at least 2 prophecies. Why else would he be thinking? But Dodoro was only a prophet's apprentice. The prophecy he saw was enough to make everyone's jaws drop, and it indirectly slapped a bunch of official wizards' faces. And now, he said he saw more than one prophecy? How was that possible? Some people wanted to laugh, but when they saw Dodoro's calm expression, their smiles faded away. They could tell that Dodoro wasn't someone who liked to joke. He was stubborn and persistent. He didn't seem to care about prophets. He cared more about his own heart. Why would someone like that suddenly become mischievous? That shouldn't be possible. However, if they believed Dodoro, did that mean Dodoro was telling the truth? Did he really see more than 2 prophecies? Maya and Dodoro left the stargazing hall under the curious gazes of the observers. At this time, in the stargazing hall, no one stopped Maya. They quietly watched the teacher and student disappear. Silence filled the hall. No one asked Dodoro if he saw more than 2 prophecies. They could tell from Dodoro's expression that he wasn't lying. It was precisely because he wasn't lying that the observers felt a little dazed. Maya was one of the best prophets. It was normal for her to see more than one prophecy. It was also normal for the 11 observers to see more than one prophecy. However, Dodoro was only an apprentice. There was no precedent for an apprentice to see more than one prophecy in a star mystery. In other words, Dodoro had set a new record. They finally understood why Shkel wanted Dodoro to be his assistant. Dodoro's talent was not to be underestimated. When Shkel was still an apprentice, he made the same choice as Dodoro. He chose to be the first to speak during a meeting. Back then, he was very weak. His courage was the only reason he dared to speak. In other words, he was thick-skinned. His prophecies were meaningless. Nevertheless, it was his courage that allowed him to become an observer in less than 300 years. Dodoro, on the other hand, didn't rely on his courage. He saw more than 2 prophecies in the future. It was no wonder that Shkir did not want to let go of such an obvious seedling of an observer. This was equivalent to grooming one of his own in advance. Starliege Temple wasn't a peaceful place. As long as there were people, there were bound to be internal conflicts. Although there weren't any opposing factions among the prophets, there were still factions with different ideologies. Shkel was still young and had only been an observer for a short time. Although he was still an observer, he had not joined any faction yet. If he could recruit Dodoro into his faction, they would have 2 observers in the future. His right to speak would instantly rise to a whole new level. Bastard, the observers cursed Shkel in their minds. Then, they realized that Dodoro didn't agree to Shkel's request. So, they still had a chance to get Dodoro to join their faction. It seemed that they needed to make some plans in advance. The group of observers appeared to be calm as they exchanged pleasantries with smiles on their faces. However, they all had different thoughts in their minds. Lupanai, who was standing in the center, naturally understood the thoughts of the other observers, but he did not point it out. It had been a long time since someone new joined the observer list. Perhaps, the 2 new members would come from Brood Cavern? Maya, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on in the observatory hall. She was leading Dodoro to the signal tower. Dodoro maintained his usual calm and indifferent attitude along the way. Maya didn't say anything either. Although she had a lot of questions in her heart, they were still on the road. It seemed that there was no one around, but who knew if there was someone eavesdropping in the dark. They walked in silence until they reached the signal tower built by Starlight Church and floating Mech City. At this time, there were a lot of people coming and going around the signal tower. Most of these people were prophets who participated in the stargazing day, and some of them were information dealers who were waiting here in advance. These information dealers were usually employed by prophets or sorcerer families or major magazine companies who did not have any profits. Maya and Dodoro's arrival attracted a lot of attention. After all, they were the two most popular prophets in this year's stargazing day. Some of the intelligence dealers even approached them, hoping to get more exclusive information by trading with them. However, they were all politely rejected by Maya. These intelligence dealers may seem insignificant, but sometimes you need them to deliver information for you. They can even help you find some rare materials. Maya led Dodoro into the signal tower while talking about something else. They can be found in almost every wizard market. They're responsible for the rapid flow of information in the wizarding world. You don't have to treat them too harshly. Dodoro didn't mind at all. They'll become less and less useful in the future. Why do you say that? Maya glanced at Dodoro. Dodoro tilted his head and remained silent for a moment. Information will become more and more important in the future. Maya was surprised. She didn't expect such an answer from Dodoro. Maya wanted to ask Dodoro if he saw something from the future, but she didn't. She was walking in the hallway of the signal tower, and there were so many people around her that she didn't ask. Even if information transmission becomes easier in the future, these people won't disappear completely. They represent a gray power in the wizarding world. Maya smiled. Besides, some people won't let them go. Wandering wizards? Dodoro didn't hesitate. Maya nodded. Wandering wizards might sound weak because of the word wandering, but they weren't. Wandering wizards were scattered and weak, but there were still many people who couldn't be ignored. For example, Crazy Wanderer Sterling from Punk's theme park. He was not only powerful, but also a member of the research department. Other than that, there were also powerful wizards such as Astri and Aesop. As long as they were still wandering wizards, they wouldn't disappear. While Maya was explaining, they arrived at the central room of the signal tower. There were about 10 rooms here, but all of them were occupied by people. Stargazing day had just ended, and people were rushing to the signal tower to deliver information. Maya had to take Dodoro to a private room to rest. She would go to deliver the message when there were fewer people. In the room, Maya sat cross-legged on a carpet with a nebula pattern. She tapped the floor with her cane and created a special barrier around the room. It was a barrier that could prevent information from being transmitted to the outside world. Almost everyone who went to the signal tower to deliver a message would use this barrier. However, Maya had not used the signal tower at this time, but she had opened this barrier in the lounge. It was obvious that she had something to say. Maya looked at Dodoro, who was also sitting cross-legged on the carpet. When you were in the stargazing hall, did you mean that you saw more than one prophecy? Maya finally asked the question that she had been holding back for a long time. Yes. Dodoro didn't seem surprised at all. Maya had prepared herself mentally on her way here, but she still felt her heart skip a beat when she heard Dodoro's answer. Was this the natural advantage of the Bayuan race? How many prophecies did you see? Maya asked after a moment of silence. Dodoro thought for a while and said, about a dozen. But most of them were meaningless. Maya herself had seen a lot of meaningless images in Riddles of the Stars, so she agreed with Dodoro's claim that he had seen a lot of meaningless images. However, Dodoro's first sentence was about a dozen? Even if these dozens of images were meaningless, there were still too many of them. Maya was surprised, but as Dodoro's teacher, she didn't want to overdo it. However, even though Maya tried to keep a calm face, her slightly dry voice showed that she wasn't as calm as she appeared to be. How did you? Dodoro sighed and said, never mind. Let's talk about something else. Maya sighed. Putting aside the meaningless scenes, what do you think are the meaningful scenes of the future? Maya was going to ask Dodoro how many meaningful images there were, but she decided against it. If Dodoro asked for 10 more images, she wouldn't be able to keep a straight face. She decided to ask them one by one. Dodoro thought for a while and said, "There are some things that I can't tell you, teacher." Maya didn't ask what she couldn't say. Instead, she said, "Then say what you can say." Dodoro nodded and was about to tell Maya about the future when Maya interrupted him. "Wait. Before you tell me, there's one more thing I need to ask you." Maya stared at Dodoro and asked, "When I was at the conference, I saw the apocalypse scene. Do you know something about it?" Maya remembered that Dodoro's pupils contracted when he saw the scene. Dodoro quickly covered it up, but Maya saw it clearly. She believed that Dodoro knew something about it. Dodoro thought for a while and nodded. "Yes. I saw something similar once." "Once? You didn't see it on Stargazing Day?" Maya was surprised. Dodoro nodded. "Yes, I saw it a while ago. However, what I saw was only a static image. It was already the appearance of the apocalypse after it took shape. It was somewhat similar to the illusion that teacher showed at the end." Maya thought that Dodoro saw something in Riddles of the Stars, but Dodoro didn't use Riddles of the Stars. Dodoro's talent once again refreshed Maya's worldview. Since Dodoro had already revealed it, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Using light and shadow, he projected a scene of the apocalypse in front of Maya. Dodoro's words. The world's Dodoro's riddles. Similarly, the earth was cracking and everything was withering. The only difference was that one sky was dark while the other sky was blood red like the last sunset in the mortal world. The above images did not mean that the two images were the same. After all, similar scenes could be seen in many other places. But at the same time, they had a unique characteristic that could not be ignored, and that was the gigantic eye in the sky. The giant eye in Dodoro's image was exactly the same as the one Dodoro saw in Maya's apocalypse scene. Since the eye connected the two images, Maya was almost certain that they came from the same world. After confirming this, Maya carefully observed the scene again. Because they were all scenes of the apocalypse, she didn't see any other clues for now. Maya raised her head and looked at Dodoro. "You didn't see this for no reason, did you?" "It's related to Mr. Pat." Dodoro decided to be honest. "Angor?" Maya nodded. In Dodoro's mind, Angor was the most important person to him. Dodoro couldn't directly predict Angor's future because of Angor's item. Still, Dodoro's talent often brought him unexpected surprises. "Why is this image related to Angor? Something doesn't feel right." Maya frowned and tried to recall the images she saw in Riddle of Stars, especially the figures she saw at the end of the image. They shouldn't have anything to do with Angor, right? Does Angor know about this? Maya looked at Dodoro. After getting a positive answer, Maya immediately asked, what was his response? "Mr. Pat doesn't know what's going on in the images. I was going to look for answers in Riddle of Stars, but I didn't see anything like that." Maya pondered for a moment and decided to reveal the information that she had previously concealed. "Actually, in the fragment of the future, not only did I see the content that I had shown before, I also saw some figures." Dodoro looked up abruptly. For the first time, his expression showed surprise. Maya closed her eyes and constructed an illusion model in her mind. As the illusion nodes scattered in the air, a group of dark figures slowly appeared around the star carpet in a circle. Some of them were tall, some were short, some were thin, and some were fat. It was hard to tell who they were from their silhouettes. However, two of the shadows had obvious characteristics, and Maya happened to recognize them, so she followed these characteristics and filled in their identities. The two of them slowly revealed their true appearances. One of them was a white-haired young man with black cat ears on his head. He didn't look bad, but his skin was pale, and he gave off a cold, elegant, and distant aura. What was most noteworthy was his pair of jade-green vertical pupils, which flashed with a cold green light, bringing with it a kind of penetrating sense of invasiveness. Beside the cat-eared youth was a woman wearing a tutu skirt. The most eye-catching feature of the woman was the oversized black hat on her head. The hat covered half of her face, leaving only a creepy smile on her face. "Who are they?" Dodoro asked in confusion. "You really don't know anything about the wizarding world." Maya sighed. "They're both rising stars of your generation. The young man is from Winter Academy, Cold-Eyed Catyo. As for the woman, she's one of Basket Witch's favorite apprentices, Dorais from Summerdew Ridge. Both of them are high-rank apprentices, just like you, Maya added. Dodoro didn't care about the names. He only wanted to know, why are they here? Maya shook her head. I want to know the answer to that as well. But since you said it's related to Angor, maybe he can find something if we tell him. This bird of yours is sleeping very soundly. Ryan glanced at a bookshelf nearby and saw a small wooden bed placed on top of it. Pink lace curtains blocked Ryan's view, but he could still see the strange bird lying on the bed, Toby. Previously, when they came to the study, the small bed was placed on the desk. Angor put it on the bookshelf as soon as he came in, saying that he didn't want Toby to disturb them. But Ryan could tell that Angor didn't want them to disturb Toby. In the beginning, Ryan didn't pay any attention to Toby. However, they had been talking for a long time without hiding anything. They had even used some spells to spread energy fluctuations in the space, but the seabird didn't wake up. This made Ryan curious. It's sleeping in a beautiful dream. It doesn't want to wake up, Angor explained. Oh? Ryan realized something. You mean, it's affected by a dream ability? Yes. Angor nodded. The dream wasteland should be somewhat related to dream abilities, but it was barely related. By the way, I heard that you've learned Dream Walk recently as well. How did you master and disciple crossover to the dream element? Ryan asked curiously. He didn't think too much about it. He was just curious. Angor mentioned something about illusions and dreams, and I thought it was quite interesting. That's why I joined the research. Sunders briefly explained how he learned Dream Cantrip as part of Angor's research project. It wasn't entirely accurate, but it wasn't too far from the truth. Illusions and dreams? I've heard you mention it before, and I've thought about it myself. Illusions and dreams are often linked together. Perhaps the combination of illusions and dreams can create some different sparks. Ryan wasn't a member of the illusionary school after all, but he gave his affirmation from his own perspective. After a pause, Ryan asked curiously, what exactly are you guys researching? It won't be too late to reveal it when we have a rough result. Sunders glanced at Angor from the corner of his eyes. And I believe that day won't be far away. Ryan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he moved on to something else. While they were chatting, the hands on the clock kept moving. Dusk had also arrived in the outside world. Toby was affected by the curse of disaster, and then, Angor was interrupted by a series of thumping noises. They all looked at the mini-signal tower Angor set up on the side of the study. The signal tower speaker system was repeatedly ringing, reminding them that someone was trying to contact them. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Angor. Without hesitation, he approached the signal tower and used his spirit feelers to check the interior of the machine. It's signal tower number 18. There's a layer of mana distortion, which means it's connected to an affiliated plane. Let me think. Tower number 18 should be. Angor mumbled. Don't think about it. It's from Starliege Church. Ryan cut him off. Ryan didn't agree to set up a signal tower in Brute Cavern, but he knew a lot about the signal towers of different organizations, especially Starliege Church, which had a lot of functions. Looks like today's exchange is over. Tree Spirit checked the time on the clock. It ended earlier than the previous exchanges. Is it because there's no important prophecy? Maybe it's because the prophecy is too important, and everyone wants to go home. That's what happened during the War of Demon Blood at Shortgrave Plain, Ryan said. Sunders didn't say anything else. Either way, they would know when Maya told them. Angor quickly connected the two parties and pointed the screen at the desk. When the screen showed up, they saw Maya, whose face was covered in wrinkles. Behind Maya was Dodoro, who was standing in front of her. Maya's expression looked a little gloomy. Even when the light screen was connected, her tightly knitted brows did not loosen. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but sink. Did Maya's expression mean that the prophecy this time was going to be very important? Mr. Ryan, Tree Spirit, no need for formalities. Let's get to the point. Ryan looked at Maya. He didn't ask about Angor or the ruin right away. You don't look well. Did something happen during the stargazing day? Maya looked back at Dodoro and said, "Nothing happened during the stargazing day. But I saw something I'm very concerned about." "Something to do with germinal believers?" Ryan immediately thought of Angor. He was the one who asked Maya to check Angor's safety during the stargazing day. Maya shook her head. "It has nothing to do with germinal believers. But I think it has something to do with Angor." Everyone looked at Angor when they heard Maya's voice. Angor didn't show any expression, but his mind was filled with questions. He was hiding a lot of secrets. What could be related to him? "What is it?" asked Sunders. "Apocalypse," Maya said. "I saw the end of the world." After saying that, Maya did not hesitate and directly used her illusion to show the scene of the doomsday that she had seen from the beginning to the end. Although the holographic screen could not transmit a three-dimensional image, it was still possible to feel an unprecedented shock from the apocalypse footage. The earth cracked, and everything withered, the end of the world. A war between gods. After watching these clips, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. After a long time, Ryan broke the silence and said, "If this is something that will really happen in the future, it's definitely not something that we can control at our level. In fact, I don't think it happened in the southern wizarding region at all. According to the rules of our alliance, it's very rare for a war between gods to happen in the southern wizarding region." Ryan's words brought everyone back to reality. "Mr. Ryan is right," Maya said. "So is Mr. Starcrown. He also believes that this isn't happening in the southern wizarding region. But we can't rule out the possibility of it happening in the southern wizarding region." Ryan nodded as well. "Nothing was absolute. Let's not talk about where it happened. Why do you think it has something to do with Angor?" Ryan's question was answered as soon as he asked it. However, it wasn't Maya who answered him. It was Tree Spirit. "If I'm not mistaken, Maya's prophecy has something to do with the Eye of Doomsday you showed me earlier," Tree Spirit said. Ryan gave Tree Spirit a puzzled look, and Tree Spirit quickly explained the Eye of Doomsday to him. Sunders also added a few words. In order to find out more information about the Eye of Doomsday, he incorporated the illusion into his alchemy and created 3 glass orbs, which he gave to Sunders, Tree Spirit, and Greya. Sunders and Tree Spirit said they didn't know anything about it, but Greya did give him some clues. After Ryan learned about the situation, Angor showed Maya the Eye of Doomsday to Maya. Ryan looked carefully and confirmed that the Eye of Doomsday was from the same place as Maya's prophecy. There are more details in Maya's prophecy, as well as some gods and evil spirits that didn't exist in the Eye of Doomsday. It's a pity that I've never heard of this creature with the characteristics of a god or these evil spirits. In other words, Ryan couldn't give any clues on this matter. Ryan looked at Angor again. "Since Dodoro is sure that you're involved in this, why don't you tell me about it? Now that you've seen the Mayan apocalypse, can you think of anything?" Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he showed a thoughtful look. Ryan thought Angor was thinking about his question, so he didn't bother him. Angor, however, was thinking about something else. In fact, he already had a vague guess about the world of the Doomsday Heavenly Eye. But he was still considering whether he should tell Sunders about it or not. It was related to one of his secrets. Something about the Gate of Illusion. In the blood-red sky of the Eye of Doomsday, there was a hidden red object that looked like a red scarf. It was probably the mystery item of Zorn, the mystery hunter from the Order Guild. Zorn and Frost were both mystery hunters. They were on a mission to retrieve a runaway object. If there was no accident, they should be in the box of reincarnation. Therefore, he could tell that the Eye of Doomsday was most likely inside the rebirth chest. He also learned from Frost that the box of reincarnation contained all kinds of legendary evil spirits. It made sense that such an apocalyptic battle would take place in the box of reincarnation. He could tell them about the red scarf and the box of reincarnation, but how could he explain his relationship with the box of reincarnation? The reason why he had a faint connection with the reincarnation box was because he had accidentally entered the reincarnation box using the Gate of Void. But he couldn't tell anyone about this. Or should he use the excuse he used in Floating Mech City and blame everything on Frost? Or, should I just say that I don't know? Maya suddenly spoke up. "I have another important clue here. Maybe you can think of something else after reading it." Angor was a little surprised by Maya's sudden information. He realized that Maya probably thought that he couldn't think of anything else, so she added a new clue. Maya then showed him the final scene of the apocalypse scene. On the almost shattered ground, there were a few black figures running. They were avoiding the large army of skeletons behind them. Angor couldn't see their faces clearly because he was looking at them from afar. However, Maya was very considerate. She extracted these shadows individually and directly used an illusion to show them in front of him. Although most of them were still shadows, 2 of them showed their true faces. It's still hard to tell their faces, but they have some unique features, so I made up for their appearances. If I'm not mistaken, it's them. Apart from Rain, everyone was surprised when they saw the faces of the 2 figures. Rain had been guarding the ruin for a long time and rarely paid attention to the outside world, let alone the apprentices. Therefore, he didn't know who they were. But Tree Spirit, Sunders, and Tree Spirit knew about it. Angor was even more familiar with it because he had experienced it before. Ya and Dongli's? Both of them were participants of the Rising Star competition, and they both achieved great feats in the end. They're both apprentices. Why would apprentices show up in this apocalypse scene? Tree Spirit frowned. Did you make a mistake, Rain? Is this really the Southern Wizarding region? Normally speaking, apprentices would rarely leave the Southern Wizarding region unless they had a special reason. Therefore, when Tree Spirit saw Yi and Dongli's, he suspected that this apocalyptic scene was really in the Southern region. Rain couldn't make up his mind after learning who Ya and Dongli's were. While Rain was confused, Angor felt the same way. Angor believed that the apocalypse scene was happening in the chest of undead. But why would Dongli's and Ya go there? Their strength was so weak, it was impossible for them to barge in. Besides, the outer area of the chest of the undead should have been sealed by the people sent by Floating Mech City. No one should be allowed to enter, right? Angor couldn't help but look at the shadows on the screen. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. Among these shadows, he seemed to see a familiar figure. The figure's clothes were covered with all kinds of strange ribbons. His shoes had spikes on them, which looked like rivets. There was also a hairpin in the shape of a wing on his head. But he didn't look like a witch. That's... He pointed at the figure and quickly created an illusion with his other hand. Angor couldn't tell what the shadow looked like, but when he created the illusion, it quickly merged with the shadow's image. That's Valka from Silent Hill? Things were getting more and more chaotic. First, there was Winter Academy, then there was Summerdew Ridge, and now there was Silent Hill's apprentice. Why did it seem like these black shadows were all acolytes from different sorcerer organizations? Moreover, it involved the Moonfrost Union and Fairytown Wizard Alliance. What was the connection between them? They just finished the Rising Star competition. Shouldn't they be training in the Endless Corridor right now? Why are you here? Tree Spirit muttered in confusion. Tree Spirit's words reminded Angor of something. He didn't know if the 3 apprentices were related to each other, but they would all be training in the Endless Corridor for the next few years. To be more precise, they would be training in Floating Mech City. And the Chest of Rebirth was Floating Mech City's target. Angor once warned them to never step into the reincarnation box because it was a place where even legendary wizards could easily die. Angor believed that Principal Muse and Mayor Lawson would listen to him. But that didn't mean they wouldn't let others in. Did Floating Mech City send their apprentices to explore the Chest of Rebirth? This was because Floating Mech City had done something like this before. Back then, they sacrificed a large number of apprentices to upgrade the Purification Garden. Was it the same this time? Angor thought about it carefully and realized that something was wrong. After all, sending apprentices to explore the Chest of Undead would be pointless. Even if the apprentices found something useful, they wouldn't be able to get out of the Chest of Reincarnation. To get out of the Chest of Reincarnation, one would have to go through at least 20 reincarnations. Inside those reincarnations, there would be groups of common undead, but there were also special undead creatures. There might even be fallen undead creatures that were as powerful as legendaries. Even a legendary hunter like Frost had almost died in the box of reincarnation. How could an apprentice come out alive? It was almost impossible. If the apprentices couldn't get out of the Chest of Reincarnation, they wouldn't be able to deliver any useful information. Angor quickly dismissed his own idea. Was he wrong from the start? Was this not the Chest of Reincarnation? While he was lost in his own thoughts, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his hair. He looked up and saw Tree Spirit withdrawing his hand from his head. Before he could ask why, Tree Spirit spoke first. "You look like you're thinking about something. You must have thought of something, right?" Tree Spirit spoke first, and since both Sunders and Rain were looking at him, Angor did not know what else to say. "I did find something." Under everyone's gazes, Angor briefly told them about the chest of reincarnation. When Angor pointed out the location of the red scarf in the Doomsday Eye, Sunders nodded in understanding. "Maybe you're right. We're inside the chest of reincarnation." He then told the others about Frost's incident. They all looked at him with puzzled expressions. Rain sighed. "You told me about it before. I didn't know there was such a story behind it." Rain felt a little touched. It was rare to meet such a friendly legendary being. If he knew about this earlier, he would have paid a visit to Dark Castle. Tree Spirit wasn't interested in Frost's story. He had lived a long life and seen countless legends. But when Angor mentioned the creator of the chest of reincarnation, Evo Splitter, he felt a little moved. So the alchemy genius from the research department didn't really die 1,000 years ago. They continued to talk about the chest of reincarnation and asked Angor why he knew so much about it. Angor used the same method he used to deal with floating Mech City and said that Frost told him everything. According to Angor's theory, a lot of things do make sense. For example, in the scenes of Doomsday, there are indeed horrible evil spirits, which is consistent with the characteristics of the box of reincarnation. Tree Spirit pondered and said, "But why are these apprentices here? Is floating Mech City behind this again? But that can't be right. Apprentices can't do anything." Tree Spirit mumbled in a low voice. Clearly, he was also thinking about the same thing. Angor didn't say anything else. Apart from the fact that he entered the chest of undead, he told Sunders everything he knew. "I don't need to worry about this for now, right?" But since Dodoro said he had something to do with it, Angor didn't want to stay out of it. They discussed for a while but still couldn't come up with anything useful. Rain spoke to Maya in the end. "The chest of undead is most likely the cause of the Doomsday event. It shouldn't have anything to do with the southern wizardry region. You can put your worries aside for now." "About those apprentices?" Maya hesitated. "You can tell them during the meeting tomorrow and let them figure it out for themselves. But don't tell anyone about Angor's theory about the chest of undead." Maya nodded. Since Rhine had said so, she would naturally abide by it. "It's a big deal, but I don't think it'll affect us. But just in case, I'll tell Horace to tell the apprentices in Floating Mech City not to accept any missions from the city and to focus on their training." That was the end of the topic. But everyone knew that it was only temporary. It would stay in everyone's mind until the prophecy was revealed in the real world. At that time, the topic would come back again. Let's put the Doomsday event aside for now. What else did you learn during the meeting? Did you see anything about Angor? Rain asked. He didn't mention the Germinal sect because Dodoro was still with Maya. Maya understood Rain's meaning and shook her head. "I didn't see anything about Angor." Maya's answer made the atmosphere a little tense. Rain sighed when he saw Maya's guilty look. "It's fine. We can't control what we see during the stargazing day. Let's talk about something else." "I didn't see anything about the ruin either. But Tualu saw something about it, and I got some information from him." Upon hearing this topic, Ryan's slightly dim eyes immediately lit up. Brute Cavern had a lot to do with both Angor and the ruin. Of course, he had to pay close attention to them. Maya did not hesitate and told him everything that Tualu had seen from beginning to end. In short, Tualu only saw one key word. Space magic materials. Rain's expression turned serious. Space magic materials meant a lot of things. He didn't know the details of the ruin yet, but he did know that it was invaded by a nightmare creature. The fact that the nightmare creatures were collecting space magic materials meant a lot. He still remembered what happened to the Evernight Kingdom. If the nightmare creatures were collecting space magic materials to connect to the nightmare realm and lower the dome, Parmagi Highlands would soon follow the Evernight Kingdom's footsteps. Therefore, to Rhine, this was definitely not good news. However, Rain didn't show it on his face. Tualu's vision was too brief, and Rain didn't know much about it. He still needed to confirm the details. If he couldn't control it, he would have to think of something else. Rain didn't tell Tree Spirit about his worries, but Tree Spirit sensed the change in the atmosphere around Rain. Sunders and Tree Spirit exchanged a glance and did not say anything. I see. I'll check it out later. Let's talk about something else. Ryan nodded and did not say anything more about the news. Instead, he threw the topic back to Maya. Next, Maya told Angor about the future she saw. Among them, the most interesting one was the prophecy about ruthless Thorn Madeline. Once Maya showed Angor what she saw, Angor nodded. Yes, I saw the girl who killed Madeline in the future. Angor nodded. He already told Maya about Madeline when he came back from the Abyss Plane. She's East. Maya was surprised at first, but she quickly realized what was going on. It was rumored that the reason why Madeline's Celian family was exterminated was because of Dawn. However, Maya did not expect that the grafting maniac Dawn would not only exterminate the entire family, but would also go after the remaining survivors of the Celian family. It's not Madeline. It's Madeline who's after East, Angor explained. East was cursed by a disaster and changed his body into a little girl. He changed his name to Izu. Madeline's strength also weakened. When I last saw her, she was going after East. Angor looked at Maya's illusion, which still showed the moment when Madeline's head was crushed by East's bite. Now it seems that either Madeline found Dong, but did not kill him immediately and brought him back to the Thorn's Ridge to imprison him, resulting in her being killed, or Madeline did not find Dong, and Dong's strength slowly increased, eventually killing his way back to the Thorn's Ridge where Madeline was. Tree Spirit sighed. Madeline overestimated herself. Even if East's strength weakened, he's still stronger than ordinary wizards. She's a member of the research department, so she must have something up her sleeve. It won't be easy to punish her. Besides, Madeline never left Thorn's Ridge. She's just a target for East. Anyway, since we've seen the future, I hope we can inform Madeline as soon as possible, Angor said. When Angor went to the Abyss Plane to find Sunders, Madeline took good care of him. Angor didn't want Madeline to die in East's hands. Besides, Angor and East had a grudge against each other. Tree Spirit nodded. I'll take care of it. Recently, the Abyss passageway has been gradually unsealed. Wizard Duncan is preparing to bring a few small teams to the Abyss. I'll pass this message to him and let him know. The future isn't easy to change. Notifying Madeline might not be enough to change the future timeline. The best way is to tell Madeline to return to the southern wizarding world and change it. Tree Spirit considered. I see. That's not hard. But we still need to see what Madeline wants to do. How about this? I'll have Duncan bring a leaf my leaf, and I'll send the message? An official magus was the absolute cornerstone of a magus organization. Madeline had only joined Brute Cavern for a short time, but as long as she was still a wizard, they would not abandon her. After dealing with Madeline, the other prophecies that Maya saw were not very interesting. She also said that she had seen the new batch of talented people on the steam airship. Regarding this, no one said anything. Although talented people were also very important, it made no difference whether they knew about it earlier or later. Angor, on the other hand, kept an eye out. He was in need of more manpower recently, so he might as well look for talents. After Maya finished talking about the prophecies that she had seen, she continued to talk about the prophecies of the others at the conference. Of course, the ones that caught everyone's attention were about the attack on the Elysium Sanctuary, Sharice's castle, and the Void Coordinates. However, Rain was the only one who paid attention to these prophecies. The others didn't pay much attention to them since they were too far away from their current lives. Apart from those, there's another prophecy that came from the first speaker of today's meeting. Maya paused for a second. Everyone's expression became more solemn because they understood the significance of the first elder's words. If a prophecy wasn't important enough, it wouldn't be spoken first. It was the same for this stargazing day. The first speaker might not be the most important prophecy, but it was definitely important. Maya didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Dodoro and said, "I'll let you do the talking." Maya moved to the back and pointed the screen at Dodoro. This action stunned Ryan and the others on the other end. They all knew what this meant. The first speaker is Dodoro? Tree Spirit's voice was much sharper than usual. Maya nodded and relaxed a little. I was worried that Dodoro wouldn't be able to take the first speaker position. But he did a great job. Maya didn't praise Dodoro too much, but her great job was enough to prove that Dodoro's prophecy had won the position of first speaker. Rain and Tree Spirit were both surprised. They knew Dodoro's talent, but they didn't expect Dodoro to shine so brightly during the stargazing day as an apprentice. They had been using Dodoro as an excuse all this time, but now, he had become one of the main participants of the stargazing day. Did this mean that Brute Cavern would have two prophets who could help them during the stargazing day in the future? Rain's mind raced. He knew that having a permanent seat on the stargazing day would bring him more benefits than he could imagine. However, Rain didn't show it on his face. He still needed to see if Dodoro's prophecy was worth it. Even so, the way Rain looked at Dodoro was much more amiable. Dodoro didn't waste any time and led the conversation to the future he saw. Angor and Sunders didn't react to Dodoro's words, but Rain and Tree Spirit's expressions changed. Especially Rain, whose eyes were showing obvious changes. Angor could even see a strange glint in Rain's eyes. Was it really the Peach Heart Theater? Rain was doubtful at first, but as he listened to Dodoro's explanation and the illusions he saw, he became more certain. When Dodoro stopped talking, Tree Spirit confirmed, "It's the Peach Heart Theater." "What's that?" Angor asked curiously. "What's that, anyway?" Tree Spirit did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Maya. "Among the observers, there should be someone who knows about the Peach Heart Theater, right?" Maya nodded and told Rain about what Haste told her during the meeting. Haste is right. The Peach Heart Theater is a manifestation of the will of a top-level supernatural being, similar to the Time Thief. Tree Spirit said, the reason why these top transcendent beings can manifest their will is because they have their own goals. The Time Thief seeks the choices of all living beings. What the Peach Heart Theater wants is a perfect performance. When the requirements of these top-notch transcendents were satisfied, they would naturally give out satisfactory gifts. However, it was extremely dangerous to obtain benefits from these top-level life forms. The Time Thief, for one, could end one's future forever if he or she chose the right choice. The Peach Heart Theater was even more terrifying. You would either die or become an employee of the theater forever. The Peach Heart Theater is definitely not a good place. Tree Spirit's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. In his long life, he had witnessed the Peach Heart Theater coming to the southern wizarding region several times. Although it was said that the Peach Heart Theater was extremely dangerous, just like the Time Thief, everyone knew that it was dangerous on the surface, but there were always people who wanted to bet that they would be the rare winner. Every time, countless transcendents would rush into the Peach Heart Theater, but only a few would survive, and those who could walk out of the theater alive could be counted on one's fingers. A perfect performance? That was not just artistic perfection. It had to be at the level of a great consciousness. Why would someone who could reach such a level go to the Peach Heart Theater and risk his or her life? Rain agreed with Tree Spirit. The Peach Heart Theater may be tempting, but try not to get tempted. Like the Time Thief, he's a poison to your imagination. Obviously, Rain was talking to Angor and Dodoro. In Rain's opinion, both of them had great potential. They did not need to get involved in the Peach Heart Theater. After learning that the Time Thief and Peach Heart Theater belonged to the same category, Angor decided not to get involved. If he got involved in a game of chess between top-level supernatural beings, he wouldn't even be a chess piece. At most, he would be a piece of dust that could be blown away by a gust of wind. Speaking of which, try not to become a registered actor of the Peach Heart Theater. But you can watch their performances as an audience, said Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit suddenly changed the topic and said, the performances of the Peach Heart Theater are all grand events for newly registered actors to show their performances. Maybe these people's performances are not up to standard, but their performances will inspire the audience. Rain nodded. Yes. According to Brute Cavern's secret records, when the Peach Heart Theater was placed in the Azure Plane, a runemaster from the Origin world created a terrifying rune array on the stage. Although he still hasn't successfully registered as an actor of the Peach Heart Theater, the process of him constructing the Mageweth array was a feast for the eyes of the audience. Many Mageweth warlocks have gained a lot. Therefore, even if the performance at the Peach Heart Theater was not perfect, it was only the actors who were punished, not the audience. From a certain point of view, the audience was always the beneficiary. Ryan narrowed his eyes and looked at Dodoro. Are you sure the first ticket booth will appear in the Evernight continent? Dodoro nodded without hesitation, yes. The land of Evernight was, without a doubt, the Evernight Kingdom. Due to the descent of the dome, the population of the Evernight Kingdom had been greatly reduced. Almost no sorcerer organizations or sorcerer families remained in the Evernight Kingdom. Brood Cavern was the closest wizard organization to the Evernight Kingdom. Maybe we can use this as a pretext to control the ownership of the first ticket booth, Ryan said in a low voice. He did not elaborate on how Ryan was going to do that. Instead, he ended the conversation about the Peach Heart Theater. They had already talked about the Mahogany Theater. Besides, there were only a few of them, so they wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Ryan planned to pass on the news to all the core wizards in the organization later so that they could have a collective discussion and feedback. Now was not the time to talk about it. Ryan looked at Maya. Anything else from the stargazing day? Maya considered. Dodoro saw some, but he didn't mention them during the meeting. Maya stared at Dodoro for a while before she spoke. The prophecies were not very important, but they were not bad either. They were much more profound than the future fragments she saw. Once again, Rain looked at Dodoro. Ryan calmed himself down and smiled. Shall I leave the time to you again? After that, Dodoro spoke about 3 different visions of the future. Some of them were independent prophecies about the future, some of which were about the appearance of ancient ruins. From Ryan's point of view, he could infer a lot of things from the general trend, but he couldn't think of Dodoro's explanation in such detail. Ryan looked at Dodoro in a more friendly way. Apart from these 3 independent prophecies, Dodoro also added some additional information about other people's prophecies during the meeting. For example, during the meeting, Sarah mentioned that the Elysium Kingdom would be attacked. Dodoro also saw something related to it, but his version was more complete. Dodoro did not know the identity of the person who attacked the Elysium Kingdom. However, he knew that the person's goal was not to attack the Elysium Kingdom but to enter the Peach Heart Theater. This person was a level 3 Truthfinder wizard who was only half a step away from becoming a legend. He decided to enter the Peach Heart Theater and try his best to become a legend. That was why he returned to the southern region from a distant plane. The attack on the Elysium Kingdom was just a casual move. Dodoro also saw that a large number of people would come to the southern region in the near future. Some of them were returnees who left the southern region many years ago. Some were from other realms. Their goal was the Peach Heart Theater. When the Peach Heart Theater arrived in the southern region, it would be a grand event that would bring all kinds of supernatural beings to the southern region. Dodoro stopped talking after finishing his prophecy. Everyone fell silent. Dodoro's prophecy made up for some of Sarah's shortcomings. One had to know that innocent reader, Sarah, was one of the veteran observers. Perhaps Sarah didn't tell the whole truth at the meeting and hid some things from him. However, there was no doubt that Dodoro's prophecy was catching up with the observers. In Ryan's opinion, Dodoro's prophecy skills were even better than Maya's. The silence was not only a reaction to Dodoro's prophecy, but also a reaction to Dodoro's ability. The shock lasted for a long time before Ryan coughed twice to bring everyone back to their senses. Ryan did not praise Dodoro right away. Instead, he nodded at him with an appreciative look. Next, Ryan looked at Maya. There are no more prophecies, right? Maya came back to her senses and nodded. That's all for today's exchange. She looked at Angor with a regretful expression. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything about you. Angor shook his head. Angor shook his head and decided to be straightforward. Don't blame yourself. This is related to Floating Mech City. They sent several prophets to the stargazing day and contacted the observers. Maybe they can find something useful. At this point, Ryan was ready to end the communication with the signal tower. Before Ryan could say goodbye, Dodoro suddenly spoke again. I have something else to tell you, Mr. Pat. Dodoro's sudden words drew everyone's attention to Angor. Clearly, Dodoro wanted to talk to Angor alone. Angor wouldn't mind if this happened under normal circumstances. However, the leader of Brood Cavern, one of the 3 ancestor souls, and Angor's teacher were all here. Dodoro was trying to chase them away. Everyone looked at Dodoro with strange expressions. Dodoro did provide them with valuable information, and the man himself had a lot of potential. They wouldn't be angry, but they still felt uncomfortable. Maya rubbed her temples and gave Dodoro a stern look. She was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere when Dodoro interrupted her. Before Maya could speak, Angor spoke first. "You want to tell me about my request?" Dodoro's expression became more serious when he looked at Angor. He even nodded harder. Angor's eyes glowed. "You saw it?" Dodoro tilted his head and thought for a moment. "I saw some information about them." Angor grinned. "Then tell me." "You don't need to hide it. Everyone knows about it." Angor looked at everyone except Dodoro and explained in an apologetic tone. "Before Dodoro left for the stargazing day, I asked him to help me see if anyone from the Germinal organization was trying to harm me." Angor's explanation helped Dodoro to ease the awkward atmosphere. Tree Spirit was surprised. "You mean, Dodoro also predicted that the Germinal organization was trying to harm you?" Angor nodded. Actually, he would ask Dodoro himself if Dodoro didn't mention it. "You mean Dodoro saw the information?" Tree Spirit couldn't believe it. He looked at Dodoro and Maya, who was standing behind Dodoro. Even Maya didn't see it, but Dodoro did? "Did you tell Dodoro about the Germinal sect?" Sunders asked in a low voice. Angor shook his head. "No. I only showed him the Germinal organization's emblem." Sunders also showed a rare look of surprise. Dodoro didn't know anything about the Germinal sect. It was just a logo and a vague "will they harm Angor" sentence. Did Dodoro see it, as expected of a Provenance descendant? Sunders was glad that Dodoro was on their side. Also, Dodoro was a member of Phantom Island. Angor was Dodoro's guide, and Dodoro respected Angor, the person he respected the most. Phantom Island didn't lack fighters. What they lacked were functionally oriented people. Now, Angor and Dodoro had joined them. The future of Phantom Island would be infinitely bright. Rain was glad to see this happen. Phantom Island belonged to Brute Cavern, and the island's strength was a blessing to Brute Cavern. On the other hand, the other factions in the organization might be afraid, but this was not the time to consider. Under Angor's instruction, Dodoro began to explain what he saw. "I saw the emblem that my lord showed me in the future." Angor considered and decided to explain. "The emblem represents a faction called Germinal Organization." "Where did you see the Germinal Organization logo?" "In Brute Cavern." Dodoro's casual answer startled Tree Spirit. "People from Germinal Organization came to Brute Cavern? Who are they? When will they show up? Or have they already shown up?" Judging from Tree Spirit's series of questions, he was really surprised. Tree Spirit could observe everything in the mirror world. If Germinal Organization's followers still came to Brute Cavern, it would be his fault. Angor frowned as well. "Did you see their faces? Can you show them with light shadow?" Dodoro shook his head. "They were all wearing cloaks with Germinal Organization's emblem. I couldn't see their faces. In the image, they tried to enter the mirror world but failed. They even fought a big battle. Mr. Phantom also joined the fight, but they still escaped in the end." Dodoro's words were short, but they contained a lot of information. However, they didn't think too much about it. Instead, they waited for Dodoro to give them more information. Tree Spirit sighed in relief when he was sure that the Germinal Organization's followers didn't sneak in. "When did they come?" "I don't know. But when they came, it was a snowfield. Parmajai Highlands were covered in snow all year round, but it would only turn into a snowfield during the month of late autumn. There were still 1.5 months until the month of late autumn." If what Dodoro saw was from this year, would the Germinal Organization's followers show up in 1.5 months? If they came any later, it would be during the tea party. "Did you see anything else?" Dodoro shook his head. Dodoro didn't see much, but it was enough for him to infer a lot of information. "The Germinal Organization's followers have their eyes on you," Rain said confidently. "Germinal Organization's followers wouldn't come to Brute Cavern for no reason. There were only two possibilities. First, they wanted to spread their religion and expand their followers. But Brute Cavern was located in the middle of nowhere. No matter how stupid the Germinal organization's followers were, they wouldn't choose to spread their religion here. They must have noticed Angwar's presence during the incident at Floating Mech City. That's bad news. But it's not too bad. According to what Dodoro said, they sent a powerful wizard, which means they want to punish you by force, Rain said. Using violence to punish them means they don't really care about me. If that's the case, they won't use Loser's Arrow. Angwar feared Loser's Arrow the most. He didn't think he could be as lucky as Mayor Rosen. Since he didn't need to use Loser's Arrow, he had nothing to worry about. He might not be able to deal with the Germinal organization's followers, but he didn't need to face them head-on. As long as he avoided the Germinal organization's followers, they wouldn't be able to find him. Besides, he had Bloody Knight's protection. Even a prophet wouldn't be able to locate him. Unless there was a prophecy-type mysterious object like the Riddle of the Stars, or a legendary-level prophet wizard, there was no way to find him. Angwar didn't believe that they had something like the Star of Stars. If they did, they wouldn't have sent someone to locate Mayor Rosen's location. Furthermore, with how dangerous the Germinal sect was, if they had really gotten their hands on such a mysterious item, the source world would have long been in chaos. A crazy sect and a terrifying sect that could see the future were two completely different levels of response. There was no way. As for legendary prophets, he wasn't afraid of them at all. Back when he was crafting Crimson Knight's shelter, he received a special effect from the Time Thief's gaze. Even legendary prophets would not be able to see through him. It was a one-time effect. Therefore, even legendary prophets needed to make 2 prophecies before they could find him. Angwar didn't think he was powerful enough for the Germinal organization to send a legendary prophet to make 2 predictions. The Germinal organization believers probably didn't care about him at all. At most, they would hold a grudge against him, but they wouldn't go all out against him. Angwar believed that the best thing to do now was to stay away from them for now. Frost mentioned many times that the Germinal organization believers were a bunch of lunatics. They were not afraid of death. They believed that entering the chaotic rhythm of the Germinal organization would give them protection. As for normal people, if they were not strong enough to kill them instantly, they would see them entering the chaotic rhythm of the Germinal organization one by one in front of them. If they were not careful, they would be dragged into the chaotic rhythm of the Germinal organization. The Germinal organization was an unsolvable object. Their believers could be foolish, but others couldn't. Entering the rhythm of the Germinal organization meant death. Therefore, the best thing to do when facing these lunatics was to stay away from them as much as possible. If he really got targeted, he would have to stay away from them unless he had to fight them head-on. If even a legendary mystery hunter like Frost said so, Angwar knew what he had to do. He was nothing but a small fry on the long path of wizardry. But then he thought about something else. What about Brute Cavern? According to Dodoro's vision, the Germinal organization believers got into a fight with Sunders and were driven away. Considering how crazy the Germinal organization was, they might come for revenge. Angwar explained his thoughts and concerns. After Ryan finished listening, he said, "We still don't know how powerful the Germinal organization is, but if even Frost is afraid of them, they must be very powerful. Therefore, your choice to avoid conflict with the Germinal organization is correct." Rain was worried that Angwar might be impulsive because of his young age, but it seemed that the boy was more mature than Rain thought. "You don't have to worry about the conflict between them and Brute Cavern. As far as I'm concerned, we don't need to worry about that. Brute Cavern was able to stay strong for tens of thousands of years, which means we have a solid foundation. Now that we know about this from Dodoro, we'll have a better way to deal with it. Plus, Brute Cavern isn't the only place where Germinal worshippers show up in the southern region. The terror they caused in Floating Mech City was now in everyone's sight. By then, the entire southern region would have come to an agreement on how to deal with the Germinal organization. Even the Supreme Cult would join in. In that case, the Germinal organization will be driven out of the southern region. If it was just an evil sect, the sorcerer world would not necessarily work together. However, the Germinal sect was a sect that had eroded the power of the sorcerer world. Their vested interests could not be taken away by others, and they could turn against them at any time. Since the entire southern region and the world's consciousness were going to chase them out, the Germinal organization's fate was already sealed. I see. Angwar agreed with Rain. As long as he stayed away from the germinal organization, his superiors would take care of it. The news from Dodoro wasn't a good one, but it was still a relief to Angor. Even if the germinal organization found out about his disguise, he already knew about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed his appearance. As long as he stayed away from the germinal organization, his safety and freedom wouldn't be affected too much. I don't think there are any other prophecies, right? He looked at Dodoro on the other side of the screen. Dodoro hesitated for a moment. This moment of hesitation allowed the crowd to figure out what was going on. So Dodoro had another prophecy? I saw something else. Mr. Pat wasn't there, but I think it has something to do with you. A moment later, Angor put away the mini-signal tower and walked through a long corridor to reach the entrance of the ruin. This is it, Tree Spirit said as he looked at the slightly modeled door. The interior of the door was made of some kind of metal material. There were some runes on the bottom of the door, which were used for defense and mechanisms. However, they weren't activated yet. The runes used to come with the ruin, but they were turned off to make it easier to enter and exit the ruin. I tried to reactivate the runes when I sealed the ruin, but I didn't succeed. Maybe they're broken, so I just left them be. Is this the answer? Angor inspected the door. Mr. Tree Spirit can't activate the runes on the door because some of them are damaged and need to be repaired. However, the damage isn't too great. I reckon that it won't take long for it to be repaired. Rain nodded. Go ahead and see if this is the place Dodoro mentioned. The rest of you, come with me to Brute Cavern. Rain wanted to verify Dodoro's prophecy as well, but he still needed to discuss with the other wizards about what he learned during the stargazing day. Now that the first ticket booth of Peach Heart Theater had arrived at the Evernight Kingdom, they could do something about it before the other organizations realized what was going on. Rain and Tree Spirit left first, while Sunders was the last to leave. Before leaving, he asked Angor to go to the Dream Wasteland later. Angor guessed that Sunders wanted to discuss the future of the Dream Wasteland with Sunders. When Angor was alone in the dark corridor, he looked at the door again. Not long ago, Dodoro made another prophecy. The main character of this prophecy wasn't a person, but a gate covered in broken runes. According to Dodoro's description, it was an unusual prophecy filled with strange images. There was not a single person in the prophecy, only a door covered in broken runes that kept on repairing itself. From Dodoro's perspective, he could see many mysterious glowing runes growing out of the broken runes. Like sprouting vines, the runes continued to grow on the surface of the door and formed countless mysterious runes. In the end, all the runes were connected together and formed a complete magic array. Then, the image stopped, and the future fragment shattered. Dodoro watched the entire process. He didn't know what a magic array was, and he couldn't even remember the runes because they were too special. However, he knew that Angor was an expert in alchemy runes. That was why he was curious about the prophecy. His intuition told him that the future fragment might have something to do with Angor. After hesitating for a while, he decided to tell Angor about the prophecy. At first, Angor didn't pay much attention to it. Since Dodoro couldn't memorize runes, he couldn't figure out anything from them even if he saw how the runes were restored to their original form. Later, Sunders asked Dodoro to use a light shadow to show the future fragment. At first, Angor didn't think the prophecy was necessary. But when Dodoro did as Sunders asked and used light and shadow to show what he saw, everyone realized something was wrong. Although there was only one door in the entire picture, and this door was very ordinary, almost everyone present recognized the door the moment they saw it. That was because it was the entrance to the ruins. After confirming this, everyone realized that Dodoro's prophecy might have something to do with the hidden secret of the ruin. Maybe they could find the hidden room by fixing the runes on the door. After disconnecting the mini-signal tower, everyone came to the door. Angor was quite interested in the secret of the ruin. However, he was more interested in Dodoro right now. Before they disconnected the mini-signal tower, Dodoro glanced at Angor. It was a calm look, but Angor understood something. Dodoro seemed to have something else to say. When Dodoro was talking about the germinal organization, Angor told Dodoro not to worry about other people. However, Dodoro chose to keep it a secret because he didn't think it was the right time to talk about it. So what could this matter be? The only possible answers he could think of were either Dodoro's own secrets or something related to him. No matter which one it was, if they could silence Dodoro, they shouldn't be underestimated. It seemed that he needed to find a chance to talk to Dodoro alone. He did notice the runes on the door the first time he came to this place. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it because there were similar mageweths in most ruins. Generally, they had the effect of warning, defense, traps, and so on. In order to make it safer to enter and exit the ruins, it was a common choice to turn off the mageweth on the door. Because of this, Angor did not think too much about it. However, what he didn't expect was. Perhaps what he had overlooked was the key to everything. Angor didn't know what would happen to the door after the mageweth was repaired. Still, he believed that Dodoro's serious request might have something to do with the secret of the ruin. Angor put his thoughts aside for now and focused on the mageweth. He first gathered his mental strength into a thread and split it into two. One of the threads of mental strength covered the mageweth on the door. Although it was a broken mageweth, it was still necessary to shield the mageweth to avoid any mistakes. Another wave of mental strength picked up an extremely thin blade, and with the help of the phantom limb, slowly scraped off some powder from the broken mageweth. Next, he used a special pipette to place the powder into an hourglass with a detection rune on it. The hourglass began to emit a yellow light with a hint of green, and several circular ripples appeared on its surface. Number 38? Wait, there's a ripple. That's the number 1782. He recalled the content of the illustrated handbook of blood ink and mumbled to himself, so the one who drew the runes on the door used the blood of the brain whale. Brain whales disappeared from the open sea 200 years ago. They were all kept in captivity by Song of the Deep. It's not easy to get the precranial blood of the brain whale. It was difficult to get the whale's precranial blood, but Angor did not worry too much about it. As long as the effect of the liquid was similar to the blood of a brain whale, he could use a third party to fix the rune. However, such a solution required a large amount of materials, and it had to be prepared by an alchemist himself. If he added the cost of the alchemist, the solution might cost more than the blood of a brain whale. It wasn't worth it for a runemaster. But since Angor was an alchemist himself, it saved him a lot of trouble. Angor walked through the corridor and took out the illustrated handbook of blood ink from his study. He then went to his lab on the 3rd floor and began to read the blood that was similar to the blood of a brain whale. About half an hour later, he saw a picture of an eel carrying lava on its back. All the values are close. Fintail fire eel's blood should be able to replace the blood of a brain whale. Angor redid the calculation using the formula, and the result was the same as what he expected. He already had a fintail fire eel's heart. He got it from Breeze and Viking. Now that he had all the necessary materials, he began to prepare the blood ink for the fintail fire eel. While he was making the blood ink, the news about the stargazing day had already spread across the southern wizarding region through the signal towers. Most wizard organizations and most wizard families would have to wait until the latest issue of the Starliege Church's magazine was published before they knew what was going to happen on the stargazing day. However, most major organizations already knew what happened on the stargazing day. The two prophecies that attracted the most attention of the major wizard organizations were undoubtedly the Scene of Doomsday and the Mahogany Theater. They paid attention to the news of the Scene of Doomsday because all wizards were very sensitive to disaster prophecies. This was the prophecy they were most unwilling to see during the stargazing day. However, disasters were related to everyone's survival after all. Therefore, even if they did not want to see it, once a prophecy was released, it would still be the first to be discussed. Fortunately, almost everyone unanimously judged that the Scene of Doomsday this time was not in the southern region. Because the gods and evil spirits that appeared in it would not appear in the southern region. Since the southern region was not on the verge of doomsday, the sense of urgency was naturally reduced. Some wizard organizations were even secretly looking for the place where the doomsday occurred. Although the doomsday was terrifying, the wealth of disasters was real. Apart from the Scene of Doomsday, the most eye-catching prophecy was the arrival of the Mahogany Theater. On the stargazing day, most prophets actually knew nothing about the Mahogany Theater. However, when the news of the Mahogany Theater came back, this news immediately exploded. The Mahogany Theater was not a secret. It was just that it had not appeared in the southern region for too long, so everyone slowly forgot about it. When it appeared again, any wizard organization with a little bit of background could go back and search for relevant information. The Mahogany Theater was almost the same as the Time Thief. They were both the embodiment of the will of a top life form. Regarding the Time Thief, except for people like Sunders who had encountered it before, others were actually very envious. In their opinion, they might not be able to find the truth in the future. Therefore, there was no harm in giving some unnecessary choices to the Time Thief. They could also obtain some gifts and everyone would be happy. And the gifts of the Time Thief had always surpassed the era. Since the Mahogany Theater was comparable to the Time Thief, its gifts must be good. Moreover, unlike the Time Thief who had to choose the mark of potential, the Mahogany Theater was indiscriminate. No matter who you were, human or non-human, as long as you found the ticket hall and got the registration form, you would have a chance to become a registered actor. Although the mortality rate of actors was very high, the identity of an actor could attract countless geniuses and even half-legendary ones. It could be seen that the benefits an actor could obtain were also extremely shocking. As for those who wandered in the dark, as long as there was a trace of the fragrance of benefits, they would not hesitate to threaten death and come looking for the fragrance. Besides, if you're worried that being an actor might bring death, you can also become an audience member. Although the audience did not receive any great benefits, there was no danger either. This was also a very good choice. That was why news of the Peach Heart Theater had spread to the top of the pyramid of adepts almost instantly. The flames in the stargazing hall did not explode, but after the end of the stargazing day, they burned more and more fiercely. While they were paying attention to the Peach Heart Theater, the prophet wizard who had announced the arrival of the Peach Heart Theater had also attracted a lot of attention. It turned out that the prophecy of the Peach Heart Theater was not only made by the first person on the stargazing day, but also by an apprentice. This was the first time Dodoro's name was officially revealed to the wizarding world in such a domineering manner. Almost all the wizards remembered Dodoro's name. Not only because of Dodoro's prophecy, but also because Dodoro's name was easy to remember. As Netta once told him, a name that could leave a lasting impression was the best one to give it to someone. Even the City of Truth in the Nether Floaty Realm, which was widely recognized as the most powerful place in the wizarding world, was now paying attention to Dodoro. In a short time, Dodoro's name had surpassed the new generation of apprentices and officially entered the eyes of the wizarding world's leaders. Most of the supernovas who spent a lot of effort in the rising star matches were rarely remembered. Dodoro, on the other hand, shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. What was even more surprising was that the two most popular prophecies today were from Maya and Dodoro. Both of them came from Brute Cavern. Brute Cavern also had a super-dimensional wizard who was in the limelight recently. Almost every wizard who knew the inside story could see it coming. As long as nothing went wrong, Brute Cavern's development would be unparalleled in the next several hundred years. While the others were discussing, someone was also discussing something in the stargazing hall of Stargazer Temple. Maya is strong enough. As long as she chooses that path and moves into the Stargazer Temple, she'll surely become one of the observers. But this Dodoro, I really can't see through him. The speaker was a man wearing a whirlpool mask that only revealed his left eye. He was wearing a luxurious golden cloak and was sitting in the reflection of the stars above the hall. Although he had covered his face, almost all the magi in the southern region could recognize him just by looking at his whirlpool mask. One of the 18 observers, Twisted Whisperer, Soledar. Before he became an observer, Soledar was already famous in the southern wizarding region for his unruly and strange ways of doing things. He changed his title after becoming an observer, but he still referred to himself as Cryptic Prophet, which was his old nickname. His nickname was Human. The reason why Soledar was so mysterious was because he was an expert in all kinds of mysterious prophecies. Whether it was the evil spirit divination, the dark secret ritual, or the dark sorcerer's prophecy, they were all his specialties. Dodoro. An old voice came from the opposite side of Soledar. It was the master of Stargazer Temple and the leader of Stargazer Temple, Lupanai. Lupanai paused for a moment and said slowly, his identity is a bit strange. Strange identity? Does that mean he has an unknown origin? Soledar thought, could he be from the outer realm like Cord? Cord's full name was Cord Glittergold. His nickname was Creator of Illusions, and he was also one of the observers. It was said that his origin was strange, but the observers already knew that Cord was not from the southern wizarding region. He was from the western continent. No, he should be from the southern wizarding region. It's just that we can't predict where he came from. His past seems to be shrouded in fog. I've looked into it carefully. It's not his intention. There seems to be another power protecting him. This power might come from the world's consciousness. The world's consciousness? Solidar's voice came from behind the mask. Then he must be from the southern wizarding region. But who else could be protected by the world's consciousness other than the supreme cult? Wait, could it be? Solidar did not give an answer. Instead, he looked at Lupanai. The latter nodded. I'm not sure, but I think it's very likely. Solidar remained silent for a moment. If that's true, we need to protect this Dodoro. It's not up to us. Brute Cavern knows how valuable he is. Lupanai looked into the distance. Let's wait and see. When he becomes a real wizard, he'll ignite his ancestral altar. Then we'll see if Dodoro is really a descendant of that race. Both Lupwheel and Solidar stopped talking about Dodoro after they were done lamenting. Solidar spoke up after a moment of silence, speaking of which, Brute Cavern has always been quiet in Parmajai Highlands. I didn't think they'd become so famous recently. Speaking of Brute Cavern, Lupanai suddenly recalled something. I saw a strange fragment of the future in Riddle of Stars. I think it has something to do with Brute Cavern. What fragment? Lupanai immediately pictured an amazing supernatural city in his mind. When he was about to describe it, footsteps came from the entrance of the hall. Both Lupanai and Solidar turned around. 10 figures of different heights were slowly walking into the main hall. Lupanai and Solidal obviously recognized this group of people. They stopped talking, and Lupanai landed in front of everyone. Since everyone is here, let's talk about the main topic. About the germinal organization. The process of boiling blood ink was not complicated. What mattered was how to improve the quality of the blood ink and how to increase the output of certain energy at the end. There were more than 100 steps in these 2 steps, and the better the process, the more steps there would be. However, Angor did not care about the quality of the ink. Low-quality ink could be used as well. It was just that there was less room for mistakes when engraving runes. As for increasing the output, Angor did not care. He did not need the blood ink to make money anyway. As long as he had enough to repair runes, he was fine with it. By skipping the 2 most tedious steps, Angor was able to make the blood ink much faster. 2 hours later, due to the boiling of the blood ink, the laboratory had become steamy and misty. Glug, 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 a large amount of steam gushed out from the small chimney of the mana decomposition machine. The steam carried a strong fishy smell, which meant Angor did not spend too much effort on removing the impurities. At the same time, the illusion of a fire eel covered in lava appeared in the steam. Angor did not use the maximum amount of certain energy, which caused some supernatural properties to disappear. But even so, thick, dirty liquid was still dripping from the faucet of the dissolving machine. It was the blood ink of the fintail fire eel's heart. Angor took out a standard experimental glass bottle and poured the blood ink into the bottle, which was engraved with certain runes. In the end, he filled up 2 large bottles. For a rune sorcerer, making 2 bottles of blood ink from the heart of a fintail fire eel would probably make them vomit blood. Besides, it only took him 2 hours to complete the process. How many steps did he save? What a waste. But Angor did not mind. He had a lot of money, so he did not feel anything. In fact, if he did not spend some time mixing the blood ink with a third-party solvent, it would only take him 1.5 hours to complete the process. As far as he was concerned, 1 bottle was enough. 2 bottles would be worth it. After finishing the blood ink, Angor did not repair the runes immediately. Instead, he took out a piece of yellowed deerskin paper and a rune pen that could speed up engraving. He dipped the carving brush into the blood ink and quickly drew a magic pattern symbol that represented glimmer on the fragrant deerskin. When the rune was formed, the deerskin parchment seemed to be soaked in a layer of white moonlight. Then, as if it was being burned by a cold fire, the parchment slowly disintegrated into white spots of light and finally disappeared. He did this to test the effect of the blood ink from the fintail fire eel's heart. Fragrant deerskin paper was usually used to carry functional mageweths, but its ability to carry elemental glimmers would be much lower. However, the glimmers that were not drawn with fire element blood ink could still be carried by fragrant deerskin paper. As for the fire-type blood ink, the carrying capacity of the parchment would decrease according to the energy level of the blood ink. Fin-tailed fire eel heart blood ink was a fire-type blood ink. Angor's work was average, but it was still within the standard range of brain whale's blood ink. Angor was satisfied with the result. Medium quality. A bit low, but it's more than enough to fix runes. With that done, Angor headed to the entrance of the ruin with 2 large bottles full of blood ink. It was time to fix the runes on the door. However, when he was about to enter the door, he heard a series of thumping noises coming from the dark space. At the same time, something inside Angor's pocket began to glow. What was flashing was the silver gear button. Needless to say, it was the mini signal tower in the button that was making the dong 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 sound. 10 minutes later, Angor put the mini signal tower back into his pocket dimension. This time, it wasn't Maya who contacted him through the signal tower. It was Director Muse of the research department. Muse was not looking for Angor, but for Mr. Rain. Of course, he was looking for the germinal sex countermeasure. According to Muse, the observers of Starliege Church had sent him some information about the germinal sect. They were certain that the germinal sex believers were not limited to Rhone Kingdom and Paladova. In the future images the observers saw, there were traces of germinal sex believers in several places. Among them, there were a dozen countries on Fey continent, but that was already a small number. Most of the germinal sex believers were located overseas. There was even an island full of primitive people, which was already infiltrated by the germinal sect. However, similar to the situation in Paladova, the germinal sect's method of invading the southern region was still to start with ordinary people. So far, apart from Aline who accidentally got involved, no supernaturals were affected by the germinal sect. The influence of the germinal sex believers had yet to reach the supernatural world. Of course, there might be supernaturals who stumbled upon the germinal sex believers. However, since supernaturals never interfered with mortals, they probably wouldn't care too much about the germinal sect. At the current rate of development, the germinal sect would only reach the supernatural world in a few decades or even 100 years. However, once the supernatural world was affected, the germinal sect's influence would be unstoppable. Fortunately, luck was on their side. The city lord of Floating Mech City, one of the top figures in the southern region, Lawson, was attacked by Loser's arrow. This made all wizards realize one thing: the germinal sect was not a sick cat. It was a young tiger growing its teeth. The germinal sect's influence in the southern region was not strong enough yet. However, if they were allowed to grow, they would become a terrifying force in the future. Besides, they already knew about the germinal sect's believers' plans in the southern region, which allowed them to come up with many countermeasures in advance. If they allowed the germinal sect to expand their followers, they would be like maggots in the bones, which would be difficult to eliminate completely. However, things were different now. When the germinal sect was slowly expanding their influence, they could easily eliminate them without leaving any trouble behind. This was why Dean Muse hurriedly contacted Angor after receiving the news from the Observer, hoping to tell Rain about it. As long as all the major organizations in the southern region worked together, they could definitely uproot the germinal sect's roots from the southern region. Angor was more than happy to see this happen. Once the major organizations in the southern region went to war with the germinal sect, Angor would slowly disappear from the germinal sect's site, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. Therefore, Angor did not waste any time and immediately sent the message to Rain through Tree Spirit's clone in front of the ruin gate. It didn't take long for Tree Spirit's clone to open its eyes. Rain already knows. He's in a meeting right now and will come later to talk to Mayor Lawson and Dean Muse personally. Tree Spirit told Angor about Rain's message and said, as long as the major organizations work together, it won't be hard to get rid of the germinal organization. By then, you won't have to worry about being targeted by them. But before that, you might need to stay out of the limelight for a while. Angor understood this. He needed to calm himself down, so he didn't need to stay out of the limelight. Besides, he couldn't go out and cause trouble. After telling Angor about the germinal organization, Tree Spirit asked about Angor's progress. After confirming that Angor had not fully repaired the magic array, Tree Spirit asked Angor to inform him when he was done. Tree Spirit then disappeared. Tree Spirit was in a hurry to go back and listen to Rain's gossip. Angor returned to the ruin with a much more relaxed expression. As far as he was concerned, the germinal organization was no longer a threat to him. He just needed to stay out of the way until the major organizations worked together to get rid of the organization, and he would have nothing to worry about. He wouldn't have to wait for too long. The longer he waited, the more unfavorable the situation would be for the southern wizarding region. Angor estimated that both sides would enter a stalemate within the year. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by the germinal organization. In a relaxed mood, Angor picked up his ink and engraving pen and began to fix the broken runes on the door. Angor was so immersed in the process that he didn't feel time passing. Also, because of his good mood, his work was much more efficient than expected. The next day, when morning star rose from the dark night and gave the first light of a new day, Angor's work was finally done. When the last corner of the door was completed, the red runes on the door began to glow faintly. The glow lasted for about half a minute. It went from intense red to faint and finally became colorless. Then, it was reflected on the runes. When the glow faded away, the runes on the door and the door seemed to fit together. It was as if the densely packed magewefts were naturally grown on the door and not carved on it. Angor used Narda's vision to perform a comprehensive inspection on all the runes. After making sure that all the stripes were perfectly balanced and the energy flow in the circuit was normal, he sighed in relief. By now, he was sure that the magic array on the door had been fixed. Now, he only needed to inject energy into the trigger mageweft to activate the magic array. However, he did not activate the rune right away. Instead, he stretched his back and carefully studied the runes. Satisfied with his achievement, he walked out of the ruin. Of course, he was going to find Tree Spirit. He could activate the magic array on his own, but he still called Tree Spirit over just in case. If something went wrong, Tree Spirit could inform Rain as soon as possible so that Angor would not be in danger. A moment later, Tree Spirit's clone and Angor entered the ruin together. Tree Spirit was very excited. He couldn't move his body and rarely participated in adventures and explorations. It was rare for a relic with a secret to appear in the radiation range of his mind, so he was naturally very curious. Now that he was very likely to get the answer at the gate, how could he not be excited? The magic array is perfectly repaired. Even a runemaster won't be able to find anything wrong with it, said Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit also inspected the magic array. Although he didn't know how to draw magewefts, he could tell if the magic array was good or bad with his eyes. Shall I activate it? Angor moved to activate the trigger mageweft. Wait, I'll do it. Tree Spirit stopped Angor, not because he was worried about Angor's safety, but because he wanted to solve the mystery of the ruin as soon as possible. Angor nodded and stepped aside. Although Tree Spirit had obtained the right to activate the magic array, he did not immediately activate it. Instead, he tossed a leaf into the air. The leaf turned into countless green light vines in the air, like budding tree branches. The vines quickly traveled along the corridor and into every room in the ruins. These green tendrils were Tree Spirit's tentacles, which allowed him to check his surroundings in real time. The reason why the Tree Spirit covered the entire ruin with the light was to see if there would be any changes in the interior of the ruin after the mageweft on the door was activated, and if the hidden room would be opened. After making sure everything was correct, Tree Spirit nodded to Angor, and the tendrils slowly moved toward the trigger mageweft. As Tree Spirit poured his energy into the trigger mageweft, the dim magic array instantly lit up. The magic array was successfully activated. Both Tree Spirit and Angor were looking forward to seeing what would happen next. Tree Spirit also spread his consciousness over every single strand of light, just in case something happened. However, to their surprise, nothing happened. No, there was nothing strange. As Angor thought, the magic array was a defensive one. It was successfully activated, but it was only for defense. As long as it wasn't attacked, it would remain passive. Could it be that we need to trigger a mechanism to activate it? Tree Spirit looked at the glowing magic array on the door and asked, Mr. Tree Spirit, are you saying that a thief broke into the ruin and triggered the mechanism, and the ruin didn't retaliate? Instead, it opened up the hidden room? Tree Spirit said, maybe the hidden room is very dangerous and it's meant for thieves to break in. If the hidden room is dangerous, there shouldn't be a way out, Angor said. He already guessed that there was a hidden passage, so he was sure that the hidden room had an exit. Anyway, let's give it a try. Tree Spirit still wanted to see what would happen. Angor considered and walked to the magic array. I checked the trigger mageweth carefully when I repaired it. It's dangerous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Let me check it again. Angor crouched down and studied the patterns on the door again. He wasn't trying to fix the trigger mageweth. Instead, he was looking at the remaining ones. Tree Spirit didn't say anything when he saw how serious Angor was. He just stood behind Angor and waited for him to finish. Angor reached out a finger and traced the patterns in the air. Time ticked by. When Angor reached a corner of the pattern, he suddenly paused. This place seems to have repeated a linking mageweth? Angor frowned and stared at the strange rune more carefully. Tree Spirit also heard Angor's words. Tree Spirit didn't know how to draw runes, but he knew a thing or two about them. A connecting rune was a rune that connected different runes together. It didn't have any meaning on its own, but it served as a connecting link. It was an essential part of every rune drawing process. Although it was essential, it was often neglected because a large number of connective mageweths would appear during the drawing of mageweths. Moreover, it was meaningless. Judging from Angor's tone, Tree Spirit seemed to have overlooked a connecting rune as well. Now that he took a closer look, Tree Spirit realized that the connecting rune was duplicated. What did the repetitive connective mageweths represent? Tree Spirit tried his best to come up with an answer. But before he could figure it out, he heard Angor's whisper again. Oh, I was wrong. It's not a duplicate. Tree Spirit didn't know what to say. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up. This extra corner can't form a connecting rune. Maybe it's a rune that's connected to something else? Then, is it a functional rune? If it's a functional rune, then it must be useful. Angor looked a little excited. The defensive rune is already complete. This rune has nothing to do with the defensive rune. It's an independent functional rune. Maybe it's the answer we've been looking for? Angor mumbled to himself for a while. Then he sat down on the ground with his legs crossed and took out a piece of deerskin paper. Tree Spirit heard Angor's words as well. But this time, he didn't follow Angor's words. Instead, he simply listened without saying anything. Runes weren't his area of expertise, and it was a waste of time to study them. Tree Spirit leaned against the wall and focused his mind on the hall inside the Tree of Eternity. Since Angor wasn't going to finish it soon, Tree Spirit decided to check Rain's plan. Within the great hall of logs brimming with life force, Rhine and the others were quickly discussing their future plans. Rhine had finished his prophecy on the stargazing day. They were now discussing the one thing he valued most during the stargazing day, the Mahogany Theater. The reason why Rhine paid so much attention to it was naturally because the first ticket booth of the Peach Heart Theater had appeared in the Evernight Kingdom. It was very close to Brute Cavern. According to historical records, the Peach Heart Theater is not too far away from the location of the first ticket booth. Maybe the Peach Heart Theater itself will appear in the Evernight Kingdom or near the Evernight Kingdom. Therefore, this is an opportunity for us. Wallace said, Mr. Rhine, you mean, Brute Cavern already had a great reputation in the southern region, but it was not the same for Brute Cavern. However, the Mahogany Theater would not only attract people from the south. Rain wanted to increase Brute Cavern's influence among the other wizards. With the right to speak, there would be a lot of room for manipulation. For example, the powerful adepts of the 4 major adepts who came to the southern region might have special magical materials with them. As long as they could seize the right to speak and prove their authority, they would be able to start a small trade fair and become the decision-makers of the trade fair. The benefits involved in this were much greater. Of course, Rhine still valued Brute Cavern's reputation more than anything else. Still, he could earn a lot of otherworldly materials by using the Peach Heart Theater as an opportunity. The others also understood Rhine's intention after a moment of silence. Wallace nodded. Yes, it is. If we can control the Peach Heart Theater well, it will become a grand event for all the wizards from the 4 major adepts. Although the Peach Heart Theater might not stay in the southern region for too long, and perhaps the so-called grand event was just a flash in the pan, it did not matter. Once the right to speak was seized, the impact would not be limited to just 1 or 2 times. I agree with Mr. Rhine, Wallace muttered. Wallace paused for a moment before muttering, who knows, this might even improve Seagull Academy's reputation. Seagull Order Academy was a branch of Brute Cavern created by Wallace. The others all agreed with him. After all, this was a good opportunity to see the benefits. However, there were also people who were worried. This was because the people from the 4 sorcerer worlds who would come to the Mahogany Theater would need to travel a long distance in a short period of time to reach the southern region. This was not a simple matter. Although there were some shortcuts that could be used, these shortcuts to the southern region required great strength to pass through. For example, the Abyss Phase Door. In other words, wizards from other regions who came to the Peach Heart Theater were all very powerful. However, great power also brought unknown risks. Rhine also considered this. No matter how strong they won't be at the legendary level. As long as they are not legendary, Brute Cavern should be able to deal with them. Indeed, there were risks involved. However, they would not bring their entire family to the southern region. Brute Cavern was the local tyrant in the southern region. It would be difficult for 1 or 2 people to shake up Brute Cavern's foundation. No one objected after hearing this. The next step of the meeting was to discuss how to secure the right to speak. After the discussion, several steps were basically confirmed. First, they had to eliminate the danger. After all, the Evernight Kingdom was not safe at the moment. The first step was to build a safe island inside the Evernight Kingdom. This was also the most important step. Brute Cavern was probably the only organization that could set up a safe zone in the Evernight Kingdom in a short time. The other organizations were either too far away or too weak. The safe zone was the reason why they could have such a bright future. The second step was to establish the rules of the safe island and set up a trade market. Or rather, a wizard market led by Brute Cavern. The third step was to secure the right to speak. There were only 3 steps, but there were many ways to simplify them. It would not be easy to carry them out. But at least they had a good idea of the future. The next step was to arrange the personnel for each step. When Tree Spirit heard this, he did not continue listening. First of all, the content was not important. Second of all, Angor's calculations finally stopped after half a day. So this is an independent rune. Angor held the deerskin paper in his hand and looked at it in awe. It was the first time he saw an independent rune grafted onto a complete defensive rune. He had never seen such a technique before. It was his first time seeing it, but he could see that the independent rune and the defensive rune were in perfect harmony. They did not interfere with each other, and they were independent of each other. Even if the independent rune was completely destroyed, it would not affect the defensive rune because they were 2 separate entities. However, they could not be considered as 2 different types of runes because they shared the same trigger rune. It was like an external device attached to a complete magic array. Not only would it not affect the array, but it also had its own function. A perfect design that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It was not a difficult design technique to understand, but to be able to come up with an independent mageweth that was attached to the mana array, it showed how imaginative the person who carved the mageweth was. If this was an original design, then the creator must be a genius. Even after so many years, he still felt as if he was looking at a towering mountain when he saw the ancient runes. Angor sighed in amazement. He could not help but admire the strange rune. However, Tree Spirit could not wait any longer. When he heard that Angor had solved the puzzle, he could not help but urge him. Angor also wanted to see the effect of this functional rune, so he adjusted his mood after a few minutes of sighing. He took out the blood ink and engraving pen he prepared earlier. Earlier, he only did some calculations on the fragrant deerskin paper and did not actually draw the rune. Now, he needed to fix the last independent rune. This time, the carving speed was very fast. Angor lifted his pen in less than 2 seconds. It was only a short time, but the independent rune was successfully reconstructed. The independent rune itself was not badly damaged. It only lacked 1 stroke. Even a professional rune warlock could finish it. Anyone who knew a little about runes could do it. The independent rune structure was simple and barely damaged, which was why Angor neglected this part. He was focusing on the defensive rune and did not notice this flaw at all. With that done, he took 2 steps back to give Tree Spirit some space. He could see that Tree Spirit was interested in the ruin, so he gave the right to activate the rune again. Tree Spirit did not hold back. He rubbed his palms excitedly, and a green light extended from his palm and touched the trigger mageweth in the magic array. The magic array glowed faintly as more energy was injected into it. This time, Tree Spirit sensed that something was different. Now you can choose which function to activate. One is defense, and the other is unknown. Tree Spirit received such feedback from the light. That unknown function should be related to this independent rune, Angor said. Tree Spirit's voice was filled with excitement. What will it do? Will it open the door to the hidden room? Angor did not answer this time. When he was repairing the independent rune, he carefully observed it and found that the main pattern of the rune represented light. Runes meant light, which meant brightness, darkness, dawn, guidance, recovery, and so on. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out how light could open the door to the hidden room. Could it be that the hidden room was hidden in darkness and needed a special light to open it? It was hard to understand, but Angor still did not believe that the independent rune could open the door to the hidden room. As for the specific effect, he would have to wait and see. Tree Spirit made up his mind. Using the light, he bypassed the defense function and activated the unknown function he had been waiting for. As the unknown function was activated, the magic array suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. At the same time, mist of various colors spread out from the center of the magic array. It was as if there was a monster that had been shackled by the magic array on the door. Now that they had unlocked the monster's seal, it was struggling to escape its shackles and get out of the magic array. However, neither Angor nor Tree Spirit showed any signs of fear. That was because they didn't sense any danger. The light mist that had broken free wasn't a monster, and didn't show any signs of attacking. Instead, it was more like a special illusion spell. Through the distribution of different colors, the mist was creating an illusion. The different colors of the mist were arranged together, and soon, an illusion-like image appeared in front of them. Although it was called an illusion, it did not contain any illusion nodes. It was simply a three-dimensional image created by the mist. What was created was a static image. It was a map of the ruin. To be more precise, it was a three-dimensional map with the name of each room marked on it. At this moment, it was rotating 360 degrees horizontally, displaying every space on the map in front of them. Angor and Tree Spirit immediately noticed something strange when they saw the map. The rooms marked on the map were the same as the ones they explored. However, there was one place where there was an unknown space. Both Angor and Tree Spirit looked at the location at the same time, the second underground floor of the ruin. It was the room where Angor spent most of his time in the ruin. The study. On the map, the study was not called a study. It was labeled as a bedroom. This reminded them of Tezaro's comment on the door, "I don't need a bedroom. I just need a study where no one can disturb me." Bedroom. According to their previous judgment, Tezaro had changed the words on the door of the study later on. They speculated that Tezaro had discovered something. As it turned out, Tezaro really did discover something. The study was not a study. According to the original owner of the ruin, this place was a bedroom. Actually, it did not matter whether it was a study or a bedroom. It was just a name. However, what they were most concerned about was that this room labeled as a bedroom was not the only one. There was another room that was about the same size as the bedroom and was closely adjacent to the bedroom. Is this the hidden room? Inside the bedroom on the second floor of the ruin. Or rather, inside the study. Angor and Tree Spirit were standing in front of a wall covered in mottled runes. On both sides of the wall were the bookshelves they moved away. Behind this wall should be the hidden room shown on the map. Angor reached out a hand to touch the wall and sent his spirit power into it. But just like everywhere else in the ruin, his spirit power couldn't go any further after reaching about 1 meter into the wall. Angor withdrew his spirit power and looked at Tree Spirit. "Mr. Tree Spirit, since we know the hidden room is behind this wall, can we just break it open?" Angor asked because he already thought about breaking the wall. But Tree Spirit told him that the ruin was located in the void. Since the ruin could hover in the void for a long time without being affected by void energy and void creatures, the outer layer of the ruin must have some special properties. In other words, the ruins were an integrated structure. Any damage to the integrity of the ruins would directly expose the ruins to the void, making it easier to become a target for the void creatures. Besides, it was very difficult to destroy such a ruin. Therefore, Angor's suggestion to break the wall was rejected. But since there was a hidden room behind the wall, breaking it wouldn't affect the outside world. That was why he suggested breaking the wall and searching for clues. Tree Spirit shook his head. According to the map, the hidden room is adjacent to the study, but they aren't close together. There's a large empty space between them, which is still void. Otherwise, your spiritual power will directly pass through the wall, and you won't be stopped. In other words, breaking the wall wasn't a good idea. Unless Angor chose to abandon the ruin and let it drift in the void, he could still destroy it. However, a ruin that could stay hidden in the void would require a lot of materials. Angor didn't think it was worth it to give up the ruin for a hidden room of unknown value. However, without destroying the ruins, it would be very difficult to find the hidden room. Angor shook his head. I thought I could find the ruin by fixing the runes on the door. But I still can't find anything. Tree Spirit heaved a long sigh and said, now that we have the clue and the location of the hidden room, what's the use? Without the correct way to enter, it's better to have no clue at all. At least we don't have to look forward to it. After sighing with emotion, Tree Spirit turned around and walked towards the door. I'm going to check the map again. Tree Spirit wanted to see if there were any missing clues on the map. Angor followed them. When they left the study and closed the door, they saw the bronze plate on the door again. Tezaro's ridicule was displayed in flamboyant flowery words in front of him. I don't need a bedroom, but I want a study where no one can disturb me. So Tezaro modified the door before he left the ruin. Did he find the map hidden in the runes on the door? Tree Spirit shook his head. Definitely not. If he really went in, Tezaro would have told us. As they talked, they walked towards the entrance of the ruins. The 3D map at the entrance was still glowing and rotating slowly, fully displaying every room in the ruins. They carefully observed for a long time, their gazes focused on the hidden room. He also noticed that Tree Spirit was telling the truth. The study and the hidden room were separated by a wall, but there was a blank space in between, which represented the void. The hidden room was not connected to the study. Therefore, it was highly likely that they could enter the hidden room through short-distance teleportation. This was the same as what they had deduced before. It was similar to how the knight's armor appeared in the corridor out of nowhere. There was no other way to do it except for spatial displacement. But they didn't see any runes related to teleportation in the ruins. Tree Spirit sighed and shook his head. There's nothing we can find. Looks like the knight's armor is the only way to get into the hidden room. Angor knew that the knight's armor might contain some clues, but the runes on it were too broken. There were too many magic arrays that could be combined into one, which made it extremely difficult to repair. They felt like they were stuck in a maelstrom again. Forget it. I can't think of anything. Tree Spirit stood up and pushed open the door of the ruins. He walked straight to the tree avatar at the door and said, I'll go back and talk to Rhine and see if he has any ideas. If not, we'll leave it for later. Tree Spirit's glowing spirit body melted into the tree and disappeared. Angor rubbed his temples and closed the door with a regretful look. Ocean Theater, Dream Wasteland. Angor sat on the empty seat with his brows knitted together. He only regained his senses when the dancing musical notes began to surround his ears. He looked up at the stage. John was already on the stage, sitting in front of a black and white piano with his hands fluttering in the air. John was playing a piece that Angor had never heard of before. It was a leisurely piece, like a gentle breeze blowing on the calm surface of the sea. It was simple and peaceful, but just like the sea itself, there was endless power hidden within. Angor applauded when the piece was finished. John also walked down from the stage with a smile on his face. I don't think I've heard this before. It's the first movement of Sailor Trilogy. Boboda taught it to me a few days ago, and I'm still not very good at it. According to Boboda, his people created it. John sat down next to Angor and sighed. It's quiet, but I can feel the power contained in it. Boboda's people are very talented in music. I'm sure they're masters of music. This world's interpretation of music is just as good as Earth's. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet such a great musician. Angor didn't know what to say. Of Bobota's people, only Dodoro was still alive. As far as Angor knew, Dodoro didn't know how to play the piano. Bobota's people must be the ancestors of the Provenance race. Angor didn't know what to say about the Provenance race, so he decided to change the topic. Where's Bobota? He and Leon went to the Colosseum in the south of the city. Angor was surprised by the answer. Huh? My brother is there too? When did he get together with Bobota? Freud told him to find Bobota. Angor finally understood what was going on. Leon had been studying bloodline cantrips recently. Since he was doing it on his own, he had a lot of questions about it. He could ask Xylem and the other apprentices in Brocade Tavern, but none of them were bloodline masters. Nausicaa, the only one who studied bloodline, had left Floating Mech City. That was why Leon came to the Dream Wasteland and asked Freud to help him answer these questions. Freud knew a little about bloodline cantrips, but he was only a dream manipulator. He didn't know much about them, so he recommended Leon to go to Bobota. Bobota knew that Leon was Angor's brother, so he was willing to teach him everything he knew. Whenever Leon came to ask about Bobota, Bobota would stop what he was doing and take him to the Colosseum to teach him. John was interested in the research of the Mother Tree Network, but he cared more about Leon's future training. Whenever Leon came, John would let Bobota teach him. Angor felt a little guilty after listening to John's explanation. He was so focused on improving himself that he forgot that Leon's teacher wasn't with him. If Leon wanted to progress further on his bloodline path, he needed the right guidance. Angor was willing to spend some time to teach his brother the right thing to do, but he wasn't strong enough to do so. He couldn't really teach Leon because he was basically a stranger to bloodline magic tricks. He might not even be as good as Freud. Angor believed that Sunders knew something about bloodline cantrips and spells. But he couldn't ask Sunders to teach Leon. Even if he did, Sunders would probably refuse. It seemed that Bobota was the only one who could help Leon for now. But it wasn't something that could last forever. Now that Bobota had become a resident of the Dream Realm, he couldn't control virtual mana even if he had it. In other words, Bobota was no different from a mortal. Although he had the knowledge, he still lacked the ability to perfectly display the extraordinary power of bloodline cantrip. Why don't I recruit some bloodline apprentices through the mission hall to be Leon's mentors? It just so happens that the Mother Tree Network research also needs to recruit some talents. As he mumbled to himself, the door of the theater was suddenly pushed open. Warm sunlight poured into the dim seats through the door, illuminating the room with a peaceful light. Leon and Bobota walked in through the open door. Lion's hair was wet, and his face and forehead were covered with sweat. Obviously, he had gone through a high-intensity training. Your muscles won't remember anything when you train here, but your brain will. You have to go back to reality and train before your memory is erased. Turn that memory into experience. Bobota explained his experience to Leon as they walked. Leon was still confused when Bobota's voice stopped abruptly. When he looked up, he saw Angor standing not far from him. Leon quickly went to greet Angor with a happy smile. Angor. Leon was very happy. He wanted to give Angor a hug, but he couldn't because of the seating arrangement. Leon sat on the other side of Angor. Bobota wanted to leave, but Leon kept talking about Bobota's training, so Bobota decided not to leave. Instead, he chose to sit at the back of the class. I asked Freud, and he told me that you've been training in seclusion for a while now, so I'm not sure if you're still alive. Did you come here because you're done with your training? Angor shook his head. Not yet. My professor asked me to wait for him because he has something to tell me. But I don't think he's here yet. I'm tired, so I came to the theater to rest and wait for him. When Leon heard this, he said embarrassedly, Did I disturb your rest? Angor chuckled. Nope. Chatting is a good way for me to relax. John suddenly spoke up, I noticed something when I was playing. Is there something bothering you? Angor noticed John's worried look. Angor was a little surprised. He realized that John might be worried about him because of his personal emotions. Maybe John was playing sailor to soothe Angor's worries with music. There's something bothering me. But it's nothing serious. Angor didn't hide anything and told John about what happened in the ruin. He didn't want John to worry too much. John relaxed a little after hearing Angor's words. He thought something bad had happened to Angor, but he didn't expect Angor to be in trouble. It wasn't a big deal if Angor was only worried about not being able to solve the mystery. Now that he was no longer worried, John listened to Angor's explanation with great interest. When Angor used his nightmare illusion to create the scene, John felt as if he was also a part of it. John tried to help Angor by trying to figure out the secret. Unfortunately, John knew too little about supernatural powers. His experience of deciphering the secret chamber on Earth did not help him at all. In the end, John shook his head and sighed. It's too complicated. Are all puzzles in the wizarding world this complicated? Leon listened to the whole process and had no clue. He followed Chown's words and said, "It's indeed very complicated. If it's simpler, perhaps I can help." John glanced at Leon. "With your brain, you won't be able to help even if it's simple." Leon glared at John. The latter spoke in a soft tone, "If you don't like it, come to the library later. As long as you can do the math paper I gave you." Before John could finish, Lion had already withered. John sighed. Angor could do these papers when he was 10. So you think you can solve something that even Angor can't? They're two different things. We're not thinking at the same level. Leon wanted to argue, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. Angor was watching John and Leon tearing each other apart with a smile. He was too familiar with this kind of drama. It had been like this for more than 10 years, and he missed it a little. But as he listened, he suddenly thought of something. But before Angor could grab the light, it was already gone. Angor didn't know what it meant, but he sensed something. Did he miss something? Before he could think about it, he received a message in his mind space. Attention! The marked reporter has entered the dream wasteland. After leaving the Ocean Theater, Angor followed the path to Pat Manor. When he pushed the door open, he saw Sunder sitting in front of his desk with his eyes closed. However, it was only Sunder's body that remained still. An energy vortex was forming around him. It was an energy vortex created by illusion nodes. Illusions were appearing and disappearing around Sunder's. One moment, it was a towering mother tree that reached into the clouds. Another moment, it was a dream sprite in all shapes and sizes. Next, it was a boundless forest that stretched to the horizon. Next, it was a barren land. It was a beautiful scene. Sunders was using a basic cantrip to make it look like a real spell. Yes, Angor could tell that it was a basic cantrip, a basic illusion spell. But Sunders was able to make it look like a flower. It was almost as if Sunders was preparing a powerful spell. As a matter of fact, he was now able to make basic illusions as realistic as real ones. However, Angor was still far from being able to destroy the illusions as easily as Sunders did. About 2 minutes later, the illusion vortex around Sunders slowly disappeared, and he finally opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he nodded at Angor and asked him to wait for a moment. He used his spirit power to pick up a pen and began writing on the paper. The floating pen immediately moved on its own, quickly writing out rows of words on the blank paper. Sunders looked up. I saw Tree Spirit rushing to the meeting hall and whispering to Mr. Rain. "Did you solve the mystery of the ruin?" "Not yet. I don't know anything about it yet. But I'm sure there's a hidden room in the ruin." Next, Angor told Sunders about how he repaired the runes on the door and created a 3D map. With the help of illusions, Sunders could see the map more clearly. No wonder Tazaro said the study is a bedroom. So there's a story behind it. Sunders also felt a little regretful about this. As Angor said, they did not make any progress despite knowing that there was a hidden room in there. Even if he knew that the hidden room and the study were side by side, the way to enter the hidden room might not necessarily be from the study. If their progress was quantified, before they discovered the 3D map, their progress in finding the hidden room was 0%. With the 3D map, their progress would increase by 1% at most. This was because the 3D map only told them that there was a room. They still had to find the real way to enter. They had already confirmed the existence of this room, so there was almost no difference in their progress. I'll take a look at the map with my own eyes later. Hopefully, there will be some progress. Sunders changed the topic and talked about the germinal organization with Angor. He already knew what Mr. Muse told Angor, so he began to talk about it. What Sunders said was basically the same as what Angor had in mind. Since the major sorcerer organizations in the southern region had already discovered the movements of the germinal organization before they could wreak havoc in the southern region's sorcerer world through the stargazing day, it would be much easier to completely eliminate these cultists. Once the major sorcerer organizations united together and officially launched an operation against the germinal organization, the germinal organization's believers would be too busy to care about Angor. When the germinal organization's enemies spread across the entire world, they would not pay attention to an insignificant person in this world. Once the war began, Angor would no longer need to hide. After hearing Sunders' opinion, Angor also expressed his own opinion, which happened to coincide with Sunders'. Sunders looked at Angor with admiration. Looks like you're becoming more and more like a wizard when it comes to danger awareness. Since Angor already had such a big vision, Sunders did not say anything more. When this topic was put out, the pen that had automatically written the letter happened to fall on the table with a thud. Angor glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. It was just a quick glance, but with his current memory, he could read most of it. Sunders did not write it in private, and he did not plan to hide it either. Therefore, he did not feel guilty even though he saw the content. The notebook was about Sunders' experience in using illusions, as well as the progress of building the virtual mana framework. The report was voluminous, and it took up a whole article. The content was too obscure. Most of it was about the flaws of the current energy system, and the errors that needed to be fixed after the system was upgraded. The last row showed a conclusion: virtual mana framework was at 78%, and the system would be upgraded in 5 days. He didn't understand the whole thing, but he did know the conclusion. 5 days later, Sunders would do a major upgrade to the basic framework of his mind space. By then, he would be able to store more virtual mana in his mind space, and he would be able to use more advanced cantrips. Now, he could only work on level 0 cantrips and basic cantrips. Sunders let Angor read the whole thing without explaining anything. The conclusion was clear enough. When Angor looked away from the notebook, Sunders slowly put it away and looked at Angor. You know why I asked you to come here, right? Sunders' expression did not change, but Angor could tell from his tone that it was time to get to the main point. Is it because of the dream wasteland? Angor asked without hesitation. He already thought about it. Earlier, when Tree Spirit was complaining to Rain about the tea party not being held inside the Tree of Eternity, Sunders gave Angor a meaningful glance. Based on the current situation, Angor could tell that Sunders was trying to do something to the tea party. Even Rain had to give in about the tea party. Why would Sunders want to do something about it? And where could he find a place to do something about it? Angor quickly came up with an answer. The Dream Wasteland. Only the Dream Wasteland could provide such a vast space. Only the Dream Wasteland could provide all kinds of beautiful fantasies to satisfy the tastes of all kinds of witches. But the Dream Wasteland was still closed. Angor already knew the answer. Sunders' meaningful glance meant that the Dream Wasteland was going to be opened. Yes. But you're the one who made the decision. Sunders looked at Angor. What about you? What do you think about it? You're going to open the Dream Wasteland during the tea party, sir? Yes, it's a very good opportunity, Sunders did not deny it. Angor frowned. I agreed to open the Dream Wasteland because it's always been part of our plan, so it's not a problem. But isn't it a bit too much to open the Dream Wasteland during the tea party? So, what's your plan? Sunders did not answer the question directly. Instead, he asked about Angor's plan. If we're really going to open the Dream Wasteland, I think we should test it on a small scale first. We should limit the participants to people we know, such as wizards from Brute Cavern, and some close friends. After the test is done, we can open the wasteland gradually. Sunders nodded. I agree with you. However, my so-called opening of the Wilderness of Dreams at the tea party is not as comprehensive as you think. Just like how Leona hoped that Tree Spirit could open up a space inside the Tree of Eternity, do you think all the witches who participated in the tea party could enter it? Angor listened to Sunders' words and continued to think. The inner space opened up by the Tree Spirit would definitely be connected to the pool of life inside the Tree of Eternity. The pool of life was the core of the tree of eternity. The pool of life was the core of the tree of eternity. The life aura that had been there for tens of thousands of years was extremely dense. For supernatural beings, the pool of life was even more important. Even the aura released by the pool of life could be used as magic materials. Therefore, Sunders couldn't allow all the witches in the tea party to enter such an important place. No. Only some of the witches will be able to get in. Correct. If Tree Spirit really did open up a space inside the wasteland, only the most powerful and influential witches will be able to get in. It was similar to Grey's Barbie's restaurant. Gold, silver, and bronze cards were different. However, the wizarding world didn't promote equality for everyone. Only those who were strong enough could get in. That was why Ryan agreed to Leona's suggestion. He would rather go against Tree Spirit's wishes and hope that Tree Spirit could open up the inner space. This was because a space that displayed one's status did not necessarily need to be visited by people, but it definitely needed to be there. And this kind of place must be unique, private, not seen anywhere else, a place of grandeur, and the most amazing place. The only place in Brute Cavern that could be called a unique place was the space inside the Tree of Eternity, and Ryan believed it to be the largest one. Just like the inner space of the Tree of Eternity, the Dream Wasteland will only allow a small number of witches to enter. And this group of people is definitely an extremely small number of existences. Actually, it is also in line with the small-scale test you mentioned. He considered for a moment. If the place was not completely open to the public and only a small number of witches were allowed to enter, he might be able to do something. However, he was still worried about something. Most of these witches are strangers to us. Whether his personality was good or bad, it was hard to tell. Will there be any hidden dangers if we let them in? Angor hesitated. Sunders didn't seem to mind. You don't need to figure out their personalities. Witches who stand at the top of the world are usually not good people. But I don't think it's a big deal. They won't be able to do anything in the Dream Wasteland. Even if they discover the secret of the Nightmare Domain, it won't matter. You already control the core authority of the Dream Wasteland. Who can really do anything to you? Besides, we're just opening up a space for them. We don't intend to tell them where this place is. None of the witches are powerful dream manipulators, and they won't be able to figure out the truth right away. What's the point of letting them in if we don't tell them anything? The point is to let them know that such a place exists in Brute Cavern. Sunders paused. As I said, the tea party is a perfect opportunity. Why? Because it will bring together some of the most influential witches in the entire southern wizarding region. In my opinion, the witches who are qualified to enter the Dream Wasteland must be witches who have far-reaching influence in the southern region and possess both strength and status. Letting these witches know about the existence of a world like the Dream Wasteland is of great significance in itself. After experiencing the convenience of the Dream Wasteland, they will naturally have their own doubts about this place. They may even have different interpretations about it. And these interpretations will cause some intense sparks during their private tea party. Regardless of what they think in the end, when we fully open the Dream Wasteland in the future, we'll have to start from the top. It's always easier to open the Dream Wasteland from top to bottom than from bottom to top. Angor already knew what Sunders was trying to say. It was true that the witches would have a general idea about the mysterious world of the Dream Wasteland in advance. In this way, regardless of whether the final opening of the Dream Wilderness would be smooth or if there would be obstacles along the way, the debate at the tea party would be a preview in advance, paving the way for the future. Besides, let's not talk about the future. From the perspective of the tea party itself, the benefits obtained from holding it in the Dream Wilderness are far greater than the hidden dangers you're worried about. Do you know why the tea party is such a big event in the southern wizarding region? Do you know why Rain agreed to hold the tea party in Brute Cavern? Sunders didn't wait for Angor's answer. Because of the exchange of information. Perhaps it was the difference between men and women. Women were naturally more sensitive to information, or gossip, than men. A tea party that gathered all the witches together was a hodgepodge of information. Compared to the stargazing day, the tea party contained more information, which was more extensive and hidden. The only thing to determine was whether the information was real or not, and what it could be used for. Although a large part of it was gossip, it was still very valuable. For example, if the witches gossiped about the unusual movements of an adept, it was very likely that the witches would add to the conversation and eventually come up with a secret story. Many hidden ruins were discovered in this way. Rain agreed to hold the tea party in Brute Cavern. As long as the tea party was held in Brute Cavern, they would have a better chance of obtaining information. Among all the information, the witches who stand at the top of the pyramid will reveal the most valuable. Every major wizard organization will try their best to obtain information about them, but it's still difficult. Sunders paused and narrowed his eyes. Think about it. If the Dream Wasteland is used as the venue for their private tea party, the information they share will be easily obtained. End of chapter 1967. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.